Perfect Superstar Chapter 313 to Chapter 384. Business negotiations were not child's play, especially when it involved high interests. It often took a battle of wits and courage to reach a final compromise or give up. SPG Entertainment, or rather, Pu Jinghao, was sincere about importing Autumn in My Heart to South Korea. However, his appetite was too big for Lu Chen to accept. However, the specific conditions could be discussed. Pu Jinghao's first visit was obviously more to test the waters. Of course, he would be very satisfied if they could negotiate directly. However, Lu Chen's firm attitude towards his own interests had hit a wall. If it was the executives of other Japanese and Korean entertainment companies, they might be very unhappy. Many of them were used to being high and mighty and had a high attitude towards the domestic entertainment industry. They thought that they could casually throw out something and it would attract a group of people to fight over it. Pu Jinghao was different. He had settled down and worked in China for more than 10 years. He was well versed in China's culture and had a deep understanding of the domestic entertainment industry. Therefore, he knew very well about Lu Chen's strength. In the eyes of the representative of SPG Entertainment's China office, Lu Chen was China's Kim Hyun-ping. Kim Hyun-ping was the most famous artist in South Korea from 2000 to 2010. He had amazing talent and had composed many classic music works. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. The television dramas and movies he had filmed had caused a sensation and had a wide influence throughout Asia. However, 6 years ago, Kim Hyun-ping was not satisfied with the South Korean entertainment industry. He also looked down on the China market and ambitiously went to Hollywood. In the end, he did not make a name for himself there for a few years and became a special supporting role set up by the American film company for the Asian market. He lost a lot of popularity in South Korea. Lu Chen was very similar to Kim Hyun-ping, who had just debuted. They were both talent shows. They were both tall and handsome, both talented, both outstanding musicians, and both young and energetic. Compared to the narrow and competitive market in South Korea, China's entertainment market was too big. It was like a vast ocean that could accommodate the growth of a dragon. Therefore, as long as Lu Chen did not court death, his development potential was limitless. SPG Entertainment being able to establish a good relationship with such a person was equivalent to investing in a stock with high potential. That was why Pu Yunho offered a high price of 800 million won to purchase Blue in the first round of negotiations to show his sincerity. The conditions he added later were more of a test. It didn't matter if they couldn't come to an agreement. As long as they didn't fall out with each other, they could continue to negotiate. The so-called bottom line was tested step by step like this. It was precisely with such a position that the negotiations between the two sides were relatively harmonious, and there was no situation of swords being drawn. Pu Jinghao sat in Lu Chen's studio for 2 hours before leaving. After sending off the representative of SPG Entertainment's China office, Lu Chen felt as if he had just finished a battle. He was a little tired. Chen Feier's understanding of Pu Jinghao was still too simple. This old fox was really hard to deal with. His character was tough, but it wasn't just tough. There was a hint of gentleness in his toughness that hid needles in silk floss. Lu Chen said to Lu Shi, "If there's a chance in the future, I want to poach him." Lu Shi was speechless. She had been Lu Chen's agent for more than half a year, and she knew more and more about the entertainment industry, so she knew very well that a character like Pu Jinghao was not someone her studio could afford to poach. The domestic entertainment industry was greatly affected by South Korea. Many big companies also poached people from their South Korean counterparts, such as arrangers, choreographers, producers, directors, etc., and there were artists directly. But in general, those who could be poached were basically second or third-rate characters. Pu Jinghao was the representative of SPG Entertainment's China office, a real high-level figure. If he wanted to change his tune, he would only choose a big company like Flying Stone Records. How could he come to Lu Chen's studio? Lu Chen's idea was too naive. Of course, Lu Chen saw Lu Shi's disapproval. He didn't explain in detail, because now was not the time. It was true that Pu Jinghao was a senior executive of SPG Entertainment, but this senior executive of SPG was a marginalized figure. He worked hard to expand the market in China. He had worked hard even if he had no credit, but his position had never been moved. Because Pu Jinghao was not a direct descendant of the current chairman of SPG, but a former confidant, South Korea's corporate system was learned from Japan. When South Korea's economy took off in the 1980s and 1990s, it played a very important role, giving birth to more than a dozen giant companies, such as the famous Samsung. But since entering the new century, with the rapid development of new industries, South Korea's corporate system has been severely impacted by the new culture. The rigid bureaucratic internal management and the promotion path based on seniority, coupled with the power struggle at the top, have caused many companies to close down or face difficult predicaments. SPG was one of the top entertainment companies in South Korea. It had not been established for a long time, and it was also a family-run enterprise. After the chairman who originally appreciated Pu Jinghao abdicated, he was pressed down in SPG's China office. In fact, in terms of contributions, Pu Jinghao was fully qualified to return to South Korea to be promoted to a higher position. In addition, Pu Jinghao was not a pure Korean. His father was a northeastern Korean who had immigrated to South Korea in his early years. This insider information was revealed to Lucien by Xianxia. She had specially inquired about it from an insider, and it was considered an open secret in a certain circle. Many people did not believe that Pu Jinghao would stay at SPG forever, but so far, he had not shown any signs of leaving SPG. Through the previous conversation, Lu Chen had the most intuitive impression of Pu Jinghao, and admired his shrewdness. If such a person who was proficient in Chinese and Korean could be recruited, the benefits were self-evident, especially since Lu Chen had always had the ambition to look to the Asian market. Of course, Lu Chen's studio was still too weak now, and it was a little unrealistic to covet a talent like Pu Jinghao, but opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. Lu Chen said, "Sister, we must negotiate for the location of the art park, it doesn't matter if the price is high." Setting up roots in the art park was a very important step for the studio to expand. It was not just a matter of a larger area, but the most important thing was the location and environment, which were very suitable for the studio's survival and development. Lu Shi nodded. She had already arranged to talk with Yu Jizhong in the afternoon. When it came to the specific contract negotiations, Lu Chen did not participate. However, the subletting went smoothly. Lu Chen brought Xianxia over to talk with Yu Jizhong for the whole afternoon, and they signed the official contract. The New Era Art Center in Beijing, which was also known as the Art Park, was completed in 2001. The properties there were limited uses, and some of them had been bought out by companies, while the rest were for rent. The place of Yu Jizhong's art studio was rented from the management committee of the art center, but it was a long-term contract, and he had the priority to renew it. Now he was transferring part of the lease to Lu Chen. This was in line with the rules. As long as it did not exceed the limited scope of business, the management committee of the art park allowed subletting. However, the price of Yu Jizhong's original lease was definitely different from the current one. After signing the contract, Lu Shi made a budget that night, calculating the cost of moving the studio. The rent, decoration, recording studio construction, etc., would cost at least 15 million yuan. Then he was entrusting Li Mubai to help him approve the charity fund. The registered capital of 20 million yuan needed to be spent 10 million yuan, and this part of the money could not be touched according to the regulations. In this way, 25 million yuan would be spent, and a new drama would be released this year. The studio's investment would definitely account for a large proportion, so the money earned by Autumn in My Heart would be far from enough. Lu Shi also specially reminded Lu Chen that he signed the contract of Chen Fei-er's transfer of the house. Even if he paid off 30 million yuan in 5 years, he still had to pay back 6 million yuan a year. In this way, Lu Chen found that he had become a poor man again, and he owed a lot of debt. Ha ha ha. After listening to Lu Chen's complaints, Chen Fei-er laughed very happily on the phone. Then you should write a few more songs for others, and then you can earn back the money. As a representative of the new generation of domestic singer-songwriters, and also won 2 awards in the Asian Chinese music chart, Lu Chen was definitely a hot figure in the pop music world, and there were many people who wanted to buy songs from him. If Lu Chen could really make up his mind to write songs, it was really not a problem to earn tens of millions of yuan, because in his memory, there were thousands of excellent music works. It was just that he never thought of being a song wholesaler, and he would not squander this precious wealth at will. On the one hand, it raised the threshold for song invitations, and on the other hand, it also screened the partners for cooperation. Now Luchan Studios' offer to the public was 500,000 yuan for a song, which reached the top level in the industry. This offer scared most people away, and it also caused a lot of discussion in the circle. Chen Feier's teasing came from this. Luchan said with a smile, "Don't think about others for the time being. Do your album well first. That's the most important thing." "That's really nice. Do you want me to lend you some money?" A woman who fell in love could not listen to sweet words. Chen Feier's EQ and IQ were both coaxed by these words. "You don't have to worry about that contract. It doesn't matter if you give me money later." If Lu Chen was determined to be a gigolo who lived off a woman, he would definitely be very successful. But he just wanted to put on airs. "No need, I can still do it without writing songs." Of course, Lu Chen's self-confidence was not without reason, because as a star, especially a popular star artist, has an important channel to make a lot of money, that is, brand endorsement. And among all the brands that are currently interested in cooperating with Lu Chen, Xianxia Automobile is undoubtedly the largest. Lu Chen is very cautious about brand endorsements. Many stars, especially those new artists who have suddenly become popular in recent years, often adopt the strategy of draining the pond to fish when it comes to brand endorsements. They desperately work for notices and advertisements, which is jokingly called double high advertisement in the circle. The emergence of the double high phenomenon, on the one hand, stems from the pressure of some entertainment agencies on contracted artists, squeezing out as much profit as possible during the contract period, and not looking for the future. There are also some artists who are willing to do this, because the competition in the entertainment industry is too fierce. Most artists are under great pressure to survive. If they don't work hard to make money when they are popular, what else can they get once they are out of it? So they desperately accept all kinds of advertisements, even those high-risk endorsements. However, artists who are based on long-term development are often very cautious and thoughtful about brand endorsements. Lu Chen listened to Chen Feier's opinion on brand endorsements. Chen Feier is one of the current domestic advertising queens. She endorses domestic and international big brands, with at least tens of millions of endorsement fees a year. She has rich experience in this regard. The advice that Chen Feier provided to Lu Chen was first to choose carefully, such as financial products, medicine and healthcare products, medical and medical equipment, agricultural products such as seeds, pesticides, breeding and so on. It is best not to touch them. The risk of these advertising endorsements is relatively high. Once there is a problem with the product, it will often affect the reputation of the endorser, and even cause trouble in lawsuits. There are not one or two stars who have been sued or stumbled because of careless endorsement. Even Chen Feier almost suffered in this regard, so she is now very careful in choosing advertisements. Naturally, she does not want Lu Chen to repeat the mistakes of others. So far, Lu Chen has mainly endorsed two brands, one is Whale TV, the other is Xianxia Apparel, and the cooperation between the two has been very successful. To put it bluntly, the benefits that Lu Chen's endorsement bring to the two companies far exceed the remuneration he receives. For this reason, Whale TV and Xianxia Apparel intend to renew next year, and the new contract will inevitably rise. With the popularity of Autumn in My Heart, the number of brands that came to Lu Chen for advertising cooperation suddenly increased, and the most important one was undoubtedly Xianxia Automobile. Xianxia Automobile is one of the oldest and most prestigious domestic automobile brands. Its predecessor can be traced back to 70 years ago. The brand Xianxia was established with the new China. In the early 1950s, Xianxia Jeep once drove across the Yalu River with the Liberation truck, and made great achievements in the war to resist the United States and aid Korea, becoming a well-known brand in China. However, since the reform and opening up in the 1980s, foreign brands of cars have entered the domestic market, and the market share of Xianxia Motors has shrunk dramatically, almost to the verge of bankruptcy. With the support of the country, this national brand finally survived the most difficult period and was reborn through the introduction of technology, independent research, and other methods. After Lu Chen's debut, the first car he bought in Beijing was Xianxia's newly launched X7. This gasoline-electric hybrid urban SUV could be described as cheap and good, and it was currently driven by Lu Xi. And it was precisely the Xianxia X7 that Lu Chen bought that made Xianxia Automobile choose him as the new brand spokesperson. At least that's a very important reason. Of course, as a car company with an annual output of tens of billions, Xianxia Automobile is very cautious in the choice of brand spokesperson. They chose Lu Chen first because the latter's influence among young people is growing. In addition, Lu Chen's image has always been very good since his debut. Lu Chen won the championship of Singing China, which was also a small factor for Xianxia Automobile to choose him. Then he participated in Beijing TV's National Day Party and created a positive theme work like I Love You China. He once bravely saved people regardless of danger, and also raised donations to help fans. Now he is preparing to set up a leukemia charity fund. With all these factors, it's really not a problem to be named one of the top 10 outstanding youths at the provincial and municipal levels. In contrast, how much Lu Chen's solo albums sold and how high the ratings of his TV series were not the key factors. With harsh requirements, the treatment is naturally generous. Xianxia Automobile offered Lu Chen a 2-year contract of 12 million yuan. Because of the many detailed terms involved, the contract could not be finalized in a day or two. Xianxia Automobile hoped that Lu Chen could participate in the promotion and publicity activities of their newly launched R-Class station wagon. The specific requirement was to shoot a commercial, and Lu Chen was asked to tailor-make a song for the commercial. Because of the importance of this contract, Lu Chen, together with his studio, focused his current work on Xianxia Automobile. Lu Shi continued to negotiate with the other party for the most favorable conditions, while he himself was working on creative ideas for Xianxia Automobile's new product. Station wagons are a derivative of cars derived from the trend of people advocating nature and being keen on tourism. Compared with SUVs and MPVs, their purchase price and use cost are lower, and they have a more dexterous body, which is easy to drive and park. Therefore, they play an important role in the life of people in economically developed countries, especially in Europe. However, in China, station wagons are a niche model. They have not been introduced at all because they are not suitable for the domestic market demand. However, with the improvement of the material living standards of domestic consumers, it has become a new fashion for urban car owners to take family or friends, drive a station wagon, and go on a long trip together on holidays. Especially for young people, driving a station wagon to travel is a very romantic and pretentious thing, and it has been rendered dreamlike by many literary and artistic youths. Similar car travel articles can often be seen in some fashion magazines. Xianxia Automobile is aiming at this emerging market and launched its first station wagon, the R100. Lu Chen first spent 2 days digesting and studying the relevant information sent by Xianxia Automobile, and then searched for and browsed a lot of advertisements for foreign station wagons on the internet. During this period, he wrote a song and gave it to Wang Jing to arrange, and let the Nirvana band practice accompaniment. Finally, it took a week for Lu Chen to create and edit a music video to be used as the commercial demonstration of the R100. It was equivalent to doing part of the work that belonged to the advertising company. After that, Lu Chen asked Lu Shi to contact Xianxia Automobile and demonstrate this music video advertisement to them. Beijing, CBD Central Business District, Meisher Advertising Company. The morning sun shone through the large format floor-to-ceiling windows and fell into Zhuang Jingwei's office, bright and warm. The creative director of Meisher Advertising Company leaned back in the soft chair, picked up the coffee that his assistant had just brewed and took a sip, and his whole body seemed to warm up. But the mellow coffee didn't help to relieve the depression in his heart, and his frowning eyebrows never relaxed. He didn't even have the mood to pick up the newspaper that he used to read every day. Tap. Tap, the office door was gently knocked. Zhuang Jingwei put down his coffee cup and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a beautiful female assistant leaned in and said, "Director, the people from Xianxia Automobile and Lu Chen Studio are here. The general manager asked you to attend the meeting." Zhuang Jingwei nodded and said, "I see." He picked up his coffee cup again. The female assistant hesitated for a moment, but still reminded him, "Director, the general manager asked you to go there immediately." Zhuang Jingwei stared at her and said, "I know, you only have the general manager in your eyes now, and you don't have me, right?" The 40-year-old man's fierce appearance was quite scary, but the female assistant was not afraid at all. She stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "I have to listen to your words, and I have to listen to the general manager's words. I'll go with you. I heard that Lu Chen himself is also here, speaking of Lu Chen, her eyes were shining. I don't know if he is as handsome in real life as he is on TV. There is no doubt that she is also a fan of autumn in my heart. Zhuang Jingwei rubbed his eyebrows, waved his hand and said, Go, go, I'll go. Zhuang Jingwei's assistant is his niece, who is still a senior intern. She just wants to learn something from him. The girl has been spoiled by her family and is not afraid of him. It's useless to scold her with a straight face. So, Zhuang Jingwei decided to send her away when her internship period is over. He really can't afford to serve her, and when he heard the name Lu Chen, Zhuang Jingwei's mood was a little worse. Who is Lu Chen? He has only heard of him by chance before. Now he has understood him clearly. He knows that the other party is a musical talent, a new generation of singer, and has just starred in a TV series with popular ratings, which has fascinated his niece. Tian, as the creative director of Meisher Advertising Company, Zhuang Jingwei has known and dealt with a lot of star artists, but he has never seen Lu Chen. Overconfident. The cause of the matter was the contract between Zhonghua Automobile and Advertising Company. The domestic top 100 companies entrusted the advertising business to Meisher Advertising Company to the new station wagon launched this year, and selected Lu Chen as the brand ambassador. It was very common for stars to endorse advertisements. After understanding the needs of the clients, Meisher Advertising began to work on relevant advertising plans. The first focus was the commercial for the Zhonghua Vision R100 station wagon. When Zhuang Jingwei racked his brains for this commercial and had a preliminary idea, there was suddenly news from Zhonghua Automobile that Lu Chen had personally edited and produced an R100 commercial demo. When Zhuang Jingwei was racking his brains for this commercial and had a preliminary idea, news suddenly came from Zhonghua Automobile that Lu Chen had personally edited and produced an R100 commercial demo. Not only that, but Zhonghua Automobile hoped that Meisher Advertising would take Lu Chen's creativity seriously, and held a tripartite discussion meeting for this group of poor people, and the location was in Meisher Company. Zhuang Jingwei felt that his professional ability had been seriously challenged, and he couldn't bear it. If Lu Chen originally majored in art design and advertising, it would be understandable. But as far as Zhuang Jingwei knew, the entertainment industry rookie majored in computer science in college. Computers and advertising are not completely unrelated, but they are really two different things. Now he has openly brought the so-called commercial demo to Meisher Company. What's the difference between that and going to the door to challenge them? If it's an insider, he can pinch his nose and admit it, but a layman, most importantly, Zhuang Jingwei's painstaking creativity may be wasted. How can he not be depressed and annoyed? In the advertising industry, the most frightening thing is to encounter clients who don't understand and insist on their own opinions, interfering with the creative concept of the company's design, and finally come up with something nondescript. But even if he is annoyed, Zhuang Jingwei can't be willful. Unless he gives up the job, he can't disobey the general manager's order. But on the way to the conference room, he secretly made up his mind to make his voice heard. The conference room of Meisher Advertising Company was almost full of people. Zhuang Jingwei met the person in charge of Zhonghua Automobile, his colleagues, and Lu Chen. Among all of them, Lu Chen is undoubtedly the most conspicuous. He is tall, young, and handsome, with a warm and kind smile. Even if he is prejudiced against him, Zhuang Jingwei has to admit that he is a very charming star. This kind of star has his own aura, which can make those fans fascinated. For example, the girl sitting next to the general manager, her eyes were shining like stars, and she almost rushed over to ask for an autograph and a group photo. Director Zhuang is here. Seeing Zhuang Jingwei come in, Kai Jin, the general manager of Meisher Advertising Company, waved and said, "Come here and sit down." Kai Jin, 35 years old, joined Meisher Advertising Company 7 years ago. The elite who returned from overseas studies rose all the way to the general manager's throne and also brought Meisher into the ranks of the 10 4A advertising companies in Beijing. In terms of management skills and ability, Zhuang Jingwei also admires her. He sat down in his seat. Kai Jin gave Zhuang Jingwei a discreet look. Zhuang Jingwei understood what she meant. Kai Jin's management in Meisher has always adhered to an important concept in the service industry, that is, there are two elements in treating customers. The first is the customer is always right, and the second is if the customer is wrong, please refer to the first point. This is in conflict with Zhuang Jingwei's professional concept, but it turns out that Kai Jin is right. Advertising is like dancing with shackles. It is necessary to find the most suitable balance point under the heavy shackles of policies and regulations and customer requirements, and then jump out a beautiful dance. There is no doubt about the importance of Zhuang Jingwei's automobile to Meisher Advertising Company. Kai Jin is obviously worried that Zhuang Jingwei, who is a little stubborn, will conflict with the customer's requirements in the creative concept of the R100 commercial. When all the people attending the meeting were present, Kai Jin asked people to close the door of the conference room and turned on the computer projection equipment. She straightened up and said with a smile, "Today, our Meisher Advertising Company is very happy and honored to organize this demonstration discussion of the Zhonghua Vision R100 station wagon commercial. First of all, we welcome Manager Chen Hong from the Publicity Department of Zhonghua Automobile Group. The General Manager of Meisher Advertising Company has a dignified and delicate appearance, and speaks in a soft voice, which makes people feel like they are bathing in the spring breeze, but no one who is familiar with her dares to underestimate her ability. Welcome Mr. Lu Chen, who is also the star spokesperson of the Vision R100. Lu Chen stood up and bowed slightly to the crowd. He edited and produced the MV commercial for the station wagon he endorses, which is not what Zhuang Jingwei thought. This meeting was proposed by the people of Zhonghua Automobile after watching the demo film. The reason why the discussion was held at Meisher Advertising Company was that this part of the advertising business was entrusted to this 4A advertising company, and Zhonghua Automobile also needed Meisher Advertising's professional advice. When the polite applause of welcome disappeared, Lu Chen continued, "At the request of Zhonghua Automobile, I wrote a song for the first commercial of the Vision R100. In addition, I also used the material on the internet to edit and make a MV for this song." He smiled and said, "I'm a layman when it comes to advertising. This music video is very crude, and it only represents a little of my personal thoughts. So, I hope that Meta TV can give us their professional opinions so that we can work together to complete this collaboration. Thank you." This time, the applause in the conference room was a lot more sincere and warm, and even Zhuang Jingwei applauded a few times. Lu Chen's words gave him a better impression of the former. At least Lu Chen was very polite. Although his behavior was a little excessive, his attitude was modest and he did not take it for granted that he was in a dominant position. That was in line with his identity as a brand spokesperson, not a planner. After Lu Chen's speech ended, Kai Jin asked his assistant to turn off the lights in the conference room and play the demo through the projection. The general manager of Meisher Advertising was also very curious. He didn't know what kind of work Lu Chen had come up with that could make Zhonghua Automobile put aside the preliminary plan proposed by him and choose a layman's creative idea. The next moment, a colorful picture appeared silently on the projection screen. The dark, vast, and empty prairie appeared in everyone's sight. In the lens, a straight road went straight to the distant sky, which made people feel an indescribable shock. Those who liked travel or scenery recognized at a glance that this was the famous Qinghai-Tibet Sky Road. Then the camera slowly pulled up, and an off-road vehicle appeared in the picture, driving alone into the distance. The prelude of the music sounded softly, and there was Lu Chen singing. It was as if it came from the sky. Wandering, on the road, are you going, via, fragile, proud, that was once my appearance. Seething, restless. Where are you going, via? Enigmatic, silent. Story, are you really listening? Light and shadow flashed, and the picture switched. People sitting in the conference room unconsciously fell into the unique atmosphere created by the MV. The name of this song was The Ordinary Road. Note, The Ordinary Road lyrics, Han, Pu Shu/composer, Pu Shu. I've crossed mountains and seas and passed through a sea of people. I've had everything, in the blink of an eye, it's all gone. I've been lost, disappointed, and lost all direction until I see that ordinary is the only answer. The Ordinary Road was specially made by Lu Chen for the Zhonghua Vision R100 station wagon. It was a typical trip-hop chord breakdown, and the whole song had a strong folk style. The slow lyrical rhythm, clear voice, and low voice made the song full of a touch of warmth and sadness. In the music video edited by Lu Chen using online materials, the car and scenery are the eternal theme. The constantly changing scenery in the picture, as well as his voice entering the ear, and every word entering the heart, reflect each other, showing a strange charm, making people's state of mind can't help but follow the speeding car into the distance. It could let the listener enjoy the feeling of peace and youth, and find the direction of the future in sadness and confusion. I'm just like you, like him, like the weeds and wild flowers inexorably, this is me, the only way to go, time is silent, and so on, tomorrow is in Xianxia, the road the wind blows is still far, where is your story? Surprise and a trace of confusion froze in Zhuang Jingwei's eyes. Before watching this commercial music video, the creative director of Meisher Advertising had a strong doubt about Lu Chen's work. He even couldn't wait to teach Lu Chen a lesson, to let the latter know that not everyone can step in the professional field. But halfway through the music video, Zhuang Jingwei fell silent. From the point of view of commercial production alone, this music video was a mess. The editing was very amateurish, and the transition of the picture was very unnatural. It was completely a novice work. If it was made by a technical staff of Meisher Advertising, Zhuang Jingwei would definitely fire him immediately. However, Zhuang Jingwei was not stupid enough to use this point to attack Lu Chen. Because this was a demo, just like a script sketch used in a movie. The technology was completely irrelevant. The key was creativity, conception, and the theme expressed. On these three most important points, Zhuang Jingwei could not find any big problems. The soundtrack was too good, and the theme song was too good. The target group of the Zhonghua Vision R100 touring car was white-collar elites between the ages of 25 and 40 in the city. They had a certain economic foundation and career, and pursued spiritual freedom and enjoyment. Traveling by car was also one of the characteristics of this social class. Lu Chen's idea for the commercial, or rather, the MV, was undoubtedly able to hit the mark of their spirit. It was sincere and magnanimous enough to portray an extraordinary life journey. The lyrics were deliberately rough, and the rap at the end of the song went straight to the heart, truly expressing the feelings of the target group. It was a wonderful song of life with rich emotions. Even Zhuang Jingwei couldn't help but want to go out for a walk as he listened and watched. Unlike ordinary car commercials, there was no explanation of the car model's advantages and configuration, and there was no introduction of the product itself. The film reflected a strong emotion. This was the only way to move people's hearts. At the end of the film, as the song disappeared, the screen turned completely dark, and a paragraph of advertising slogans silently condensed. The body has not moved, but the heart is already far away. Then the advertising slogan faded away, and the logos of Zhonghua Automobile and Vision R100 quietly appeared. The picture froze, the conference room was silent, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a while, no one knew who took the lead in applauding, and then the applause rang out. Half of the people present were managers of Meisher Advertising. As practitioners in the advertising industry, even if they didn't think as deeply and carefully as Zhuang Jingwei, they could still judge the quality of an advertisement. From a creative point of view alone, the idea of this MV was not particularly novel and unique. Even if it was carefully produced at a huge cost, it was estimated that it would not win any awards in foreign awards. However, its theme idea and product fit extremely well, especially the theme song, which was perfect. It would definitely be an excellent advertising work in the domestic market. If Lu Chen's popularity was taken into account, its influence could not be underestimated. What made the advertising people, including Zhuang Jingwei, speechless was that the idea and editing of this demo was actually a singer-artist, not an elite in their industry. This made people feel ashamed. After applauding, Kai Jin asked Zhuang Jingwei, "Director Zhuang, do you have any opinion?" Zhuang Jingwei thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The idea are very good, the theme song is first class, and the general direction does not need to be changed. As long as it is reshot according to the idea, it will definitely be an excellent advertisement. I have full confidence in this." He looked at Lu Chen and sighed sincerely, "Mr. Lu Chen, it's an honor for me and our Meisher Advertising to cooperate with an excellent artist like you." Zhuang Jingwei's words made everyone's faces smile. The people in Zhonghua Automobile had already seen the demo, and now the negotiation needed professional advice. Getting the praise and approval of Meisher Advertising proved that their vision was right and they had chosen the right brand ambassador. Time is money, and the sooner the commercial is shot, the better it is for the promotion of the new model. Zhuang Jingwei's colleagues have never seen him so convinced by a layman before, and they all feel that it's interesting, and they can talk about it as an interesting story in the future. As for Lu Shi, who accompanied Lu Chen, she was even happier. In this way, the endorsement contract of Xianxia Automobile will be stable. She is also proud of Lu Chen. With one song and one edited MV, Lu Chen easily convinced the two powerful collaborators. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Thank you. It's also my honor to cooperate with Xianxia Automobile and Meisher Advertising." There was no tit-for-tat debate, no scheming quarrel. The atmosphere of the discussion between the three parties was very harmonious. The representative of Xianxia Automobile confirmed the idea and creativity of the commercial on the spot, and then talked about the specific shooting issues. Lu Chen used online materials for editing. Most of them are movies from home and abroad. None of them can be used because of copyright issues. In addition to the alternative purchased materials, many shots need to be shot. As one of the protagonists, Lu Chen is naturally indispensable, and communication in advance is very important. The next day, Lu Chen Studio signed a formal endorsement contract with Xianxia Automobile. 2 years of 12 million, not including the remuneration for work outside the contract. For example, this song The Ordinary Road, Xianxia Automobile needs to pay an additional 500,000 to buy the copyright. With the first endorsement fee in the account, the financial situation of the studio has finally improved a lot. The shooting of a new TV series has also been put on the agenda. But before that, Lu Chen has an important event to participate in, that is, the 72-hour music festival. February 22nd is the Lantern Festival. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lunar New Year's Festival is officially over, and major colleges and universities are about to open. The whole society will then re-enter the fast pace of daily life. After signing the endorsement contract with Xianxia Automobile, Lu Shi helped Lu Chen win 2 advertising contracts with Thunderbird Watch and Xianxia Cosmetics, earning another 10 million. The funds for shooting the new drama are basically no longer a problem, but Lu Chen is not in a hurry to announce the shooting plan. On the day of the Lantern Festival, he came to his new home. The new house that Chen Feier transferred to Lu Chen is in the Xianxia district in Beijing. Xianxia was developed by Bandung, the leader of the domestic real estate industry. The location of the building is between the 3rd Ring Road and the 2nd Ring Road, not far from Yuantan Park. The construction was completed in 2007, and it is a real high-quality and high-priced property. The house is in room 1701 of Building 7, with a total of 300 square meters on the upper and lower floors, with a layout of 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. Compared with the single apartment that Lu Chen is currently renting, the conditions are simply worlds apart. The most important thing is that the management of the Xianxia district is excellent. Lu Chen basically doesn't have to worry about being harassed by paparazzi. Of course, the property management fee is also quite expensive. Considering that the Xianxia district is also very close to the New Era Art Park, Lu Chen decided to move in after signing the sublease contract there. The house has been officially transferred to his name. Since Chen Feier has already renovated the house, he can move in directly as long as he brings his belongings over, which is very convenient. The decoration of the new house is very good. It can be seen that it was designed by a famous designer. The simple European style coupled with the rather artistic decoration makes people feel comfortable living here. There are 2 rooms on the first floor, a living room, a kitchen, a dining room, and a bathroom. The living room is very large, and it is no problem to invite 3 or 5 friends to hold a small party. The kitchen and dining room are abnormally clean and have no signs of being used. The sofa, furniture, kitchen, bathroom, and home appliances were all equipped with famous brands. Although Lu Chen did not know much about renovation, he could tell that Chen Feier had spent at least 2 or 3 million on this house. The price of a house in Xicheng Garden was at least 100,000 yuan. This house with a first-class floor and a first-class design was definitely a discount for him. It was truly the price of a friend. Of course, compared to the price at which she bought it, she made a huge profit. In recent years, the housing prices in the capital had been rising rapidly. Even outside the 5th Ring Road, the price was 20 to 30,000 yuan. It had reached a point where ordinary people could not afford it. If Lu Chen hadn't been lucky enough to embark on this path, he wouldn't have been able to afford a house in Ji Province, which was adjacent to the capital, let alone a house in Xicheng Park. I've only stayed here a few times, but I've arranged for people to clean it regularly, so it's very clean. Chen Feier smiled as he pulled Lu Chen's hand and said, I'll go upstairs and take a look. Today, she brought Lu Chen to look at the house. She was so happy that it was as if she had just bought a big new house. As a music queen with an annual income of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, Chen Feier simply had a soft spot for real estate. She never invested the money she earned into any financial products. Most of it was invested in real estate. She had many villas, commercial houses, and shops under her name. Facts had proven that this conservative investment method had brought her huge profits that exceeded her own business. With money, she could be willful. In addition, she had a wide network of contacts in the entertainment circle. Therefore, Chen Feier could control her career and fate in her own hands. She didn't need to rely on any management company. Compared to most artists, she lived more freely. As they walked up the spiral staircase, Chen Feier smiled mysteriously. I prepared a gift for you. Lu Chen was curious. What gift? Chen Feier giggled and didn't answer. Upstairs, it was another special world. The small hall connected to the staircase had been transformed into a small bar and tea room. Outside, there was a scenic balcony full of all kinds of green potted plants. People couldn't help but want to sit down and drink tea while reading a book. At the same time, they could also enjoy the bustling scenery of the capital. Opposite the small bar, there was a brand new upright piano. The golden harp logo branded on the body of the piano flashed with a faint light, clearly indicating its value. This expensive Steinway piano was a housewarming gift from Chen Feier to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was surprised. Thank you. Chen Feier rolled her eyes at Lu Chen as if she was blaming him for being polite. Lu Chen chuckled, reached out and hugged Chen Feier's willowy waist, and bent down to kiss her soft lips. It was a long kiss full of emotion and affection. It didn't end until Chen Feier's face turned red. She pushed Lu Chen shyly and said, Try the piano. Lu Chen nodded, sat in front of the piano, opened the lid, and tried the timbre and intonation first. The timbre of the Steinway piano, which was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, was excellent. Although the vertical model was not as good as the triangle model, it was already a luxury configuration for home use. The intonation had also been adjusted by professionals. At least, Lu Chen couldn't hear any problems. Although he had obtained countless precious memories in the dream world, Lu Chen had never thought of relying on these wealth to eat and wait for death. He had been working hard to improve his abilities in all aspects and had never stopped learning. For example, Lu Chen's original level was not much better than that of a beginner, but now it was not a big problem for him to take the amateur level 8 or 9 exam, and there was still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Putting aside the dream memories, Lu Chen was still very talented in music. Chen Feier said, Play a song. Lu Chen asked, I'll play and you'll sing? Chen Feier thought for a moment and replied, You play and sing by yourself, and I'll record it for you. She really took out her mobile phone, turned on the recording function, and began to record Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. He sat up straight, pressed his fingers on the smooth keys, and said very seriously, This song is for the most beautiful, intelligent, and proud Miss Chen Feier. Chen Feier's hands couldn't help shaking. She held back her laughter, held the mobile phone again, and continued to record. However, Lu Chen played the prelude. To Chen Feier's surprise, although the melody played by Lu Chen was very beautiful, it was very strange. This was a new work, although she had long been accustomed to Lu Chen's seemingly endless musical inspiration. At this moment, Chen Feier still felt very surprised. This song was specially for her. Here, winter, leave, I wake up in a certain year and a certain month. I think, I wait, I look forward to, but the future can't be arranged for this. Cloudy day, evening, outside the car window, there's a person waiting in the future. Looking left, right, forward, love has to turn a few corners to come. Who I meet, what kind of dialogue will I have, how far in the future the person I'm waiting for is. I hear the wind from the subway and the sea of people I line up to hold the number plate of love. Beautiful melody, bright style, simple lyrics. Although there was a trace of melancholy and sadness in the lyrics, it was sung by Lu Chen extremely affectionate, more like the pursuit and persistence of love. Chen Feier was the only audience. Listening to this song, her eyes quietly appeared intoxicating softness. I fly forward, flying over a sea of time. We have also been hurt in love. I see that the entrance of the dream is a little narrow. I met you is the most beautiful accident. One day my mystery will be revealed. When Lu Chen sang I met you is the most beautiful accident, he looked back at Chen Feier. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. Chen Feier bit her lips, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. She wanted to throw herself into his arms even more. She stopped recording, put down her phone, and looked at Lu Chen's eyes. Their lingering feelings silently met in the air. Lu Chen only sang this song once. After singing, he stood up and asked Chen Feier, "Do you like it?" Chen Feier threw herself directly into his arms and couldn't wait to give him a hot kiss. After kissing for a long time, the two sat together on the sofa. Chen Feier leaned against Lu Chen's arms, playing with her phone and asked, "What's the name of this song?" Lu Chen replied, "Meeting, Meeting." Chen Feier chewed the name of the song softly, and suddenly opened her mouth to sing, "I fly forward, I fly across a sea of time, we have also been hurt in love, I see that the entrance of the road is a little narrow, I meet you is the most beautiful accident." Her memory was very good. She sang without missing a single word, and her pitch was also very accurate. Lu Chen was greatly impressed, because Chen Feier had heard the cover once, which was very close to the original singer in his memory, and her natural voice very well expressed the artistic conception of the song. "Tian, the sound of nature means a lot. Do you think it's good for me to put this song in the new album?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's good that you like it." The song for Chen Feier's new album had been decided, but if she liked it, it didn't matter if she changed it. Chen Feier happily opened the video meeting that she had just recorded on her mobile phone and watched it again. After watching it, she suddenly had an idea. "What do you think if I post this video on my blog?" Lu Chen was stunned, and then immediately smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. This should have been a very private video. If it was posted on a blog, the relationship between the two would almost be semi-public, and it would definitely not be hidden." But what did it matter? It would happen sooner or later, and now was not the time to say that it was not the right time. The popularity of Autumn in My Heart made Lu Chen and Chen Feier the best couple in the eyes of fans, and many people on the internet shouted that they should be together. Hearing his answer, Chen Feier looked up at Lu Chen and asked, "Really?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Really." Chen Feier smiled, selected the title of the video, and forwarded it to her associated blog. After uploading it, she seemed to have completed a big thing. She threw the mobile phone away, then stood up and pulled Lu Chen and said, "Let's go and see the bedroom." Note, meeting lyricist, Yi Jiayang/composer, Lin Yifeng. The 300 square meter high-class apartment was a super luxury level, comparable to an ordinary villa. The space on the upper and lower floors was very large, and the master bedroom was no exception. It was connected to a bathroom and a cloakroom. The adjacent room had been renovated into a study, and even the computer was ready-made. Chen Feier was very careful. Although she had not lived in this house for many years, there were still a lot of traces of living there. She had deliberately changed the bedsheets, quilts, furnishings, and other items, so that the bedroom did not look like a boudoir. But there was still a photo of her on the bedside table. The diva of the music industry was like a child showing off her favorite toy. She pulled Lu Chen around the 3 rooms upstairs and asked, "Do you like it?" Lu Chen hugged her and said with a smile, "I like it, but it's too big and empty to live alone." Chen Feier said, "You can ask Sister Lu Shi to come and live with you, as well as Auntie and Lu Shui. In the future, you can ask Lu Shui to come to Beijing to study. Even if her grades are not good, she can still go to a good university." Lu Chen sighed, "They won't come. In fact, you are still missing one person." Chen Feier was puzzled. "Who?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Don't you think this house is missing a hostess?" Chen Feier suddenly understood, and her pretty face turned red. "What does that have to do with me?" Lu Chen showed a thoughtful look and said, "Do you think I don't have to pay the 30 million yuan I owe you if I bring you in?" Chen Feier said with a smile, "In your dreams. I regret letting you pay me in installments. Pay me back quickly." Lu Chen finally revealed his ferocious face. He pressed Chen Feier down on the soft big bed and said fiercely, "It's too late to regret. Now you are in my hands. No one can save you even if you shout yourself hoarse." Chen Feier shouted, "Help," pressing down on her graceful body, smelling her enchanting fragrance, and listening to her soft and enchanting cries for help. Lu Chen could no longer restrain the passion in his heart, and once again deeply kissed her. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became incomparably charming. Just as the two of them were fooling around, the comments section of Chen Feier's Waves blog exploded. Chen Feier had more than 20 million fans on Waves blog. Usually, one of her blog posts would have tens of thousands of reposts and hundreds of thousands of comments. After Autumn in My Heart was broadcasted, it attracted a large number of Feier fans. There were more and more people paying attention to the movements of the heavenly queen of the music industry. Therefore, once the blog post titled Meeting was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of countless fans. When the fans clicked on the blog post, they found that the content was neither a selfie of Chen Feier, nor a sharing of work itineraries, or life experiences. It was actually a video of Lu Chen playing and singing. Autumn in My Heart had set a record for the ratings of domestic TV series in recent years. It made Lu Chen and Chen Feier a trend to become domestic couple idols. The relationship between the two had always been one of the topics that fans liked to talk about. Some people said that Lu Chen and Chen Feier were teachers and friends. They were like sister and brother. They had a very good relationship, but they were not a real couple. Some people said that the two had been dating for a long time, but they had not made it public. In addition to some media speculation, Lu Chen and Chen Feier had not released any private photos to confirm this scandal. Lu Chen's name and photos have also appeared in Chen Feier's blog, but they are basically related to work, music, or the kind of friendship that looks very simple. Now, the blog post that Chen Feier posted was undoubtedly very unusual. The video in the blog post was undoubtedly shot by Chen Feier himself. The shooting technique was not very good, but because the phone was good, the video was still very clear. First of all, the scene was definitely not a public place. From beginning to end, there was only Lu Chen in the camera. This song is for the most beautiful, intelligent, and proud Miss Chen Feier. Before he started playing the piano, Lu Chen's words were not like those of ordinary friends. They were full of love. Most importantly, when he was about to finish singing, he looked back at Chen Feier. The deep love in his eyes could be seen by anyone who was not blind. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. Didn't this song sing Lu Chen's heart? Not to mention that Chen Feier took the initiative to upload the video to his blog. It was obvious that he wanted to announce their relationship. How could her fans not explode? He finally made it public. I knew it. Is this a public display of affection? It's killing the single dogs. 555, Feier is my goddess. Why do all goddesses have to leave me? Xianxia and Eunhui are really together. Throw flowers to celebrate. Whose house is this? This is a love song that Lu Chen gave to Chen Feier. It's really nice. You're very touched, aren't you? Don't hold me back, I'm already on the balcony. Bless. In just half an hour, Meeting received more than 100,000 comments. They were all reposted by netizens, including Chen Feier's friends in the circle, further spreading its influence. Although the number of Lu Chen's fans was not as many as Chen Feier's, it was still more than 15 million. Many fans were fans of both of them, so if there was any movement on one side, the other side would know immediately. The reaction of Lu Chen's fans was even more intense. Ha ha ha, Big Lu Chen is mighty. I've already said it. Now you have nothing to say, right? It's obvious that they're in a relationship. Humph, showing off your love will die faster. My Lu Chen will not be snatched away. Chen Feier and Lu Chen are really a good match. Let's bless them together. Don't be jealous. Burn the heterosexual to death. Gay is true love. What an unexpected surprise. I hope that the relationship between the two of you will last a long time. Bless them. It's the Lantern Festival. Is it really okay for the two of you to do this? Sigh, I didn't expect Lu Chen, who has thick eyebrows and big eyes, to betray the revolution. Most of the fans of Chen Feier and Lu Chen were pleasantly surprised by the PDA video that was suddenly released by her. Then, they gave their blessings. Only a small number of people were disappointed, dissatisfied, or cursed. In fact, basically, not many people were surprised. After all, there was so much foreshadowing. Coupled with the success of Autumn in My Heart, perhaps the real surprise was that the two of them did not end up together. There was also a small number of fans who thought that the two of them were shooting a commercial or a music video. However, this kind of unconvincing idea did not even cause a bubble to bubble. Compared to the explosive fans, the reaction of the people in the entertainment industry was undoubtedly much more cautious. After all, the two of them did not make an official statement. In order to avoid making a mistake, they temporarily took a wait-and-see attitude. Another explosion was the media. No one would have thought that Xianxia would suddenly make such big news during the Lantern Festival. Therefore, the phones of the two's agents were soon exploding with calls. Night fell slowly, and the capital was already brightly lit during the Lantern Festival. Room 1701 of Building 7 of Xicheng Garden was dark. A mobile phone that had been left between the cushions of the leisure sofa buzzed rhythmically, and the caller ID flashed red frequently. The phone rang for a long time, but no one picked it up and turned it on. Just when it calmed down, another mobile phone on the floor of the master bedroom rang again. However, no matter how hard it tried to call out to its owner, there was no response. The master bedroom was very dark. On the 2-meter-wide bed, the thick down quilt was swaying violently. Suddenly, a foot popped out from under the quilt, trembling slightly in the cold air. This foot was still dazzlingly white in the twilight. It was exquisite and round, and its skin was as translucent as jade. The arch of the foot was arched and the toes trembled. The round and bulging toes, coupled with the light pink toenails, looked very cute. The owner of the foot seemed to be going through a fierce battle. Sometimes it trembled, sometimes it curled up, sometimes it tensed up, and sometimes it relaxed. It stretched and bent its toes helplessly, trying to catch something, like a panicked drowning person. No one knew when it started, but a low moan sounded in the quiet bedroom. It was as soft as a flute, but it also sounded like the wail of a swan on the verge of death. There was a trace of unbearable pain, but it was extremely weak. Soon, it started again. It was like the sound of nature that could captivate one's soul, and there was an indescribable joy in it. In the midst of it, there was also the sound of heavy breathing, like a ferocious beast preying on its prey. The movement on the big bed lasted for a long time, accompanied by an uncontrollable scream. The exposed foot, which had already been covered with goosebumps, finally retracted under the quilt. Thus, there was only the sound of breathing in the room, and the thick and gentle spring scenery gradually spread out and blended into the night. After a long time, a figure crawled out of the warm quilt. He landed on the floor with bare feet, bent over to pick up the phone that was half hidden in his trouser pocket, and then quickly hid back on the bed, leaning against the headboard to look at the caller ID. "What's wrong?" Xianxia poked her head out from under the blanket. The beautiful face of the heavenly queen of the music industry was flushed with shyness. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. Her hair was messy and sweaty, making her look even more seductive. Lucien reached out and pulled the beauty into his arms. He kissed her cheeks lovingly and said guiltily, "Sister called me a few times just now." It wasn't just a few, the screen showed more than 10 missed calls. Xianxia shrunk his head and said embarrassedly, "Sister Zhang must have called me." Sister Zhang was Xianxia's assistant for 10 years. She was also her manager. Sister Zhang usually handled the external affairs of Xianxia's studio, including media contacts. She half-disclosed her relationship with Lucien in a moment of willfulness, which must have caused a sensation on the blog. It was inevitable that Lucy and Sister Zhang would call to ask about it. "You two started a fire, so you should at least give me an explanation, right?" However, Xianxia didn't have the slightest regret in her heart. The result of a moment of passion was out of control. She did shameless things with Lucien in this new house to transform herself into a real woman. She had long been mature, but she didn't know how wonderful it was to be a woman until now. Lucien chuckled, dialed the number with one hand, and groped restlessly with the other. He simply couldn't stop himself. Xianxia felt Lucien's hot palm caressing her skin, bringing with it a familiar hot feeling. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, and her eyes were so charming that tears were about to drip out. She was in love and shy at the same time. She bitterly opened her cherry mouth and bit Lucien's shoulder. His Lucien couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, so ruthless. However, at this time, he had already dialed Lucy's number. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he had to endure it first. "Sister," this phone call lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Lucien was scolded half to death by Lucy. As a star artist, the problem of love was very important. Even if they wanted to make their relationship public, they had to arrange a plan first. At least, they had to let the company and the agent know so that they could deal with the media together. Chen Fei's blog post was very sudden. After posting it, she didn't care what kind of storm it would set off. She just immersed herself in the sweet sea of love. It was also willful. The main reason was that both of them opened their own studios and were in charge of their own affairs. Unlike many artists who were controlled by entertainment agencies above them, they had to report and approve their relationship. However, in this way, their studios were naturally caught unprepared. Sister Zhang and Lu Shi could only deal with the storm-like interview requests of the media while calling the two of them. As a result, no one picked up after a long time. According to Lu Shi, it was too unreliable. If Lu Chen hadn't made this phone call, Sister Zhang and Lu Shi would have run to Zicheng Yuan to catch them in the act. Lu Shi knew that Lu Chen had come here to look at a house. Combined with the video on the blog, how could she not understand what was going on? In the face of his sister's anger, Lu Chen could only bow his head and admit his mistake, not daring to refute a word. "I'm wrong, I'm guilty." However, he didn't regret it at all. After scolding him, Lu Shi was probably in a good mood. She asked, "Is Fei with you?" Lu Chen answered honestly, "Yes." Lu Shi hesitated for a moment and asked again, "Are you two like that?" "Like that? I see." Although Lu Chen was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. The topic was too sensitive. He didn't know how to answer it, so he could only wait in silence. Lu Shi snorted and said, "I knew you." "Forget it, give the phone to Fei. Sister Zhang wants to talk." Lu Chen handed the phone to Chen Fei embarrassedly. "Sister Zhang is looking for you." Chen Fei stuck out her tongue and took the phone. Sister Zhang, she was also complained about by Sister Zhang, but she finally got over it. After taking back the phone, Lu Chen directly pressed the power button and turned off the phone. He didn't want to be disturbed tonight. Just as he threw the phone aside, Lu Chen suddenly felt something strange on his chest. He looked down and saw Chen Fei moving her slender fingers and drawing circles on her chest. She stared at Lu Chen with her big watery eyes, which were full of endless charm. The heavenly queen giggled and asked softly, "Are you hungry? I'll cook something for you." Seductress, Lu Chen couldn't help but growl and immediately pressed Chen Fei under his body. "Have a taste of my staff first." At 9 o'clock on the night of the Lantern Festival, Lu Chen's studio and Chen Fei studio issued statements one after another, confirming that Lu Chen and Chen Fei were currently in the process of dating, and sincerely hoped to get everyone's blessing. At 10:30, Lu Chen FMX published an article called "My Meeting with You is the Most Beautiful Accident." The content of the article was a stills of autumn in my heart. In the photo, Yin Juanqi, played by Lu Chen, and Yin Enqi, played by Chen Fei snuggled up to each other and smiled brilliantly in the sun. At the same time, Chen Fei and Chen Fei replied with a smiley face emoji. At this point, the relationship between the two was completely exposed, and at the same time, they also received the warm blessings of countless fans. Although a small number of fans expressed disappointment, loss, and even sadness and dissatisfaction, because of the previous foreshadowing, coupled with the huge influence of autumn in my heart, everyone actually expected and prepared in their hearts. Many people even eagerly hoped that they could be together, so they felt very surprised. The most worrisome situation of excessive fan emotions did not happen. Lu Chen and Chen Fei first met on the talent show Singing China on Beijing television. At that time, one was a contestant and the other was a mentor. However, they have known and fallen in love all the way to the present, which has undoubtedly become a popular story in the pop music world. No one knows how long their relationship will last, but friends in the circle and other celebrity artists they know or don't know have also sent their best wishes, making this topic quickly occupy the top of the blog hot search list. Without any suspense, by the next day, Lu Chen and Chen Fei's relationship became the entertainment headlines. QQ, make an appointment on the Lantern Festival. Lu Chen and Chen Fei officially open their relationship. Title Web, it's no longer just a scandal, the truth of Chen Fei's love comes to light. EasyNet, seeing sibling love again. Lu Chen and Chen Fei no longer hide and calmly face millions of fans. Entertainment Weekly, fake drama becomes real, Lu Qian and Chen Fei reveal the secret of love. News headline, the perfect combination of a heavenly queen and a musical genius, Xianxia Daily, encounter is a beautiful love. Pop music, many media outlets dug out the previous information of Lu Qian and Chen Fei pieced together the love route of the two, and matched it with all kinds of exaggerated words, which also attracted enough attention. More media outlets sent reporters to squat at the door of Lu Qian's studio and Chen Fei's studio, hoping to be able to stop the two parties and interview first-hand information. But these media reporters were disappointed. Both studios refused their interviews, and Lu Qian and Chen Fei were nowhere to be seen, as if they had evaporated from the world. Because whether it is Lu Qian or Chen Fei they do not need to use their own relationship to hype up, turning the beautiful relationship between them into a tool for profit, and they do not want to become the hot topic of the media. There are countless news happening in the entertainment industry every day. As long as the two do not cooperate, this topic will naturally subside and no longer become the focus of people's attention. And Lu Qian and Chen Fei can quietly enjoy the time of their love. They left their never-ending work, threw the daily affairs to their respective agents, and quietly ran to Bali for a sweet vacation. It was not until March 2 that Lu Qian and Chen Fei returned to Beijing. 2 days later, on March 4, is the opening day of the most famous 72H Grass Music Festival in China. At that time, Lu Qian will lead the Nirvana band to perform. With the passage of time, the hot news in the entertainment industry is like a summer storm, coming and going quickly. Because the two studios did not cooperate, and the two parties did not hype up the disappearance of Player, so except for the fans who were still noisy on the internet, the media quickly shifted their attention and were too lazy to continue to be self-sentimental. There was too much gossip in the circle. Here the two female stars were fighting, and there was a rumor that a male star was coming out of the closet. True and false hype and acting, there was as much material as he wanted. When Lu Qian and Chen Fei broke up one day, or one of them cheated, then it would be worth reporting. And this was exactly what Lu Qian and Chen Fei expected. They waited until the storm subsided before quietly returning to China. During this period, they did not show their love on the blog. In addition to cooling down the topic, it was also to avoid killing the single dogs. Beautiful time always passes quickly. After returning to Beijing, the two had to separate again and busy themselves with their respective careers. Although she loves Lu Qian, and her own wealth has accumulated to the point where it can't be spent in a lifetime, Chen Fei has no idea of quitting the entertainment industry for the time being. She likes singing, likes acting, likes standing in the spotlight, likes her career, and doesn't want to be reduced to a housewife early. Perhaps one day, when she is tired, she will marry Lu Qian without regrets and retire from the circle forever. She will wash away the prosperity and make soup with her bare hands. She will give birth to several children and accompany them to grow old happily. Lu Qian is very supportive of Chen Fei's idea. His career has just started, and it is the time for him to show his ambition. He does not want to mix feelings and career together. Only when two people understand and support each other can their relationship last and blossom and bear fruit. The separation and reunion in the entertainment industry is too common. Neither Lu Qian nor Chen Fei wants to be one of them. On the day he returned to Beijing, Chen Fei began recording the new album. Lu Qian, on the other hand, took the time to practice his new work with the Nirvana band, preparing to participate in the 72H Grass Music Festival. For this famous music carnival, he had written 2 new songs early. The 72H Grass Music Festival was founded in the early 1990s by a number of record companies and 7 famous musicians in the circle. At that time, the first music festival was held in Chaoyang Park in Beijing. The first music festival invited 32 singers and 11 bands to participate. More than 10,000 people came to attend the festival, which caused a great sensation at that time of time and became a grand event in pop music. Among the 32 singers and 11 bands, there were well-known rock and roll representatives such as the Black Ravens and the Sky, as well as many nobodies. However, some of the singers rose to prominence in the music festival and attracted widespread attention in the music industry. This led to more and more people signing up to participate, and voluntary participation became invitation participation. Later on, the Mystic Music Festival moved to Wild Mountain Park near the New Era Art Center and changed its name to 72H Grass Music Festival. It had been held 19 times so far. Although it has been interrupted several times in the middle, 72H Grass Music Festival has always maintained a strong influence in pop music, especially by those who really like pop music lovers. 72H mainly invites singers and bands with characteristics. Whether the other party is a big name in the circle or a street performer, as long as they have a unique singing style or work, they have the opportunity to stand on its stage and show their strength to tens of thousands of audiences, so that they can get the favor of entertainment agencies. Xianxia, Suliwan, Ganaza, Chaoluan, Red Express, Wednesday, etc., all came out of 72H Grass Music Festival and went to the whole country. This year's 20th 72H Grass Music Festival invited the most singers and bands in the past, and received a lot of sponsorship, so it was extraordinarily grand. Just after the Lantern Festival, many singers, bands, and music fans came from all over the country to Beijing, and then set up tents at the music festival site in Xianxia Park. The singers and bands that came early didn't all get an invitation letter. They came here with the idea of a pilgrimage, in order to participate in this important exchange of non-mainstream music. 72H Grass Music Festival had another name in the circle. It was called Non-Mainstream Music Festival. This was because in this grand event, the most popular were not the mainstream love songs, fast songs, or sloppy songs, but rock, heavy metal, R&B, rap, postmodern, folk, and other non-mainstream genres. Therefore, 72H Grass Music Festival was very famous, but it was very rare to see big stars. Old singers, bottom-level singers, and underground singers were the most common. Singing fast songs and sloppy songs here would be looked down upon and then booed off the stage. Freedom, spontaneity, pioneer, creation, was the theme of 72H. It was like a huge magnet, attracting those talented but unsuccessful musicians to come one after another. As for the fans who arrived early, they were truly passionate. Not everyone had the money and time to spare. Many of them had specially taken a leave of absence and took the high-speed train for 5 or 6 hours or even longer to come to the capital, just to be able to get the best seats at the venue. By March 3, in Xianxia Park, south of the New Era Art Park, countless red and green tents had been erected, extending from the grass in front of the stage to the hillside hundreds of meters away. Looking down from above, the scene was spectacular. The singing stage was basically built, and the background and lighting were arranged. Only the sound equipment had not yet entered the venue. On the morning of the 4th, which was the opening day, 6 pairs of outdoor speakers taller than a person were placed in different positions. The big LED screen in the background of the stage began to play the test film, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. More and more music fans appeared at the scene, and the entrances and exits of the park began to restrict the flow of people. There was also a cordon in the distance. The loudspeaker had been playing reminders, and media reporters appeared in the crowd. Lu Chen and the Nirvana band arrived at Xianxia Park near noon. Originally, Lu Chen didn't have to come so early, because his performance time was arranged at about 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was not too late to come when it was dark. However, he had long admired the name of 72H Grass Music Festival. He had never had the opportunity to come to the capital to see the scene. This time, he had the opportunity to participate in person, so he came in advance to recharge his faith. As for Wang Jing and other members of the Nirvana band, they had all seen the scene, but it was also the first time they went on stage, and they were also very excited and even excited. When Lu Chen just appeared in front of the stage with his people, he was immediately stared at. Teacher Lu Chen. When Lu Chen walked toward the backstage, a vigorous figure flew over and blocked his way. Fortunately, Lu Chen's reaction was fast enough and stopped in an instant. Otherwise, he would have directly collided with the other party. You are? The person who blocked his way was a young girl in her early 20s. She was wearing a red down jacket with the logo of the 72H Grass Music Festival. Her appearance was ordinary, but she had a ponytail and looked very youthful and lively. Even the few freckles on her face revealed a bit of cuteness. There was an identity nameplate with an anti-counterfeiting logo hanging on her chest, and there was a cameraman following behind her. The ponytail girl was obviously very excited. Big eyes were full of excitement. She raised the microphone in her hand and pointed it at Lu Chen. She asked a series of questions. Hello, Teacher Lu Chen. I'm a reporter from the entertainment channel of Tide Network. What works have you prepared for this music festival? Do you have any plans to release a new album this year? Also, are you going to make a sequel to Blue Love? Can you talk about your relationship with Xianxia? Stop, stop, stop. Lu Chen was a little dizzy from the bombardment of her series of questions. He quickly made a stop gesture. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Can you ask them one by one?" Tide Network was one of the large portal websites in China. It was also a local internet giant company in Beijing. It was currently listed on Nasdaq in the United States and had considerable influence. Therefore, Lu Chen had to give some face, even if the other party seemed to be a completely reckless newcomer. It was a very profound knowledge for star artists to deal with the media, and he was still learning. The ponytail girl's face turned red. She took a deep breath and said embarrassedly, "I like your songs very much and the TV series you made. I'm also your loyal fan." She also knew that she was a little reckless just now, so she quickly explained a few words so as not to annoy Lu Chen. Stars hated entertainment reporters, but they were often willing to give some face to an entertainment reporter who was a part-time loyal fan. This little trick was taught by her predecessor, but she was really a fan of Lu Chen. Some time ago, when Lu Chen and Xianxia announced their relationship, and when the media hyped it up, the two played the game of disappearing from the world and avoided the interview to quickly cool down the topic. But this didn't mean that this topic didn't sell. For the ponytail girl who was still a newcomer, being able to catch Lu Chen at the 72H Grass Music Festival today was like a big pie falling from the sky. She felt dizzy, so she was too excited and didn't pay attention to her words. If Lu Chen was scared away, the news would come to her. Her explanation was really effective. Lu Chen smiled and said, "For the sake of fans, what do you want to ask?" Lu Chen said. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." The 72H Grass Music Festival didn't have such a low level of accompaniment. It was all live accompaniment. The singers who participated in the performance could bring their own band or let the organizers arrange it. In addition, items such as drums, electronic organs, synthesizers, and so on were not easy to move. Unless they had special needs or obsessive-compulsive patients, most of the participating bands used the equipment provided by the organizers. Otherwise, if each band brought their own full set of equipment, it would be troublesome to move it back and forth, and it would be a waste of time to change it. As for guitars, basses, and other instruments that were easy to carry, most of them were self-prepared. The organizers provided multiple sets of the same equipment for the band members who arrived in advance to practice and familiarize themselves with it, so as not to affect their normal level of performance. The Nirvana band was no exception. Even if their territory was in Beijing, they were not arrogant enough to use their own instruments. They only brought a few guitars and basses, so they definitely needed to find a feel before going on stage. As soon as Wang Jing and the others left, the ponytailed reporter from the Trend Network Entertainment Channel couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher Lu Chen, is this your first time participating in the 72H Music Festival?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, in fact, I wanted to come to Beijing a long time ago. I didn't expect to be able to participate in person today. It's a very fresh and exciting experience for me." Then, have you prepared any new works for this music festival? There were many new singers and bands participating in the 72H Grass Music Festival, including many excellent singers and songwriters. Unless it was a tribute, they disdained to cover other people's works. At the music festival, original works were also the most popular and sought after, including many representatives sent by entertainment agencies. They were also happy to see more new and good works. At present, the domestic pop music scene really needed new original works, because many pop music lovers, including those ordinary listeners, had already begun to get tired of the same fast songs. Originality was king. This was the most important reason why the 72H Grass Music Festival could have such a great influence, even though it had a strong non-mainstream nature. Lu Chen was precisely relying on originality to start, especially the campus folk song trend that he set off. It had a great impact both inside and outside the circle, and the endless original works had brought him a high reputation. If Lu Chen cooked cold rice on 72H, it would definitely disappoint a lot of people. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't disappoint everyone. Yes, I have prepared 2 new songs, both of which will be my first public performance. The ponytailed reporter smiled and said, "That's great. I'm looking forward to your new works. May I ask if you have any plans to release a new album this year?" Lu Chen said without hesitation, "I will definitely release my second album this year." This was a fact without a doubt. Once the new studio at the art park was renovated and the recording studio could be put into use, he would start to produce his second album. Whether he went to shoot TV, movies, or anything else, music would always be the foundation that he stuck to. Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen. Teacher Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen answered the ponytailed reporter's second question, 6 or 7 reporters suddenly ran over. They brought their respective cameramen and surrounded Lu Chen. Microphones and recording pens were extended to his mouth. It wasn't only the ponytailed reporter from Tide Network who came to interview the 72H Grass Music Festival. Many entertainment-related media had also sent out reporters to dig for news clues at the scene. The ponytailed reporter's interview with Lu Chen attracted their attention, so they swarmed over like bees smelling honey. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 or 20 people gathered, surrounding Lu Chen and making it difficult for him to move. Li Feiyu saw that the situation wasn't good, so he quickly stood in front of Lu Chen to protect him. The security guards at the scene also rushed over to help maintain order. But this didn't affect the enthusiasm of the reporters. They shouted and asked Lu Chen all kinds of questions. As a result, she took the lead in the beginning, but because of her small and weak body, the ponytailed girl was squeezed out of the crowd. She was so angry that she stamped her feet again and again, but there was nothing she could do. Grab news, grab news. News really needed to be grabbed, especially when interviewing hot people. It was very important to occupy a position. Compared with the veteran entertainment reporters of QQ Network and Entertainment Weekly, the ponytailed girl was really too inexperienced. She stomped her feet and was depressed, but in fact, some people were even more unhappy than her. Hee, it's awesome to have a heavenly queen. On the east side of the stage of the music festival, on the grass not far from the backstage area, a large independent area was separated with warning tape. There were hundreds of tents inside, and in the open space between the tents, many singers with guitars sat in 2s and 3s. This position was specially allocated to singers and bands who came from outside to participate in the performance. On the one hand, it was to save their expenses, on the other hand, it was also an occasion for them to communicate. Therefore, it was possible to see several or a group of singers gathered together to chat, drink and talk about music. Because the location was very close, the scene of Lu Chen being interviewed by a large number of media reporters inevitably fell into the eyes of many foreign singers. Some people glanced at it and no longer paid attention. They were immersed in their own music world. Some showed curiosity or envy when they saw such a scene, and some showed disdain or even contempt. A group of about 20 singers looked in the direction of Lu Chen. A thin, dark-skinned, long-haired young man sneered, "This world still has to look at faces." His words were immediately agreed by others. Yes, being handsome is an advantage. Who told us not to have a good reincarnation? We can only rely on ourselves to work hard. Humph, in terms of strength, can he compare with our brother Gongzi? Those soft folk songs are nothing. Real singers should sing rock and roll. It's a pity that nowadays fans go to the face. Those entertainment companies are rushing to sign some little fresh meat. Haha, we are old wax sticks. In tonight's performance, Brother Gongzi will show his skills and shock them. When Brother Gongzi was popular, the Brother Gongzi they mentioned was Gang, the lead singer of the Wednesday Band. The Wednesday Band was founded at the beginning of the new century with 5 members. It was originally a pure rock band. The band became famous at the 72H Grass Music Festival. At that time, the Song of the Earth written by Gang and sung at the music festival was a sensation and was regarded as a counterattack work of national rock. As a result, the Wednesday Band was signed by Gem Records and released 2 albums that sold very well. The style also changed from pure rock and roll to a combination of pure and light, incorporating more musical elements. However, the band did not have a long time to shine. Their follow-up works lacked highlights, and they also had a dispute with Gem Records. After the termination of the contract, Gang took people to the south to develop. But every 72H Grass Music Festival, as long as the Wednesday band was invited, they would definitely participate. And this year, Xianxia and Wednesday brought their carefully prepared works to the festival. Xianxia was in his 30s, but he looked older, like an uncle in his 40s. His beard was unkempt, and he had an indescribable decadent aura. However, compared to many of his dispirited peers who were equally unkempt and unkempt, he looked quite different. His clothes and trousers were all starched and clean, and there were absolutely no thick stains on his clothes. His thick and strong fingernails were neatly trimmed, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit. No one would mistake him for a homeless man on the street. Xianxia frowned slightly at his companion's incitement, then he immediately smiled and said, "Don't say that. Lu Chen is a very capable singer. In terms of talent, he is much better than me." No one thought that Brother Gongzi, who had always been quite arrogant in the circle, would actually praise Lu Chen so much. Those people who ridiculed Lu Chen just now couldn't help but shut their mouths and showed an awkward expression. Xianxia acted as if he didn't see it and continued, "Yesterday, I chatted with Big Qin from the Bionics for a long time. Big Brother Qin told me a lot about Lu Chen. It is lucky to have someone like him appear in the pop music world." Xianxia had been in the music industry for more than 10 years. He had experienced prosperity and also experienced neglect. He had mingled in the mainstream and non-mainstream circles. He had mixed in the low-level and high-level circles. Naturally, he had his own views on life. He was very clear that in the domestic pop music world, the non-mainstream circle was as complicated as the mainstream circle. It was full of all kinds of people. Those depressed singers often had prejudice and even hatred towards the famous people in the mainstream circle. And it was often these people who were actually very envious of the glory of the mainstream circle. On the other hand, the mainstream circle's rejection and contempt towards the non-mainstream circle had always existed. The original intention of the 72H Grass Music Festival was to break the barrier between the two circles, to let more outstanding talents at the bottom stand out, and to let the mainstream circle pay attention to their existence. But it was not easy, although there were many singers and bands that emerged through 72H and were signed by entertainment agents. The situation of the non-mainstream circle had not changed. The mutual estrangement and discrimination had never really been eliminated. To be honest, Xianxia, who was now wandering between the mainstream and non-mainstream circles, also looked down on the so-called young idols in the mainstream circle who had mediocre singing skills and completely relied on their good looks to make a living. But Lu Chen was definitely not that type. When the wandering band's Great Qin was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, the Bionics were now one of the most popular bands in the music industry. Qin Hanyang's background in Qin had given him a very high reputation in the non-mainstream music industry. His single In the Spring had moved countless lower-class singers, and they all viewed Qin Hanyang as a big brother. Lu Chen happened to be the songwriter of In the Spring. His works also include Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart, Want You, Fly Higher and other outstanding light rock songs. It was nothing more than his youth, handsomeness, TV series, and relationship with Chen Feier that made people intentionally or unintentionally ignore his talent and strength in original music. Wasn't it very ignorant and laughable to look down on such a person? Many people's faces showed a bit of shame. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Actually, on the other hand, to be able to perform with a singer like Lu Chen on the same stage is also our luck. I suggest that we all bring out our best and not let others look down on us." This time, everyone's reaction was enthusiastic, and their morale rose again. "Yes, Brother Gongzi is right. We can't let others look down on us." Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything. In his heart, he was thinking about the performance at night. He had never been a singer who was willing to be lonely. The ups and downs of life made him know how to cherish opportunities. Although Lu Chen was strong, it wasn't enough to make him lose the courage and confidence to sing. Similar to Xianxia, those capable singers were also rubbing their palms together, eager to compete with each other. Although their fame and popularity couldn't be compared to a popular singer like Lu Chen, the 72H Grass Music Festival was different from ordinary performances. The audience who came here had a high degree of recognition for the non-mainstream circle, and they knew how to appreciate rock and roll and other niche types of music. In the history of 72H, there was no lack of famous singers who were booed to the point of losing face. The live band accompaniment, the unplugged features, and the authentic singing were a test of individual strength. Therefore, here, anyone could sing more popular than Lu Chen or other big-name singers. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't know that there were so many singers waiting to compete with him. He used more than half an hour to deal with the reporters and arrived backstage. Although it was called backstage, it was actually a simple tent that was temporarily set up. It was as long as a vegetable shed. There were already many singers and bands in the tent. Lu Chen saw several familiar faces. Brother Liao Jia. Among the singers invited to the 20th 72H Grass Music Festival, the one with the highest status was definitely not Lu Chen. It was Liao Jia. This disciple of Black Raven's lead singer and soul figure, Gao Yi, was once regarded as the last hope of national rock. Although he couldn't save national rock, he still had a high influence in the music industry. For the 72H Grass Music Festival, Liao Jia also had a very special identity. He was one of the founders. Of course, Liao Jia was only a special guest of the music festival, not a member of the organizing committee. Lu Chen and Liao Jia knew each other because of Chen Fei-er. The latter once pursued Chen Fei-er, but Chen Fei-er didn't have any feelings for him. In the end, Lu Chen, this young boy, won her heart. For this reason, Liao Jia deliberately looked for Lu Chen to compete in drinking, and the two became friends because of each other. Liao Jia's temper was a little impatient, but he had a good character. His popularity and reputation in the circle were even better. Therefore, even if Lu Chen's popularity was higher now, he still had to politely greet this person. "You're here too." Seeing Lu Chen, a smile appeared on Liao Jia's dark and thin face. He stood up from his seat, stepped forward, and patted Lu Chen's shoulder hard. He asked in a very polite manner, "What time does your performance start?" Lu Chen replied, "Around 8:30. Liao Jia smiled and said, "I'm at 7:30. I've wanted to compete with you for a long time. Now the opportunity has come." Lu Chen blushed with shame. "Brother Liao Jia, can we not joke?" "Who's joking with you?" Liao Jia glared and said, "If you lose to me, I will despise you." The biggest feature of the 72H Grass Music Festival, which was also the most talked about, was that on its stage, celebrity status and fame were not important at all. The audience judged the singers based on their live performance. In other words, whether it was Liao Jia or Lu Chen, there was not much difference between them and other singers who were just performing on the street. Everyone was standing on the same starting line and competing on the same stage. Of course, famous singers would definitely get a lot more attention, but that was all. Liao Jia's challenge to Lu Chen originated from this. He was very serious. If a singer wanted to break through, 72H was undoubtedly a very suitable stage. He challenged Lu Chen, and other singers were also challenging him and Lu Chen. Liao Jia was a very proud person. He appreciated Lu Chen, but he would never be willing to be a foil to Lu Chen here. Bringing out all his strength was the recognition of the challengers. It was also the greatest respect for the audience. 72H was actually equivalent to a large-scale singing competition. The judges were tens of thousands of enthusiastic audiences who came to Wild Mountain Park. Many of them came from all over the country and traveled thousands of miles just for the sake of their feelings. Near noon, as the opening ceremony of the music festival was about to be held, more and more people gathered in the park. Looking from a high place, it was all black and there were also erected tents. Freedom, openness, and tolerance were the theme of the 72H Grass Music Festival. To participate in the 72H Grass Music Festival, there was no need to buy tickets, and there were no seats. Everyone could watch and leave, and it was not a problem to set up camp. However, due to the large number of audiences, near noon, the management of Wild Mountain Park began to restrict the audience's entry to prevent the number of people entering the park from exceeding the park's capacity. In addition, the large advertising LED screens on the east and west sides of the park would also synchronize the live broadcast of the main stage to play the role of diverting the audience and reducing the pressure on the venue. In addition, hundreds of security personnel and a large number of volunteers worked together to maintain the safety and order of the music festival. On the first Friday in March 2016, the weather was exceptionally sunny. The warm sun shone on Wild Mountain Park in early spring. The crowd was bustling, and the air was filled with the smell of music. At 12 o'clock, 12 outdoor speakers placed in different parts of the park played passionate music at the same time. The blood-boiling singing fiercely impacted the eardrums of all the audience present. The crowd was shocked into silence for a moment before they let out earth-shattering cheers. The 20th 72H Grass Music Festival, a carnival for free pop music fans, was about to begin. The opening music was the classic rock composition of the Black Ravens, Tomorrow Reborn, that everyone was familiar with. This song, Tomorrow Reborn, is not only the famous work of the Black Ravens, but also the pinnacle of national rock. Almost all rock singers have covered and practiced it. As long as they heard this familiar melody, people would always think of the glorious days of the National Shake. However, his eyes were brimming with tears. Among the audience at the music festival, there were many old fans in their 40s and 50s. The rock and roll years that they had personally experienced had long been engraved in their memories. Therefore, when Tomorrow Reborn was played, they roared and sang along like hot-blooded youths. The atmosphere of the music festival was pushed to a climax at the beginning. Unlike those ordinary large-scale outdoor activities, the opening ceremony of the 72H Grass Music Festival was so simple that it couldn't be simpler. There were no flags fluttering, gongs and drums to cheer, no beautiful models to match the etiquette, no long speeches from big-bellied leaders to sponsors, and not even a host. On the big stage, the band for the first performance was already in place, and then Xianxia appeared as the singer representative. This big brother of the pop music industry was wearing a black long-sleeved cotton shirt with the head of Gao Yi, the lead singer of the Black Ravens, and tattered jeans. His unruly long hair was braided, and his dark face looked solemn. He stood in front of the microphone and said to the thousands of audience below the stage, "Hello, everyone. I'm Xianxia. I'm very happy to stand here with everyone again and enjoy the happiness that music brings to us. It's been 20 years. How are you all?" Xianxia roared out the last sentence with all his strength, with a kind of hysterical vicissitudes and nostalgia. Good. Countless audiences responded loudly, and countless hands were raised high. Their shouts converged into a sea of sound waves, spreading in all directions and passing to every corner of Wild Mountain Park. After Xianxia waited for the audience's emotions to erupt, he nodded and continued, "I won't say much else. You're here to listen to the song, and I'm here to sing. That's it." He grabbed the microphone and threw it to the lead singer of the band behind him. "Come on." The next moment, applause, screams, and whistles sounded one after another, and it didn't subside for a long time. In such a noisy atmosphere, the first band to participate in the 72H Grass Music Festival, which was also a local band in Beijing, the Engine Band, began to sing. Lasting for 72 hours, a gluttonous feast belonging to pop music fans officially began. At the same time, Luchin sat in the corner of the backstage area. He was watching the live video broadcast on the big screen in front of him while his mind wandered. The 72H Grass Music Festival did not have a live TV broadcast, but the copyright of the live online broadcast was bought by NetEase Music. The number of online audiences was quite astonishing. Anyone who cared about domestic original pop music would not miss this extraordinary performance. After experiencing the initial excitement, Luchin was now very calm. He recalled his musical journey all the way and always felt like he was still in a dream. Maybe it was because everything came too fast. "Luchin, what are you thinking about?" Just as Luchin was lost in thought, Wang Jing came over and sat down beside him and asked curiously. Luchin came to his senses, smiled at her and said, "Nothing, just thinking about our performance." Wang Jing said, "It's still early for us to go on stage. You're not nervous now, are you?" Luchin couldn't help laughing and shook his head. Wang Jing was embarrassed. "I'm a little nervous. I never thought I would have the opportunity to go on the 72H stage before." Luchin smiled and said, "Believe me, the stage that belongs to you will only be bigger in the future." Luchin didn't just say that. He built the Nirvana band as his own exclusive band. This band will accompany him to a more brilliant stage. 72H is just the beginning. Wang Jing bit her lip and said, "Thank you, Luchin." She has too many reasons to thank Luchin. Thank Luchin for helping her at her most difficult time. Thank Lu Chen for allowing the Nirvana band to survive and be reborn. Thank Lu Chen for investing a huge sum of money to let Wang Hui build the high-end recording studio he dreamed of. Thank Lu Chen. She hasn't properly and sincerely thanked Lu Chen. Lu Chen's contracts for the new Nirvana band, including her and Wang Hui, are very loose. There are no harsh restrictive clauses, no squeezing conditions, but the treatment given is higher than the average level of the industry. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're friends." Friends? Wang Jing nodded silently. After a while, she stood up and said, "I'm going to practice." Lu Chen, okay. As soon as Wang Jing left, another man sat down beside him and handed him a can of beer. "This chick is interested in you. You can't let Fei down. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rough with you." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Liao Jia, you think too much." "It's better that I think too much." Liao Jia casually pulled open the ring and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then, he said, "I told Old Tan that pretty boys are unreliable." "Old Tan said that you're not, but I'll keep my eyes on you." Lu Chen shook his head, opened his beer, and clinked it with Liao Jia. "You'd better give up. I won't give you a chance to be rough, and even if you are rough, you're not my opponent." "I admire your confidence." Liao Jia clenched his left hand, and his knuckles creaked. "Tonight, I can beat you up and let you know what a real rock singer is like." Lu Chen was curious. "Brother Liao Jia, your new work tonight is pure rock? Are you scared?" Liao Jia gave him a contemptuous look. "Tell me first, what song are you going to sing?" Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "Rock." "Rock?" Liao Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're going to sing rock?" Lu Chen was famous for folk songs, especially the campus folk songs he created, which made him widely popular among young people, and he was known as a folk music genius. Lu Chen also wrote many rock songs, but most of them were sung by others, such as the Bionics, North Needle, etc., and he only sang "Chasing Dreams" with a childlike heart. Liao Jia couldn't help but feel surprised that he was going to sing rock at the 72H Grass Music Festival instead of the folk songs he was best at. 72H wasn't a talent show or a recording studio. Singing on stage here was unplugged and untuned. Most of the audience were veteran rock music fans, and they would be able to hear the slightest loss of standard. Also, rock was not easy to sing. Lu Chen's voice was used to singing lyrical and nostalgic folk songs. Could he sing rock live, even if it was light rock? Liao Jia expressed his doubt. "You're not deliberately trying to lose to me, right?" Lu Chen returned a contemptuous look. "You're not afraid, are you?" Liao Jia suddenly felt hot blood rush to his head. "Afraid of you, just don't cry when you lose." Lu Chen laughed. "Okay, let's make a bet. Whoever loses will go back and treat us." Liao Jia slapped the stool fiercely. "Let's do it." There were many singers in the backstage area, and most of them were local people in the Beijing circle. Unlike the band's singers from other places, local singers usually did not camp in Yeshan Park. They naturally formed a different circle from the foreign singers who stayed in the camp area outside. Of course, these two circles were not the kind that were clearly separated and minded their own business. There were people who knew each other and communicated with each other. Some were friends, and some were friends of friends. There was no antagonism. But there were still differences. For example, in the inner circle, in terms of fame and position, Liao Jia and Lu Chen are undoubtedly ranked in the top two. Beijing's local singers undoubtedly have more respect and attention to the two, unlike foreign singers, who hope to overturn them on the stage. Who was Liao Jia? He was a big brother in the domestic pop music industry, famous for his forthrightness. As a newly rising singer and songwriter, Lu Chen's experience was almost legendary in the Beijing singer circle. The story of his song in the spring making the Bionics popular was still talked about. So, the conversation between the two attracted the attention of many people present, especially when Liao Jia was about to bet with Lu Chen. Everyone stopped watching the TV screen. There seemed to be a more exciting show here. Lu Chen noticed the eyes from around him and said with a smile, "It's not enough to invite me alone. If you want to invite me, you have to invite everyone together. What do you say?" The singers in the Beijing circle were still very respectful. Regardless of whether they heard it clearly or not, they all applauded loudly. Anyway, they wouldn't lose out by applauding. Liao Jia was so angry that he scolded, "Are you sure you can beat me? Dream on. There's no problem with inviting everyone. Whoever loses will have to open a table at Dihao. There will be as many tables as there are people. Everyone will have a share." This time everyone understood. Suddenly, everyone smiled and praised loudly, "Brother Liao is mighty." Dihao was a famous five-star hotel in Beijing. Even a buffet there cost 388 renminbi per person. If they were to open a table, the cost would be even higher. There were at least 100 people in the backstage area, so they had to open at least 10 tables. Liao Jia looked at Lu Chen triumphantly. "You want to fight with me? I'm the one who can beat you," Lu Chen smiled. "Then it's a deal." He extended his hand to Liao Jia and high-fived him to seal the deal. Pa, two palms clapped heavily together. It was considered an interesting event in this year's 72H Grass Music Festival. In fact, whether it was Liao Jia or Lu Chen, it was not a big deal for them to open 8 or 10 tables in the Imperial Hotel. They were just looking for some fun and excitement. So the topic quickly turned to the music festival itself. Liao Jia gulped down 2 cans of beer and, a little tipsy, began to comment on the singers and bands on stage. The content included the other party's style, works, singing skills, and so on. Among the people present, only he was qualified to do such a thing. Even Lu Chen wasn't qualified enough. Liao Jia was very outspoken. If he thought it was good, then it was not crude. If he thought it was not good, then it was not good. He did not use repetitive words or clichés that would not offend people, but his comments were quite sharp and on point. Lu Chen listened more than he spoke, and he also discussed a few words with Liao Jia. The surrounding singers were all attracted over. One of the most important purposes of the 72H Grass Music Festival was to communicate. To be able to listen to the live comments of this big shot in the music industry was definitely a rare experience for them. It was also an excellent opportunity to increase their experience and knowledge. The stones from other mountains could be used to attack jade. By absorbing other people's strengths and comparing them to other people's weaknesses, one could completely improve oneself. As time passed, Liao Jia's talkative nature did not decrease. Some of the singers around him and Lu Chen went on stage and left, while others came in to fill in, forming a unique circle in the backstage area. The types of singers invited to the 72H Grass Music Festival were very complicated. Of course, there was no lack of existences to hold the stage. For example, today's big shots included Liao Jia and Lu Chen, as well as a few famous local singers. However, whether it was Liao Jia or Lu Chen, or a few others, their order of appearance was quite late. According to the time, Liao Jia would go on stage to sing at around 7:30 in the evening. Lu Chen was an hour away from him. However, this time was definitely not fixed. 72H was different from a normal concert. First of all, it was very long. Secondly, the time when the singer would go on stage was very variable. This was mainly reflected in the return stage. On this stage, even if a singer or a band was completely unknown and nobody knew their name, as long as they produced sufficiently wonderful and outstanding works, or displayed superhuman singing talent, they would be recognized and loved by the live audience, and they would even request to return to the stage. The audience's evaluation was the only standard to measure a singer's performance. The longer and more enthusiastic the audience's applause, the louder and more impassioned the cheers, and the more sincere and intense the request to return stage, then the more honor this singer would win. Although 72H did not give out awards, and there were no trophies or bonuses, this was definitely a place where one could become famous overnight. Therefore, the singers and bands that could go on stage would basically all display their full strength. Among the more than 10 singers and 4 bands that had already appeared, there was a singer and a band that stood out and received high praise from Liao Jia. Especially the female singer, Mu Mu. Her self-played and sung do made Liao Jia slap the table and praise it. At the same time, she also received crazy cheers from the audience. The audience used their applause to ask her to return stage and sing a second song. Liao Jia said to Lu Chen, "You should sign her." Lu Chen was speechless. He also thought that this female singer named Mu Mu was very strong, but currently, his studio did not have any requests to sign her. If he took too big a step, it was easy to pull his balls. Moreover, even if he did not talk about the music festival, there were too many capable singers in Beijing that no one wanted to sign. If Luchan Studio released the news, there would definitely be a lot of talents coming over to be taken in. Therefore, even if he missed out on this moo, there was nothing to regret. However, regarding Luchan ignoring his opinion, Liao Jia expressed great disdain. You must be afraid that your husband will be jealous, so you don't dare to sign this female singer. He humphed and said, your husband is pretty good. Luchan was very speechless about this. With great difficulty, it was finally 7 p.m., and it was finally Liao Jia's turn to go on stage. The reason why the time was brought forward and not delayed was because there were a few singers who gave up at the last minute or applied to adjust the time on stage. This kind of situation was very common in music festivals. As soon as Liao Jia went on stage, he immediately received a warm welcome from the audience. He did not disappoint, and brought out his own original song for the first song, Memorial Day. A pure-blooded national rock work. Liao Jia was a singer with a lot of character. At first glance, he did not look like a famous singer at all. Instead, he looked like the kind of gangster that was commonly seen in Hong Kong films. When he had nothing to do, he would sit in an old tea house and drink tea and snacks, while secretly commanding a group of underlings to collect protection fees from everywhere. In the circle, Liao Jia was also recognized as a forthright and loyal person. His aura was very unique, and when people faced him, they would involuntarily feel a trace of awe. But when he appeared on the stage with a guitar, he was a completely different Liao Jia. This Liao Jia was a singer, a rock singer, a veteran who could give up everything for his ideals. When he strummed the steel strings and opened his mouth to roar the first line of the lyrics, the thousands of audience around the stage all boiled up, as if a ladle of cold water had been poured on boiling oil, exploding with a sizzling sound. In memory of the frivolity of youth, in memory of the dead love, in memory of the everlasting friendship, Liao Jia used this original song Memorial Day to sing his longing and nostalgia for the past years, as well as his anger and confusion towards the strange and dazzling world. The powerful rhythm and melody, the rough but real lyrics, coupled with his unique hoarse roar, made the audience feel as if they had returned to that period of rock and roll. They sang randomly with Liao Jia, roared loudly, shouted together, and commemorated together. In the backstage area, all the singers, including Lu Chen, stood up and paid tribute to the rock veteran who had never really given in. Many fans once said that Liao Jia, who wrote Ivy House and Old Guy, had fallen, and that he had turned his back on rock and roll in the declining era of the country and chose to compromise with the market. However, at this moment, Liao Jia, who was standing on the stage, was still that angry young man in a black t-shirt and blue jeans, with long hair, who roared his dream of freedom with a guitar and singing. The atmosphere of the music festival was instantly pushed to a climax. The cheers and applause of the audience were like a tide, each wave higher than the last, and countless people were shouting his name. Liao Jia. This name was also a symbol of the past era. By the time he finished singing Memorial Day, Liao Jia was already sweating profusely and panting. Time was merciless, and the former rock and roll youth was now old. His addiction to cigarettes and alcohol had greatly damaged his health, making it impossible for him to return to his peak state. Just like Memorial Day. It was undeniable that Liao Jia's new rock and roll work was very tasty. It was 100% Chinese rock and roll, but whether it was the melody or the lyrics, there was not much novelty. It could not be compared with classics such as Ivy House or Old Guy. Although the audience was excited by Liao Jia's performance, they were obviously not completely satisfied. Old Man. No one knew who started it, but it soon became the main melody of the scene, Old Man. The audience wanted to listen to the old song that embodied the feelings of the country again. As expected, Liao Jia satisfied everyone's request and sang Old Guy again. Old Guy was written in the late 1990s. It was a classic work released by Liao Jia when the national rock scene was dispirited. At that time, this album was regarded as the last glory of the national rock scene. Since then, Liao Jia had no works that could be compared with it. Almost 20 years had passed, but the charm of the song had not faded. Instead, it had become more and more intoxicating as time passed. However, Liao Jia's state of mind when he sang the song again was different. There was too much vicissitudes and helplessness. Instead, the scene quieted down. Listening to the familiar melody and listening to Xiaojia's voice, which was no longer young, many old fans could not help but shed tears and sing along silently or softly. Romance was always blown away by the wind and rain. No matter how unwilling they were, the national rock scene was already a thing of the past. The 72H Grass Music Festival could not save pure rock and roll, just as Xiaojia could not save the national rock scene. At this moment, many fans forgave Xiaojia's betrayal of rock and roll from the bottom of their hearts. It was enough to have that period of time. Xiaojia felt the emotions of the audience at the scene and was deeply infected by it. In the end, his eyes also turned red. After playing the last note, Xiaojia bowed deeply with his guitar. He used this way to thank these most lovely, most sincere, most loyal fans. Go. 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 The next moment, the same shouts rang out like a tsunami. This was a request for Xiaojia to return to the stage. According to the rules of 72H, whether it was a singer or a band, they could only sing a maximum of 2 songs on stage. However, if they performed well enough and were requested by the audience to return, they could sing 1 more song. The audience of 72H was very picky. It was not easy to get the approval of most of them. From noon until now, there were only a few singers and bands who were requested to return. After singing 2 high-intensity songs in a row, Xiaojia was not only sweating, but even his cotton shirt was soaked with sweat. However, he did not show the slightest fatigue. Instead, he was in high spirits and his face was glowing, especially his pair of eyes that were amazingly bright. No one would refuse a fan's request to return, and Xiaojia was no exception. The third song he sang was also his famous song, Ivy House. This rock and roll work was not as intense as Old Guy. It was more nostalgic, and the melody and rhythm leaned towards a light rock and roll style. It was very suitable as the closing song. Xiaojia's voice was a little hoarse, but Ivy House was still sung with such flavor that the fans at the scene were intoxicated. In the end, although there were still many fans who continued to shout go, trying to keep this rock and roll veteran. However, Xiaojia did not break the rules of 72H. He bowed repeatedly and thanked them before leaving the stage. He left the stage to the newcomer. When Xiaojia returned to the backstage area, all the singers applauded together to express their respect. Xiaojia smiled and cupped his hands in return. Thank you, thank you. He strode back to Lu Chen's side and sat down in his original position. He reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead and asked impatiently, "How is it? Do you still have confidence?" His expression was completely like a naughty child who had just obtained a big slingshot and was showing it off to his friends. Lu Chen smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Liao is mighty. Lu Chen sincerely admired Xiaojia's youthful spirit. Some singers sang better as they got older. Xiaojia was obviously such a singer. It was really good to listen to him live. Don't give me that, Xiaojia glared at him, and his eyes dimmed a lot. Actually, I know that the first song I wrote wasn't that good. Now I can only rely on my past achievements to get popular. Lu Chen tried to comfort him. Brother Liao, you can't say that, you don't have to comfort me. Xiaojia shook his head. He patted Lu Chen's shoulder and wiped it. The future of the music industry belongs to you guys. Lu Chen really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After Xiaojia finished and Lu Chen went on stage, there were 3 singers and a band in the middle. Among them, the 3 singers who went on stage after Xiaojia were not famous. The quality of the works they brought was mediocre. Although they sang very hard, they didn't get much applause and recognition from the audience. The style of the 72H Grass Music Festival was like this. If you didn't perform well on stage, then don't expect the audience to give you face. There was no live support here. If the singer asked the fans for applause, they would only get boos. But the band Wednesday, who was in front of Lu Chen, made people's eyes light up. Wednesday was quite famous in the rock circle. The lead singer, Gang, was a very good singer and lyricist. He created a song, Earth Ballad, which was once a hit at the 72H Grass Music Festival and became a rock star at that time. But Wednesday didn't become popular in the music industry for long. After releasing 2 albums, there weren't many new works. In recent years, they had almost disappeared. This year, Wednesday made a comeback with new works. There was no doubt that they had prepared carefully, one was City of Loneliness, and the other was Hurt. These two light rock works, whether it was the melody or the lyrics, were remarkable. The lead singer, Xianxia, performed these two works very well and sang with enough flavor. So far, there were more than 100 original works that were brought out by the singers in this year's music festival. City of Loneliness and Hurt were among the best works. Especially the latter song, Hurt, was even more wonderful. The climax of the chorus made the fans' hearts rise and fall. Applause rang out one after another. Without any suspense, after the two original works were finished, Wednesday also received the treatment of returning to the stage. The returning song was the song that made them famous, Earth Ballad. 10 years to sharpen a sword. Liao Jia, who was watching the scene from the backstage area, said to Lu Chen, Gang Z has really matured. Lu Chen asked, are you friends with him? Liao Jia shook his head and said, not really. I used to know him and chatted a little. Wednesday was originally in Beijing, but then they went to the deep sea. I heard that they didn't do well. Now they definitely want to come back. Liao Jia's tone was very matter-of-fact. The center of the domestic pop music industry had always been in Beijing. Singers and bands that didn't develop in Beijing, no matter how well they did, were not an important part of the circle. The others, whether it was in Shanghai or the deep sea, belonged to the periphery. Therefore, if a singer, including a band, wanted to realize their ambitions and dreams, then Beijing was the only choice. 72H Grass Music Festival was actually a stage for newcomers to realize their dreams. Wednesday had come and gone. Now that they came back, they came prepared and brought out good works. Are you under any pressure? Liao Jia smiled and asked Lu Chen, next, it's your turn to go on stage. Yes. Lu Chen had already stood up and said, but what I'm least afraid of is pressure. If this was a challenge, he was happy to accept any challenge. This was Lu Chen's confidence. Looking at the countless cheering audiences below the stage, Xianxia, the lead singer of the Wednesday band, was thrilled. For more than a decade, the fate of him and the Wednesday band could be described as ups and downs. When he became famous in 72H and joined Gem Records, he thought he had embarked on a bright road to stardom. However, there were many contradictions within the band and with the signing company, which consumed too much of Xianxia's energy. In the end, he had to take several members to the south and stay away from the mainstream circle. However, the idea of returning to Beijing had always been in Xianxia's heart. He just wanted to make a comeback. He must come back in style and let the name of the Wednesday band become loud in the pop music world again. Now Xianxia's goal had been half achieved. The two original works had undoubtedly been recognized by the audience. Their applause was the best proof. He couldn't help but clench his fists. After bowing to express his gratitude, he walked off the stage with his team members. But Xianxia didn't go far. He stood at the bottom of the steps. Because he knew that the next singer was Lu Chen, a popular star in the music world, Xianxia first heard the name Lu Chen in July last year. At that time, a new singer came to the bar where he sang. The latter's first song was called In the Spring. Xianxia still remembered the first time he heard In the Spring. His whole body was numb, the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head, and he was so excited that he wanted to cry. This song was so well written, and the author of this song was Lu Chen, a very young singer and songwriter. Later, he gradually learned about many of Lu Chen's works, including Lu Chen's album You Who Sat Next to Me. Xianxia admired Lu Chen's creative talent. When he learned that Lu Chen would also participate in 72H and would appear at the same time as him, he felt excited. A singer must challenge himself and his opponent to continue to improve. Most importantly, Xianxia was very confident in his work. He believed that the Wednesday band, which had been rebuilt by him, would not lose to anyone. On the contrary, he was looking forward to Lu Chen's appearance. He couldn't wait to know what new works the latter would come up with. Folk song? Or light rock? Or something else. If he could defeat Lu Chen on this stage, then his return with Wednesday would be perfect. Just as Xianxia was in a state of confusion, Lu Chen took the Nirvana band to the big stage. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The arrangement for the first day of the 72H Music Festival was a bit special. At this time in the evening, Liao Jia, Wednesday's band, and Lu Chen were arranged to appear consecutively. While creating a climax atmosphere, it also allowed the audience to naturally intuitively compare the three. Xiaojia's performance was wonderful, and his strength was worthy of his reputation. Wednesday was a surprise for the band. It was the highlight of the first day's performance, and its original works were of high quality. So what will Lu Chen, who has just appeared on the stage, bring to the audience? Now, the audience's appetite had been big. Although Lu Chen was very famous and had the reputation of being a musical genius, he might not necessarily have a wonderful performance. There were not just one or two celebrities who had lost face on 72H, and the audience's expectations and doubts have imperceptibly condensed into a huge pressure imposed on Lu Chen. Many of the fans who came to the 72H scene were born in the 60s and 70s. Some of them didn't like Lu Chen and thought that he was not much different from the so-called fresh meat in the current entertainment industry. Speaking of this impression, to a large extent, was caused by Autumn in My Heart. Even if they hadn't watched this popular TV series, it was inevitable to see Lu Chen's name in entertainment news and online topics. In addition, the recent rumors of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's love affair with a younger brother had spread far and wide, so some people associated him with idol stars and ignored him as the original creator of In the Spring, Fly Higher, and other works. So if Lu Chen's performance on the scene was not good, there must be people who would take pleasure in his misfortune. 72H was a world of strength. Lu Chen felt the pressure from the challengers and the audience, and he was fearless. Lu Chen stood here today, not to prove anything or show off to others, but to realize the dream he once had. He had no urgency to become famous, and he didn't need to challenge anyone. There was really no pressure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lu Chen. Facing the microphone, Lu Chen first made a simple introduction. With me is the Nirvana band. Wang Jing and others got up and saluted, and sparse applause sounded under the stage. No one had heard of the band's name, and the applause was purely polite. Some people were screaming, those were Lu Chen's die-hard fans. Lu Chen didn't care and continued, "Today I will bring you the first work, called, Free as the Wind." As soon as his voice fell, the prelude played by the bass suddenly sounded and was transmitted to everyone's ears through the 6 pairs of high-quality outdoor sound systems arranged at the scene. The next moment, the intense drumbeat hit people's eardrums, making people's blood boil. "I'm as free as the wind, just like your gentleness can't be retained. You push away my outstretched hands, you go, you better not look back, endless drifting, the desire for freedom, bear all the vicissitudes alone. I give you gentleness, but you refuse to accept it, I give you the real feeling of my hands, I give you the long memory of freedom, I give you everything, but I can't stay. I'm as free as the wind." As one of the most popular singers in 72H, Lu Chen's work has always been one of the hot topics in the small circle. Many people think that he will sing his famous works. This is the safest way to do it. After all, a person's inspiration is always limited. No singer can guarantee that their works will be excellent. If they don't get the fans' approval with their new works, it will undoubtedly be a blow to Lu Chen's rising reputation. Singing his own original songs is not shameful, and it is safe enough. It must be known that 72H fans are very picky. Lu Chen solved the suspense in many people's hearts with a brand new work. The name of this song is Free as the Wind. Simple and straightforward lyrics, without any esoteric and complex connotations or metaphors. Even without the lyrics prompt on the background screen, anyone can hear it clearly. This is the consistent characteristic of Lu Chen's light rock works. And the melody is still so wonderful and outstanding, it's just that in terms of style, Free as the Wind doesn't have the vicissitudes of In the Spring, the passion of Fly Higher, and it doesn't have the loneliness of Blue Lotus. This song is unruly to the bone. Note, Free as the Wind lyricist/composer, Sue. Many of the singers and bands that participated in the 72H Grass Music Festival had the desire to achieve their dreams. They stood on this stage that advocated freedom and tolerance and did their best to show their talent and energy to the audience. Because among the tens of thousands of audience, there was no lack of representatives from entertainment agencies. Once they were selected by a powerful company, it was possible for them to soar into the sky and step into the glittering mainstream circle. It was the efforts of these singers and bands that made 72H have always been full of vitality and become a very influential event in the domestic pop music industry. But not all singers came to be famous. For example, Xiaoxia. Although 72H's stage was very big, it was able to invite him to the stage without paying any price because Liao Jia had deep feelings for this music festival. Feelings were priceless. As for Lu Chen, the reason why Lu Chen appeared on 72H's stage was to fulfill his wish. So he didn't have any pressure. He sang because he wanted to. This song, Free Like the Wind, sang his unruly and carefree nature. It was his understanding of his own life. Perhaps Free Like the Wind wasn't as classic as In the Spring, Blue Lotus, and Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, but it was precisely because of Lu Chen's carefreeness that he performed this song almost perfectly. He hugged his guitar and faced the tens of thousands of audience members. He sang in the wind and roared to his heart's content. Endless drifting, the desire for freedom. Bear all the vicissitudes alone. I give you gentleness, but you refuse to accept it. I'm free like the wind. The simple lyrics and melody were repeated twice, each time with a different feeling. And now, the audience very naturally and comfortably accepted this song. It wasn't heavy, extreme, or angry, but it sang to the bottom of people's hearts and sang the feelings of youth. Who didn't have a youth? I'm free like the wind, just like your gentleness that can't be held back. When Lu Chen sang the same passage for the third time, there were already many audience members singing along with the synchronized lyrics displayed on the big screen on the stage. I'm free like the wind. There was no distinction between the stage and the audience. The atmosphere of the music festival was pushed to a new climax. This was the live resonance that many singers who participated in 72H dreamed of. Lu Chen had done it easily and casually. In the backstage area, Liao Jia, who heard the climax of the chorus, waved his fist and applauded hard. This little brother of his was not just for show, he was going to lose tonight's bet. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was standing beside the stage, had a bitter smile on his face. He had spent 10 years sharpening his sword to come up with a work that he had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into, hoping to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, whether it was City of Loneliness or Wound, they paled in comparison to Lu Chen's song. Xianxia wasn't deluded enough to think that his work wasn't worse than Lu Chen's. Lining up before Lu Chen was such a mistake. After Lu Chen's first work, Free as the Wind, was sung, the whole audience applauded, mixed with sharp whistles. Even those fans who still had prejudices against him had to admit that this was a very good work. It didn't meet the requirements of a classic, but on today's stage, it was absolutely outstanding. Coming up with such a work also proved Lu Chen's sincerity. To put it bluntly, a singer and songwriter like him could sell hundreds of thousands of yuan with a casual song. And there was no remuneration for 72H's performance, whether it was a big shot in the circle or an unknown singer. Thank you, everyone. Lu Chen bowed to the audience, then turned to the members of the Nirvana band behind him and said, "Thank you, Nirvana band." Wang Jing waved her left hand at him, and Chen Zhiyong raised the drumstick in his hand and made a fancy gesture in response. The 4 young members of the Nirvana band were very excited. It was their first time to participate in 72H's performance. Performing in front of such a large audience, they all went all out just now. Although the current Nirvana band is far from being compared with those veteran bands, and their skills and perception of music are not deep enough, it is precisely because they are young that they have unlimited growth potential. Lu Chen continued, "The second song is also a new song, and it's also the first time I performed it in public." Hearing Lu Chen's words, many audiences became excited. Originally, many people thought that Lu Chen would bring a new work and an old song to everyone in the evening, just like Liao Jia, but they didn't expect him to come up with 2 new works. It was really an unexpected surprise. Generally speaking, if a singer of 72H comes up with 2 works, the second one is often stronger than the first one. The name of this song is Free as a Dream. When the name of the song appeared on the big screen on the stage, countless audiences couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. At first, they thought they saw it wrong or the backstage computer control display was wrong, but when they took a closer look, they found that it was really called Free as a Dream, which was only 1 word different from Lu Chen's first song. What kind of joke was this? For a time, there was a lot of discussion under the stage, and everyone didn't understand what Lu Chen was selling. 2 songs, only 1 word different? Lu Chen didn't explain and made a gesture to the Nirvana band. The prelude sounded. Will you still miss me, my dearest friend, when I decide to let go of everything, go up the road to freedom? Will you still be with me? My most missed family have said goodbye to yesterday, driving to the road to the future. The first part was mainly accompanied by guitar, and the inquiring lyrics with a trace of sadness and melancholy, which were sung by Lu Chen, unfolded to the people a picture of parting. But then the unfolding chorus entered the climax, and the melody suddenly became passionate and enthusiastic. I want to be free as a dream, strong as the sky on this winding road, experience the meaning of life. As Lu Chen raised the scale, the theme of the work was suddenly sublimated, majestic and full of the brave attitude of pursuing freedom. The audience at the scene had a feeling of being hit in the heart in an instant, and at the same time, it inspired everyone's yearning for freedom and the pursuit and desire of a better life. Because the road has a boundless heart, temporarily put down the busy and hurried life, to experience the pleasure of galloping freely in the wilderness, to untie the heavy shackles of the mind, and to find the true self. Life needs to be settled. Occasionally emptying yourself, maybe you can find a more reasonable explanation? Who knows, we are still on the road, let that free heart be willfully exiled. The realization that this song brings to people is far more than that. Will you still be with me? My most missed family have said goodbye to yesterday, driving to the road to the future. I want to be free as a dream, tolerant as the earth on this difficult road of exile, light up the light of life. Freedom, spontaneity, pioneer, creation. This is the theme of the 72H Grass Music Festival, and the spirit of freedom has always run through the rise and decline of national rock. These two works created by Lu Chen in the name of freedom have undoubtedly touched the deepest and truest feelings of the fans and singers at the scene. Whether it is Free as the Wind or Free as a Dream, they are not the kind of rock works in the pure sense, but the spirit of freedom contained in these two songs is beyond the reach of many pure rock songs. This has made many people reflect on whether the so-called rebellious, extreme, and even anti-social rock spirit they have been pursuing is precisely one of the important reasons for the decline of national rock. Rock songs can also be free, progressive, and sunny. Perhaps this is the reason why Lu Chen brought these two works to 72H. Thinking of his other works such as In the Spring and Blue Lotus, many singers fell into deep thought. At this moment, all the light gathered on Lu Chen's body. He is like the wind, like a dream, free and unruly, lost. Liao Jia, who was in the backstage area, laughed and turned to the singers present and said, "Tomorrow night, come to the Dihao Hotel. I'll treat everyone to a drink." Brother Liao naturally kept his word. He couldn't do anything shameless. If he lost to Lu Chen, he had to treat. He was willing. Next to the stage, Gang shook his head helplessly. There is no comparison. There is really no comparison, he is convinced. After singing the second song, Free as a Dream, Lu Chen took a step back and then bowed deeply. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead, glimmering under the illumination of the light. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Applause, warm, sincere, and enthusiastic applause, like a spring thunder, and then endless, set off an invisible storm at the scene of Wild Mountain Park. Free as the Wind, Free as a Dream, Lu Chen proved his strength with these two freedom songs and conquered tens of thousands of fans at the scene. The applause he received was well-deserved. Good. Sing one more song. Many fans shouted loudly and waved their arms with all their might, trying to attract the attention of Lu Chen on the stage. Go. Someone roared, and then others seemed to wake up from a dream and followed suit, shouting, "Go! Go! Go! Go!" All the voices converged into one voice, which was the voice that urged Lu Chen to stay and begged him to return to the stage. Lu Chen stopped and bowed again. "Thank you." It was not the first time he had felt the enthusiasm of fans, nor was it the first time he had enjoyed the cheers from fans, nor was it the first time he had been asked to stay by fans. However, here, at the scene, with tens of thousands of fans on the scene, it was so different. They were true fans of pop music. The things they stuck to and persisted in might not be understood by others, but their love was so sincere. To be able to get their recognition, love, and pursuit was a real glory. Note, Free as a Dream lyricist/composer, Wang Feng. At the request of thousands of fans, Lu Chen returned to sing the third song. But instead of coming up with a new work, he sang a folk song of his own, The Bright Times of Youth. Because the mood of the audience has been stirred up by his first two songs, if he sings that kind of intense and high-spirited work again, it is hard to say what unnecessary trouble it will cause. It should be known that there are at least 20,000 fans gathered in Wild Mountain Park. Although not all of them gathered in front of the big stage, it is still quite an amazing number. Once a fan loses control of his emotions and does something irrational, it is easy to cause serious consequences. That's what no one wants to see. Paying attention to controlling the emotions of fans is also one of the requirements of the music festival organizing committee for singers. The soothing melody and nostalgic folk song undoubtedly appeases the fans, calms down their boiling blood and makes their emotions return to normal. In fact, this is very comfortable to listen to, like the comfort after a climax, with the pleasure of tension and relaxation. After singing this song, The Bright Times of Youth, Lu Chen left with the Nirvana band in the applause of the whole audience, leaving the stage to the latecomers. The night is long and the music carnival has just begun, but for Lu Chen, his performance is over. Of course, his former wishes and dreams have also been fully satisfied. Good singing. Backstage, Liao Jia clenched his fist and punched Lu Chen on the shoulder. The song is good. I lost. Lu Chen touched his nose and said, Brother Liao Jia, actually what? Liao Jia's eyes widened like copper bells and he asked angrily, do you want to say that I'm the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? All right. Lu Chen was convinced. Liao Jia turned angry into happy, patted him on the shoulder and said, tomorrow night, Dihao Hotel, you all come. He said the last sentence to the members of Nirvana. Wang Jing and others felt flattered. This is Liao Jia, a real idol-level big brother. Then the singers in the backstage area, whether they knew each other or not, came up to shake hands and say hello to Lu Chen. After witnessing Lu Chen's strength with their own eyes, their attitudes changed greatly. Of course, the excuse that everyone used to get close to Lu Chen was to thank Lu Chen for helping them earn a big meal. The place where Liao Jia treated them was the 5-star Imperial Grand Hotel. For a time, the atmosphere in the backstage area was very harmonious. Hello, Lu Chen. Just at this time, a man in his 30s strode in front of Lu Chen and extended his hand to him. Lu Chen quickly reached out and shook hands with him. Hello, Brother Gongzi. The man was the lead singer of Wednesday's band, Gang. He was surprised. You know me? Lu Chen smiled and said, Brother Liao Jia told me. Liao Jia, who was chatting with others next to him, turned his head and said to Gang, Gangzi, let's go for a drink tonight. Gang quickly replied, okay, Brother Liao. Whether it was in the past or now, Liao Jia was the person he looked up to and admired. Liao Jia invited him to go out for a drink, which was really giving him face. The two originally didn't have such a friendship. Liao Jia smiled and said, you also sang well tonight. Gang's face was red, not because of shyness, but because of excitement. After calming down, he asked Lu Chen, can I talk to you? Lu Chen nodded and said, of course. The two sat down in the corner backstage, and the others didn't disturb them. Gang rubbed his hands and asked, Lu Chen, I want to ask, did your studio sign anyone? Sign anyone? Lu Chen was stunned. What do you mean? Gang said calmly, if you are willing, I want to sign Wednesday's band to your studio. Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that Gang actually wanted to go to his studio. Wednesday's band was not a nobody. Although it had long been outdated, it was still quite important in the eyes of some fans. Moreover, tonight's performance was very good, and there was a trend of a comeback. He believed that many entertainment agencies would be happy to sign such a mature band with a foundation. Lu Chen was regretful. Brother Gang, I'm really sorry, but I don't have the idea of signing anyone for the time being. He had just acquired Nirvana Studios and already had a band. In addition, the focus of his work was there, so it was impossible to sign another band, even if the other party had great potential. Gang was not surprised by Lu Chen's refusal. He just wanted to give it a try. Today Gang was no longer the artistic youth of the past. The ups and downs of life made him deeply understand the importance of opportunities. Whether it was for himself or for his brothers, he had to be responsible. This time, Gang was going to take Wednesday's band to take root in Beijing again, and then he would not leave. In his opinion, Lu Chen's studio was a good choice. Gang had an understanding of Lu Chen. He was very clear about the latter's creative talent and ability to create stars. If he could get the support of this musical genius, Wednesday's band would have a great future. Speaking of which, Gang was also called a musical genius, but compared with Lu Chen, he was really far behind. That's a pity. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Gang said very sincerely. Lu Chen's heart moved and he said, Brother Gang, let me recommend you a record company. Gang's eyes lit up. Which company? Lu Chen said, Flying Stone Records. He felt that the style and positioning of Flying Stone Records should be very suitable for Wednesday's band. Of course, Gang knew Flying Stone Records, but he said with a wry smile, I'm afraid Flying Stone Records won't look up to us, right? Flying Stone Records used to be the leader of the domestic record industry. It once declined, but now it has revived and restored some of its peak strength. At present, it is also one of the big shots in the industry. In contrast, the weight of Wednesday's band was inevitably insufficient. They were more willing to train newcomers. Lu Chen said with a smile, I have a good relationship with Lin Jijia, the music director of Flying Stone Records. I'll introduce you to each other. How do you know if there's a chance if you don't try? Gang thanked Lu Chen, thank you. In fact, he had nothing to do with Lu Chen. It was the first time the two met. Lu Chen was willing to help introduce Lin Jijia, which really made him very grateful. In the entertainment industry, human relations were as thin as paper, and it was rare to have warm-hearted people. Lu Chen simply took out his phone, I'll call Brother Lin now and see if he has time. The phone was quickly connected, and Lin Jijia was really free in the evening. So, Lu Chen simply called Liao Jia, Wednesday's band and his own Nirvana band to go out to find a place to have a midnight snack, and by the way, introduce Lin Jijia. Leaving Wild Mountain Park, the 72H Grass Music Festival was already a thing of the past for Lu Chen. When Lu Chen returned to Zicheng Yuan, it was already after 11 o'clock in the evening. This midnight snack lasted more than 2 hours. Liao Jia deserved to be a famous glutton in the circle. The nearby places were all first-class private restaurants, and more than a dozen people just made up a table. Lin Jijia also came, not only because of Lu Chen, but also because he and Liao Jia were friends, and it was just a chance to meet. As for Gang, Lin Jijia was still very interested. At present, Flying Stone Records was expanding its strength, and it had signed a lot of newcomers. Like Wednesday's band, as long as they had good works, they could also enter their sights. Of course, such a thing as signing people was not something that Lin Jijia could decide alone. It needed further investigation and discussion, because it involved a lot of specific details. For Gang, it was already very lucky to be able to get in touch with Lin Jijia, a senior executive of Flying Stone Records. No matter whether he could be signed to Flying Stone Records in the end, he owed Lu Chen a big favor. So everyone was very happy in the evening. During the dinner, Lu Chen was forced to drink by several big brothers. In the end, he asked Wang Jing to drive him back. She was the only one who didn't drink. According to Lu Chen's instructions, he drove to Building 7. Wang Jing asked, Do you want me to send you up? Lu Chen rubbed his eyebrows and said, No, you can drive the car away. Just drive it back to the studio tomorrow. Although he drank a lot of wine, he was not drunk enough to go home. Wang Jing hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you. Lu Chen smiled at her and said, It's late. Drive carefully and slowly. With that, Lu Chen opened the door and got out of the car. Wang Jing watched his figure disappear from her sight. She sighed softly and then drove away. Swiping the door card to open the elevator, Lu Chen went straight to the 17th floor. When he got home, he took out his keys and opened the door. After entering, he turned on the lights. Squinting his eyes to adjust to the bright light, Lu Chen took off his thick coat and threw it on the sofa. Why are you back so late? Just as he was about to go to the bathroom to take a hot shower, he suddenly heard a pleasant voice. Lu Chen couldn't help but jump in fright. He instinctively turned his head and saw a beautiful woman standing at the door of the master bedroom, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Chen Feier, Lu Chen felt like he was bungee jumping. He quickly walked over and asked, When did you come back? As he asked, Lu Chen opened his arms and hugged her hard in his arms. Chen Feier was wearing a set of pink cotton pajamas from Hello Kitty. Her sleepy appearance had the cuteness of a young girl. When Lu Chen smelled her unique fragrance, all the fatigue in his body disappeared. Since the last time they returned to Beijing, the two hadn't had a good time together. 2 days ago, Chen Feier was shooting a commercial in another city. He didn't expect to give him a big surprise at night. Lu Chen couldn't help but kiss her on the face. It felt really good. Hugging her was like hugging the whole world. There was nothing else to ask for. Chen Feier woke up and said with a smile, "I just came back at night and ran over here." She suddenly wrinkled her little nose and sniffed. Her pretty face showed a look of disgust. "How much wine did you drink?" Lu Chen smiled and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The two had just broken through their relationship not long ago. Now was the time for adultery. And Lu Chen was definitely a very, very strong man. However, before he could taste the fragrance, his mouth was blocked by Chen Feier's hand. The latter said coquettishly, "It stinks. Don't pollute me. Go brush your teeth and take a bath." Lu Chen could only let go of her hand. "Good boy," Chen Feier said with a smile, "I'll wait for you in bed." She said this sentence softly, and her eyes were so charming that water was about to drip out. She was extremely charming. Chen Feier was already a mature woman. After experiencing human affairs, she exuded an amazing charm. That kind of amorous feeling from the inside out made her charm increase exponentially. The so-called natural beauty was nothing more than this. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. After a while, he couldn't help but roar and rushed into the bathroom like a whirlwind. After brushing his teeth and taking a bath as fast as he could, Lu Chen put on a bathrobe and returned to the bedroom. The ceiling light in the bedroom had already been turned off. Only the small frosted table lamp on the bedside table was still emitting a dim yellow light, dimly illuminating the large bed. He could see a graceful figure bulging out from under the loose duvet. Lu Chen resisted the love and desire in his heart and couldn't wait to get into the warm quilt. The next moment, a hot and fragrant female body leaned over and clung tightly to Lu Chen's chest. A pair of jade-like arms hugged his neck, and a charming whisper sounded in his ear. "Love me." As if adding oil to the fire, Lu Chen could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. He growled and pressed the person in his arms under his body. The bedroom was suddenly filled with the tide of spring, and the waves were rolling. He completely forgot that he was in the human world. Early in the morning, Lu Chen woke up to the crisp chirping of birds. There was a large park near Xicheng Garden. As a high-end community, the green environment inside and outside the community was excellent. Therefore, it was inevitable that many birds would linger around and build nests. They would sing early in the morning and look for food, waking up people who were sleeping. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a beautiful picture of a beautiful woman sleeping in spring. Chen Feier was still sleeping soundly. Her black hair was scattered, and there was a smile on her lips. In the faint morning light, she looked like a muse. Of course, she was naked. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. His memory gradually recovered, and he finally confirmed that he was not dreaming. Thinking of the love and affection last night, he couldn't help but be tempted. Probably because she felt the pressure from Lu Chen, Chen Feier woke up with a moan. Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed her neck. "You're so annoying." Chen Feier giggled. She couldn't help but be entangled with him, and the result was out of control. In the end, Lu Chen saw that she really had no strength and was begging for mercy, so he reluctantly let her go. Chen Feier used the last bit of her strength to pinch him and said in a sweet voice, "I still have work today." Lu Chen smiled and kissed her back. He got up in high spirits. It was rare that he didn't go out to exercise in the morning. Instead, he went to the kitchen to find the ingredients in the fridge and made a hearty breakfast himself. There were poached eggs, porridge, fried bacon. Chen Feier also woke up and came to the kitchen in her pajamas. She hugged Lu Chen from behind and leaned her face on his broad and strong back. She murmured, "Say, let's do this every day, okay?" Lu Chen put down the shovel, turned around and hugged her in his arms. He smiled and said, "Of course I don't have a problem with that." Chen Feier pouted and sighed helplessly. She enjoyed living alone with Lu Chen, but if she wanted to do this every day, she would have to give up her career. This wasn't what she wanted, at least for now. So what she said just now was just a casual remark. Lu Chen saw through everything. He held back his laughter and said, "Actually, you don't have to do this every day. As long as you need it, I will accompany you anytime for free. Eat, chat, and sleep with you. What do you think? That's nice. Chen Feier was amused by him, and the depressed mood just now suddenly disappeared. Lu Chen smiled and said, let's eat breakfast. The two of them sweetly and affectionately ate a heartwarming breakfast together. It was almost 10 o'clock when they finished eating. Chen Feier wiped her mouth with a napkin and began to clean up the plates. She asked casually, who did you drink with so late last night? Lu Chen, he thought that this matter was already over. He didn't expect that Chen Feier would still remember it. Chen Feier snorted and said, even if you don't tell me, I know. Liao Jia must have dragged her there, right? Although Chen Feier didn't participate in 72H, she still knew a lot of things. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, brother Jijia was there too. He knew that Chen Feier didn't like Liao Jia very much. Of course, he didn't like it when Liao Jia dragged him to drink. In fact, it wasn't many times. Chen Feier said coquettishly, don't use brother Jijia as a shield. Don't hang out with Liao Jia in the future. He's good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Won't you learn bad things from him? Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Chen Feier said seriously, I don't object to you making friends, like brother Tan and brother Lin. They are all very good, but it's better to hang out with some people and drink less. There are too many people in the circle who make mistakes because of drinking. Lu Chen surrendered. I know. He knew that Chen Feier was doing this for his own good. Chen Feier continued, don't go out these days. I want to finish the new album. Lu Chen said solemnly, yes, my dear wife. Chen Feier's pretty face suddenly blushed. She spat and said, who's your wife? You're still in the probation period. Be careful that I don't kick you at any time. Lu Chen wasn't afraid and said, I'm still in the probation period? Then I'll have to work harder tonight. Hearing his teasing, Chen Feier was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. She reached out and pinched him hard. Ring ring ring. The two of them were laughing and joking when the phone on the coffee table in the living room suddenly rang. Lu Chen had no choice but to let go of Chen Feier and ran over to pick up the phone. It was Lu Shi who called him. Lu Chen hung up after saying a few words to his sister. Chen Feier saw that his expression was a little strange. She couldn't help but walk over and ask, what's wrong? Lu Chen said, my sister has negotiated with SPG. SPG was the SPG Entertainment Company in South Korea. Recently, SPG had been negotiating with Lu Chen Studio about the import of Autumn in My Heart. Because SPG's conditions were relatively harsh, it was very difficult for Lu Shi to negotiate with the representative of SPG, Pu Yung-ho. She didn't expect that there would be a result this morning. Of course, Chen Feier knew about this. She was surprised. Really? How much did SPG offer? 1 billion won. SPG's negotiations had come to an end. When it came to the signing of the contract, Lu Chen had to appear personally. Moreover, Chen Feier had work to complete, so their sweet time was destined to be short-lived. The official signing of the contract was in the afternoon. Initially, Lu Shi had been arguing with SPG, sticking to her own bottom line. There was still a huge difference between the two parties. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, of course, there was a reason. It was because KG Entertainment had contacted Lu Chen Studio. KG and SPG were both famous entertainment agencies in South Korea. They were on par with each other and had a large number of celebrities under them. They also had offices in Beijing. Due to their similar status and business, the competition between the two parties had always been fierce. KG's sudden involvement in the introduction of Autumn in My Heart inevitably aroused SPG's vigilance. Perhaps SPG did not place much importance on this TV series at first, but the situation was completely different now. No matter what, Pu Jinghao would not be willing to let KG steal the peaches. This was equivalent to a slap in the face, therefore, Pu Jinghao's attitude quickly softened, and he no longer insisted on investing in Lu Chen's new TV series. This was the biggest difference between the two parties. South Koreans were the same as Japanese, they had a very typical island mentality. They were very good at small details and liked to calculate, but they lacked the big picture and strategic thinking. SPG did not think that the TV series Autumn in My Heart would bring them much benefits after it was introduced into South Korea. They wanted to use this as a springboard to get a foot in the increasingly popular domestic film and television market. Luchin Studio, which did not have a strong background, was undoubtedly a very good partner to work with. But SPG was too greedy. Back when they were filming Autumn in My Heart, Luchin was still a nobody in the film and television industry. He wanted to find a partner to work with and had to use Chen Fei-er's popularity to promote. Now, he did not even need to deliberately spread the word that a lot of people were waving money at him to work with. Because Autumn in My Heart had created a miracle in the ratings, the possibility of Luchin's new TV series losing money was too low. Who wouldn't want to get involved in an investment that was almost 100% profitable, but for Luchin Studio, this part of the benefits would never be easily released. Even if it was shared with others, the premise was to ensure that they could win more benefits. The Koreans' way of thinking was laughable. Now that Qing Yaojin appeared out of nowhere, Pu Jinghao finally realized that his bargaining chips were too few, so he decisively changed the terms of cooperation and quickly restarted the negotiation with Lu Shi. Initially, from the studio's perspective, waiting for SPG and KG to fight was the best choice. However, it was naive to expect two large Korean entertainment agencies to cut their own flesh and bleed to the point of bloodshed in the country. They weren't that stupid, therefore. After weighing the pros and cons and seeing SPG's true sincerity, Lu Shi did not use any delaying tactics and finalized the final agreement with Pu Jinghao. It wouldn't be good for Luchin Studio if this matter dragged on for too long, because the studio's next step was to develop a new drama. The promotion of Blue in Korea was mainly to increase its reputation and status. 1 billion won was only 5.6 million renminbi when converted to RMB. In addition, SPG agreed to import Lu Chen's new drama into Korea at the same time. In return, Chinese artists under SPG would star in the new drama. This kind of cooperation was beneficial to both parties. Luchin Studio would be able to enter the Korean market as it wished, and SPG would be able to do something in the domestic film industry. Once the signed artists became popular because of their new drama, the benefits would be huge. At 2 p.m., at SPG's Beijing office, Lu Chen and Pu Jinghao signed the official contract. SPG was very influential. They actually invited a cultural counselor from the Korean embassy in China to attend the ceremony. In addition, there were many Beijing media reporters present, making the signing ceremony simple and grand. After the signing ceremony, Lu Chen accepted an interview from the media and answered some related questions. That afternoon, Luchin Studio's official account released the news. Autumn in My Heart was confirmed to be introduced into South Korea, and the copyright transaction price was as high as 1 billion won. There were also many pictures in the blog post, including photos of Lu Chen and Pu Jinghao shaking hands with the Korean cultural counselor, as well as the scene of him being interviewed by the media. As soon as this news was released, it immediately caused a lot of sensation inside and outside the circle. At present, Autumn in My Heart has been removed from QQ Video, but the replay on Beijing television and Zhejiang satellite TV is still very popular. When the comprehensive ratings are not less than 2.5%, it shows a strong attraction. Online broadcasts and 2TV broadcasts have cultivated a large number of Blue fans. The number of members following the official tiaba of Autumn in My Heart has exceeded 1 million, and related discussion topics have always been in full swing. So now when fans know that Blue will be broadcast in South Korea, it is a surprise and they all feel proud. For a long time, it has been Japanese and Korean TV series and variety shows that have been introduced into China in large numbers, especially Korean TV series, which has always been one of the representatives of the Korean wave, forming a great impact on domestic TV series, especially idol dramas. Although the current situation has improved, and domestic TV audiences are gradually tired of idol dramas, the ratings of imported Korean TV series are quite good. In contrast, there are only a handful of Chinese dramas that have returned to Japan and South Korea, mainly historical dramas and adaptation of famous works. It is rare for an urban romance drama like Autumn in My Heart to break into the South Korean market. And even if it does break in with great difficulty, the ratings are terrible, and it is nothing more than a hype topic. The success of Autumn in My Heart has undoubtedly brightened people's eyes. The price of 1 billion won is not very high, but it has also created a new record for the export of the same type of drama. Moreover, Blue fans are also full of confidence that Blue will definitely be successful in South Korea. But not everyone is a Blue fan, and not everyone believes that Blue will definitely be successful. Some people in the Waves blog question that this is the mutual hype between Luchan Studio and SPG, and the transaction amount is seriously watered down. Some people are not optimistic about the trip of Blue to South Korea, thinking that it will fail like other Chinese dramas. Among these doubters, there are many big verified accounts and small verified accounts. Ever since Lu Chen and Shen Fei-er's relationship was made public, there have been many strange voices on the internet. Perhaps it is because Lu Chen has been too popular recently, and there are always people who can't stand it. The appearance of Autumn in My Heart in the Korean TV market was undoubtedly a good opportunity for these people to attack. Before Autumn in My Heart, there was a domestic TV series that was imported to Korea called Lover's Lies. It was a typical youth idol TV series. The main actors were new mainland artists trained by Korean entertainment companies. The producers were all big shots in the domestic industry. At that time, Lover's Lies had an average rating of 1.85% in the domestic market. It was considered a popular drama. The male and female leads became famous overnight. When it was imported to Korea, it was hyped up and was called a counterattack against the Korean wave. At that time, the producers were full of ambition. They even shouted the slogan of revitalizing the domestic TV series and returning to Japan and Korea. It made the fans' blood boil, and they were looking forward to the performance of this idol drama in Korea. In the end, Lover's Lies had a mediocre response after it was broadcasted on Korea's cultural broadcasting station, which was also known as MBC. The ratings were less than 2% and it was quickly moved to non-primetime. It did not even cause a ripple. MBC was the second largest TV station in Korea. Different from domestic standards, ratings of less than 2% were considered a serious flop. There was no need to save it. It was directly sent to the crematorium. When the news reached China, the producers of Lover's Lies quietly stopped hyping it. The online water army disappeared instantly and became a joke in the industry, with Lover's Lies as an example. It was normal that Autumn in My Heart was not looked upon favorably. On Wave's blog, there was a verified account with the ID Entertainment face view. He sneered in his blog post, "Nowadays, celebrities are generally very arrogant. When they are singers and shoot TV shows, they can't wait to go abroad to gild their reputation. They hire a bunch of water armies and boast loudly. In the end, they get slapped in the face. Why bother? Isn't it better to keep a low profile and be humble?" Entertainment Face View had more than 10 million fans on Wave's blog. He specialized in commenting on gossip news and celebrities in the entertainment industry. He was known for his sharp writing and vicious tongue. He had many fans. There were many celebrities who had been attacked by this verified account. Moreover, he was very particular in choosing his targets. Basically, he would destroy whoever was popular and ignore those who were outdated or not famous. It catered to the psychology of a portion of people. And recently, on the blog, the most popular young artist is none other than Lu Chen. It was just that Lu Chen's image had always been good, and it was not easy to find fault with him. This time, the news released by Luchan Studio could be regarded as a target for some people. Many people agreed with the idea of looking at all aspects of entertainment, but it was also countered by Lu Chen's fans. "I'm so sour that my teeth are about to fall off. Isn't it a good thing that Autumn in My Heart was imported into Korea? Sour. It hasn't even been broadcast yet, and you already know that you're going to be slapped in the face? Are you a fortune teller? Say that Lu Chen is full of himself? Who do you think you are? I, Chen, am not low profile and humble enough? Why couldn't he say such a good thing? I knew someone would be jealous. Have you read Autumn in My Heart? If you haven't seen it, please shut up." Scram. Lu Chen had only debuted for less than a year, but he had already cultivated a group of loyal fans, especially Lu Jiajun, who was the core of the fan club. Although the founder, Lee Mubai, was basically in a retired state, but relying on the official support, it had become more and more regular, and its fighting power was not what it used to be. Not long after the blog post of looking at all aspects of entertainment was published, his comment section was flooded. However, a blogger like him was never afraid of quarreling. He immediately replied to Lu Chen's fans. Lu Sun said that insulting and threatening is not a battle. I am deeply disappointed with the quality of Lu Chen's fans, and I also hope that Mr. Lu Chen can control his fans. At the same time, he also Lu Chen FMX, and put on a fighting stance. There were all kinds of people on the blog. The quality of Lu Chen's fans was not bad, but it was inevitable that some people would curse and say some dirty words in the comments, and some of them were deliberately fanning the flames with bad intentions. Looking at all aspects of entertainment deliberately picked out these comments and Lu Chen, its intentions could be imagined. His supporters took the opportunity to join the battle and launched a fierce battle with Lu Chen's fans on the blog. Therefore, the war provoked on the Waves blog inevitably spread to Lu Chen. For a long time, Lu Chen did not like to argue with others on the blog. His personal blog was often managed by Lu Shi, and the blog posts basically did not involve the right and wrong of the circle. As a well-known artist, even if he won, he would be stained with shame. It was not worth it at all. However, this time it involved his fans, and the other party showed such blatant malice. In addition, the direction of the wind was obviously not in the right direction. Lu Chen felt that he had to stand up and speak, otherwise, he would disappoint countless fans. Everyone was supporting him. If he did not say a word, wouldn't he be laughed at? Of course, Lu Chen would not step into the trap set by looking at all aspects of entertainment. He directly ignored this guy and sent a new blog post to all his fans. In this blog post titled "Touched Forever, Thank You." In the blog post, Lu Chen wrote, "On behalf of myself and Lu Chen Studio, I would like to thank all my fans who have supported me. You are the cutest and most amiable people in the world. Without your love, I would not be able to achieve what I have today. In order to express my gratitude, I would like to announce a very important decision here. As long as the average ratings of Autumn in My Heart in South Korea reach 10%, then 1,000 fans will be selected from the support group and each fan will be given a 3-day, 2-night Korean happy package. If it exceeds 10%, it will be calculated according to the actual ratings. If it is 11%, it will be 1,100. There will be no upper limit. Some people will definitely say that 10% is so high, and that you, Lu Chen, are completely empty words. There is no way you can fulfill it. But I firmly believe that Autumn in My Heart is an outstanding TV series. If it can win in China, it will also be successful in South Korea. Anything less than 10% is not within the scope of consideration. Please wait and see." Once this long blog post was published, it immediately caused a huge sensation among the fans and the industry. 10% was not considered very high for the average ratings of Korean TVB TV series. It was considered to be below average. The popular TV series of the three major TVB TV stations were generally between 20 to 30%, and it was not uncommon for the so-called national TV series to have 40% and above. But for a foreign TV series, and one that was imported from China, 10% was a very high target. Autumn in My Heart was an urban romance TV series. Lu Chen's blog post was tantamount to forcing himself into a corner. If the ratings of Autumn in My Heart didn't reach 10%, then his declaration would become a joke, and his face would be completely lost. While the fans were surprised, they were also stimulated by Lu Chen's ambition to make their blood boil. There was also the exciting lucky draw. South Korea had always been a hot destination for overseas travel. A 3-day, 2-night Korean happy package cost around 5,000 yuan. Even if it was a large group purchase, it would cost at least 3,500 yuan. According to Lu Chen's decision, if the average ratings of Autumn in My Heart reached 10%, it would mean that he would have to fork out 3 to 4 million yuan to give back to the fans. It was definitely a huge sum. How many celebrities had treated their fans so generously? My chin is mighty. Target 10%, oh yeah. Haha, I'm so looking forward to it. Let's quickly broadcast Autumn in My Heart in South Korea. I really want to go to South Korea to play. Although I've been to South Korea twice, if I can get the lucky draw, I'm willing to go 10 more times. There's no need to say anything else. Big Lu Chen, we will always support you. Always support +1. Support. This time, no one cared about that big verified account's entertainment aspect anymore. The passionate fans flooded the comments section of Lu Chen's blog with all kinds of support and requests for him to get the lucky draw. What was interesting was that the number of fans of Lu Chen's Waves blog support group, Lu Jiejin's Group V, had increased by more than 1 million in just a few hours. Through this incident, Lu Chen not only lightly resolved the malicious provocation of entertainment aspect, but also very well united the hearts of the fans, greatly enhanced the loyalty of the fans, and made himself a hot topic in the blog once again. Entertainment aspect, etc. It was undoubtedly an outstanding online marketing. If Lu Chen was the main character, then entertainment aspect had become the antagonist. He was probably angry because of this. Very quickly, he said on his blog, if the ratings of Autumn in My Heart exceed 10% in South Korea, I'll run naked on the streets. Entertainment aspect obviously wanted to continue hyping up, but unfortunately, the netizens were all experienced and knowledgeable. Everyone was used to seeing all kinds of people eating their keyboards and eating sh*t on the forums. Who would care if he ran naked or not? Therefore, other than a small number of fans who went to ridicule him, not many people added to his popularity. But the most interesting thing was yet to come. That night, Xianxia posted on her Waves blog, saying that if the average ratings of Autumn in My Heart reached 10% in South Korea, then she would pay out of her own pocket to upgrade the 3-day, 2-night happy tour package that Lu Chen had promised her fans to a 3-day, 2-night sweet tour for 2 people. The happy tour was a single-player tour, and the group purchase price was at least 3,500, while the 2-player tour was at least 5,000 plus. Although the value did not double, the meaning was completely different. Of course, as a prerequisite, Lu Chen has to include her fans in the lucky draw crowd. Xianxia's joining pushed the atmosphere of the blog war to a climax. Lu Chen and her fans were just like having a festival, talking and looking forward to it in blogs, post bars, and forums. Lu Chen and her fans are in full swing. In such an atmosphere, the group of people led by entertainment aspect were completely crushed in terms of popularity. They could only waiting with Lu Chen and Xianxia's fans. Waiting for the results of Autumn in My Heart in South Korea. My Fae is mighty. This is a blatant display of affection, but I like it. That's right, I knew it would be a public display of affection after their relationship was made public. The days of dog abuse have arrived. I'm thinking very seriously. What if I get a double date but don't have a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, you can find a gay friend. My Fae is indeed domineering, and your Chen is not bad either. Us fans are blessed. Everyone, go to SPG's official website and ask them to send Autumn in My Heart to the airwaves as soon as possible. Support my Chen, support my Fae. Ever since Lu Chen and Xianxia's relationship was officially exposed, the fans had changed the way they addressed them. Lu Chen's fans liked to call him my Chen and Xianxia your Fae. On the other hand, Xianxia's fans called him my Fae and your Chen. As for the two's common fans, they naturally called them my Chen and my Fae. Currently, the number of common fans was increasing, and it was naturally very refreshing to see the two of them showing off their affection. Especially this time, the show of affection had caught everyone off guard. While everyone was feeling touched, they also went to SPG's official website and strongly requested SPG to send Blue to the Korean television station as soon as possible to broadcast it. Due to the limited number, domestic TV series that wanted to be broadcast in Korea were all handled by an entertainment agency like SPG. The latter had a long-term relationship with the 3 major Korean TV stations. SPG spent 1 billion won to import Autumn in My Heart. Although they had the intention of using Lu Chen's studio to speed up the expansion of the China market, they were also very willing to recoup their costs. Coupled with the strong request of Lu Chen and Xianxia's fans, SPG immediately said that they would contact the Korean TV stations as soon as possible and strive to broadcast it on one of the 3 major TV stations as soon as possible. In order to shorten the time, SPG used an unconventional method for Autumn in My Heart. They did not redub it, but added bilingual subtitles on the basis of the original to save costs and ensure the original taste of the work. Of course, doing so might make some Korean audiences uncomfortable, but SPG's positioning was very clear. This imported drama was targeted at young people, and they were the most receptive to foreign films with subtitles. Therefore, on the third day after the agency contract was signed, the high-definition source of Autumn in My Heart was sent by air to SPG's headquarters in Seoul's Gangnam district. On the one hand, they would redo the subtitles, and on the other hand, they would contact the 3 major TV stations. Even though SPG had done a lot of work on Autumn in My Heart, they still felt that it was wishful thinking for Autumn in My Heart to achieve 10% viewership ratings in Korea. Domestic. Urban youth idol films were greatly influenced by Korean dramas. The return of similar series to Korea was basically a failure. No matter how popular Autumn in My Heart was in China, it had no impact on Korean television viewers. Furthermore, the Korean TV audience was very supportive of Korean dramas. Even if Autumn in My Heart could be broadcasted in primetime, it would be considered a success if it could achieve 5% of the viewership ratings. South Korea's TV series market is like a rock, and it can't be easily shaken. Early spring in Seoul was still very cold, but in the commercial areas such as Myeongdong, Sinsadong, Lotte, and so on, the beautiful women on the streets couldn't wait to put on their spring clothes, adding countless bright colors to this big East Asian city. Song Jae walked out of the entrance of SPG's headquarters in Gangnam district. She didn't linger around the bustling commercial area. She ignored the brightly lit shops nearby and hurriedly turned to the dormitory building not far from SPG. When she arrived at her room, her roommates weren't back yet. Song Jae took out a cup of noodles from the cabinet and boiled some water. While waiting for the noodles to boil, she sat on the edge of the bed and massaged her calves to relieve the muscle soreness caused by a day of training. Song Jae had been in Korea for almost 2 years. As a Chinese artist signed with SPG, she was undoubtedly lucky to be able to go to SPG's headquarters as a trainee to undergo strict training and receive all kinds of training. However, 2 years of boring and arduous training had also worn away Song Jae's initial excitement, leaving only perseverance and confusion about the unknown future. After coming to Korea, she found out that there were many trainees under SPG, and there were many who were better than her. Even the opportunity to debut was not easy to come by, and the internal competition was very cruel. As a trainee who hadn't debuted yet, Song Jae had almost no source of income. In Seoul, where the expenses were high, she lived a very hard life. It was completely based on her unyielding spirit to persevere. The cup of noodles was ready. Although she had long hated the taste, she still forced herself to finish it. Jae. Song Jae had just cleaned up the empty cup and was about to lie on the bed to rest when a few roommates pushed the door open and entered. There were 4 trainees living in this small room. The short-haired girl who greeted Song Jae was called Xianxia. She was also from China, 2 months later than her, and also hadn't debuted yet. Both of them had a good relationship in a foreign country, and they encouraged and supported each other. Song Jae turned over and asked, "Where did you guys go?" Xianxia smiled and said, "We went to the amusement park." Song Jae noticed that she and the other 2 Korean roommates were carrying shopping bags in their hands. Xianxia's family was much better off than Song Jae's, and she was usually very willing to spend money on shopping. Song Jae was a little envious and said, "I'm dead tired." Xianxia put down the shopping bags and reached out to pull Song Jae up. "Let's go watch TV." Song Jae shook her head. "I'm not going." SPG's management was very strict. If you wanted to watch TV or surf the internet, you had to go to the multimedia room and computer room on the 2nd floor of the dormitory building. There was no internet cable or TV cable in the room, and of course, there was no TV. Xianxia opened her eyes wide and said, "Don't you know? The very popular domestic drama Autumn in My Heart is broadcasting on KGS tonight. This drama was brought in by our agency, SPG." Autumn in My Heart, Song Jae was stunned. She had heard of this drama, and also knew that SPG had brought it to Korea. She just didn't expect it to be broadcasted so soon. Song Jae suddenly felt a little excited. This was a drama from China. Even if it wasn't for her studies, she had to support it, right? "What time is it broadcasting?" Xianxia looked at her watch. "There's still half an hour left." She turned her head and asked her 2 roommates in Korean, Maisian, Huiying, "Are you guys coming?" The 2 Korean roommates knew a little Chinese, and roughly understood what Xianxia and Song Jae were talking about. They looked at each other and shook their heads. What was so good about China's dramas? Xianxia and Xianxia took the elevator down to the second floor of the dormitory. The multimedia room on the second floor was very large. It was divided into 4 separate rooms. Each room had a TV, speakers, and karaoke equipment. 3 of the rooms played KBS, MBC, and KGS TV programs at night, mainly variety shows and TV series. KBS, MBC, and KGS were the 3 major TV stations in South Korea. These 3 wireless TV stations occupied most of the market share, mainly broadcasting news, variety shows, and TV series. There were also more than 20 cable TV stations, mainly broadcasting imported movies, American TV series, Japanese TV series, late-night adult dramas, and so on. There were nearly 200 trainees living in the dormitory of SPG Entertainment Company. Not all of these trainees were signed by SPG. Some were trained on behalf of others, but the company treated them equally in management. For these trainees, watching the programs of the 3 major TV stations was both a relaxing and a learning process. Through the TV screen, they could get to know many seniors in the circle and familiarize themselves with various variety festivals and TV series. Everyone could discuss with each other in the multimedia room. Big relief from the pressure brought about by the strict training. Xianxia and Xianxia arrived at the room where KGS was playing. The room was not big. There were 5 rows of seats in the front and back, which could accommodate 50 to 60 people watching the program at the same time. However, when the 2 of them arrived, there were only 3 or 4 people sitting in the room. It seemed very quiet. The large LCD TV hanging on the wall was replaying KGS's current affairs program. Xianxia and Xianxia greeted the trainees politely and found a seat to sit down. Xianxia said softly, "There are so few people." Xianxia curled her lips and said, "They must have seen the program list. They know that KGS is playing a TV series imported from our country. Naturally, they are not interested. MBC is playing The Queen's Power." The Queen's Power was a large-scale historical drama produced by MBC. The ratings of the first few episodes had already exceeded 25%. It was very likely to become the first popular drama of the year. Moreover, the leading actors were all famous Korean artists, so naturally, there were many people watching it. On the other hand, the Korean TV audience was quite xenophobic. They were not very interested in foreign TV series. Even the well-produced, top-notch American TV series were not very popular in Korea. The ratings of cable TV stations were usually below 5%. As for Chinese dramas, only historical dramas could interest the Korean audience. What Xianxia and Xianxia didn't know was that after SPG brought Autumn in My Heart in, they had spent a lot of effort on broadcasting it. It was already very difficult for it to get on KGS's screen. SPG first contacted MBC because SPG had the best relationship with the second largest TV station in South Korea. However, MBC was not very interested in the samples sent by SPG. The head of MBC's program department even mocked SPG's people, saying that the 1 billion won they spent would be better spent on charity. At the very least, it would give them a good reputation. What was the point of buying Hua dramas? There was nothing new under the sun. The news that SPG had spent a huge sum of money to purchase a Chinese drama series to expand into the China market had already spread throughout the industry. Most people scoffed at SPG's actions, thinking that SPG had made a stupid move in the face of fierce competition from KG and Hani. It wasn't that MBC didn't want it. It was just that they were asking for a very low price, and they wouldn't guarantee a broadcast slot. Of course, SPG couldn't agree to such conditions, so they tried contacting KBS, which was the Korean broadcasting station. However, KBS rejected them right away, leaving no room for negotiation. Left with no choice, SPG could only pin their hopes on KGS. Among the 3 major TV stations in South Korea, KGS had always been considered to be pro-Chinese. They had aired many Hua dramas and even filmed documentaries like Koreans in Beijing, so they were relatively more accepting of Hua dramas. Therefore, SPG was not rejected this time. KGS became interested after watching the samples of Autumn in My Heart and negotiated with SPG. However, KGS knew that SPG had hit a wall with the other 2 TV stations, so they haggled very hard. In the end, both parties came to an agreement that was similar to the one that Lucien had with Hygiene TV back then. The amount of copyright transfer would be decided based on the viewership ratings. SPG had fought so hard for KGS's broadcast slot. Autumn in My Heart would be aired after KGS's current affairs programs on Friday and Saturday. The broadcast time was 6:30 p.m., and 2 episodes would be aired first. There would be adjustments based on the viewership ratings. If the viewership ratings were high, it would be pushed back 2 hours to primetime. If the viewership ratings were low, it would be pushed back 5 hours. This was the best condition that SPG could get. This was the best they could do for this Hua drama. The rest would depend on the performance of Autumn in My Heart. Yang Yani and Xianxia had limited information about Autumn in My Heart. They only knew a little about Autumn in My Heart from the internet. They only knew that it was very popular in China. Of course, the two of them hoped that Autumn in My Heart would be a hit in South Korea, but it was unrealistic. After sitting for about 10 minutes, it was almost time for the broadcast. There were only 3 or 4 more people in the room. These Korean interns were probably curious about the Hua drama that their company was representing. Moreover, there were no other popular dramas or variety shows at this time, so they came with the idea of watching something new. This could be heard from their whispers. Xianxia had been in South Korea for 2 years, and her Korean was pretty good. Therefore, she could understand what others were saying, so she felt a little uncomfortable. This discomfort turned into indignation. She could not help but pray in her heart for Autumn in My Heart, which she had yet to watch. She prayed that it would at least not embarrass itself. After the current affairs news, the opening scene of Autumn in My Heart appeared on the television screen. This urban romance drama that was imported from China was officially broadcast in South Korea. Xianxia and Yang Yani were surprised to find that Autumn in My Heart did not have any redubbing. It was the original sound with bilingual subtitles. This made the two of them feel incomparably close. They immediately threw away those messy thoughts and focused on enjoying the show. They wanted to know what kind of charm this drama that had created a miracle in the country had. An episode was 45 minutes long. Including the advertisements at the beginning and end, it took about 100 minutes to finish 2 episodes. Xianxia and Yang Yani sat there and did not leave for even a minute. After they finished watching, they felt that this drama was really good. The storyline was unique, the production and images were excellent, and the soundtrack was not inferior to the mainstream dramas in South Korea. Most importantly, the male and female leads of the first 2 episodes had not appeared yet, but the two of them were already attracted, and they were looking forward to the following plot. It's a very interesting TV series. A voice suddenly sounded behind them, giving Xianxia and Yang Yani a shock. The two of them turned around and saw that there were 20 to 30 people sitting a few rows behind them. They were all trainees like them, and the one who spoke was a Korean girl that they had a good relationship with. Seeing Xianxia and Yang Yani's shocked expressions, the girl smiled. I like this story very much. There should be more tomorrow, right? We can come and watch it together then. Xianxia nodded blankly. Oh, okay. Suddenly, she had an idea. Pulling Yang Yani along, she ran to the computer room on the same floor. Then, she swiped her card and went online. She used the local search engine to search for content related to Autumn in My Heart. Plot, stills, and highlights. Through the relevant links, Xianxia entered the official forum of Autumn in My Heart. She was surprised to find that the forum had more than 1 million followers. It was very popular, and the atmosphere in the forum was also very good. There were many posts discussing the overseas broadcast of Autumn in My Heart. Most of these posts were speculations about the ratings, or blessings, and wishes. Through the discussion posts, Xianxia found out that the author and male lead of Autumn in My Heart had actually made a bold statement about the ratings of the drama in South Korea. If the ratings exceeded 10%, he would give his fans 1,000 South Korean games. Such a shocking sum left Xianxia speechless, and she was even more amazed at Lucien's ambition. A 10% rating. Although Xianxia did not believe that Autumn in My Heart could achieve such a result, she was also infected by Lucien's lofty aspirations. She could not help but use her own account to post a post on the forum. I'm in Seoul, South Korea. I just finished watching Autumn in My Heart, and it was pretty good. There was a time difference of 1 hour between South Korea and China. It was 8:30 p.m. here, and it was 7:30 p.m. in China. It was the peak time for netizens to surf the net, and the forum was very popular. Therefore, the moment Xianxia's post was posted, there were immediately many replies. However, these replies were not very friendly. F***ck, trying to trick replies again. Level 1 smurf. The OP is posting in South Korea, and I'm replying from Planet Namek. Please reply if you receive it. Seoul, South Korea? Isn't Seoul the capital of America? Why is it in South Korea? This doesn't make sense. F***ck off. Is it real or fake? There's no picture, no truth. The OP's registered ID is a girl. If it's a real girl, please don't make up stories. Thank you. I'm dying of laughter. Xianxia did not expect such an outcome, and was instantly dumbfounded. Yang Yani, who was sitting beside her, saw it and was so angry that she immediately ran to the media room next door to record a short video with her phone. Send it up and let them see. I'll slap these people to death. After the video was uploaded, there was a huge change in the direction of the post. F***ck, it's true. KGS TV station, I've wronged the OP, sorry. OP, where are you? Why does this place feel weird? Television station? OP, please take a picture. So many girls, please tell us the truth. Autumn in My Heart signed an agency contract with SPG on the 5th of March and aired on KGS on the 25th. In just 20 days, SPG's efficiency was considered very high. The domestic rerun of Autumn in My Heart had not ended yet, and KGS had already aired 4 episodes on the 25th and 26th. Spring had bought the copyright of Autumn in My Heart for an ulterior motive. In order to save time and cost, they did not invest in the marketing of the drama and only released relevant information on their official website and blogs. KGS similarly did not place much importance on Autumn in My Heart. Other than the show preview a few days before the broadcast, there was no fanfare at all, and it felt a little sneaky. It could be said that apart from Lu Chen, no one was really optimistic about the performance of Autumn in My Heart in South Korea. Even the loudest fans were mostly just being stubborn. The South Korean drama market was not that easy to move. After the first 4 episodes of Autumn in My Heart were aired, the ratings were released very quickly. This inevitably attracted a lot of attention. 2, 83%, 3, 7%, 5, 58%, 6, 12%, the average rating was 4%. The ratings of South Korean dramas were different from China. The 3 major TV stations took turns to be the bankers, unlike China, where a drama could have a celebration party if it had a rating of 1%. The average rating of 4% was still passable, but it was nothing compared to those popular dramas that easily had ratings of 10%. For example, the currently popular MBC historical drama, The Power of the Queen, had a rating of close to 30%. Compared to this gorgeous new drama that had an investment of 10 billion won, Autumn in My Heart was like an ugly duckling. However, SPG and KGS's emphasis on Autumn in My Heart had a clear change. The average rating of 4% was not high, but from the first episode's 83% to the 4th episode's 12%, the ratings had more than doubled. This increase was shocking. One must know that Autumn in My Heart was a foreign drama, and it was a Chinese drama that had never been popular in the South Korean market. Without any investment in marketing, it had gained such a huge increase in just 2 days, which meant that this drama was going to be a hit. Based on the current ratings alone, Autumn in My Heart had already set a record for similar Chinese dramas being broadcasted on South Korean TV stations. There was a huge potential for improvement in the future. Most importantly, KGS found out through a phone interview with a subordinate agency that Blue was very well received by the audience, with more than 90% positive reviews. On the internet, especially in TV-related forums, there were also discussions about Blue. This is the first Chinese drama I've ever watched. It's surprisingly good. The male lead is very handsome and the female lead is very beautiful. The acting skills of the two are very good. This is a good drama worth recommending. The storyline is also very good. Did you guys notice that the names of the characters are very Korean? Other than the background, it feels like an outstanding Korean drama, not a Chinese drama. I've watched a few Hua dramas in the past, but they can't compare at all. Spoiler alert, this is a tragedy. Go to hell for spoilers. The unexpected viewership ratings and good reviews made SPG feel like they had found a treasure. Therefore, SPG and KGS met again and arranged a new publicity plan for Autumn in My Heart. KGS adjusted the broadcast time and delayed Blue to primetime. They also changed the broadcast time from 4 episodes per 2 days to 3 episodes per 3 days, extending the broadcast time. With the investment of publicity funds, Autumn in My Heart's popularity in Korea suddenly increased. And the effect was immediate. The 5th episode on April 1st had a viewership rating of 9.37%. The 6th episode on April 2nd had a viewership rating of 12.79%. On Sunday night, April 3rd, KGS aired the 7th episode of Autumn in My Heart. When Xianxia and Xianxia arrived at the multimedia room on time, they were shocked to find that it was filled with people. There were basically no empty seats. The two looked at each other, a strong sense of pride rising in their hearts. Since when did Chinese dramas become so popular in Korea? The two girls even keenly sensed that the gazes of the trainees on the scene had changed. That night, Blue's viewership rating reached 15.86%. Other than the surge in viewership ratings, the drama's viewership was also increasing significantly. Just like the high-definition digital TVs in China, the digital set-top boxes used by Korean TV viewers were equipped with a playback function. Many viewers were watching the first few episodes of Autumn in My Heart at different times. This was also a sign that Autumn in My Heart's viewership was exploding. The next morning, Xianxia and Xianxia had just finished their training and were about to rest when they were called to the office by the person in charge of the training center. An executive from SPG was already waiting there. The other party informed Xianxia and Xianxia that the two had been selected to return to China and prepare to participate in the filming of Lu Chen's new drama. Xianxia and Xianxia could not believe it when they heard the news. After confirming that it was true, the two could not help but cry tears of joy. Their hard work and perseverance had finally paid off. At the same time, the news of Autumn in My Heart's steadily increasing viewership in Korea quickly spread back to China. The latest episode's viewership rating had exceeded 15%. With 13 more episodes to go, the average viewership rating of the drama was already set to exceed 10%, and it would be far more than that, since when did Chinese dramas become so popular in Korea? Many people in the industry who knew about the situation were shocked and went to Lu Chen's studio to inquire about the news. As for the fans of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, they were completely boiling. They didn't know the real significance of Autumn in My Heart being popular in South Korea, but they understood that Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er were going to fulfill their promises. This is a big deal. In the recording studio of Flying Stone Records, Lu Chen said to Chen Fei-er, "You're going to pay for your dowry." At the beginning, in order to fight back against the entertainment aspect, Big V, Lu Chen's original idea was to reach 10% of the viewership rating of Autumn in My Heart. Then he would draw out the first, second, and third prizes from the fans. The first prize would be 10 places for a luxury tour in South Korea, the second prize would be 100 places for a happy tour, and the third prize would be 1,000 souvenirs. As a result, Chen Fei-er scoffed at this and changed it to not be divided into the first, second, and third prizes, and directly draw 1,000 pairs. The announcement was made in 2 parts to give the fans a big surprise. Such a big surprise made Lu Chen really stunned. Lu Chen actually wanted to tell his girlfriend that in his dream world, the original Korean drama's viewership rating in South Korea reached 40% plus. Although the current situation was different, he believed that it should not be a big problem to get an average viewership rating of 20%. This meant that he would have to pay tens of millions of yuan, which was not enough even if he spent all the money he earned from selling to SPG. And Chen Fei-er's reason was very simple. If he wanted to play, he would play big. If he really made a name for himself in South Korea, it would be worth it no matter how much money he spent. As for the cost, she would cover it. A mere few million or tens of millions of yuan was not even a fraction of Heavenly Empress Chen's dowry. To Lu Chen's teasing, she proudly expressed her disdain. On the 8th, 9th, and 10th of April, KGS continued to broadcast the 8th, 9th, and 10th episodes of Autumn in My Heart. Since both KGS and SPG had invested sufficient resources in marketing, coupled with the reputation they had built up in the early stages, the total of 20 episodes of Autumn in My Heart successfully broke the 20% mark and reached 22.31%. This caused quite a commotion in Korea, firstly, among all the Chinese dramas imported by the three major Korean TV stations. Autumn in My Heart had jumped to third place in the viewership ratings, second only to Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Red Chamber, both of which were produced in the 1990s. Among similar dramas, Autumn in My Heart had undoubtedly set a record for Chinese dramas in Korea, and most importantly, it had the potential to continue improving. SPG could be said to have unintentionally planted a willow tree, and according to the contract it signed with KGS, it would not be a problem to recoup the cost, and profits would not be a problem as well. Coupled with the agency agreement with Luchin Studio, they had made a huge profit. This Korean entertainment company had been in China for many years, and their representative, Park Young-ho, was half Chinese, so he understood the psychology of the Chinese people. Under his instructions, SPG's official account on Waves not only broadcast the ratings of Autumn in My Heart on time, but also forwarded the good reviews from the Korean media and audience. Many Korean media outlets were in disbelief over the popularity of Autumn in My Heart. In Korea, influential newspapers and magazines such as Chosun Sinbo, Hanseong Daily, Hanwon Weekly, and other influential newspapers and magazines all published articles to explore the reasons for the popularity of this drama. Some tabloids even exclaimed that Hua Lu's counterattack. Although this statement was too exaggerated, and was basically a sensationalist headline, it also reflected the influence of Autumn in My Heart. Unlike China, the proportion of Korean television viewers was very high, and dramas and variety shows were the most popular, so the ratings of strong dramas could easily reach tens of %. As for the reason why the Korean audience liked Autumn in My Blood, there were basically two main reasons. The first reason was that they liked the plot of Autumn in My Blood. The strange combination of fate, heartbreaking emotional entanglements, and the foreign setting attracted a group of housewives. Lu Chen had purposely turned the names of the characters in the story into Korean, which also increased the audience's affinity to a certain extent. The second group was the young audience. Lu Chen's tall and handsome looks, Chen Fei-er's pure and beautiful looks, and the wonderful performances of the supporting actors and actresses made them suddenly realize that there were also outstanding and charming idols in the entertainment industry of the Ling Nation. It must be pointed out here that Chen Fei-er, who had participated in many Sino-Korean music concerts, had a bit of fame in Korea. With the help of Autumn in My Heart, her popularity skyrocketed more than tenfold. As for Lu Chen, needless to say, his Korean fan support group had already appeared on Korean social media. Although it was unofficial, the number of members had reached tens of thousands, and most of them were girls. Interestingly, on the 10th, Your Eyes, the theme song of Autumn in My Heart performed by Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, entered the K-pop chart as a Chinese song, ranking at number 27. The K-pop chart was the most authoritative music chart in Korea. There were only a total of 30 positions. As the Korean entertainment industry was extremely developed, and the songs on the chart were not limited to Korean or foreign languages, the competition for this chart was very fierce. It was already very commendable that Your Eyes was able to enter the chart. All kinds of records and honors caused Autumn in My Heart to set off a small storm in Korea. KGS even used this drama to compete head-on with MBC's popular drama, The Power of the Queen, to compete for advertising resources. This was unimaginable in the past. It was completely achieved by Autumn in My Heart with its own strength, and these records and honors were all told by SPG to the domestic fans of Autumn in My Heart through the Waves blog. The vast number of fans of Autumn in My Heart were naturally excited again, feeling that it was too glorious. SPG used this opportunity to reap a huge wave of favorability points. The number of fans on the blog actually increased by more than 10 times. Many fans of Autumn in My Heart, as well as fans of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, went to the verified account Entertainment Side View blog to leave a message. Waiting for the blogger to run naked. Blogger, show some of your qualities and run naked on the streets. The viewership rating is 22.31%. When is the blogger going to run naked? Didn't you say that everyone would go and watch? I think the blogger's face is already swollen from the slap. He should be too embarrassed to face anyone. Everyone, disperse. You have nothing to say now, right? This verified account had previously said that if Autumn in My Heart broke 10% in Korea's viewership ratings, he would run naked on the streets. Now that it was only halfway through the broadcast, it was already a foregone conclusion that it would break 10%. His face had already been slapped until it could not be any more swollen. This showed one thing. As a public figure, it was very important to be careful with your words and actions. You should not speak too confidently, otherwise, you might not be able to step down from the stage. Of course, those who managed to become an internet celebrity on the blog were usually thick-skinned. After a few days of silence, Entertainment Perspective posted a new blog post, saying that he would keep his promise after Autumn in My Heart ended its broadcast in South Korea. What made people spurt rice was that just as Entertainment Side View said that he would keep his promise, police officer V. Safe Capital replied to him, exposing private parts of the body in public, including running naked, is a violation of public security regulations. He will be detained for 3 days as punishment. This matter immediately became a big joke on the Waves blog. The domestic media also took the opportunity to join in the fun. Many mainstream media reported the news of Autumn in My Heart being a hit in Korea, praising this TV series for winning glory for Chinese dramas. Indeed, the domestic film and television market was unprecedentedly prosperous, but excellent original works were rare, especially those that could be successfully broadcast on foreign television stations. That was even rarer. If they did not praise such a thing, what else could they praise? Compared to the clamor on the internet and the media adding fuel to the fire, the response in the domestic film and television industry was completely different. Although there were some voices of jealousy, most of them were researching and discussing why Autumn in My Heart could achieve such great success. In terms of investment, the investment for Autumn in My Heart was no more than 10 million. In terms of the star lineup, there were no other big shots other than Chen Fei-er, and all the supporting roles were originally unknown newcomers. In terms of production, the producer Chanda Brothers Pictures was a junior in the industry. In terms of story, Autumn in My Heart was a tragedy. However, this low-budget TV series completely crushed those huge productions with hundreds of millions of investment and stars. Many film and television companies were ready to make a move. The success of Autumn in My Heart allowed them to see a shining golden path, and that was to follow the trend and imitate. The trend of imitating in the domestic film and television series had a long history, and it was seen as a shortcut to make money. When a movie or TV series became popular, there would inevitably be a large number of imitators competing for the market. Autumn in My Heart was so successful that it would be strange if there was no imitator, especially when Lu Chen had publicly announced that there would be no sequel to this TV series. It was as if people saw a large piece of fat being thrown to the ground. As a result, many screenwriters and authors in the Beijing circle received orders. The requirements of the investors were all to write a new script according to the model of Autumn in My Heart. The timing was getting better, and the plot was more similar, the better. Not only that, several film and television companies had already announced the start of new projects, and if one looked carefully at their publicity announcements, one could see the shadow of Autumn in My Heart. But for the tens of thousands of Chen and Fei-er fans, they did not care about those pirated TV series. What they cared about was when would Lu Chen's new TV series be released. After the premiere of Autumn in My Heart, Lu Chen had said that he would release a new TV series this year. The new TV series had nothing to do with Autumn in My Heart, and it was not the sequel of the latter. This made the fans extremely look forward to it, but 2 months had passed, and Lu Chen's studio had not released any relevant information. No film and television company had announced that they would cooperate with Lu Chen. The patience of the fans was always limited, especially when the good news of Autumn in My Heart in South Korea came. They wanted Lu Chen to give a clear answer. How long do we have to wait? Countless fans ran to Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's blogs to leave messages. This resentment was so strong that even Lu Chen felt great pressure and had to speak out. In fact, it was not that Lu Chen was deliberately hanging everyone's appetite, but during this period of time, he had been busy with the top priority of this year, that was, Chen Fei-er's new album. It was not new for Chen Fei-er to release a new album. She has released more than 10 albums, but this album was very unusual. It was her transformational work. For a long time, Chen Fei-er has been dubbed the Queen of Sweet Song. This title was both an honor and a burden, especially at her age, coupled with the changes in the market, transformation was imperative. And whether the transformation could be successful or not was related to Chen Fei's music career, so of course she attached great importance to it. Under such circumstances, how could Lu Chen, who was in charge of half of the new album, stay out of it? As one of the producers of the album, he was duty-bound to stay in Flying Stone Records. It was also because of his great importance that Chen Fei's requirements for the new album reached a demanding level. In order to complete the album, she pushed off a lot of announcements and endorsement activities, and repeatedly polished the work in the recording studio, especially the arrangement, which was even more elaborate. Big delay in the completion time. So when the album was finally recorded, it was already mid-April. Fortunately, Lu Chen also squeezed out time to write all the new scripts during this period. He had an explanation for his fans. On the evening of April 15, Lu Chen officially announced his plans to shoot a new TV series on his blog. In this blog post, he first thanked his fans for their support, apologized for the delay in revealing the news of the new TV series, and specially explained that it was because of the production of Chen Fei's album. Of course, the main point was that the script of the new TV series had been written and would soon enter the project production link. As for the questions that fans were most concerned about, Lu Chen answered 3 in the blog post. First of all, about the genre of the new work, it was still an urban romance drama, but the story would not be the same as that of Indigo. Secondly, the new TV series had more episodes than Indigo, which was expected to be 25 episodes. Finally, the male and female leads were still Lu Chen and Chen Fei. As soon as the news revealed on Lu Chen's blog was announced, it first caused a huge sensation in the fan circle. It was really called out. Everyone was looking forward to it, and now there was finally accurate and reliable news. It's finally here. It's not easy. I hope it can be filmed and broadcast as soon as possible. Yeah, after watching Autumn in My Heart, I always feel fake and awkward when I watch other shows. I don't like it. Big Lu Chen, what's the name of the new TV series? It's still My Chen and My Fei, hooray! Throwing flowers to celebrate, the fans were in high spirits, but the people in the circle heard the news and broke the threshold of Lu Chen's studio. Lu Shi's phone directly exploded. There were too many units that wanted to cooperate with Lu Chen and Lu Chen's studio on the new TV series. Many famous big companies in the industry sent representatives to negotiate, such as Jiahua, Crown, Jean Libao, etc., which were all big shots. There were also TV stations, Zhedong Satellite TV, Haijin Satellite TV, Deep Sea Satellite TV, Beijing Television. They also called to seek cooperation opportunities. Autumn in My Heart was really too popular. Not only did it break the ratings record in China, but it was also broadcast in South Korea. The next step was likely to be promoted to Japan and other Southeast Asian countries, which was really good and popular. Everyone had missed this incomparably delicious big cake, so how could they just stand by and watch the new cake be indifferent? That was why investors and partners came one after another. In addition to these companies and units, many entertainment agencies also wanted a piece of the pie. Many star artists were interested in playing a role in the new drama, and they all used their connections to find Lu Chen's studio. Lu Chen even received a call from Qin Jianhao. This would-be nanny dad had retired and was preparing to become a father. Logically speaking, he should not care about the affairs of the world anymore. Unfortunately, as someone who used to be in the circle, he could not get rid of the entanglement of relationships in the circle. He was asked to speak to Lu Chen. It's impossible to be the main character, let's have a supporting role. There were really a lot of people who wanted roles, such as Flying Stone Records, Light Rain Media, and SPG. There were several that Lu Chen had agreed to or had agreements with earlier. There were too many monks and not enough meat. It was precisely because of this that when Lu Chen wrote the script, he made a lot of changes to the original plot framework, adding more characters, strengthening the plot, and correcting the existing bugs. Of course, the idea of his new drama still came from the dream world, but it would never be a copy. In this way, in addition to producing a higher quality than the original, there would also be more room for operation. On the second day after Lu Chen announced the news, 2 acquaintances of Beijing TV station came to him. These 2 people, Lu Chen, also had to personally come out to receive them, Chen Qi and Guru Wei. Chen Qi was the deputy director of Beijing TV station, and Guruwei was the artistic director of the program department. When Lu Chen participated in Beijing Television's Singing China talent show, they took good care of Lu Chen. After meeting, Chen Qi said straightforwardly to Lu Chen, "Xiao Lu, you have to leave a share of this new drama for Beijing TV. We can't miss out on the filming, production, and premiere. As for the conditions, you can ask for anything. As long as I can agree to it, it's no problem." Beijing TV didn't want to eat alone. What they were plotting was joint production and joint premiere. Nowadays, many popular TV series or movie blockbusters are cooperated by means of joint investment, filming, and broadcasting. On the one hand, it is to share risks, and on the other hand, it is to expand their influence. Another very important reason is that it is difficult for people who like to eat alone to stand firm in the circle. Including Lu Chen. He was able to rise rapidly in the entertainment industry. In addition to his own strength, paying attention to the management of interpersonal relationships is also one of the key factors. Only by knowing how to share benefits can he be so smooth. Some people don't understand this truth and always want to keep all the profits in their own pockets. As a result, they often hit their heads and bleed, and in the end, the gains do not make up for the losses. For Lu Chen to establish a foothold in Beijing to develop his career, it is undoubtedly necessary to establish a long-term friendly cooperative relationship with Beijing TV station, so he does not exclude the participation of Beijing TV. Of course, the premise is to ensure his own core interests. Even if he ceded a part, he must exchange it for the equivalent value. Beijing TV can cooperate, and Zhejiang TV can also cooperate. The premiere rights can be distributed to several TV stations. But there are some interests that Lu Chen will not easily give up. For example, product placement. The so-called product placement is a form of advertising that has emerged with the development of movies, TV, games, etc. It refers to deliberately inserting a business's products or services in the film and television plot and games to achieve a subtle publicity effect. Because the audience has a natural resistance to advertising, the practice of integrating goods into these entertainment methods is often much better than rigid sales promotion. Nowadays, the domestic film and television industry is developing rapidly, and there are more and more product placement advertisements in TV series and movies. Some of the high-profile superstar blockbusters have signed a large number of product placement contracts before shooting, so that the production costs have been recovered in advance. When Lu Chen shot Autumn in My Heart, he was still unknown in the film and television industry. Now that he has become famous, there are more advertisers who have come to him. For example, Senki Clothing, Zhonghua Automobile, Thunderbird Watch, Longia Daily Cosmetics, etc., which he endorses, are all interested in placing their own advertisements in the new drama. Lu Shi roughly estimated that if he won all the product placement advertisements of these big brands, he could earn at least more than 20 million in advertising fees. In this way, even if the script is settled, the new drama can't be shot just because he wants to. It involves various interests, and it's not easy to straighten it out. Otherwise, it's easy to cause the outflow of rights and interests. Lu Chen irresponsibly threw all these troubles to his sister. What he is most concerned about now is not the new drama that is about to be shot, but Chen Fei'er's new album that is about to be released on the market. "How much wine did you drink today?" Chen Fei'er blocked Lu Chen out of the door and said coquettishly, "I told you to drink less, but you always come back smelly. If you do this again, you will not be allowed to enter this house again in the future." Lu Chen had a helpless look on his face and explained, "I don't want to, but I really can't push it away." Since he announced the news of shooting a new TV series on the Waves blog, people from all walks of life have come to seek cooperation. Some of them can be directly rejected, and some of them can't be erased. So in the past few days, there have been continuous banquets. In the evening, it was Zhang Qian and Zhang De, the bosses of Chanda Brothers Pictures. When filming Autumn in My Heart, Zhang De personally sat in Jinling Film and Television City and did his best to solve the problems of the crew. He absolutely contributed to the smooth shooting of this TV series. Although Chanda Pictures made a lot of money from Autumn in My Heart, they also invested real money, and it was reasonable to share the benefits. During this period, the friendly cooperative relationship and friendship established by the two sides, of course, Lu Chen couldn't not acknowledge it. If it were someone else, in the current situation, they might have directly kicked out the weak Chanda Pictures, but Lu Chen's character were doomed to not do such a ruthless thing, because he also gave Chanda Pictures a share in the new TV series. Of course, the share of Chanda Pictures was far less than when they produced Autumn in My Heart, but the bosses of the brothers were already very satisfied and praised Lu Chen for being a loyal friend. Looking at the partners that have been finalized for Lu Chen's new TV series, it is very clear: Beijing Television, Zhejiang Satellite TV, Crown Pictures, Flying Stone Records, SPG. Compared with these big crocodiles, Chanda Pictures is not a small shrimp, but just a small fish. Therefore, Zhang Qian and Zhang De came together in the afternoon and blocked Lu Chen in the studio. They dragged him to dinner, accompanied by director Feng Hui, Zhang Liwei, who played Cui Xinai, and so on. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen had no choice but to drink. However, in order to protect his throat from alcohol, he drank a lot of beer. Although he reeked of alcohol, at least he was not drunk. People in Jianghu had no choice but to do what they wanted. Unless they stayed at home and became a shut-in, socializing was unavoidable. Chen Feier had been in the industry for more than 10 years, so of course she understood this principle. However, when Lu Chen came home every day smelling of alcohol, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She had to reprimand him a few times. Next time, just say that your stomach isn't good and you can't drink. I'll prepare a few vitamin tablets for you to bring along. If anyone asks you to drink, just take them. My dear wife is wise. Lu Chen hugged Chen Feier and said with a smile, I'll listen to you. He lowered his head and kissed her on the cheek. After being hugged and kissed by Lu Chen, Chen Feier's body became soft. She rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and said, You make it sound so nice. Lu Chen kicked the door shut. His big hand slid down from Chen Feier's willowy waist. He leaned over and suddenly picked her up. He said with an evil smile, Come on, let's take a bath together. Chen Feier's pretty face turned red. She clenched her slender fist and punched Lu Chen's chest. Who wants to take a bath with you? Her fist did not have much strength. The bath lasted for almost an hour before it ended. When Lu Chen walked out of the bathroom, he was refreshed, and Chen Feier, who was in his arms, had a soft body and a blush on her jade-like face. She was as beautiful as a lotus flower out of the water. Lu Chen carried Chen Feier to the bedroom bed. Then, he took out a stack of paper from the bedside drawer and handed it to her. This is? Chen Feier leaned against the headboard lazily and did not want to move. However, when she saw the thick stack of paper in front of her, her eyes lit up. A new script? Lu Chen smiled and said, That's right. The script for the new drama was finalized 2 days ago. Because there were many changes from the original work, Lu Chen spent a lot of effort to complete it. Many of the plots in the drama had been repeatedly revised. Based on the original work, Lu Chen spent a lot of effort on this script. He had his own ideas and the time he spent on it was far longer than Autumn in My Heart. That was why he only took it out for Chen Feier to see today. After taking the paper, Chen Feier couldn't help but straighten her back. The stack of paper in her hand was only a few 100 grams, but she was very clear about its weight. The profits involved in this new drama were as high as tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Take your time to read, Lu Chen said while putting on his clothes. Please give me more valuable advice. Chen Feier didn't have time to read the script. She raised her head and asked in surprise, Are you still going out? Lu Chen smiled and said, No, but I want to meet my fans in the online live broadcast room. Chen Feier suddenly understood. During this period of time, Lu Chen put aside all other work for her new album and sacrificed a lot. Her eyes overflowed with tenderness. Then go. Lu Chen leaned down and kissed her and said, I'll be right outside. Okay. After Lu Chen left, Chen Feier's attention returned to the manuscript in her hand. Her eyes fell on the first page. 4 striking black characters first came into view. Full House of Romance. Han Jian was a web writer. Since her parents passed away, she lived in a house called Full House. This was the last inheritance left to her by her parents. As a not very successful writer, Han Jian also did some miscellaneous work to make a living. In order to keep the ownership of this house, she had been living a frugal life. However, no one expected that Jian's best friend, Xi Zhen, and her boyfriend used despicable means to trick Jian into signing the power of attorney for the transfer of the house, and tricked her into traveling abroad. Then they secretly sold Full House and disappeared without a trace. Xian met the big star Li Yunjie on the plane and vomited all over him, leaving a deep impression on each other. After returning home from the trip, Xian found that the house was empty. Only then did she realize that she had been deceived by the person she trusted the most. She had nothing left. At this time, the big star Li Yunjie she met on the plane suddenly dragged his moving luggage and broke into the house. He said that Full House had been bought by him, but seeing that Xian was homeless and pitiful, he had to let Xian stay and hire her to be his nanny. What an interesting story. Chen Feier was fascinated by it and completely forgot the passage of time. While Chen Feier was reading the script, Lu Chen had already logged into the live broadcast room of Whale TV. He was now the star spokesperson of Whale TV, and also the #1 star anchor. At present, the number of fans following him had exceeded 5 million. Although this data was not very real and the platform could not rule out the possibility of fake data, there was no doubt that his popularity in Whale TV was strong. Although the number of times he personally live broadcast was very few, he could attract countless fans to watch and interact with each time. Tonight, Lu Chen's live broadcast was not announced in advance. However, in just a few minutes after he started the live broadcast, the number of fans had already exceeded 100,000 and was growing at an alarming rate. Once a top star anchor like Lu Chen started the live broadcast, the platform would immediately send a message to notify the fans who followed him. The latter only needed to click the link to enter the live broadcast room through the computer and wireless terminal. It was very convenient and simple. Therefore, more and more fans appeared in the live broadcast room after receiving the news. Damn, what day is it today? I hit the jackpot. It's actually Big Lu Chen's live broadcast personally. Hey, the background is very strange. Is it Lu Chen's new home? It looks very good. I'm really moved. I thought I would never see Big Lu Chen again in Whale TV. Crying, Brother Chen is crying. Stop quarreling. Let Big Lu Chen sing. Brother Lu Chen, when are you going to shoot a new movie? Why yeah, countless exclamations and greetings filled the screen, accompanied by raindrops of fish balls. Although Whale TV's share of reward props was nothing for the current Lu Chen, what he saw was the enthusiasm and support of the fans. Lu Chen was really moved. It was a great luck to have such a group of fans. He put his hands together and said to the microphone, "Thank you, everyone. I'm really sorry. I've been too busy with work during this time. I don't have much time to open a live broadcast to chat with you. I hope you can forgive me." Lu Chen also purchased a set of live broadcast equipment in his new home. The computer, microphone and other things were placed next to the piano on the double floor, but today was the first time it came in handy. He was too busy some time ago. Except for a live broadcast at the 72H Grass Music Festival, he hadn't appeared in Whale TV so far. Today, Chen Feier's new album has been recorded and the new script has been written. He wanted to make it up to his fans. Forgive me, we know you're making an album for Chen Feier. I know you're busy. I'm satisfied with a live broadcast once a month. Come on, Big Lu Chen. I feel sorry for Big Brother Lu Chen, you have to pay attention to your health. Don't tire yourself out. We will always support you. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I can see Brother Lu Chen on TV. I've watched Autumn in My Heart 3 times. I cry every time I watch it. I want a new TV series. 10,000 tons of copper balls. Fans are actually very easy to satisfy, especially true love fans. They know that a star artist like Lu Chen must be very busy with his daily work and it is impossible to have much time to open a live broadcast online. Lu Chen's sincere attitude also moved the fans. Because everyone understands Lu Chen, they are very happy to see him and don't ask for much. Lu Chen chatted with the fans first and answered the questions that everyone was most concerned about, such as Chen Feier's new album, the new TV series, and his own life and work situation. It was like a live online video interview. As time went by, the number of fans who poured into the live broadcast room exceeded the 1 million mark. Lu Chen's strong popularity was revealed. Chatting with fans over the internet is not a work or a burden for Lu Chen, but a relaxation of the mood. At the same time, he is answering questions. He is not facing an interview with a media reporter. There is no microphone or recording pen desperately stuffed into his mouth facing the screen, and there are no cameras around him. Lu Chen can pick the questions he is willing to answer and ignore the ill-intentioned barrage. He doesn't need to deliberately choose his words and sentences, and there is no pressure. Of course, as he chatted, he inevitably had to pick up the guitar and sing a few songs. Tonight, Lu Chen was very easy to talk to. He asked his fans to pick any song they wanted. As long as it is his own work, he will sing whatever they want. It was very refreshing. Of course, the fans were very satisfied, which can be reflected from the exponential increase in the number of fish balls. The most heavyweight aircraft carrier reward alone exceeded 100, and the scene in the live broadcast room was spectacular. As he played and sang, Lu Chen felt as if he had returned to the time when he worked hard in Whale TV. He couldn't help but sigh. This time, shake and shake, this time, turn and turn. Perhaps the Song of Time can best reflect Lu Chen's mood and state of mind at this moment. In less than a year, a lot of things have changed. He can't help but ask himself, is this what he wants? The answer is yes. As he sang and chatted, time flew by unconsciously. It was not until a cup of coffee was sent to the table that he came back to his senses. Lu Chen couldn't help but turn his head and find Xianxia standing next to the computer desk. She opened her mouth and said to Lu Chen silently, "Drink it while it's hot." Previously in the bedroom, Xianxia read the script for almost 2 hours and was absorbed in it. It was only when the commotion outside woke her up with a start. So she put on her clothes and ran to the study adjacent to the master bedroom to make a cup of coffee for Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded and took a sip of the coffee. Well, it was delicious. And this scene was seen by millions of fans. Due to the limitation of the camera's field of view, the viewers could not see Xianxia's full face, but they could still see the hand that he stretched over with the coffee, as well as a small part of his side profile. The livestream channel instantly burst into an uproar. "Hey, who sent the coffee to Big Lu Chen? Based on my 25 years of life experience, I'm 100% sure it's a girl, and it's definitely a beauty. Seek the truth. Big news, it's already past 10 o'clock now. A mysterious woman has appeared beside our Big Lu Chen. Hee, I guess it's Xianxia. What do you think? I'm guessing she's Lu Chen's sister." Xianxia. They didn't ask any questions, and they didn't want to listen to the song. Everyone's attention was attracted by the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared next to Lu Chen. The number of bullet screens instantly reached a terrifying level. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he simply said to Xianxia, "Say hello to everyone." The relationship between them had long been public, and it was not the first time that they had shown their affection, so there was no need to hide it. Of course, it was the first time that they appeared in the livestream together, and at home. There was a first time for everything, wasn't there? Xianxia smiled, bent down, and waved at the camera, saying, "Hello everyone, I'm Xianxia." Before she came out, she had thought of the possibility of being captured by the livestream camera, so she deliberately changed into a long dress. She actually felt sweet in her heart when Lu Chen asked her to say hello to the fans. Therefore, Xianxia's smile was particularly sweet. Bang! This time, the livestream channel exploded, and the intensity was as if a million-ton nuclear bomb had just been released. It was actually Xianxia. Everyone knew that Lu Chen and Xianxia were in a relationship, and it was very normal for couples to live together. However, when Xianxia revealed her real identity in such a big way, it confirmed the fact that she and Lu Chen were living together, which was very surprising. Because many couples in the entertainment industry, even if they announced their relationship, were still very scrupulous in this regard. Because it was too common for men and women to break up in the entertainment industry, it was inevitable that they would be embarrassed after living together. Therefore, even if they were already living together, they would try to avoid the public eye. Xianxia's calmness showed that the relationship between her and Lu Chen was really good. Of course, for the vast number of fans, tonight was definitely a night of surprise. Wow, it's really Xianxia. Sister Fair, I love you. The single dog has suffered a severe damage of 10,000 points. Goodbye everyone, there's no need to rescue him. I saw a crazy show of affection again. I really can't watch it anymore. Xianxia, sing a song with Big Lu Chen. Yes, sing, 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 couple sing. Singing +1. Such a strong cry, of course, Xianxia saw it. She smiled with her eyes curved, thought for a moment and said, since everyone wants to listen, then I will sing a song for everyone. It's a new song. Hooray! Everyone, don't quarrel, listen to the song carefully. So excited, so excited. Support the new song. The fans were boiling again, and the fish balls rewarded were like a rainstorm. Aircraft carriers sailed by majestically. In just a few minutes, the number of props Xianxia received after her appearance actually exceeded the sum of Lu Chen's previous 2 hours. It was estimated that it would not be a problem to break the record of Whale TV. Xianxia took the guitar from Lu Chen, drove him away from his seat, and sat down with the guitar in her arms. Although she doesn't have much experience in online live broadcasting, she will not have the slightest discomfort in front of the microphone and camera. She smiled and said, "This song is a song in my new album. I haven't sung it in public yet. It was also written for me by Mr. Lu Chen. I hope everyone likes it." "Thank you. The name of this song is Across the Sea to See You." As soon as her voice fell, Xianxia gently plucked the strings and played the prelude. Xianxia has never been a folk singer. She rarely sings with a guitar, but this does not mean that her guitar playing level is poor. On the contrary, her fingers play very skillfully. For you, I used half a year's savings across the sea to see you. For this reunion I even breathed when we met. I have practiced repeatedly. Words have never been able to express my feelings, expressing 1 in a million. For this regret I thought about it at night and refused to sleep. Memories always accumulate slowly, in my heart can't be erased. For your promise I was in the most desperate time I endured not to cry. The sound of the piano and singing, like the moonlight in the night sky, gently sprinkled in the room. It's fascinating. Note, Across the Sea to See You lyricist/composer, Li Zongxing. This song, Across the Sea to See You, was tailor-made by Lu Chen for Xianxia's new album. Xianxia's new album is her transformation work, and its positioning is very clear, that is, to abandon the previous sweet song genre and fully turn to the style of love songs. For any singer, especially a famous singer, a change in style was never an easy thing to do. This was because the fans had long been accustomed to her style and positioning, and a large number of fans of the same genre had been cultivated. It was difficult for them to adapt to the sudden change. There was always a feeling of obedience, or an instinctive feeling of discomfort or even disgust, which led to a decrease in acceptance. In the history of pop music, there are many examples of transformation failures. Some singers were unable to recover because of this, some continued to persevere but were lost in the crowd, and some returned to the old road, but found that there was no way to go. Therefore, even Xianxia was cautious about this new album. She would rather delay the ticket than have any flaws. For this reason, she did not hesitate to push off a large number of announcements, commercial performances, and endorsements, and concentrated on staying in the recording studio of Flying Stone Records. As Xianxia's man, Lu Chen is naturally duty-bound to help her complete this new album. In fact, the change from a sweet song to a love song is not very big. If Xianxia, as the queen of sweet songs, wants to sing rock and roll or R&B, it will be a hellish difficulty. She has also had love songs before, so the fans' acceptance is still very high. The key lies in the album itself. Without a solid or even classic work, how can it be considered a success? To this end, Lu Chen wrote 6 songs for Xianxia. Across the Sea to See You is one of them. This song has a beautiful melody and strong emotion, with a little sadness and confusion, revealing the persistent pursuit of love, which is very touching. Xianxia has a beautiful voice like the sound of nature. Her voice line features are extremely clear. Her fans can tell at a glance that she has a distinct personal characteristic. The sweet songs she was best at were sweet and pleasing to the ear, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was very comfortable and warm, as if they were drinking honey and couldn't stop. When she sang a love song, the characteristics of her voice did not change substantially, but the tone of her voice deepened and became more gentle and warm. There was also a trace of magnetism, which perfectly released the feelings contained in the work itself. Especially when the Heavenly Queen played and sang affectionately, the millions of fans in the live broadcast room were mesmerized. What a strange city. in a familiar corner. They also comforted each other, hugging and sighing no matter what the outcome would be. In the sandstorm watching you go away, I was so sad that I could not help myself. I hope to see you off 1,000 miles away. Till the end of his tether I will depend on you for my whole life. When it came to the climax of the chorus, Xianxia obviously increased her strength, including plucking the strings. The same tenderness had more strength and no regrets, which sublimated the emotional theme of the whole song. There are 10 songs in an album, and Xianxia has practiced any of them over and over again. This song, Across the Sea to See You, is of course no exception. So even if it was not in a professional recording studio, nor on a gorgeous stage, she still sang like a real superstar. Lu Chen, who was leaning against the piano, stared at Xianxia, who was concentrating on playing and singing. His black eyes flashed with light. Putting aside the intimate relationship between the two, what he saw was the gorgeous transformation of a singer. So moving, Xianxia's singing seemed to have a magic power that could penetrate the barriers of space and pass to the ears of all the fans who were listening to her singing, into their hearts. More and more viewers poured into Lu Chen's live broadcast room, and soon broke through the 2 million mark. Among them, there were many super administrators of Whale TV. They also came to listen to the song. In fact, when Lu Chen suddenly started a live broadcast in the evening, Whale TV immediately knew about it. The administrator quickly put a wave of advertisements on the home page, attracting the attention of a large number of passers-by. The number of fans watching Lu Chen's live broadcast online was about 1.5 million. After Xianxia appeared, the number skyrocketed in just a few minutes. Many fans who got the news came to watch the fun, and the server was almost overcrowded. Currently, Whale TV has had a lot of live broadcasts of celebrity artists, but it was the first time that a celebrity couple played a live broadcast at the same time. Not to mention that Lu Chen and Xianxia were the hottest couple in the entertainment industry at present. News on the internet was transmitted at the speed of light. Blogs, Tiba, forums, QQ groups. 1 spread 10 spread 100. Countless people who had never played Whale TV before followed the link and clicked in. However, in the case of so many online viewers, Lu Chen's live broadcast room was very clean. Everyone consciously followed the watching etiquette, and there were not many barrages that interfered with their line of sight. There were also some people who were too excited, or deliberately messed up, and were kicked on the spot by the super administrator. Xianxia dared to make trouble during a live broadcast. There's no discussion about banning you. This live broadcast of a celebrity couple without prior arrangements was simply a godsend for Whale TV. Usually, a lot of money might not be able to bring about the effect, and the officials would never allow anyone to destroy it. Unfortunately, Xianxia was just playing on a whim and didn't think about playing for long. After singing, she smiled sweetly at the microphone and said, "I came across the sea to see you. I hope everyone will like it. Also, my new album will be released next week, and I hope everyone will support me at that time." The heavenly queen of the music industry playfully cupped her fists and saluted, and then returned the guitar to Lu Chen. The fans in the live broadcast room exploded again. Sister Fair, don't go, sing one more song for us. It's so good, can't you sing one more song? Stay, I beg you to stay. I'll buy all your albums, I just want to sing one more song. Crying, 555, I want to hear it one more time. Sing one more song +1. All kinds of begging and whining, just to let Xianxia continue to sing, and more fans used practical actions to keep her stay. Rewards, fish balls and whatnot were already too weak, it was simply child's play. The local tycoons directly boarded the aircraft carriers. On the screen, one after another, the densely packed aircraft carriers covered the field of vision, and the number was terrifying. Among the many anchors in Whale TV, many of them had not been able to earn 1 or 2 aircraft carriers in a live broadcast for a year or two, but Xianxia just showed her face and sang a song, and easily earned hundreds of aircraft carriers. In fact, the share earned from these rewards could make many well-known anchors faint with excitement, but Xianxia did not feel anything special. She only had a little understanding of online live broadcast, and had not yet realized the horror of rewards. But she could still clearly feel the enthusiasm of the fans. Thank you very much, everyone. If you want to hear more good songs, then buy the album. Heavenly Queen Chen had seen all kinds of scenes. Although she was moved, she did not satisfy the fans' wishes, because after singing the second song, everyone would definitely ask for a third song, and then it would be endless. She cleverly gave her new album another wave of advertising, and then decisively left. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with sorrow. Lu Chen sat back in his seat, coughed and said, "Thank you for your support, everyone. How about this, I'll sing this song again for everyone." Although the fans complained, they knew that they could not force it. Although there were still dissatisfied voices, most of them understood. In order to appease everyone's emotions, Lu Chen sang, "Crossing the Sea to See You Again." In his dream memory, this song had been covered by many famous singers in different styles, each with its own flavor and characteristics. It had become a classic that had lasted for a long time. They were both playing the piano and singing, but compared to Chen Feier's graceful and gentle singing, Lu Chen's singing was more tough and full of vicissitudes, deepening the depth of emotion, and containing a bit of folk song flavor. It was equally good. For millions of fans, being able to hear two different interpretations of a brand new song was definitely a very enjoyable and interesting thing. It was a precious experience. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Lu Chen ended the live broadcast. In the end, he sang until his throat was a little dry. Of course, his harvest was not small. His share of rewards from the props alone had reached more than 1 million. Even though Lu Chen's vision was not the same as before, and the projects he aimed for were in the millions or tens of millions, this extra income made him sigh at the enthusiasm of the fans. However, at least half of the 1 million was brought by Chen Feier. So much? Chen Feier was reading the script in the bedroom and had not slept yet. When she heard the report from Lu Chen, she could not help but feel surprised. Wasn't this money too easy to earn? She had only shown her face for less than 10 minutes, and the key point was that she earned it at home through the internet. Lu Chen lay down beside her and said with a smile, "When the money is in the account, I will transfer half to you." "Is it necessary?" Chen Feier rolled her eyes at him impatiently. Did the dignified Heavenly Queen need to care about this small amount of money? The relationship between the two did not need to be so clear. Lu Chen was determined not to live off a woman. He thought about it and said, "How about this? I will deposit this money into another card. In the future, when we go out to play or eat, we will use this card. What do you think?" Chen Feier's eyes lit up, and she even put the script aside. "Love fund? That's a good idea." Her eyes were watery, and she passionately kissed him. Lu Chen was a strong young man in his 20s. How could he withstand such teasing? He immediately hugged her and pressed her against his body, ready to enjoy the beauty's tenderness and sweetness. Chen Feier giggled and blocked him, saying, "Wait, let me tell you about the new script first." Lu Chen was depressed. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have taken out the script. What a waste of a beautiful romantic night. Lu Chen had written the script of Full House of Romance in great detail. It could be published as a novel with a few edits. It was printed out in a thick stack. Chen Feier read it very seriously, so she could not finish it even after a few hours. However, she already knew the story in her heart. It was a romantic comedy. Chen Feier liked the script very much, especially the characters of the male and female leads. She played the role of a web novelist, which was also a very popular profession. It was interesting to think about the different sparks between her and Lu Chen, who played the role of a big star. However, there were some details that she needed to clarify. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep well at night. At Chen Feier's level, fame and fortune were no longer the goals that she pursued. Her only wish was to improve her career and enter a wider world. The success of Autumn in My Heart allowed her to take a big step forward smoothly. This new drama was not only the icing on the cake, but it also laid the foundation for her in the film and television industry. How could she not care about it? Lu Chen said, "I'm going to make 2 versions of this new drama, the Chinese version and the Korean version. The names of the characters in the Chinese version will be changed. It will be different from the script that you're reading now. At that time, the novel and the drama will be released at the same time. In addition, we'll cooperate with SPG to add the Korean plot. We'll shoot in Seoul and Jeju Island, which will be more conducive to expanding the Korean market, 2 months was enough for Lu Chen to carefully sort out the plan for the shooting of the new drama: investors, partners, plot settings, story background, shooting location, publicity and marketing, etc., all of which he had a plan in mind. If Autumn in My Heart was a work that entered the market, then Full House of Romance was a weapon to occupy the market. It was used to reap the benefits. Autumn in My Heart was expected to bring more than 30 million to him and the studio. As for Full House of Romance, Lu Chen's target was more than 50 million. This was not something unbelievable. Product placement, domestic premiere and rebroadcast, online copyright, overseas copyright, novel adaptation, anime adaptation. The benefits of a popular IP were extremely shocking. Big investment for Full House of Romance would definitely be bigger than Autumn in My Blood. How could he not rack his brains for such a huge profit? Therefore, in the face of Chen Fei-er's inquiry, Lu Chen spoke with fervor and assurance without the slightest hesitation, appearing to have a card up his sleeve. There was a saying that people who were serious and hardworking were the most charming. At this moment, in Chen Fei-er's eyes, Lu Chen was undoubtedly a very charming man. His expression was focused, his eyes were bright, and he was full of confidence. It was this confidence that caused Chen Fei-er to be moved again. She mischievously hooked her foot around Lu Chen's calf, gently rubbing against it as she gradually moved upwards. Her eyes shone with a charming light. Lu Chen wasn't stupid. As he spoke, he felt that something was wrong. After discovering the truth, he flew into a rage and could no longer hold back. With a low growl, he pinned Chen Fei-er under his body. Suddenly, the room was filled with the light of spring. The night was long, but people who loved each other would never be lonely. Similarly, Whale TV was not lonely. The next morning, one of the top 3 live broadcasting platforms in the country published a large-format advertisement on the home page, congratulating the star anchor for receiving more than 1 million yuan in a single live broadcast. This star anchor was, of course, Lu Chen. Last night, Lu Chen's 3-hour live broadcast earned a total of 1.37 million yuan in gifts. According to the proportion of the contract, he received more than 1 million yuan. This was the first time since the establishment of Whale TV. If they didn't advertise, they would really be struck by lightning. Limited to copyright issues, Whale TV did not dare to use Chen Fei-er as an advertisement. However, this kind of publicity was enough to attract the attention of many star artists and media in the circle. Many media outlets forwarded the publicity draft of Whale TV. Some online entertainment websites even attached Chen Fei-er's live broadcast video, giving Whale TV a large wave of free advertisements. The focus of the media was not the same. Some commented on the live broadcast with more than 1 million yuan, and introduced the current hot emerging network industry and how to attract attention. Some were concerned about the situation of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er. They seriously analyzed that the two were living together. Their career was developing rapidly, and their relationship was also very stable, so they came out to show their love. Many star artists, especially those small stars and new artists, were mostly shocked by the high income of online live broadcasting. Many of them worked hard to get notices, but after a year, they didn't really get much. Seeing that Lu Chen could easily earn more than 1 million yuan by rapping and singing on the computer, how could they not be envious and jealous? As for the vast number of fans, they didn't care about the millions of yuan. What they cared about was when Lu Chen's new drama would start shooting, and when Chen Fei-er's new album would go on sale. Of course, there was also the high ratings of Autumn in My Heart in South Korea. On April 15th, 16th, and 17th, KGS broadcasted the 11th to 13th episodes of Autumn in My Heart. Following last week, the ratings of Autumn in My Heart broke the 20% mark. This Chinese drama made great strides on the South Korean TV screen, successfully creating a new record of 30% plus, reaching 31.05%. This rating was already the highest record of any imported Chinese drama in South Korea, and it was infinitely close to MBC's Queen's Power, whose latest episode's rating was 33.29%. The difference between the two was only more than 2%. Such a situation caused an uproar in the South Korean film and television industry, because people with discerning eyes could see that after nearly 30 episodes of Queen's Power, the potential for increase in ratings was basically exhausted. It was already commendable to maintain around 30%, and it was unlikely to continue to climb. In contrast, the increase in ratings of Autumn in My Heart was simply terrible, as if there was no end in sight. If this was a South Korean drama, everyone would be either envious or cheering, but this was a Chinese drama. For a time, the media cried wolf, thinking that the Korean wave, which had once made the people proud, was in danger of being counterattacked, and the domestic market was about to be invaded by imported dramas, so they had to be vigilant. These South Korean media must have exaggerated the facts, and were suspected of playing to the gallery. The success of Autumn in My Heart was just an example, but from the side they could see a lot of interesting things. That was, the structure of the market was changing. Lu Chen was undoubtedly one of the key figures who stirred up the storm. On April 16, Chen Feier's new album launched an online crowdfunding campaign on the crowdfunding website. On April 16, Chen Feier's new album began online crowdfunding, and was released on QQ Music on the same night. This Woman Flower album was Chen Feier's transformational work. It has been delayed for half a year, and has already attracted wide attention inside and outside the circle. Coupled with the early publicity and marketing, it showed a rainbow momentum as soon as it was released. QQ Music was officially released at 7:30, and by 9:30, the sales had exceeded 100,000 copies. Shocking the industry, nowadays, domestic pop music and pop singers have long passed the era of relying on selling albums to support their families. The miracle of a record selling millions or even tens of millions only exists in memories. The great development of the entertainment industry and the rampant online piracy have made singers no longer rely on record sales. Commercial and advertising endorsements are the king of making money. So, nowadays, even if it was a well-known singer, with the simultaneous release of online digital records and physical CD records, it would be considered a success if the combined sales could reach 200,000 to 300,000. The achievement of a platinum record is worth holding a celebration party. Nowadays, it is very common for albums to be released online. Generally speaking, the sales in the first 3 days, that is, 72 hours, often account for 1/3 or even half of the total sales. Especially the sales on the first day are particularly important. There has always been a popular album sales formula in the industry, which calculates the approximate total sales based on the sales on the first day. But this announcement is obviously not suitable for the sales in 2 hours. 100,000 copies in 2 hours, this is going against the natural order. It should be known that for most singers, if the sales volume exceeds 100,000 copies within 72 hours of release, plus the number of physical records sold, and enough time is accumulated, it is not a big problem to win the achievement of platinum record. This is already the result they dream of. But Chen Feier broke through in 2 hours. Platinum record is not a problem at all. Crown record, with sales of 5 million is out of the question, but diamond record, with sales of 1 million is already expected. When did the last diamond record in the domestic pop music scene appear? Many people have forgotten. If the best-selling album last year, Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me, can be counted as one, and MSB's Not Yet Lovers can also be counted as one. In particular, all 10 songs of the You Who Sat Next to Me album were on the original music chart. However, compared to Woman Flower, which had just been released, the 2 rookie albums were overshadowed. A Heavenly Queen was indeed a heavenly queen. Even if it was a transformational work, with the anticipation accumulated in the early stages, coupled with the recent explosion of popularity due to Autumn in My Heart, and her own deep foundation, Chen Feier's first move had beaten all the albums of the same period into pieces. There was no one who could compete with her. If all the singers who have released albums on QQ Music, NetEase Music, pop radio stations and so on during this period are called together for a meeting, then Chen Feier can stand up proudly and say, "Everyone here is trash." When the official V of Chen Feier Studio and the fan group posted the 2-hour sales data on their blog, it immediately caused a great sensation both inside and outside the circle. Of course, the fans cheered and jumped in joy. They congratulated their idol for creating a sales miracle and wished him a successful transition in advance. All of Chen Feier's friends in the entertainment circle sent him congratulatory messages. Even many VIPs outside of the entertainment circle sent their blessings. However, the music industry was silent. Many pop music-related media and professionals fell silent. They were all studying Chen Feier's new album. Several of the 10 songs in the new album have been released in advance, such as Your Eyes, which fans are already familiar with. This song is the only duet between a man and a woman in the album. With the popularity of Autumn in My Heart, it has become popular abroad. Also, Xianxia's recent live broadcast of Crossing the Sea to See You, although it was only an impromptu version, also became popular on the internet and was forwarded many times on blogs. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, it was part of the album's marketing publicity, from which one could also get a glimpse of the style and characteristics of the whole album. With this Woman Flower album, it was already clear that Xianxia had shifted from sweet songs to love songs. Both leaked works were 100% love songs. Based on the quality of these two songs alone, the sales of the new album would not be low, not to mention Xianxia's strength. The most important thing was Lu Chen. Lu Chen not only tailor-made half of the album for Xianxia, but also personally supervised the production. With such a strong collaboration, it would be strange if Woman Flower sold poorly. Therefore, the industry had expected that the album would sell well, but they never expected it to be so popular. The number of 100,000 copies sold in 2 hours was really incredible. Whether it was out of professionalism, pure curiosity, or ulterior motives, many people in the industry carried out a careful analysis of Woman Flower at the first time. On the one hand, they wanted to determine whether the sales of 100,000 in 2 hours were exaggerated. After all, as long as they were willing to spend money, not to mention 100,000, even 1 million sales could be achieved. However, no one would be stupid enough to spend such a high price to increase the ranking. The key was the quality of the album itself. Buying could only be successful for a while, the quality was the basis for long-term hot sales. On the other hand, those entertainment agencies studied the hot albums, which was also to prepare for following the trend. If Xianxia's new album sold out, then following the trend would definitely not be a loss. Just like the ratings of Autumn in My Heart broke the charts, and now several film and television companies were making the same type of TV series. At 10:30 p.m., the sales of Woman Flower reached 140,000 copies, and the growth momentum slowed down slightly. This was a very normal situation, because the fans bought it explosively. As time went by, the buying potential of the market would gradually be consumed, so the sales figures in the first 3 days were the most important. At the same time, comments related to the new album were released on the internet. Donghu Lu's practitioner, a well-known blogger and music critic of Waves, wrote in his long blog post, "I just listened to Miss Xianxia's new album Woman Flower, and I couldn't help but want to say something, because if I don't say something, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. What I want to say is that the biggest surprise in the pop music world this year is undoubtedly Xianxia's new album. She completed a very successful transformation. From the beginning to the end of the album, there was no disappointment throughout the whole process, and there were continuous surprises and climaxes. In the impression of many people, including myself, Xianxia can only sing sweet songs. She has a naturally good voice for singing sweet songs, and her works have left us countless good memories. This album let us see another Xianxia, a beautiful, mature, and emotional Xianxia. She redefined love songs. In My Heart, my favorite is the title song Woman Flower. Xianxia's gentle interpretation of this work is intoxicating, and the traditional nostalgic style has a special charm. If I were to give this album a score, then I would give it a score of 9. 9 out of 10. Donghu Lu's practitioner is an editor of a fashion magazine, and a part-time writer, film critic, and music critic. He has a high level of professionalism, with more than 2 million blog fans, and his articles are very popular among blog netizens. This well-known blogger has a unique view of domestic pop music, and he is also a member of the judging panel of the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart. Whether it is a film review or a music review, he can often hit the nail on the head. The most praiseworthy thing is that Donghu Lu's practitioner doesn't sell his ass and integrity. He doesn't speak with money, so his reviews are very credible and valued by the industry. In this blog post, Donghu Lu's practitioner is full of praise for Xianxia's new album Woman Flower, to the point that people doubt his integrity. Out of 10, I give it a score of 9. 9. Many people can't help but ask, is it really that good? The answer is obviously yes. At least 90% of the review articles that have sprung up in blogs, forums, and postbars are positive, attracting the attention of more and more pop music lovers. Many people were not originally Xianxia's fans. After seeing these review articles, they couldn't help but be curious, so they went to QQ Music to buy downloads. A high-quality digital album is only 10 yuan, and the membership price is 20% off. No one can't afford it. This further pushed up the sales of Woman Flower. By 7:30 p.m. the next day, the sales in the first 24 hours exceeded the 300,000 mark. There is no doubt that this is a new record for the online sale of a domestic pop album in the past decade. In addition to the sales bonus brought about by the star effect, the quality of the work itself is the key. The total sales of this album in the industry has been raised to 1.5 million to 2 million copies. If there is no accident, Xianxia has been booked to win this year's Best Album award in the pop music industry, because such a result can sweep away all opponents and make people speechless. If you want to engage in shady business, you have to step on your face to the ground. But for Xianxia, no matter how good the sales of the digital album is, the money earned is only a small amount. The real big money lies in the crowdfunding project on the online crowdfunding website. The crowdfunding project for physical album sales of Woman Flower has a total of 5 package options. The lowest hardcover CD record crowdfunding price is 28 yuan, and a full 70,000 sets have been sold, while the highest Supreme Edition set crowdfunding price is 588 yuan, and more than 3,000 sets have been ordered. This makes people have to sigh at the strong purchasing power of fans. The total amount of crowdfunding in the 24 hours since it was launched was as high as 4.5 million plus, and 150% of the pre-funding goal has been completed, and the entire crowdfunding project lasted for 10 days. Such dazzling sales results have made many entertainment record companies jealous. And many people in the industry have not ignored the existence behind the success of Xianxia's new album. Lu Chen. Since entering the new century, the domestic entertainment industry has flourished, and the market pie has become bigger and bigger. But the status of original pop music has declined. In the 1980s and 1990s, a singer with a little fame could live well by selling albums, tapes and CDs, and then attend parties or concerts. They definitely belonged to the ranks of high-income people. Some singers even relied on 1 or 2 works to make a living for 10 or 20 years. However, with the development of the market, more and more people entered the industry, and the new generation of idol stars emerged one after another. Big speed of the replacement of artists accelerated, and the industry competition tended to be white-hot. The rise of the internet led to the decline of the traditional record industry, forcing singers to find another way to live. Under the influence of Japanese and Korean idol culture, domestic artists also began to embark on the road of no return in marketing packaging. It was no longer enough to sing well. One must be handsome, beautiful, unique, and know how to promote and hype. Many singers were unwilling to sink to the bottom, and many singers changed their image to cater to the market. As a result, the power of original works was not valued. Imitation and plagiarism became the trend in the circle. The development of domestic pop music was difficult, and it became a battlefield for talent shows. Many musicians were worried about this phenomenon and cried out loudly, but their voices seemed so insignificant in the context of the entire industry. Like a stone thrown into a lake, there was only a ripple and then there was no sound. The rise of Lu Chen in the pop music world was undoubtedly like a fresh wind, making people feel the breath of spring. At the beginning, his influence was still very limited. A talent show champion could not prove or change anything. At most, it made people admire the emergence of a musical genius. And the title of musical genius was not a rare thing. But with the release of his debut album You Who Sat Next to Me, people in the industry suddenly discovered that with a sincere and excellent work, one could still obtain honor, status, and benefits. His success was a big inspiration for domestic original works. The simplest example is the asking price of Lu Chen's songwriting. His current offer to the public is 500,000 yuan, which directly raises the price of the top author by a lot, and in disguise, increases the treatment of the original author. Others might be scolded for doing such a thing, but Lu Chen proved his value with his strength, the value of an original writer. Whether it was in The Spring or Not Yet Lovers, he made people believe that with solid works, real stars could be created. Then there was Xianxia's Woman Flower album. From the title song Woman Flower to Your Eyes, Crossing the Sea to See You, Hello Tomorrow, Meeting, and Sea of People, 6 works, 6 unique love songs. Lu Chen once again showed his strength, but also pushed Chen Feier to a new height. It was as if he had a pair of miraculous hands that could turn stone into gold and turn something rotten into something magical. Woman Flower was an album of love songs, but the style tended to be diverse. Listeners of different ages could find work suitable for them and find bosom friends. Such an approach was actually very bold, especially for a transformational work. It was simply a risk, but good enough works made the risk a gorgeous show-off. The second day, the third day. The sales of Chen Feier's new album, whether it was on the QQ Music platform or the online crowdfunding platform, climbed steadily. Although the growth rate continued to decline, it was a benign slowdown. Correspondingly, the album's reputation in and out of the circle continued to ferment. For people in the industry, what they saw through this album was the transformation of Chen Feier, the powerful creative strength possessed by Lu Chen, and the impact on the market pattern, and for the vast number of fans, they didn't care about this. They knew that the songs were good. There was more than one good song, and the arrangement and soundtrack were top-notch, full of sincerity. In just 3 days, the total sales of the digital version and physical CD version of the Woman Flower album, including the package, exceeded 700,000 plus, setting a new record in the domestic pop music industry in the past decade. There was no suspense in achieving diamond record. Under such circumstances, Chen Feier herself couldn't sit still. Before the album was released, she had a hunch that it would be very successful. After all, with so much effort and painstaking effort, coupled with the full support of Lu Chen, there was no reason for it to fail. But she didn't expect it to be so successful. Big underestimated the support of her fans. Therefore, Chen Feier had to give up enjoying the sweet time with Lu Chen and leave Beijing in advance to launch a promotional tour in major cities all over the country. The better the market is, the more publicity is needed, and the better the effect of publicity is. If she missed the best publicity opportunity at present, it would be twice the effort and half the result if she wanted to hype after that. And Lu Chen couldn't stay idle. His first priority was not to shoot a new play, but to move. After more than a month of construction and renovation, Lu Chen's studio in the New Era Art Center was finally ready to move in. So, on the second day after Chen Feier left Beijing, Lu Chen and Lu Shi moved to a new home together. The area of the new studio reached 1,000 square meters, which was divided from the original Yuzhizhong art studio. It was divided into 2 floors, and the location was very superior. Lu Chen built a brand new recording studio in the new studio and purchased a batch of the most advanced equipment, making the total cost of moving to a new home more than 15 million yuan, which took a large part of the studio's funds. But the results of this investment were very obvious. In the future, the studio would be able to independently complete all the work such as composition, arrangement, accompaniment, recording, and post-production. Except for distribution, there was no need for outsourcing. In other words, from the point of view of music production, Lu Chen's studio had full autonomy. In addition to meeting its own needs, it could also undertake external business, and its strength surpassed many small music companies. On the day of moving to the new home, many peers in the circle sent banners and flower baskets, including Beijing Television Station, Haijin Television Station, Zhidong Television Station, Flying Stone Records, SPG, Crown Pictures, Chanda Brothers, Light Rain Media, as well as friends such as Tan Hong, Liao Jia, Lin Jijia, MSN, and so on. That night, Lu Chen came forward to host a banquet at the Regent Hotel in Beijing to entertain all kinds of people. Unknowingly, he already had a considerable amount of connections in the capital's social circle. And now, it was less than a year since Lu Chen officially debuted last year. Do you think this dress is okay for me? In the suite of the Regent Hotel, Chen Feier stood in front of the full-length mirror, swaying her waist slightly. She was more than 1.7 meters tall. Although she didn't reach the standard of a supermodel, she was well-proportioned. She was big and thin when she should be big. It could be said that she was too fat if she was a little bit more, and too thin if she was a little bit less. Therefore, no matter what kind of clothes she wore, she always looked stylish, not to mention Chanel's long dress. Chen Feier was a loyal fan of Chanel. She was also one of the celebrities who endorsed the international brand in China. Lu Chen stood next to her and said helplessly, "You look good in anything." He couldn't understand women's obsession with clothes. It was understandable that Xianxia needed a lot of clothes to change into because she was a celebrity. But his sister, Lu Shi, had a closet full of new clothes in the 6 months she had been in the capital. That night, Lu Chen was hosting a housewarming party for the guests at the Regent Hotel. Xianxia had rushed back to the capital from hygiene in the evening. The clothes she wanted to wear were delivered to the hotel in the afternoon. She had even booked an extra room to change into. Because among the clothes that were delivered, there were as many as 7 sets of long dresses, and he had already tried on 4 sets, Lu Chen was impressed. "Let's go downstairs. Everyone is here. What are you panicking about?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at him angrily. "I'm wearing beautiful clothes, isn't it to support you?" Lu Chen hugged her from behind and said with a smile, "You're already very beautiful. How can you let others live if you're even more beautiful? Let's go with this one. I think it's very suitable." Xianxia smiled and said, "Fine. I didn't come all the way back from hygiene in vain." Lu Chen kissed her on the neck. In the impression of others, especially her fans, Xianxia was always so beautiful and bright. She was like an otherworldly fairy, a superstar that everyone envied. Lu Chen once had a similar feeling, but since the two fell in love, he knew that behind Xianxia's dazzling brilliance, what was hidden was her hard work and efforts. Just like Lu Chen has to exercise and practice martial arts every morning, Xianxia has always insisted on bodybuilding and doing yoga, so she can keep her figure so perfect. She is even more willing to spend time and money on skincare, so she is still beautiful without any makeup. She was never careless with her work. Her schedule was full of events, commercial performances, endorsements, media interviews, and so on. Even though she was so busy with her work, Xianxia didn't neglect her relationship with Lu Chen. For example, she went to hygiene to promote her new album this morning and came back to attend Lu Chen's studio's housewarming party in the evening. She was the female lead. To be honest, without a strong heart and perseverance, it was difficult for ordinary people to bear such a high-intensity life. Xianxia enjoyed it and worked hard to push her career to greater heights. She didn't lack anything. The source of her hard work came from her faith. It was this dedication to faith that made her have a different kind of charm, which deeply attracted Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt something and whispered in her ear, "I love you." A simple "I love you" made Xianxia's pretty face blush. She turned around and leaned into Lu Chen's arms, standing on tiptoe to give him a kiss. The kiss was intoxicating, and the fire of love burned silently. It wasn't until the phone suddenly rang in the room that the two woke up. The entangled lips separated, and Xianxia stuck out her tongue guiltily and said, "It must be to rush me." Lu Chen chuckled, let go of her, and answered the phone. It was Lu Shi who called. She asked him why the main character hadn't shown up when the banquet had already begun. Why did he leave all the guests in the banquet hall? Lu Chen didn't dare to refute and could only say yes. Xianxia took the opportunity to tidy up her appearance and put on lipstick. She smiled and took Lu Chen's arm. "Let's go down." They took the elevator down to the banquet hall. Just as the two of them walked to the door, a guy in a short vest suddenly jumped out from the emergency staircase next to them. He held an SLR camera and took several photos of the two of them. "Gotcha, gotcha." Both of them were shocked. Lu Chen instinctively protected Xianxia behind him. Finding out that the other party was a paparazzi, Lu Chen was speechless. He didn't know how long this guy had been waiting here without being discovered by the hotel's security staff. Lu Chen's studio didn't invite any media reporters for the moving house during the day and the housewarming banquet at night, because Lu Chen didn't need or disdain to use this kind of small news to hype up. But there were still reporters who came uninvited. "What are you doing?" However, there was a security guard at the door of the banquet hall. Seeing this scene, he was furious and immediately rushed up to teach the paparazzi a lesson. Lu Chen quickly stopped the security guard and said, "It's okay. Forget it." If the security guard really beat the paparazzi, maybe there would be negative news about him in the entertainment section tomorrow. Besides, it was a housewarming banquet in the evening, so there was no need to make a big deal out of it. He nodded to the paparazzi and then entered the banquet hall with Xianxia. All the guests had arrived. Because there were a lot of guests invited, and most of them were people in the circle, the banquet tonight was in the form of a Western-style buffet, which was casual and convenient for communication. When Lu Chen and Xianxia appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on them. In fact, this was the first time that the two of them appeared in public as a couple after they announced their relationship. Xianxia's pretty face was slightly red, but she still gracefully held Lu Chen's arm and greeted the guests. After some greetings, Lu Chen and Xianxia temporarily separated. He took a glass of red wine, then walked to the performance stage in the banquet hall and asked the hotel waiter to bring him a microphone. The guests spontaneously gathered around. After getting the microphone, Lu Chen said, "Thank you very much for attending this banquet, my friends and colleagues. Thank you for your support for Lu Chen Studio. I won't say anything else. Eat and drink well." He raised his glass and said, "Thank you." There was a soft laugh in the crowd, and everyone raised their glasses together. Cheers. It was not a very important banquet, purely a favor, so the atmosphere at the banquet was very relaxed. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he got off the stage, and the band arranged by the hotel began to play light music. Lu Chen. Several men and women came over. It was Li Mubai, Li Mushi, Qin Qian, and Su Daiwan. It was Su Daiwan who greeted Lu Chen. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Lu Chen sent invitations to both Li Mubai and Li Mushi. The latter sent a big flower basket to Lu Chen's studio on behalf of Mukin crowdfunding. He originally thought that only Li Mubai would come in the evening. Nowadays, Mukin crowdfunding is not what it used to be. Relying on the Li family's powerful network resources and a new fundraising model, the scale of the website has been expanding. Every day, there are many new projects online for crowdfunding, which has already made profits in advance. The valuation of the online crowdfunding has increased tenfold than before, and overseas companies and international versions have been put into operation. Li Mushi is ambitiously preparing to seek listing on the growth enterprise market next year, and the rapid development has made the industry look at her. Li Mushi monopolizes the power of the company, plus the opening of a branch in the United States, so she often flies back and forth across the Pacific Ocean. Lu Chen was really surprised to see her here tonight. "Congratulations on your studio moving to a new house." Su Daiwan said with a smile, "Business is booming." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Thank you." "Where's Big Brother Murong?" Li Mubai answered first, "My big brother is in the United States. There is a Wall Street venture capital that wants to inject capital into the online crowdfunding." At first, Li Murong, representing the Li family, bought the online crowdfunding from Lu Chen. First of all, it was to give Li Mushi, who had just returned from overseas, a test of her skills, and also to find something for Li Mubai to do, so that he wouldn't be idle all day. But both Li Murong and Li Mushi underestimated the potential of this new way of raising funds, especially after obtaining creative copyright protection in China and Europe and the United States. The capital market keenly sniffed the smell of interests. After successfully completing a number of crowdfunding projects, the number of funds that came to Mukin crowdfunding to invest money suddenly increased, leading to a continuous rise in the valuation of the online crowdfunding. As a result, Li Murong couldn't stay out of it. The eldest of the Li family is now in the United States to help manage the affairs of the overseas branch of the online crowdfunding. The Li family's investment has undoubtedly made a lot of money, and as the initiator of the online crowdfunding, Lu Chen, who sold most of his shares, didn't feel that he had suffered any big loss. Although the idea of the online crowdfunding was put forward by him, without the support and management of the Li family, it would have been impossible to have its present success. The biggest possibility was that he couldn't even get a copyright protection certificate at the beginning, and his creativity was imitated and surpassed by others. As a result, in the end, he didn't get much money back after throwing it in, and his main business was delayed. Now, the higher the valuation of the online crowdfunding, the better, because Lu Chen still retains 10% of the original shares. Once it is successfully listed, he will immediately become a billionaire. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? To be a man, one must know how to be content. The most taboo thing is to be greedy and insatiable. If he is still dissatisfied with this, what benefits can he get apart from being alienated from the Li family? That would be too stupid. While speaking, Li Mushi handed over a beautifully packaged briefcase. "This is our congratulatory gift to you." Congratulatory gift? Lu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. and instinctively took it. Thank you. Li Mubai winked at him, open it and have a look. Lu Chen knew that this must be a very special congratulatory gift, so he didn't stand on ceremony and opened the seal on the spot. As a result, he found a document and 2 certificates hidden in the briefcase. In fact, when he received it, Lu Chen had already guessed what the Li family's gift was. He had experienced the gift-giving routine before, and it was still the same familiar feeling. The document was the approval document of the Chen Fei Charity Foundation, and the certificate was the foundation's legal person and practice certificate. With these 3 things, the Chen Fei Charity Foundation, jointly established by Lu Chen and Chen Fei, had a legal identity from now on. It could raise money from the public and carry out charity work in the country. This gift was not easy to come by. The domestic charity industry had experienced a period of chaos and disorder. There were many official and private charities, and there were many people who fished in troubled waters. As a result, there were a lot of scandals. It should have been a very positive charity work, but it was covered with a thick layer of dust, causing a considerable negative social impact. Some so-called charities only raised 10% of the money for charity activities. A large amount of money was unknown or was swallowed and transferred. After it was exposed, the public's trust was seriously reduced. Under such circumstances, the relevant departments of the country began to rectify the charity organizations, severely cracking down on a group of speculators who cheated on others and carried out strict control at the source. Therefore, it was very difficult to register a charity foundation now. When Lu Chen decided to set up the foundation, he did not consider the difficulty. However, he was right to ask the Li family for help, and it was only now that it was approved. There was also a very important reason. As the legal representative of the foundation, Lu Chen had a very good image in the public as a star artist. Otherwise, it would be useless for the Li family to come forward. But no matter what, Lu Chen had to accept this great favor from the Li family. After solving the predicament of his family, Lu Chen wanted to do something for society and others. He did charity not to fish for fame, but to let himself have a clear conscience. Because he was able to obtain today's achievements, status, and fame, basically from the memory of a dream. This precious and incomparably heavy wealth came so easily that it made Lu Chen feel very unreal. He did not want to only use this wealth of memory to satisfy his personal selfish desires and lie on it for the rest of his life. Instead, he wanted to use a part of it to help those in need, so that he could be worthy of God's love. Thank you. Lu Chen sincerely thanked Li Mushi and Su Daiwan. Su Daiwan smiled and said, "You're welcome. Actually, I have a presumptuous request." Lu Chen quickly said, "Go ahead, sister-in-law." Su Daiwan said, "Does your foundation still need people? I want to be a part of it and have something to do." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's great that you can join. You can choose the position of director or secretary." Su Daiwan said, "I'll be a director. I'll donate another 2 million. Lu Chen originally wanted to decline, but after thinking about it, he still nodded. All right. He could tell that Su Daiwan really wanted to do some charity work, not spend money for the sake of a position in the foundation. Even if she didn't donate a cent and asked for a director position, would Lu Chen refuse? However, Lu Chen was still a little worried. "Sister-in-law, is Brother Morong okay?" Su Daiwan said with a smile, "He's staying in the United States by himself. It's boring for me to be alone at home. It's just the right time to do good and accumulate virtue." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aren't you going to release an album?" "I still owe you an album." Su Daiwan is a native of Taipei, Taiwan. She was once very popular on the island. She made her debut at the age of 19 and won the championship of the Island Performing Arts Award. With her natural voice and outstanding appearance and temperament, she became a rising star. At the age of 21, Su Daiwan released her debut album Light Snow and Early Sunshine. At the same time, she pushed her singing career to the peak and was regarded as the future heavenly queen of the singing world. However, to everyone's surprise, only 2 years after her debut, when her star path was brilliant, Su Daiwan suddenly retreated from the pop music world and disappeared from the public sight. Very few people knew that Su Daiwan married Li Murong and lived in seclusion in Beijing. If she hadn't retired, her achievements would never have been worse than Chen Fei's. When Lu Chen visited the Li family, he met Li Murong and his wife and promised to help Su Daiwan make an album. At that time, Su Daiwan was very moved, but later there was no follow-up. Lu Chen still remembers this. Of course, Su Daiwan didn't forget. She said with a smile, "I really want to, but I'm afraid that you, Li Gu, will be uncomfortable. Besides, I've been out of the singing world for so many years, and my mind has long faded, but," she pulled Xianxia over and said, "if you intend to return the favor, give it to my sister." Xianxia has been hiding behind the three of them without speaking. When she was pulled out by her sister to face Lu Chen, she reluctantly said, "Brother Lu Chen, hello." Lu Chen nodded with a smile, "Hello." He hasn't seen her for a while. The rebellious girl has obviously matured a lot, at least she knows how to be polite. He doesn't mind returning the favor. "What do you like, singing or acting?" Xianxia's eyes lit up and she said, "I heard that you're going to shoot a new TV series recently. Can you give me a role?" Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "No problem." His new TV series is very popular. God knows how many people have come to him in a roundabout way to ask for a role. Several important supporting roles have already been booked, but it's not a problem to arrange for Xianxia. Xianxia was delighted. "Thank you." She is not a professional actor. She wants to act purely out of novelty and fun. Of course, the role that Lu Chen gives her will not be an important one. Lu Chen glanced around and happened to catch a glimpse of Chen Feier talking to Sister Li not far away, so he reached out and greeted them. Chen Feier and Sister Li came over. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Feier, Sister Li, let me introduce you. This is Sister Daiwan." Chen Feier was pleasantly surprised. "Why are you here?" Su Daiwan said with a smile, "Sister Feier, long time no see." This time, it was Lu Chen's turn to be surprised. "So the two of you have known each other for a long time?" Chen Feier said with a smile, "When I went to Taiwan to perform, I sang on the same stage with Sister Daiwan. The two of them really had a period of friendship. Naturally, it was a pleasant surprise to meet again after a long time." Lu Chen then introduced Sister Li to Su Daiwan. Sister Li promised to be the chairman of the charity foundation and help the two of them manage this business. She has long heard of Su Daiwan. The banquet was bustling and filled with guests. This lively banquet full of surprises had just begun. In the New Era Art Park, Lu Chen Studio. Compared with the original place, the new studio was not only several times larger, but the layout was also far from the original office building. In order to build this new home, Lu Chen also specially commissioned a very famous design company in the capital to design and construct the decoration and construction. He paid 500,000 yuan for the design fee alone, which was considered a friendship price. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The new studio, which had been renovated with a huge investment, had the style and temperament of an art company. It had a simple and lively overall decoration style with exquisite details. And Lu Chen finally had his own independent office, and also had a private place to receive friends and guests. As for the original rented place, it was not empty or sublet, but became the office of the Chen Fei Charity Foundation, which was currently being renovated. Now there was a guest in Lu Chen's office. The man was in his 40s, wearing a suit and tie, and looked gentle. He was slightly thin, had a high cheekbone on his cheeks, and his eyes were small. He was probably a little nearsighted, but he didn't wear glasses, so he always squinted intentionally or unintentionally. The atmosphere in the room was a little dull. Lu Chen was concentrating on a contract document in his hand. His right index finger on the table gently tapped twice, which somewhat revealed his inner mood at the moment. This middle-aged man in his 40s was called Feng Jun. He was Feng Hui's agent and the latter's cousin. The contract in Lu Chen's hand was brought by Feng Jun. The content of the contract was mainly about the treatment of Feng Hui, as the director, in Lu Chen's new play. Autumn in My Heart was directed by Feng Hui. At that time, she signed a contract directly with Lu Chen Studio, so after the shooting was completed, the studio also paid her. Lu Chen and Feng Hui had a very pleasant cooperation. In addition, Autumn in My Heart was a big hit. Later, he and Chen Fei specially made 2 big red envelopes and sent them to her. Because the success of Autumn in My Heart was largely due to Feng Hui's work, she had a strong grasp of the plot and properly expressed the mood of the story. In layman's words, it was very beautiful. Therefore, Lu Chen intended to let Feng Hui direct the new play Full House of Romance, which was also recognized by the cooperation. But things were not that simple. Feng Hui's agent brought Lu Chen a contract, which was a bit excessive contract. In this contract, Feng Hui's salary as a director was 20 times higher than that of Autumn in My Heart, reaching 5 million. In addition, she enjoyed many benefits, including a share of copyright. Lu Chen could still accept a salary of 5 million yuan alone. Feng Hui's salary for Shooting Blue was 250,000 yuan, which was not low for her value at that time, but there was no extra share of income. Speaking of which, he felt indebted to her, so he gave her a red packet. This was the principle of doing things. Now that they were going to shoot a new drama, it was necessary to raise the director's salary. In today's film and television industry, it was very common for high-ranking directors to receive a share of the profits in addition to the fixed remuneration. The specific terms of the contract involved specific situations. It was not uncommon for top directors to make tens of millions of yuan from a blockbuster or a long TV series. It was normal for Feng Hui to ask for a share. However, Lu Chen couldn't remain calm when it came to the distribution of copyrights. He had always been very concerned about copyrights. For example, for his own works, he would register the copyrights as soon as possible. Now, when he sold his songs to others, he would still retain part of the copyrights. For TV dramas like Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance that would definitely be popular, the copyrights had to be firmly held in his hands, and he could not allow others to covet it. The benefits brought about by IP were the greatest and also the most lasting. Moreover, it was easy for others to take advantage of it if it was shared. Therefore, even though Lu Chen was preparing for the new drama and had many partners, and many parties were investing in it to share the profits, he had never relented to anyone when it came to the copyright. This was the golden hen that laid the eggs. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel strange. In his impression, Feng Hui was not the kind of greedy person. The salary she asked for was not outrageous and was in line with her value. However, it was a little unbelievable that she would get a share of the copyright. Lu Chen's long silence made Feng Jun a little uneasy. He moved his butt and tentatively asked, "Teacher Lu, if you have any comments or ideas about this contract, you can tell me now." Lu Chen glanced at him calmly. In the entertainment industry, it was common for star artists, including directors, to use their relatives as agents. For example, his own agent was his sister. The biggest advantage of using a relative as an agent was that he could rest assured. He usually didn't have to worry about being betrayed or backstabbed. Feng Hui accepted Lu Chen's invitation and was willing to continue to direct his new drama. It was normal for her to ask her agent to come forward and talk about the salary with him. There was no problem of losing face. But it didn't mean that there were no problems. He thought for a moment and said, "Originally, when it comes to the contract in our studio, our manager is the one who talks about it, but my sister just went out today." Lu Chen changed the subject and said, "I've read this contract. Everything else can be discussed, but I'm afraid there's no room for discussion about the copyright. And I feel that the percentage you asked for is too high." The last few words, Lu Chen said resolutely, with unshakable firmness. This was the advantage of facing an agent. Otherwise, if it was Feng Hui herself, some things would be hard to say. Feng Jun's face changed, and then he said with a smile, "This can be discussed. The copyright issue can be put aside for now, but the percentage. In fact, we can inject capital." Inject capital, that was asking for more. Lu Chen's new drama was not short of investment at all. Lu Chen suddenly understood that the other party's request for copyright was just a cover. The real purpose was to divide the profits, and his appetite was quite big. He suspected that this was Feng Jun's own idea. It was not uncommon for the agent of a star artist to take the initiative to demand an exorbitant price when negotiating a contract. Even Feng Hui might not know. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head and pushed the contract back to Feng Jun on the table. This was the meaning of refusal. Feng Jun obviously didn't expect Lu Chen's attitude to be so tough and refuse so firmly. He thought there would be a battle of words, but Lu Chen didn't give him a chance to show his eloquence at all. This made Feng Jun a little angry out of shame. He came prepared today. Not only did he carefully prepare this contract, but he also deliberately inquired about Lu Shi's absence. He chose to talk with Lu Chen face-to-face, trying to open a gap from Lu Chen. Lu Chen was very young and had a good relationship with Feng Hui. In addition, he had a good reputation in the circle. Feng Jun wanted to persuade him with his own ability and fight for the best contract. However, Lu Chen was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He couldn't help saying, "Teacher Lu, our Feng Hui has invited a lot of people now, and the treatment is not low." Feng Jun wasn't talking nonsense. Autumn in My Heart successfully made a group of newcomers popular, and it also promoted Feng Hui, who was only a little famous in the circle, to the position of a first-line TV director. Around the new year, many film and television companies approached Feng Hui and invited her to shoot the same type of TV series. The price was quite high, otherwise, how could Feng Jun have the confidence to take out such a contract? Lu Chen said with a faint smile, "Mr. Feng, I am friends with Sister Feng Hui. I think she can understand when it comes to business, and I also hope that her career can get better and better." With that, Lu Chen also sighed secretly in his heart. Originally, these words should have been the most appropriate for Lu Shi to say. Most of the time, the agent played the bad guy. It was just that there were some words that Lu Chen had to say. In fact, before Feng Jun, Lu Shi had also refused several contracts on behalf of Lu Chen's studio, including Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang, two newcomers who had become popular because of the TV series Autumn in My Heart. Both of them wanted to play roles in Lu Chen's new TV series, but their agents' requirements were very high. If Lu Chen's studio met all their requirements, the budget of the new TV series was bound to be overspent by a big amount. Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang were also very sincere, but their current net worth was far from what it was when they were shooting the TV series Autumn in My Heart. The agent asked for first-line treatment. In addition to the pay, there were specific conditions such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation when they went out to shoot. Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang might be willing to reduce the pay, but the corresponding treatment was not enough, and they would be laughed at. Moreover, the two of them now had a lot of film contracts and endorsements. Therefore, after some contact, Lu Chen still gave up these original cast members. Full of Romance was a new TV series, not a sequel to Autumn in My Heart. There were many artists who wanted to play a role, and there was a lot of room for choice. The same thing was true for Feng Hui. She was not irreplaceable. Since Lu Chen had said this, Feng Jun couldn't continue the discussion even if he wanted to. He could only put away the contract resentfully and try to save it one last time. "Teacher Lu, actually." Lu Chen waved his hand and interrupted him. "You can make an appointment with our manager to talk about it." Although that was what he said, in fact, Lu Chen had already given up the idea of letting Feng Hui continue to direct. There were many directors in the circle who could shoot the same type of work, and there were also many choices. Feng Jun left very reluctantly. Lu Chen was more and more sure that this contract was drawn up by him on his own initiative and did not get Feng Hui's approval. But what could he do? Lu Chen couldn't directly call Feng Hui to complain, could he? If he really did that, he would be too immature. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen called sisterly. To be honest, he was also a little depressed in his heart. No wonder people said that the entertainment industry was too complicated. Many things could not be achieved just because you thought about it well. People's hearts could also change. In this circle, there were really not many people who could always stick to their original heart. Lu Chen called Sister Li because he wanted to sign a few potential newcomers through Sister Li's agency. The differences in the contracts of Feng Hui, Zhang Liwei, Hu Yang, and others made him realize that if he wanted to make a name for himself in the film and television industry, he really needed a group of reliable people, a team that could fight at his beck and call. If Zhang Liwei and others signed with Lu Chen Studio, then all the problems would be solved. There was no need to talk about any contract at all, because there was already a contract. But for the current Lu Chen Studio, it was not good to expand too much at once. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken one step at a time. If the pace was too fast, it was easy to pull the egg, and that would not be good. Fortunately, the entertainment industry was now developed, and there were many ways to solve problems. The way Lu Chen thought of was to sign people together with Sister Li's agency, and the rights and interests of the contract would be shared. The latter would be responsible for the daily affairs of the agency, and the studio would deploy people at any time if needed. There were many precedents in the circle to follow, and it was very suitable for the current situation of the studio. Sisterly had been working in the entertainment agency for many years, and she had no lack of resources and experience. The cooperation with her Rainbow agency was definitely a strong alliance. The most important thing was that the relationship between the two sides was very good, and Sisterly also served as the chairman of the Chen Fei Charity Foundation. In fact, if he really wanted to poach people, with the current fame of Lu Chen and the success of Blue, it was very easy to poach people from other entertainment agencies. There were many new artists who were willing to climb the high branch. In fact, during this period of time, many people came over to recommend themselves, but Lu Chen was not very satisfied with these artists. Secondly, he had no intention of poaching other people's talent. He wanted to find out the right person himself. After understanding Lu Chen's idea, Sisterly absolutely raised her hands in agreement. That's no problem at all. We can cooperate in any way. We are all good friends. She had always been forthright and generous, and it didn't matter if she suffered a little loss for her friends. How could Lu Chen let her suffer a loss? I believe in Sisterly. Big Sisterly might seem careless, but she's actually a meticulous person. She asked with concern, Xiao Lu, is there a problem for you to suddenly call me? Lu Chen didn't hide it from her and briefly told her about Feng Hui signing the contract. After Sisterly heard this, she said, actually, it's normal for her to have such a request. It's not strange for her agent to have such thoughts. However, I can be sure that she will regret giving up on your new drama. As for the director of the TV series, I know dozens of them. I'm sure I can find you one that you'll be satisfied with. There are also newcomers. There are a few good young talents in the Chinese Opera and Beijing Film Academy. Why don't I go with you? Lu Chen couldn't help but be tempted. The Chinese Opera Academy referred to the Chinese Drama Academy, the Beijing Film Academy referred to the Beijing Film and Television Academy, and the Chinese Media Academy referred to the Chinese Media Academy. They were the three well-known film and television talent training bases in the capital area. Over the years, a large number of well-known directors and actors had emerged, and there was no lack of world-renowned international stars. Especially the Chinese Opera Academy. Every time it held an alumni meeting or school anniversary meeting, the number of stars who came to support it was comparable to that of a film festival. It had a great influence in Asia. Many film and television companies also liked to look for new talents in the Chinese Opera Academy and Beijing Film Academy. The students in the academy were all carefully selected and had systematic professional training. The most important thing was that the pay was very low. It was much more reliable to pick people from the Chinese Opera Academy and Beijing Film Academy than to poach people from others, and there was no need to quarrel. He agreed without hesitation. Sisterly had contacts in the three major academies. She had gone to the Chinese Opera Academy to pick people more than once, so she made an appointment with Lu Chen. Lu Chen had just put down the phone when someone knocked on the door of the room. He said, please come in. The door was pushed open, and a girl with a gift bag stood in front of the door and greeted, Brother Lu Chen. Lu Chen was surprised. Xiaochu, why are you here? Come in and sit down. This lovely girl in a white floral dress was Mu Xiaochu, a member of the popular girl group MSN. Mu Xiaochu came over, put the gift bag on the table, and said, we were performing in another city a few days ago, so we couldn't catch up with Brother Lu Chen's housewarming. This gift is a little token of my appreciation. Lu Chen said with a smile, why are you so polite? Didn't you send a flower basket? Mu Xiaochu wrinkled her nose and said, that was arranged by the company. This is my own. It's different. Lu Chen smiled, thank you. Mu Xiaochu took the initiative, I'll open it for you. I bought it in deep sea. The shop owner said it was imported from Holland. She tore open the package. It was a glass bottle boat. The glass bottle placed on the bracket was crystal clear without any flaws. The craft boat inside the bottle was very exquisite, and the details were vivid. It required a very high level of craftsmanship to make. Not to mention the value, the glass bottle boat also meant to bless smooth sailing. Mu Xiaochu obviously took a lot of thought to choose this gift. Lu Chen exclaimed, it's beautiful. Mu Xiaochu smiled and said, as long as you like it. Lu Chen asked about her recent situation. Speaking of which, the two hadn't seen each other for a while, everyone was busy. After the establishment of MSN, Mu Xiaochu officially suspended her studies. She was originally studying at the Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages, but she couldn't balance her studies and career, so she finally chose her career. MSN's debut album, Not Yet Lovers, was selling well, which led to a sharp rise in the popularity of the three beautiful girls. They were too busy with the usual announcements, commercial performances, and endorsement activities. Their work schedule was arranged to the second half of this year. At present, there were more than 20 girl groups in China. Although MSN could not be compared with several veteran girl groups, the momentum of catching up was obvious. Flying Stone Records intended to cultivate MSN into one of the leading female stars. As a result, the pressure on Mu Xiaochu's work and life was great. She just returned to Beijing yesterday. Today, she finally took the time to come here to deliver the gift, and it was because of the close distance. Her mother was distressed that she had lost a few pounds. Mu Xiaochu talked a lot, and Lu Chen listened a lot. He felt like his sister was chatting with him, talking about those happy and unhappy things, as well as the words in her heart. It was very relaxing and warm. After chatting for almost an hour, it wasn't until the people in the studio asked Lu Chen to sign that Mu Xiaochu woke up. Oh, it's over 10 o'clock. I have to go back. Brother Lu Chen, you're busy. Goodbye. She ran away as fast as a frightened rabbit. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and moved the glass bottle placed on the table to the display shelf of the bookcase. Monday, April 25th, sunny. At 7:45 in the morning, Meng Jianqing stood in front of the subway station, waiting to go to work with the surrounding office workers to start a busy new week. Beijing was very big, but there were more people. During the morning and evening rush hours, there were a lot of people commuting through the subway. The carriages were often packed like sardines. This was one of the characteristics of Beijing. Meng Jianqing had long been used to this kind of life. 7 years ago, he graduated from college and chose to stay in Beijing. He was lucky enough to find a job in a foreign company with a good salary and benefits. 3 years ago, he took out the money he had worked hard to save, and with the support of his parents, he took out a loan to buy a 2-bedroom apartment near the subway station on the 5th Ring Road. He finally settled down in Beijing. He was almost 30 years old. Meng Jianqing, or more accurately, his parents' wish, was for him to quickly marry a wife, start a family, and have children to continue the family line. Meng Jianqing also wanted to, but most of the girls in Beijing were very practical. He only had a small house with a loan. Obviously, it was not enough to find a partner who could satisfy him. In this regard, Meng Jianqing was still very open-minded. He believed that as long as the fate was right, the ideal partner would naturally appear. If the fate was not enough, there would not be a good result if he forced himself to pursue it. So during his break, Meng Jianqing often invited 3 or 5 friends to ride in the wild. In fact, he had always had a dream. It was to spend 2 years or even longer to travel the mountains and rivers of his motherland and enjoy the magnificent scenery of the north and south of the country. It would not be a waste of his time in this world. However, reality suppressed his dream and suppressed Meng Jianqing's artistic and turbulent heart. Standing in the crowded crowd, his eyes unexpectedly fell on the LCD screen hanging on the pillar next to him. This kind of 19-inch multimedia LCD screen was very common in the subway station. In addition to the content of subway safety knowledge and life knowledge, it was basically advertising. It was an important channel for the subway company to generate revenue. There were still 2 minutes before the next subway arrived. Meng Jianqing was too lazy to take out his phone. He was bored and looked at the advertisements. A shampoo commercial had just finished playing on the multimedia screen. Meng Jianqing scoffed at the model's long black hair, which was so bright that it could blind one's eyes. It was all F***king routine. No matter how they were photographed, it was as if those advertising designers had all graduated from the same school. There was no creativity or sincerity at all. Then, the screen suddenly went black, and the sound coming from the speaker went silent. The next moment, a new scene quietly appeared. Blue sky, white clouds, a vast and boundless green grassland, and a long road that led to the horizon. The music accompaniment sounded, and the voices of the people around him were transmitted into Meng Jianqing's ears. Wandering, on the road, are you going, via? Fragile and prideful, that was once me. Accompanied by the song, a white touring car appeared in the advertisement. The camera in the air followed the car closely, and the background changed from grassland to snowy mountains. Gobi Desert, coast, I've crossed mountains and oceans, and I've passed through mountains and oceans. Everything I once had was gone in the blink of an eye. I was once disappointed and lost all my direction, until I saw that ordinary was the only answer. There were lyrics at the bottom of the screen. Meng Jianqing was sure that this was the first time he had seen this obvious car commercial, and it was also the first time he had heard this song. On this bustling subway platform, he suddenly felt that somewhere in his heart, a deep emotion had been touched. He stared at the screen in a daze. His heart seemed to have followed this touring car to the ends of the world, to the desert grassland, unfettered in pursuit of the wind, and the freedom of his dreams. However, something broke out of the soil in his heart, germinating and growing. The commercial was very long, and the aerial shot of the scenery was extremely beautiful. The music and song perfectly blended together with the theme. It was not the kind of crude and rude promotion that used strong stimulation to attract attention. Instead, it was like a spring breeze, silently affecting people's senses. Meng Jianqing stared at the screen in a daze. This was not the most creative commercial he had ever seen, but it was definitely the most beautiful. Meng Jianqing was not the only one staring at this commercial. Many people waiting for the subway to arrive were also watching and listening, feeling the charm brought by the image and music. In the end, the touring car that had crossed mountains and rivers returned to the bustling city. The car stopped, and the door opened. A young man got out and stood in front of the car. He was tall and straight, and his smile was bright and charming. It complemented the brand-new touring car. Lu Chen. Meng Jianqing recognized the character in the commercial at a glance. He was also a fan of pop music. He knew that the newly rising musical talent in the music industry had not only listened to Lu Chen's songs, but also bought Lu Chen's original CD. Meng Jianqing liked Lu Chen's folk songs very much. He listened to the album You Who Sat Next to Me many times. No wonder he felt familiar when he heard this commercial song just now. It was indeed a unique style. The picture turned black again, and the 4 handwritten words, "The Ordinary Road," appeared on it, followed by the logo of Xianxia Automobile and the model logo of R100, as well as the words, "Grand Launch on April 23rd. This commercial was really good. Meng Jianqing's profession intersected with the advertising industry, so his appreciation of advertising works was still a little stronger than ordinary people. In his opinion, whether it was the creative concept, the shooting, or the soundtrack song, this advertisement was first class. A good commercial doesn't need to yell at the audience. The kind of commercial that can't wait to open other people's skulls and instill the advertising intention into the brain will only make people feel disgusted. A good advertisement should be silent and moisturizing. Meng Jianqing couldn't help but take out his mobile phone. However, when he wanted to inquire about Xianxia Automobile R100 on the internet through his mobile phone, he was surprised to find that there were fewer people around him. It turned out that he missed the subway that had just arrived. Meng Jianqing couldn't help laughing, but he didn't care too much, because the next subway would arrive in 10 minutes. He could still make it in time to get to work. After entering the keyword, the browser's link advertisement immediately popped up. Vision R100 is the new model of station wagon that Xianxia Automobile has just launched. It is currently sold in Xianxia Automobile's 4S stores. What made Meng Jianqing's heart palpitate was that this new car, both in appearance and configuration, had a minimum price of only 120,000 yuan for the basic model. His annual salary is also more than that amount, and the R100 pays in installments, and the interest is very low. In fact, Meng Jianqing has always had the idea of buying a car. On the one hand, he has the need to commute to work, on the other hand, he likes to travel far, and it would be too convenient to have a car. In the future, it will be more convenient to take a girlfriend out to play, and he can also drive it back home during the Chinese New Year. The compartment of the station wagon is big enough to put a bicycle in the back seat. Meng Jianqing actually didn't want to admit that he was deeply moved by this advertisement and stirred up a commotion in his heart. He opened a new link page and filled in his personal information and mobile phone number to make an appointment for the test drive. At the same time, the promotional advertisement of Xianxia Automobile Vision R100 The Ordinary Road also appeared in the media in major cities all over the country, high-speed rail stations, subway stations, bus stations, TV screens, and print newspapers and magazines. The idea of this commercial was provided by Lu Chen, and the theme song of the commercial was also composed by him. It was signed in February and was not broadcast until now, because the shooting process took more than a month. Xianxia Automobile invested a lot in this advertisement. Many shooting teams went to all over the country to shoot real scenes. Most of the shots were taken by high-end drones, and the various materials were shot for hundreds of hours. The final finished commercial was edited into different versions of the time. The version played on the multimedia screen at the subway and bus station was 2 minutes and 30 seconds, while the TV version was only 30 seconds and 15 seconds. Xianxia Automobile intended to use this advertisement to open up the urban middle-class market, aiming at the young group who pursue emotional style. The same advertisement also appeared on major portals, and its theme song The Ordinary Road soon spread among Lu Chen's fans. Many fans didn't have any idea of buying a car, but they all liked the advertisement and the song. Because most of his energy was focused on shooting TV series, Lu Chen hasn't released a new song for a while. Recently, he only helped Xianxia produce a new album, and he hasn't come up with any works himself. The Ordinary Road was undoubtedly a surprise from Lu Chen to his fans. Although it was an advertising song, its strong folk style, slow lyrical rhythm, and Lu Chen's excellent interpretation made the song have a different kind of charm. It was undoubtedly a work of real sincerity. On the same day, Lu Chen released a lossless sound source version of The Ordinary Road on his blog, providing fans with a free download. The downloads exceeded 100,000 in 2 hours. At the same time, Xianxia's new album Woman Flower continued to advance in QQ Music and crowdfunding. The total sales volume of the album successfully exceeded 1 million, creating a record for the fastest sales volume of a domestic pop music album to exceed 1 million in the past decade, but Xianxia was obviously not satisfied with this. She didn't rush to hold a celebration party, but continued to tour major cities all over the country, trying to push the sales of the album to a point where people could look up to her. In fact, her current achievements were enough to make people look up to her. Even those with prejudices had to admit that with this album Woman Flower, Xianxia's transformation was very successful. In the future, her name, Queen of Sweet Song, could be changed to Queen of Love Song. As the most important contributor to the sales of Xianxia's new album, Lu Chen's name has a deeper and wider influence in the pop music world. The day before the commercial for The Ordinary Road appeared on all major media outlets, at 8 p.m. on April 24, the Chinese music charts rankings for the last week of April were announced on time. 7 songs from Xianxia's new album were on the list at the same time, including Woman Flower, Your Eyes, Crossing the Sea to See You, Hello Tomorrow, Meeting, and Sea of People written by Lu Chen. Among them, the album's title song, Woman Flower, directly reached the top of the chart, and another well-received song, Crossing the Sea to See You, ranked 3rd. The Woman Flower album sold millions of copies in just over a week. It was very normal for the works in the album to be on the original music chart, but the title song had just come out, and it still caused a lot of shock in the industry. It could be foreseen that it was only a matter of time before all 10 songs of her album appeared on the original music chart. In addition to the title song, the rankings of the other works still had room for further improvement. The Heavenly Queen of Love Songs was about to become the Heavenly Queen of Rankings again. This forced people in the industry to re-evaluate the man behind the Heavenly Queen, Lu Chen's power. Lu Chen's first album, You Who Sat Next to Me, once had the glory of having all his works on the chart at the same time. The songs he wrote for the Bionics, MSN and others were also all on the chart, and occupying the top of the chart was a common occurrence. Now, with the addition of Xianxia's new album, this kind of talent and strength really made people jealous. As a result, there was a voice in the circle, calling for changes to the rules of the original music chart. The core of the change was to limit the occurrence of dominating the charts. The same album could only have a maximum of 3 works on the chart at the same time. The 3 works with the best data would give other original singers enough space. In fact, this was not the first time such a call had been heard. Lu Chen and Xianxia were not the first singers to have all their albums on the charts. In the past, there had been new albums by big names in the music industry that had achieved the same success. It was just that in recent years, the strength of domestic originals was weak. There were quite a few songs from the same album that charted on the charts, but there had never been a complete album that charted on the charts. This kind of call naturally disappeared. Lu Chen's miraculous rise in the pop music world inevitably touched the nerves of many people. He was in the limelight too much. Through the mouths of some people, these cries quickly reached Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen smiled in response. The original music chart is an honorary chart in the pop music industry. It is a means of encouraging originality. Songs on the chart are of positive significance to improve the influence of singers and authors and increase sales results. Of course, it was a good thing that all the albums were on the charts. It was not a big deal to change the rules. The original music chart was very important, but it was not as important as people thought. His current status in the music industry did not need to be reflected through the charts. The fans' approval was the most important. Therefore, if someone wanted to change the rules, whether it was deliberately targeting him or not, he didn't care. At most, he would just write 3 songs for other people's albums in the future. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. It may not be appropriate to put too many good songs on an album. However, while Lu Chen's attitude was indifferent, some people were very angry. They must be jealous. Chen Feier said on the phone to Lu Chen, some people can't bear to see others do well, so they always want to make some trouble. She didn't say who it was, but there were many disputes when people were popular, especially in the entertainment industry. There were always some people who felt uncomfortable when they saw others' success. Even if they couldn't directly intervene, it was good to play some tricks to disgust people. For example, the rumor released in the circle this time seemed to be directed at Chen Feier, but in fact, it was directed at Lu Chen. Chen Feier was filled with indignation. Whether you can get on the chart depends on your ability. What's the point of changing the rules? Lu Chen comforted her, don't worry about others. It's enough for us to do our own thing. There were many things in the entertainment industry that couldn't be taken seriously. Otherwise, you would only get yourself involved. Like this kind of groundless rumor, you couldn't take it seriously at all. It was best to ignore it directly. Even if the rules were really changed, what could they do? Of course, Chen Feier didn't really care about whether she got on the chart or not. She didn't care about such an honor at all. The key was that the rumors about Lu Chen made her angry. Calm down. Why don't I come to Huacheng to look for you? Currently, Chen Feier was in Huacheng, the capital of Guangdong province, to promote her new album and other endorsement activities. Come to Huacheng to look for me? Chen Feier's attention was immediately diverted. Really? Hee, aren't you busy? Although she knew that Lu Chen was trying to make her happy, she was still very happy. Busy? Lu Chen said in distress, the new drama is about to start shooting, and I haven't gathered enough people here yet. The situation of filming Full House of Romance this time was much more complicated than when filming Autumn in My Heart. There were more people involved, and there were more coordination problems. Especially since they had to shoot in South Korea, a lot of work had to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, it could easily bring about adverse effects. Chen Feier said coquettishly, can't you just say that you have to come and accompany me no matter how busy you are? Lu Chen slapped himself in the face. Chen Feier snorted twice and asked again, I heard that you don't plan to cooperate with Sister Feng Hui anymore? Lu Chen sighed, I was just about to tell you about this. Chen Feier had a good relationship with Feng Hui. This time, because of the contract, they had a disagreement, so Lu Chen didn't tell Chen Feier for the time being, so that she wouldn't be distracted. Chen Feier probably heard something, so she asked. He told Chen Feier the whole story. After listening, Chen Feier said, Sister Feng shouldn't be that kind of greedy person. Is it her agent? Lu Chen said, I don't know. Although he deduced that this matter was most likely caused by Feng Hui's agent, he didn't directly call Feng Hui to ask the truth. It was not appropriate, and it was not appropriate for him to ask Lu Shi. Because if Feng Hui really had her own ideas and asked her about it, they wouldn't even be friends. Lu Chen was a nostalgic person, so he didn't want to go to this point. Chen Feier understood. I understand. Then I'll call Sister Feng Hui. It was not easy for Lu Chen to make this phone call, but it was not a problem for Chen Feier. Therefore, Lu Chen thought about it and did not dissuade him. No matter what the truth was, there had to be an end. As a result, he called Chen Feier at noon, and Feng Hui came to the studio in the afternoon. When she saw Lu Chen, the first thing she said was, "Lu Chen, I fired my agent." Feng Hui had obviously just arrived in a hurry. When she ran to Lu Chen's office, her face was red and her forehead was covered with fine sweat. There was a trace of shame in her anxious expression. "Lu Chen, I fired my agent." Lu Chen was shocked. He quickly got up and said, "Sister Feng Hui, don't worry. Sit down and talk about it slowly." Feng Hui also realized that she was wrong. She nodded and sat down on the sofa. Lu Chen made her a cup of tea. Feng Hui was not too polite. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her mood calmed down a lot. She was really angry with her cousin. After the new year, Feng Hui had been shooting a 10-episode indoor short play. This was a job she had taken on last year. Although things were different now, she had no intention of breaking the contract. In this industry, credibility was very important. No one would like to work with a person who went back on his word. However, the investors were very reasonable. They gave her a director's salary several times higher than the original agreement. Moreover, her treatment in the crew was excellent. She was completely treated as a big shot in the circle. Including the actors, whether famous or not, they all called her Director Feng with great enthusiasm. Their attitude was absolutely respectful. No one dared to show off in front of her. Feng Hui had been a director for many years, but it was the first time that she had been treated with such respect. She knew the reason very well. Because she, Feng Hui, had shot a phenomenal TV series last year. Not only did it break the record in China, but it also created a miracle in South Korea. She became an instant hit in the circle. Since this year, many film and television companies and investors had come to her door to ask her to direct. The conditions offered by several of them made her heart palpitate. It was just that Feng Hui had work to do at the moment. The most important thing was that Lu Chen intended to continue to let her direct the new TV series. Therefore, Feng Hui politely declined other people's invitations. Unexpectedly, Chen Feier called her today and revealed that Lu Chen and her agent were a little unhappy. Maybe he would find someone else to cooperate within the new TV series. He asked her what was going on. Feng Hui was dumbfounded. Of course, she knew that her agent was talking to Lu Chen's studio about the contract for the new TV series. After all, it was a matter of interests. It was better for the agent to come forward. They didn't need to be embarrassed about the salary. However, because she was busy wrapping up the indoor drama these days, Feng Hui did not pay attention to this area. Anyway, Lu Chen's new drama would not be released immediately, but she never expected such a result. Feng Hui immediately called her agent, who was also her cousin, Feng Jun, over to ask about it. Under her interrogation, Feng Jun had no choice but to reveal the truth. It turned out that he had added many clauses in the new contract without authorization in order to fight for the greatest benefits for Feng Hui. Feng Jun did not expect Lu Chen's resolute refusal. He wondered if this was Lu Chen's bargaining tactic. He was ready to compete with Lu Chen in patience. In short, he could not let Lu Chen take advantage of him. In Feng Jun's opinion, even if she did not continue to cooperate with Lu Chen, Feng Hui could cooperate with others. Those investors who came to her were all willing to spend a lot of money. They were much more sincere than Lu Chen. He was also thinking for Feng Hui's sake. After Feng Hui heard this, she wanted to slap him on the face on the spot. What was short-sightedness? Just look at this cousin of hers and you'd know. He was a complete idiot. With Lu Chen's character, he would not mistreat the people who followed him. The primary reason why he asked Feng Hui to continue shooting the new TV series must be because of old friendships. After all, the cooperation between the two sides was very pleasant. But this did not mean that Lu Chen would agree to some unreasonable requests, such as copyright sharing. Feng Hui was really angry with Feng Jun. Even if it was a bargain, it was very rude to put forward such a request in the contract, and it also made her lose face. As for those investors who came to her door, although the conditions they offered were very good, they were actually using her current fame to hype up. The scripts they provided were basically imitations of Autumn in My Heart. If the screenwriter made it up well, it would be fine. To be honest, Feng Hui felt that many of the plots were terrible. Moreover, she knew that these investors usually arranged actors for roles. They liked to get a group of actors who used unspoken rules. In the production, they were often eager for quick success and profits, and in the end, the things they shot were not the same. She had a little reputation now, but it was very easy to ruin her reputation. In contrast, Lu Chen was really much more reliable. Feng Hui would rather join his new TV series with a low salary than compromise with others in order to make more money. As long as she had 2 or 3 popular TV series, her position in the circle would be very stable, and it would be easy to make money. It was a pity that Feng Jun couldn't see this. He was blinded by the interests in front of him, and he was too greedy. Feng Hui even knew that Feng Jun had a close relationship with several investors. At first, she didn't care. After all, everyone had a little selfishness. But now she couldn't tolerate it, so she decisively kicked Feng Jun out and personally came to apologize to Lu Chen. She would never forgive herself for missing this opportunity. After listening to Feng Hui's sincere explanation, Lu Chen was also a little embarrassed. In fact, he should have asked Lu Shi to sign a new contract with the other party earlier. Then things wouldn't have gotten to this point. However, it was not too late to make up for it. Since the misunderstanding had been solved, they could still continue to cooperate. Feng Hui's work attitude and ability to grasp the plot were appreciated by Lu Chen. He said, "There's no need to kick him out. I'll ask Lu Shi to renegotiate the new contract with him." It was common for agents to make their own decisions for their clients. Moreover, Feng Jun was Feng Hui's cousin. Although the conditions proposed were outrageous, they were also fighting for Feng Hui's interests. Feng Hui shook her head firmly. "It's not just this. You can ask Lu Shi to draft a contract for me. Her meaning is very clear, that is, she will agree to any conditions that Lu Chen offers." Lu Chen wouldn't deliberately cheat her, would he? Lu Chen really wouldn't do that. He said with a smile, "That won't do. We'll talk about it when you find a new agent. By the way, I have an appointment with Sister Li to go to Beijing Film Studio in the afternoon. Sister Feng Hui, you should go with us." Hearing these words, Feng Hui's heart finally fell. She said with a smile, "Are you casting for a new play? Are you going to sign a few newcomers in your studio?" It was very common for star studios to sign newcomers. With Lu Chen's talent and strength, it was too easy to make a few newcomers popular. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "I'm going to let Sister Li's company sign them. If there are good seedlings, we can train them together." Feng Hui immediately understood. Her eyes lit up and she clapped her hands. "Then I might as well sign with Sister Li's company." This was the best way. Sister Li had an outstanding reputation in the circle. Feng Hui wouldn't suffer a loss if she signed with her. Moreover, she could get closer to Lu Chen. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Chen was stunned, and then said with a smile, "Then you talk to Sister Li. Let's go together." He left the studio with Feng Hui and drove to Beijing Film and Television Academy to meet Sister Li. When they arrived at Beijing Film, Sister Li was already waiting at the gate of the academy with her assistant. Seeing Feng Hui, Sister Li was a little surprised. Because she had heard some rumors that Lu Chen didn't intend to cooperate with Feng Hui for his new play and was looking for another director. The rumors were obviously unreliable. But after chatting for a while and learning that Feng Hui was interested in signing with her agency, Sister Li understood. She said with a smile, "That's great. As long as Director Feng doesn't think our Rainbow Agency is small, we can discuss any conditions." The Rainbow Agency run by Sister Li was quite famous in the industry. It had signed many artists and a few directors, but they were all C-list directors. In the entertainment industry, the status of film and TV series directors had always been the highest. The A-list directors basically opened their own studios and chose to cooperate with film and television companies or TV stations. They would never settle with a company like Rainbow Agency. Feng Hui was originally a B-list director. With the TV series Autumn in My Heart, she entered the A-list list of TV series directors. It could be said that she had a promising future. It was a great surprise for Sister Li that she was willing to cooperate with Rainbow Agency. A director like Feng Hui could be the pillar of the company. If she operated properly, it would be enough to bring Rainbow Agency to a higher level. Of course, Sister Li welcomed her with open arms. The predecessor of Beijing Film and Television Academy was the Beijing Film Academy, which was established in 1946. It was the largest professional film and television academy in China and Asia. It was jointly built by the Beijing Municipal Government, the State Press and Publication Administration, and the Ministry of Education. It was known as the cradle of Chinese film talents and enjoyed a worldwide reputation. Beijing Film had a total of 11 undergraduate majors, including literature, directing, graphics, photography, recording, beauty, management, animation, and film theory and technology. It covered all industries of film and television creation. There were more than 4,000 teachers and students in the school. Over the past 60 years, countless film and television talents had come out of Beijing Film. Directors, actors, cameramen. Half of the stars in the entertainment industry would come to attend the school's anniversary. Of course, Beijing Film's management was very strict. Not just anyone could go in and visit. Even if they wanted to choose actors, they had to go through official channels. In other words, they had to have connections. Sister Li had a wide network. It was not the first time that Beijing Film had come to Beijing Film. She had acquaintances with the management of the school, so it did not take much effort to get permission. Everyone in the circle knew that the students of Beijing Film didn't have to worry about marrying, especially the performing arts department. The admission rate every year was so low that it was often a few hundred to one. It was really 1 in 100, or even 1,000, talent was rare. There were naturally many entertainment agents and film companies eyeing Beijing Film. However, Beijing Film's threshold was also very high. Even if a small company or unit had connections, students in the acting department might not care. Of course, many people would be interested in Lu Chen's personal selection. In fact, the school also encouraged students to enter the circle early. What they learned in practical work was often better than academic theory. The person in charge of receiving Lu Chen and others was Teacher Chen of the Academic Affairs Office of Beijing Film. He was in his 30s and still very young. He recognized Lu Chen at a glance and also knew Feng Hui. Leading Lu Chen and others into the school gate, Teacher Chen asked with a smile, "Teacher Lu, are you going to choose a role for the new play? You don't lack people for your project, do you? The previous one sold so well." Teacher Chen was a local of Beijing. He was well-informed and talkative. They got familiar with each other after a few words. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Just call me Lu Chen. I don't dare to be a teacher here. It's mainly because there are a few characters that I haven't found suitable candidates for, so I came here to take a look." After he announced his plans to shoot a new drama on his blog, many entertainment agencies came to him, and many people recommended him. Apart from some of the roles that had been confirmed, there were still a few main roles that were left unfilled. The investment for this new drama had increased by several times. Lu Chen was doing it with the attitude of striving for perfection. Therefore, when it came to the choice of characters, he would not make do casually, nor would he lower his requirements for the sake of doing favors. The actors had to match the image of the characters in the story. This was the most basic requirement. Nowadays, many domestic dramas, especially IP adaptations, often had this problem. The actors did not match the characters, and the plot was randomly changed. After it was filmed, the audience would scold them half to death. Lu Chen had already thought about it. If he couldn't find a suitable one in Beijing Film, then he would go to Beijing Opera and China Media. If he couldn't find an ideal candidate, then he might as well do an audition. Teacher Chen said with a smile, "Our Beijing Film is full of talents. I promise you won't be disappointed." He took Lu Chen and the others to the small auditorium of Beijing Film. There were 2 auditoriums in Beijing Film. The large auditorium was used for meetings and cultural performances, while the small auditorium doubled as a performance classroom. A part of the performance classes of all classes in the performance department were held here. In the history of Beijing Film, many directors picked their favorite students in the small auditorium and then led the latter to embark on a dazzling career. When Lu Chen and the others came over, there were 4 or 5 male and female students performing on the stage of the small auditorium, and there were 30 or 40 people sitting in the auditorium, which could accommodate 100 or 200 people, including students and teachers. Among them, a teacher sitting in the front row was still holding a microphone in his hand. Obviously, he was giving on-site guidance. "Let's sit here." Under the guidance of Teacher Chen, Lu Chen and the others sat down together in the third row on the right side of the auditorium. Teacher Chen introduced to Lu Chen, "This is a class for the 15th grade performance department." The performance department of Beijing Film usually had a class of 1 grade, and a class only recruited about 30 or 40 people. The real elites of the elites would be very popular after graduation, and their starting point was naturally higher than that of other artists. But then again, there might be a lot of great people graduating from this class, or they might all be lost in the crowd. Especially now that the competition in the entertainment industry was too fierce, it didn't mean that those who graduated from the performance department of Beijing Film would definitely become stars. In fact, there were also many graduates of the performance department of Beijing Film who changed careers. With the foundation, hard work and luck were indispensable. In this palace of art, Lu Chen, Feng Hui, and Sister Li did not dare to make noise. When they came to sit down, they were careful not to disturb others in class, but their appearance inevitably alarmed the teachers and students present. Teacher Chen waved to the instructor in front of him, who nodded and didn't care. However, many students were not so calm, because they recognized Lu Chen. Surprised, curious, happy, whispers spread in the small auditorium. Lu Chen's attention, however, was all on the stage. There were 3 men and 2 women on the stage, and they were performing a play. If you only looked at the appearance, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Each had its own characteristics, and there was basically nothing to be picky about. It was widely recognized that there were many handsome men and beautiful women in Beijing Film. Not to mention the performance department, which had the highest quality. The average appearance of other departments was also higher than that of ordinary colleges. It was enough to make people happy. Lu Chen looked at each student carefully. The new play he was going to shoot was an urban romantic light comedy, which could also be classified as a youth idol play. Naturally, there were high requirements for the appearance of the actors. And it was not enough to have a high appearance. They must have distinctive characteristics that could leave a deep impression or arouse good feelings. Then there was acting skills. Youth idol plays had relatively low requirements for acting skills, so even the freshmen of Beijing Film could be qualified as long as they were polished a little. Anyway, they were not playing the lead role. The discussion of the students and the serious gaze of Lu Chen and others obviously brought a lot of pressure to the young performers on the stage, and there were more mistakes. They undoubtedly realized that the opportunity had come, but their experience was not enough to deal with such a situation skillfully and freely, so the instructor present had to stand up and stop their performance. Several students walked off the stage with frustrated expressions. "If you don't love me anymore, then please let me leave quietly. That's my only wish." On the stage of the small auditorium, a young man and a woman were acting out a love story. Helplessness, bitterness, pain, and sadness were changing on their faces, which touched the audience's heartstrings. Although the performance of the two was still quite jerky, their lines were too dramatic, and their body movements were slightly stiff, but as freshmen of Beijing Film Academy, their performance was undoubtedly remarkable. Lu Chen was fascinated, and countless memories emerged in his mind. These memories came from Mo Ran. In Lu Chen's memory, Mo Ran also had such a youth, but on the stage, Mo Ran always played a supporting role, and then silently watched the girl who had a crush on him and the most handsome boy in the class pretend to be real. He didn't feel jealous, resentful, and didn't take the initiative to pursue anything. He buried his feelings deep in his heart. Among the 3 protagonists in Lu Chen's dream world, Mo Ran's sense of existence was the lowest. Compared with Su Bo and Fang Mingyi, his life was not as wonderful and rich. Most of the time, he was always immersed in loneliness, reading books alone, surfing the internet alone, acting alone. He never became a real protagonist, whether it was in movies, TV, or life. However, what Mo Ran left for Lu Chen was more than what Su Bo and Fang Mingyi had combined. Lu Chen sometimes thought that if he had to choose a teacher among the 3, he would definitely choose Mo Ran. This girl is called Fan Ying, and the boy is called Lu Haoyu. They are both outstanding students in the 14th grade performance department. Teacher Zhang, who was sitting next to him, thought that Lu Chen had taken a fancy to the two students, so he specially introduced them. This teacher surnamed Zhang was a very tactful person. Perhaps this was the reason why the college sent him to receive visitors. He obviously saw who the real decision-maker was. And he knew the students in the performance class like the back of his hand. He could name all the students who went up. Lu Chen came to his senses and nodded with a smile. Fanning and Lu Haoyu were both good, especially Fanning, who had bright eyes and white teeth. Her appearance and temperament were very suitable for a role in his new play. But Lu Chen would not rush to a conclusion. What if there was a more suitable one? Beijing was a place where people gathered. Beijing film, Beijing opera, and Chinese media were divided into 3 parts. There were also many film and television-related colleges and training institutions. It was very easy to find actors. After the 2 students on the stage finished their performance, the instructor sitting in the front row of the audience stood up and said, "All right, let's take a break first. We'll continue the class in 10 minutes. Lu Chen turned his head and asked Feng Hui, who was sitting on his left, "Sister Feng Hui, do you have a candidate in mind?" Feng Hui was much more serious than him. She had been taking notes with a notebook in her hand. Regarding Lu Chen's question, she answered without hesitation, "This Fanning is not bad. I think she should be quite suitable to play Xianxia. There's also Zhu Zhiqin." There were 2 important roles in the new TV series Full House of Romance that Lu Chen hadn't confirmed yet. This time, he came to Beijing Film Studios to pick people and sign them directly if they were suitable. Feng Hui had read the script long ago. Her advice was very professional, which was quite in line with Lu Chen's ideas. This was the advantage of working with Lu Chen before. Some directors were very stubborn in the choice of roles and did not allow others to intervene. However, Feng Hui completely respected Lu Chen's decision in this regard and trusted Lu Chen's vision. It was precisely because of this that even though he had flatly refused the contract request put forward by Feng Hui's agent at that time, Lu Chen did not completely give up the idea of working with her. He deliberately let some news out. In terms of filming, Feng Hui's desire for power as a director was not very strong. Lu Chen was still very happy to work with her. "Fanning can be a backup first," Lu Chen said softly, "these roles need you to check. The project will start next week." Feng Hui respected him, and he also respected Feng Hui's authority as a director. This was very important. If the director did not have enough authority in a crew, then he would not be able to control the situation, and it would be impossible to make a really good play. Feng Hui was very happy. "Well, let's watch more, or go to China Media tomorrow?" Feng Hui graduated from the directing department of China Media College. If the conditions were right, she would certainly be willing to sign a few newcomers from her alma mater. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I can't do it tomorrow. I'm going out of town. Let's talk about it when I come back." Feng Hui said, it was common for a star like Lu Chen to go out to participate in commercial performances or endorsement activities, so she didn't care. "Hello, Teacher Lu Chen." At this time, several girls came over. The pretty face of the one in the middle was red, and her bright eyes were full of excitement. She asked Lu Chen, "Can you take a picture with us?" Lu Chen was stunned, and then he said with a smile, "Of course, no problem." This bold girl was Fanning, who had just performed on the stage. Both Lu Chen and Feng Hui were quite optimistic about her. "Great!" The girls chattered and laughed, surrounding Lu Chen. Teacher Zhang and Feng Hui smiled and made way for them to take photos with Lu Chen. The 2 knew that the freshmen were still very interested in star idols. If the juniors and seniors were used to the world, they would not be so popular. Click. Click, several girls took photos with Lu Chen with their mobile phones, and then politely thanked him. These Beijing film students, who were 1 in 1,000, were all of good quality. Student Fanning. They were just about to leave when Lu Chen stopped the girl named Fanning. Fanning turned around in surprise. "Ah?" Lu Chen asked, "Are you interested in trying out the role in my new play?" Originally, Lu Chen put her on the list of candidates, but after some contact just now, he felt that Fanning's character and temper were very good, generous, and well-spoken, so he directly sent an invitation. "Ah." Fan Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, she knew that Lu Chen and others appeared here accompanied by the teachers of the college, and they were definitely not here to study. It was very common for directors and producers in the circle to come to Beijing Film Academy to select actors, but generally speaking, they would choose among the juniors and seniors, because compared with freshmen, the seniors had more acting experience, and they had enough time outside of studying. Fanning knew Lu Chen, listened to his songs and watched Autumn in My Heart. She was half a fan, so she asked her classmates to take a photo with him. But she never thought that Lu Chen would send her an invitation to audition. This was Lu Chen, who created and starred in Autumn in My Heart. Everyone present knew very well how popular this TV series was. His new play was bound to be a hit this year. Fanning suddenly felt as if she had been hit by a pie falling from the sky, and her whole body was dizzy. And the girls around all cast envious and even jealous eyes. Little Ying was going to be popular. The small auditorium became very quiet, and many other students of the performance class heard it. Although they knew that such things were not uncommon in Beijing film, it still felt very unreal when it happened in front of them. After being stunned for a moment, Fanning finally reacted and said hesitantly, Can I really do it? Lu Chen said with a smile, You'll know after the audition. Sister Li? He nodded to Sister Li, who understood and stood up. She handed Fanning her business card and said, Contact me tomorrow. Fanning took the business card in a daze and said subconsciously, Thank you. The next moment, she held the business card tightly, as if holding her life and happiness. Lu Chen and Sister Li looked at each other and smiled. Lu Chen said, Let's go. Sister Li and Fang Hui had no objection. They had seen enough today. If they could choose one, it would be a worthwhile trip. If necessary, they could come again tomorrow to see level 12 or 13, or go to Beijing Opera or China Media. After teacher Zhang left the small auditorium with Lu Chen and the others, several girls immediately surrounded Fanning. Little Ying, you're going to be famous. Yes, don't forget us sisters when you become famous in the future. Lu Chen's new play, I don't know what kind of theme it will be. Ying, what role do you think you will play? Female lead? Impossible, that's Chen Feier's role. I'll treat you tonight. Fanning was dizzy from their chatter and said weakly, I don't know if I can pass, but she knew very well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. Shanghai, Micard Culture and Arts Center. Located in the Dongpunu district, Micard was a very famous art venue in Shanghai. Its unique scallop shape and silver-white exterior was undoubtedly a beautiful scenery line on the bank of the Huangpu River. The venue was not very large, barely able to accommodate 1,500 spectators, but the facilities inside were extremely advanced. The lights, background screens, and surround sound were all the latest generation of high-tech products. And the most famous was the T-shaped Milky Way stage in the venue. The floor was inlaid with more than 1 million Swarovski crystals, and the light and shadow effect was extremely dazzling. Therefore, many big brand promotions, celebrity performances, and model shows were held in Micard, in pursuit of the live effect. Just after 7 p.m., the 1,500 seats in the Micard Center were full, and the scene was boiling. Many young men and women in the audience were holding rose-red glow sticks and fluorescent cards in their hands. The entire center of Micard turned into a rose-red sea. Tonight, Chen Feier's Shanghai fan meeting was held here. All the audience were her fans, and rose-red was Chen Feier's support color. Chen Feier. Chen Feier. Although there was still half an hour before the official start of the fan meeting, many fans could not help but shout her name at the top of their lungs, resonating with more people. This sound wave impacted back and forth in the hall, and also reached the ears of Chen Feier in the makeup room backstage. Chen Feier had just finished the final makeup with the help of the makeup artist. She never liked heavy makeup, but even light makeup was very particular. To achieve the best effect on the camera, it often took a lot of time. Looking left and right in the mirror, Chen Feier was very satisfied. Hearing the noise from outside, she did not feel excited or proud. Instead, she sighed faintly. Today was a very special day. Today was her 29th birthday. In the morning, she talked to Lu Chen on the phone and did not mention anything. Lu Chen probably forgot and did not let her hear the happy birthday. This made Chen Feier in a bad mood today. Her relationship with Lu Chen had always put a lot of pressure on her, mainly because of their age. Although sibling relationships were common nowadays, and fans were basically giving their blessings to their relationship, there were always some rumors in the industry. There were all kinds of rumors, and there were also rumors that were not optimistic about the long-term relationship between the two. Xianxia had confidence in Lu Chen. It was just that the two of them had broken through the final barrier of their relationship, which made her feel a little anxious. Things that were already in her hands were often not treasured too much. Therefore, Xianxia hoped that Lu Chen would treat her better, especially today. However, she didn't want to tell Lu Chen directly that it was her birthday. Only women would understand this kind of dilemma. Xianxia. Xianxia. The cheers surged again, and the passionate fans seemed to be unable to wait any longer. Prepare for my appearance. Xianxia decisively ordered her assistant, stood up, and walked toward the exit. She was experienced in performing and had held fan meetings many times. She knew that once the fans were in a mood, it was easy to get into trouble if it was too long, so she decided to appear in advance. The fan meeting was not a concert, and there was a lot of flexibility in the time. She immediately entered the state of work, dispelling the depression in her heart without a trace, and used her best state to face the fans in Shanghai. Starting from April 20th, Xianxia left Beijing for a national tour to promote her new album. As of today, April 29th, she had visited 6 stops: Haijin, Jinling, Shaoqing, Shanghai, Huaqing, and Hangzhou. Huhai was the 7th and final stop. Shanghai had a population that exceeded that of Beijing. It was worthy of being the largest city in China, with great market potential. Xianxia had many fans in this city, so the fan meeting naturally had to be extraordinarily grand. The fan meeting in the evening cost more than 1 million yuan. A professional performance company was hired to organize it, and the fans who came to the scene were selected through a computer. Not only were they free of charge, but there was also a lucky draw. Next, let's welcome our heroine tonight, Miss Xianxia. As the voice of the host sounded, the music suddenly became passionate and enthusiastic, and the drumbeat seemed to beat on people's hearts. The lights in the hall were all off, and only the T-shaped stage shone with stars. A spotlight fell, and Xianxia, dressed in a splendid outfit, appeared with a smile on her face. The atmosphere in the Mecca Center reached a climax in an instant, and the fans desperately shouted her name. Light sticks were raised high and waved left and right like surging waves in the sea. When the lights were on, Xianxia first gave a warm hug to the host on the scene. "Thank you, Tian Tian." This host was Xianxia's good friend in the circle, Tian Tian. Originally, she was going to help Xianxia host the fan meeting in Hangzhou. Unfortunately, the TV station sent her to the location, so it was pushed to Shanghai. "Hello everyone, hello friends in Shanghai." Letting go of Tian Tian, Xianxia greeted the fans. "I'm glad we meet again." The cheers of the live audience almost overturned the dome in the center of Macard. For such a scene, Xianxia was able to control it. She first talked about her new album with the fans, talked about the ups and downs of the production process, and also told a small joke. After the fans' emotions calmed down, she began to sing officially. The fan meeting was different from the concert. She didn't need to sing many songs, but she also had to meet the expectations of the fans. The first song Xianxia chose for herself was from her new album Woman Flower. The name of the song was "Hello Tomorrow." Looking at yesterday, we've gone far, waiting in the center of Fate Square, that blurry shoulder. The more we run, the smaller we become. The companions who once walked side by side after toasting and blessing, they all separated just that night. I've kept it deeply in my heart. When I grow up, I can only run. How afraid I am of falling in the dark. Hello tomorrow with tears in my eyes. The more beautiful it is, the more afraid I am to get it. Every time I cry, I run with a smile. While losing, I search. How small the voice of Hello Tomorrow is, but it reminds me what is courage. This song Hello Tomorrow was sung by Xianxia for the fans present, and also for herself. On her 29th birthday. Note: Hello Tomorrow lyricist, Wang Haitao / composer, Milk Coffee. When I walk in the opposite direction, finding courage in the corner of the stairs, shaking my shoulders and crying, asking where I am. Partners who used to walk side by side, understanding my grievances in silence. Time always lies. I have never lost those shoulders. Xianxia held the microphone and stood on the star-studded T-shaped stage. A faint blue light shone on her body. The refracted light seemed to cover her with a thin veil of mist. She was as beautiful as a fairy who fell into the world of mortals. Under the stage, thousands of fans were fascinated by the song. The melody of the song, Hello Tomorrow, was very beautiful. The melody was gentle and slightly sentimental. It sang the confusion and hesitation encountered in the process of growing up, as well as strong courage. In Xianxia's new album, Hello Tomorrow was the only non-love song. It could be summed up as a work of inspirational and life insight, encouraging people, especially young people, to be full of hope and yearning for life. In addition to Woman Flower, Xianxia's favorite was this Hello Tomorrow. This song wrote about the life she had experienced, so every time she sang it, it could touch her heart. From an ordinary singer to the present, only she knew how much hard work and effort she had put in. How many times she cried silently in a place where no one was around, how many times she clenched her teeth and worked hard, how many times she had given up at first, but in the end, she persisted. Many people said that there was no clean person in the entertainment circle. Unless one had a heaven-defying background, it was impossible to not be stained with dirt. However, Xianxia could proudly say that she could do what others could not, because she was brave enough, strong enough, and lucky enough. After growing up, I can only run. How scared I am, falling in the dark. Hello Tomorrow, smile with tears in your eyes. Singing this line again, Xianxia's eyes flashed with crystal tears. No matter how many setbacks and difficulties she had experienced, she always stood on the brilliant stage. She could use her voice to make countless people fall for her. To be able to encounter this song and sing it was her greatest fortune. Every time I cry, I run with a smile. As I lose, I search for you. Tomorrow, how small my voice is, the Mecca Center, which could accommodate 1,500 spectators, was quiet. All the fans held their breaths, widened their eyes, and listened attentively to Xianxia's singing. Her voice was like the sound of nature, like a clear stream that drilled into the ears and flowed into the heart, causing people to be unknowingly intoxicated. Xianxia's voice was one of a kind. Coupled with her more than 10 years of singing skills, listening to her live performance was absolutely wonderful. Coupled with an outstanding work, it was simply a supreme enjoyment. But it reminds me of what courage is. After the song was finished, the sound lingered in the air, and the audience was silent. Only the glow sticks were still being waved rhythmically. Xianxia raised her head and blinked. A tear fell on her eyelashes. A charming smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, "How are you tomorrow? Give this to all my friends." At this time, the fans at the scene seemed to wake up from a dream and suddenly burst into warm applause. They really loved him to death. Xianxia. The tsunami-like shouts rang out in the venue again, fully proving how popular Xianxia was now. There was no one here to support her. Xianxia reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her smile became more and more brilliant and moving. She couldn't help but think that if Lu Chen was by her side at this time, sharing her joy, and sharing the enthusiastic cheers and applause of the fans, how great it would be, especially on a special day like today. Xianxia. Several fans sitting in front of Xianxia, who were very close to her, were so excited that they rushed over and wanted to have a closer contact with their idol. As a result, they were quickly stopped by the security staff at the scene, and in the end, they did not succeed. Thank you everyone. Xianxia waved at the fans to calm their emotions. The host Tian appeared at the right time, disguised as a reporter, to interview Xianxia, and asked the questions that fans were most concerned about, such as the new album, the new play, and her boyfriend. Many of her questions were quite mischievous, and some were completely improvised, which almost made Xianxia unable to cope with them, but the effect was excellent, and the fans liked it very much. Then Xianxia sang 2 more songs, which brought the atmosphere of the scene to a new climax. So far, Xianxia's new album Woman Flower was sold in QQ Music and crowdfunding online. Although the crowdfunding campaign has expired, the pre-sale of Xinhua Publishing House is still continuing. The total sales of the album has exceeded 1.3 million, and it is estimated that it will be no problem to reach 2 million in the end. 2 million sales, that was the achievement of double diamond record. In today's pop music world, it was definitely a dazzling achievement that could be looked up to by 99% of singers. And Xianxia's ambition was not satisfied with double diamond. She also wanted to hit 3 diamond, 4 diamond, and even crown, so, in the last fan meeting and album promotion, she must do her best. Fans are sometimes very stupid, and sometimes very sensitive. Only by treating them sincerely can they get the greatest recognition. Since Xianxia's debut, she dared not say that she has done the best in treating her fans, but she is also recognized as outstanding in the circle. Talking and singing, the fan meeting was soon over halfway, and it was the interactive session. The host Tian appeared again. She changed into a beautiful red dress, and the corners of the dress fluttered beautifully, which diverted a lot of attention. The former female host of Zhejiang Satellite TV stood under the spotlight with a mysterious smile on her face. She said into the microphone, "Today is April 29th, which is also a very special day. Do you know what day it is?" Before Tian finished speaking, many fans in the audience had already shouted, "Birthday to Xianxia." Fans may not remember the birthday of their boyfriend/girlfriend, but they will definitely remember the birthday of their idol. How could anyone forget such an important day? Big fluorescent signs were immediately raised in the crowd. "Happy birthday to Fei." Fei is the English name of Xianxia, which means elf. In the hearts of fans, she is the last elf who fell to the earth, and no one can compare to her. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised and held the microphone to thank everyone. Thank you everyone. Yes, today is our Fei's birthday." Tian stretched out her hand to signal everyone to be quiet first, and then continued, "I know that many fans have prepared birthday gifts for her. One of the very special fans strongly requested to personally give a gift to Fei. His background is too big, and I really have no choice but to agree." She showed a rather aggrieved expression, as if she was under great pressure. Some simple-minded fans suddenly became angry. Who the hell is so arrogant? The second generation of officials? The rich second generation? There was a commotion in the venue, and boos rang out one after another. But more fans were ready to watch a good show. This should be the fun interactive session of the fan meeting, an Easter egg. Xianxia looked at her best friend in surprise. She didn't know in advance that there would be such a scene tonight. What medicine was Tian selling in the gourd? Of course, she certainly wouldn't sell her out. Tian sold enough gimmicks, smiled sweetly, and reached out to make an invitation gesture. "Let's welcome this fan." A beam of spotlight quickly moved from the stage to the audience, and the lens of the live camera followed closely, and the picture was displayed in real time on the background screen. Everyone's eyes, including Xianxia's, were chasing the light. The next moment, the beam of light stopped and fell on the leftmost corner of the T-shaped stage. There was a young man sitting there. Being hit by the spotlight, he stood up calmly with a faint smile on his face. Another camera made up the shot in time and gave him a close-up. The audience was in an uproar. Lu Chen. No one didn't know the man who appeared in the camera, especially for Xianxia's fans. Lu Chen, it was Lu Chen. He actually came to Shanghai and appeared at the scene of Xianxia's fan meeting. What made the fans speechless was that no one had noticed before. Probably their attention was all on Xianxia, and they didn't notice the person in the corner at all. But thinking about it carefully, it was also reasonable. As a good boyfriend, how could he not appear on Xianxia's birthday? The background of this fan was really big. No wonder Tian had such an expression. Oh, intersection. Oh, Xianxia also couldn't believe it, and her eyes widened. Surprise, sweetness, Lu Chen really came, and he didn't forget his birthday. In fact, she should have guessed it just now, but Tian's suspense was too good and misled her. Xianxia couldn't help but glare at Tian. Tian pursed her lips and smiled, giving her a you-know look. Lu Chen contacted Tian yesterday and knew that she would come to Shanghai to host Xianxia's fan meeting, so he specially asked her to help arrange it and give Xianxia a big surprise. To be honest, Tian really envied her best friend. How lucky she was to have such a man. Tian couldn't help but think of the scene when Lu Chen risked his life to save her in Hangzhou. At that time, Tian forbade herself from thinking about it anymore, because tonight's protagonists were only Lu Chen and Xianxia. It was enough for her to watch and bless them. Under the spotlight and the cheers of countless fans, Lu Chen first waved at everyone, and then quickly walked up the stairs in front of him to the stage. At this time, the lights in the audience went out, and even the Starlight on the catwalk became extremely dim. As if it was a signal, the fans all turned off the power of the light sticks and fluorescent signs. The entire center of Mecca was plunged into darkness, and the sound quickly subsided. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Singing sounded in the darkness. First, it was a male solo, then a chorus. Since the birth of this happy birthday song, it had been sung countless times. If the authors, Mildred and Patty, could earn 1 cent every time they sang it, the sisters would have become the richest people in the world. Every time this song was sung, it was always accompanied by warm blessings. On the T-shaped stage, Lucien pushed a big cake stacked into 3 layers towards Xianxia slowly. The candles inserted in the cream swayed with orange light, reflecting his smiling face. Xianxia stood in the center of the stage, biting her lip tightly. Her eyes were intertwined with Lucien's, and they were reluctant to part. At this moment, the little bit of doubt and sadness in her heart had disappeared without a trace. What was left was warmth, sweetness, joy, touching, and deep love. In her 29-year-old life, today's birthday was undoubtedly the most special. Lucien pushed the cake cart in front of her and said with a smile, "Miss Xianxia, please make a wish." In the audience, all the fans were looking forward to it. Xianxia nodded, then closed her eyes, put her hands together in front of her chest, and began to make a wish. After a while, she opened her eyes again. Lucien smiled and said, "You can blow out the candles." Xianxia stretched out her hand to him, then to Tian, and said, "You guys blow it with me." Of course, Lucien and Tian did not refuse her invitation, so the 3 of them held hands and blew out the candles together. "Happy birthday!" Cheers exploded in the center of Mecca, and all the fans lit up the glow sticks and fluorescent signs again. The lights in the venue were also lit up. At this time, the staff brought plastic knives, and Xianxia symbolically cut the cake. Although the 3-layer cake was very big, it was not enough for the 1,500 fans present. However, the organizers of the fan meeting were prepared. A large number of staff immediately distributed the small cakes that had been prepared in advance to the audience. 1 for each person, no one less. After eating the cake, Tian smiled and said, "It's rare that our music genius, Lucien, is here today. Shall we invite him to sing a song?" "All right." The fans naturally cheered loudly and clapped their hands loudly. All of them wished for the world to be in chaos. A piano was quickly wheeled into the middle of the stage, and a microphone was set up. Lucien came prepared. He calmly sat down in front of the piano and said into the microphone, "Today is Miss Xianxia's birthday. This song is for you. I wish her happiness forever." As he spoke, Lucien gently looked at Xianxia. "This song is called In My Voice." Xianxia leaned against the piano, listening to him play and sing. Their gazes met, full of tenderness. This scene would torture countless single dogs to death. Lucien took a deep breath and gently pressed his fingers on the cold, smooth piano keys. The next moment, he played the prelude. "Without any precaution and without any scruples, you just appeared like this in my world. Bringing me a surprise that I couldn't help myself, but you just happened to be like this, unknowingly disappearing quietly. There was no news from my world, the rest were just memories." Words were the voice of the heart, and songs were about emotions. Lucien played and sang. His fingers danced on the black and white keys, passionate and affectionate. "This song In My Voice is a work about love and gratitude. In terms of expressing love, there is a very sincere and simple confession. The lyrics of the whole song are simple and straightforward. Every sentence is an interpretation of love and a story. Love is unexpected, sweet, beautiful, unfathomable and uncontrollable, and unforgettable. When there is no precaution or worry, the appearance of love can always bring people great surprises. Even if it comes and goes, leaving only memories, it is still engraved in the heart and unforgettable. You exist deep in my mind, in my dreams, in my heart, in my song. You exist deep in my mind, in my dreams, in my heart, in my song." When it came to the climax of the chorus, Lucien obviously increased the strength of his playing. His singing also became more powerful, full of firmness and persistence. That was the firmness and persistence of love, one piano and one person, the piano and the voice perfectly blended together, and the sound impacted the soul. Xianxia, who was standing next to Lucien, was undoubtedly the most affected. She stared at Lu Chen without blinking. The love hidden deep in her eyes turned into spring water, and her pretty face showed an intoxicated look. With her professional knowledge, of course, she could hear the brilliance and value of this song. It belonged to the kind of masterpiece that could make an unknown singer famous overnight. Among many of Lu Chen's works, it was also one of the best. But Chen Feier didn't care about its value. She only knew that this song was specially sung by Lu Chen for her. That was enough. This was the best birthday gift she had received tonight. The world is so big. Why did we meet? Is it fate? Is it God's will? These few lines were Chen Feier's favorite. It was God's will. Fate let the two meet, know each other, and fall in love. Then what else did she have to worry about? What else did she have to doubt? What else did she have to worry about? Be grateful for life and cherish the present. At this moment, Chen Feier really understood a lot. This was love. When Lu Chen's song ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Many fans stood up and shouted Lu Chen's name loudly. It was as if the Mecca Center had suddenly become Lu Chen's home ground, and the whole world was cheering for him. But it didn't matter at all. The fans didn't care, and neither did Chen Feier. Lu Chen also stood up, took Chen Feier's hand, and bowed to the fans at the scene to thank them. Kiss. No one knew which fan shouted first, but it immediately turned into a roar of countless people. Kiss. Chen Feier's pretty face suddenly blushed. Lu Chen smiled and generously turned around to kiss Chen Feier, cleverly responding to the fans' cheers. If they really wanted to kiss, it would be after they got home. It was not good to teach children bad things in public. At this point, Lu Chen's appearance was over, and he returned the stage to Chen Feier. The star of tonight could only be Chen Feier. Of course, Lu Chen just hid backstage. When the fan meeting was over, he still had to accompany Chen Feier to have a really beautiful birthday night. A night that only belonged to the two of them. Note, in my voice lyricist/composer, Chu Wanting Shanghai, the Bund. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The night sky was like a huge and thick black curtain, so deep that it could not be dispersed. The strong night wind blew away the dust that shrouded the city, and the twinkling stars quietly appeared. Under the night sky, a long light belt extended along the Huangpu River. The gorgeous neon lights highlighted the splendor of the Oriental Pearl Tower. The boats on the river were weaving, and the sound of steam whistles could be heard from afar. All kinds of Gothic, Roman, Baroque, and East-West architectural expositions were displayed in the night, releasing the charm of this city that never sleeps. 100 meters away from the Bund Square, Jinhui Jewelry sent off the last few customers and was ready to close. The shop assistants, who had been standing for most of the day, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They talked and laughed as they did their last work. For them, a busy day was over. However, at this time, a young couple holding hands appeared at the door. Several shop assistants couldn't help but look bitter. What they hated the most was customers who came when it was about to close. They had to delay the closing time, and everyone had to be present no matter what, and they couldn't give the customers the feeling that they were about to close. In fact, the people who came to this shop were basically tourists from other places, and they couldn't do any business. But no matter how disgusted they were, they still had to squeeze out a standard smile and say in a sweet voice, "Welcome." This was the company's rule, but no matter when or what kind of customers came, as long as the door was open, they had to be warmly welcomed, even if the other party didn't look like they had the money to buy any jewelry in the store. A jewelry shop assistant took the initiative to greet them. She bowed and asked with a smile, "Good evening, and welcome to Jinhui Jewelry. Our store has just received a new batch of goods. The styles are all designed by famous European designers, and the materials are very exquisite. Would you like to take a look?" Her words were actually very skillful. She calmly pointed out the grade of her jewelry store. If the other party was just looking at a new couple, they would most likely back off, which would save them time. But if they were powerful customers, they wouldn't feel offended. While the shop assistant was asking, she was also a little apprehensive because this couple was quite special. The man was very tall and wore a pair of sunglasses, while the woman was slender and graceful and wore a mask. It was impossible to see her true appearance. However, she felt that the two of them looked familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. This made the saleswoman even more careful, and her smile became even more sincere. The man smiled and said, "Then let's take a look. Are you closing soon?" The saleswoman quickly said, "No, sir and miss, please come with me." "What do you want to see? Ring, necklace, bracelet or something else?" The man said, "Since you're here, let's take a look." As he spoke, he took off his sunglasses. Ah! Suddenly, a short scream came from the side. The salesperson walking in front couldn't help but turn her head to look. Behind the nearby counter, a colleague was dumbfounded. Her face was flushed, as if she had seen a new world, and her eyes were filled with excitement. The shop assistant rolled her eyes at her, knowing that she was definitely going to be out of luck. The rules of Jinhui Jewelry were very strict. If she yelled in front of customers like this, her salary would definitely be deducted. Even the store manager was watching. However, she soon discovered that the other colleagues here were also showing similar excited expressions. The saleswoman couldn't help but turn around, and then saw the man who had taken off his sunglasses. Lu Chen. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "This tall and handsome man, wasn't he the male lead of Autumn in My Heart?" Lu Chen, the saleswoman believed that she couldn't be wrong, because she had watched this TV series 3 times. Every time she watched it, she would cry. She was absolutely familiar with the male and female leads. This was 100% Lu Chen, and the woman holding his hand, who else could it be but Chen Fei-er? If it wasn't Chen Fei-er, then it would be big news. The saleswoman was also dumbfounded. She had seen many different kinds of guests, but it was really the first time that she was in such close contact with her favorite idol. She was completely at a loss. Fortunately, at this time, the manager rushed over and took over her job as the saleswoman. At the same time, the experienced manager asked the staff to close the store. On one hand, it was closing time, and on the other hand, it was to solemnly entertain the distinguished guests. The purchasing power of these two was unquestionable. Lu Chen took Chen Fei-er's hand and sat down in front of the jewelry counter. Tonight, he attended Chen Fei-er's fan meeting and gave her a big birthday surprise. But the real birthday present hadn't been given yet. Lu Chen really didn't have much experience in this area, and he didn't know what to buy for Chen Fei-er, because the latter didn't lack anything at all. So after thinking about it, he didn't buy it for now. After the fan meeting, he would kidnap Chen Fei-er and let her choose what she liked while enjoying the sweet world of the two. The two strolled around the bund for more than half an hour, and walked into this stylish jewelry store. Of course, Chen Fei-er didn't lack jewelry, but the birthday present that Lu Chen wanted to give her was another matter. In fact, since the latter appeared in the center of Mecca, her heart had been full of sweetness and happiness. Even her IQ and EQ had dropped a lot. Not to mention buying jewelry, even if it was just a 10 yuan spicy hot pot, she would still be satisfied. The store manager asked someone to take out the best jewelry from the safe inside. In big jewelry stores, the best quality and most expensive goods were never directly displayed on the counter. They would only be taken out when meeting specific customers. 3 velvet sandalwood jewelry boxes opened on the counter, immediately attracting Chen Fei-er's attention. Women's resistance to jewelry was always insufficient, even Chen Fei-er was the same. These diamond jewelry were undoubtedly first class, both the shape and the style were excellent. Even a layman like Lu Chen was quite moved, let alone her. Like a proud queen, Chen Fei-er tried on more than a dozen pieces of jewelry in one breath, including necklaces, bracelets, brooches, and earrings. She simply couldn't put them down. In the end, she left behind a pink diamond necklace and a ruby brooch. It was difficult to choose. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll take both." The store manager said, yes, these 2 pieces of jewelry really match you, too perfect." She wasn't just saying good words for the sake of sales, but she really had such an idea. The naturally beautiful Chen Fei-er should be matched with such jewelry, it could be seen from the eyes of the other staff present. If it weren't for the store's rules, they would probably take out their mobile phones and take pictures of the scene of Chen Fei-er trying on the jewelry. Chen Fei-er looked around in the mirror, and finally took off the pink diamond necklace. "I'll take this brooch." The store manager sighed secretly. She felt that this necklace was the most suitable for Chen Fei-er, and the price of the necklace was more than 10 times that of the brooch. A big business was ruined. She could also see that Chen Fei-er really liked it, but she didn't want Lu Chen to spend too much money. The store manager was very envious of the relationship between the two superstars. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. Then buy this brooch, I'll pay for it." He winked at the store manager. The store manager was stunned, and immediately understood. She immediately smiled and said, "Okay, please come with me. It's over here." After buying the birthday gifts, Lu Chen and Chen Fei returned to the hotel. In the room, they closed the door and couldn't help hugging each other. The fire of love was burning in their hearts, and it was almost out of control. Lu Chen resisted the love in his heart and whispered, "Close your eyes, okay?" Chen Fei obediently agreed, raised her head and closed her eyes, like a girl waiting for her first love shyly. However, she didn't wait for Lu Chen's passionate kiss, but felt a heavy object on her neck. Chen Fei couldn't help but open her eyes. She looked down and saw a necklace hanging on her neck. It was the pink diamond necklace that she had given up. "Ah!" Chen Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Why did you buy it?" This pink diamond necklace was priced at more than 2 million in the jewelry store. Even with a discount, it would not be less than 2 million. Although she liked it very much, it was still a little too much as a birthday gift. Chen Fei didn't want Lu Chen to think that she was a greedy woman, so she chose the 100,000 ruby brooch. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would actually buy the necklace. No wonder he was a little sneaky when he went to pay for it. As for the store manager, he had a strange expression on his face when he saw the two of them out. "So that's why," Lu Chen kissed the tip of her nose and said with a smile, "because you like it. As long as you like it, and I have money, it's not a problem even if I buy the whole world for you." If she heard such mushy words from someone else, Chen Fei might have goosebumps all over her body. But from Lu Chen's mouth, there was only sweetness and endless love. She couldn't help but tiptoe and took the initiative to give a kiss. She whispered in Lu Chen's ear, "I want you." How could Lu Chen bear it anymore? He immediately bent over and picked her up, rushing to the bedroom. Chen Fei hugged Lu Chen's neck and giggled, "Take a shower first." Lu Chen's eyes were spitting fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's shower together later." The next moment, he hugged Chen Fei and fell on the big bed in the bedroom, pressing this beautiful woman heavily under his body, causing the latter to moan. This romantic night had just begun. Lu Chen appears at Chen Fei's fan meeting and sends birthday gifts to her. The heavenly queen is moved to tears by the song in my voice. Direct to the scene, witness the most romantic love story. Lu Chen goes to Shanghai to celebrate Chen Fei's birthday. Love and career double harvest, Chen Fei's smile and tears. Chen Fei. On May 1st, International Labor Day, the first day of the domestic mid-year long holiday. Big and small media entertainment sections were once again flooded by the news of Lu Chen and Chen Fei. In the current entertainment industry, Lu Chen and Chen Fei may not be the most popular stars, but in terms of which couple is the most exposed, it is really the two of them. Autumn in my heart made them the best couple in the hearts of the people, and their status was unshakable. The romantic story that happened last night in the center of Shanghai Mecca has become a hot topic on blogs. There were many live videos that night, which made many people envious and jealous. Women envied Chen Fei for having the best boyfriend, who was tall, handsome, talented, and romantic. Men envied Lu Chen for having a real heavenly queen as a girlfriend, who was beautiful and charming. And fans once again witnessed the beautiful relationship between the two. Because of the arrival of Lu Chen, Chen Fei did not leave immediately after finishing the promotional activities in Shanghai. She spent a sweet May Day with Lu Chen and returned to Beijing on the 2nd. At this point, her nationwide publicity tour has been completed. The effect of 10 days of intensive promotion is still quite good. The pre-sale of the new album is still rising, and part of the crowd-funded commemorative record packages have begun to be sent to Xinhua bookstores all over the country, and will soon appear in the hands of fans. The industry's total sales estimate for the Woman Flower album has been changed to 2.5 million to 3 million copies, sets. Even if the huge investment in publicity is huge, it is a foregone conclusion to achieve a large profit. Chen Fei's gorgeous turnaround in her singing career was a complete success. Even the most picky people had to admit that her transition in singing style was impeccable. She was truly the new generation of Queen of Love songs. At the same time, good news came from South Korea. After more than a month of broadcasting, the finale of Autumn in My Heart was broadcasted on KGS. The final episode's ratings were 39.52%, just 0.48% away from breaking the 40% mark. But as a Chinese drama, such a rating was already a miracle. Most notably, the last 4 episodes of Blue had higher ratings than MBC's annual drama, The Power of the Queen. This made MBC, the second largest TV station in South Korea, very embarrassed, because Queen's Power firmly crushed Autumn in My Heart in terms of investment, celebrity lineup, and publicity, but it lost to the latter in the highest ratings. It could only save some face in the average ratings. Chinese dramas did not have much of an audience base in Korea to begin with. The rise of Autumn in My Blood and its challenge to Queen's Power might seem like a competition between 2 different dramas, but it was also a competition between 2 television stations. Of course, MBC was very unhappy, and even used public opinion to attack KGS, but this did not affect the success of Blue. Autumn in My Heart had an average rating of 26.68% in Korea, a perfect ending. When the news spread to China, the industry was shocked to the point of numbness, but the fans were jubilant. Because according to the original promise made by Lu Chen on his blog, 2,668 fans would travel to Korea for free, and it would be a 2-person trip. Someone did the math for Lu Chen. According to the price of an ordinary group purchase, he would have to pay at least 13 million. This kind of spending was extremely rare in the entertainment industry. Although it was easy for a celebrity to invest tens of millions of yuan in publicity, it was really unique to take out real money to return tens of millions of yuan to the fans. So, some people in the circle said that Lu Chen was pretending to be fat. It was ridiculous that he had to pay a large sum of money for the copyright to be sold to the Koreans. But the people who said sour words didn't see that after Lu Chen and Chen Fei made the promise of rewards, the fans of both of them increased greatly, especially the fans of Lu Chen's fan group, Lu Jiajun, increased by millions, and the potential benefit effect completely exceeded the tens of millions. In the current entertainment industry, it was all about the fan economy. Only with investment can there be returns. The essence is alternative marketing. In addition, not many people knew that after the broadcast of Autumn in My Heart in Korea, the advertising placement contract for the new drama Full House of Romance led by Lu Chen and Lu Chen Studio was basically finalized. On behalf of Lu Chen Studio, Lu Shi signed contracts with 17 domestic and foreign brands, including China Automobile, China Mobile, Thunderbird Watch, Xianxia Cosmetics, Xianxia Apparel, etc., with a total value of more than 22 million, because this part of the interests and other derivative copyrights are in the hands of Lu Chen, and are not shared with other investors. The new drama has not yet started shooting, and the studio has already invested enough money, and it has also realized profits. As for the related novels, comics, brand logos, and other authorizations, they will create more profits. In addition, Autumn in My Heart is still playing a residual heat. TV stations and agents in Japan and several Southeast Asian countries are interested in importing this TV series, and they can make another profit. Under such circumstances, the shortage of funds that Lu Chen Studio once faced was easily solved. Even if you paid for the travel alone, there was no problem. Full House of Romance is scheduled to officially start shooting on May 8. The locations include China and South Korea, and the total investment is several times that of Autumn in My Heart. There is also a small episode in this, that is, the Big V Entertainment View, who made a bet with Lu Chen on Wave's blog. Although his face has already been beaten swollen, he still kept his promise after the average ratings data of Autumn in My Heart in South Korea came out. It's just that the place where he ran naked was not in the crowded streets, but in an empty alley. As a result, it only attracted a lot of sarcasm. And Lu Chen has long forgotten about this matter. He went all out to devote himself to the shooting process of Full House of Romance. At the same time, something quite sensational happened in the film and television circle. Because director Zhang Wendian had an irreconcilable conflict with the investors, the new film project, which was originally expected to start shooting this year, was announced to be postponed indefinitely, which was equivalent to an abortion. So, the movie role that the great director had promised to give to Lu Chen was naturally ruined. Beijing, Xicheng Garden. Night had just fallen, but there were already lights in the city. In the small dining room of room 1701 of Building 7, there were 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table covered with a white embroidered tablecloth. Pan-fried small steak, braised meatballs, home-cooked vegetables, steamed sea bass, and a steaming seafood soup. It was definitely a feast of color, aroma, and taste, making anyone drool just by looking at it. Xianxia's saliva was about to flow down. As soon as her butt touched the dining chair, she couldn't wait to pick up a small steak with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. She didn't have the demeanor of a lady and started to eat heartily. While eating, she praised Lu Chen, who had just walked out of the kitchen. "Lu Chen, your cooking is amazing. You can totally open your own restaurant. I will come to support you every day." Chen Fei, who was sitting opposite her, pursed her lips and smiled. She felt happier than being praised herself. To be honest, when she ate Lu Chen's cooking for the first time, Chen Fei was also very surprised. Because Lu Chen's cooking skills couldn't be compared with those of special chefs or national treasure masters, but it was also first class. Generally speaking, without more than 10 years of experience, it was difficult to have such a high level of craftsmanship. But how old was Lu Chen, and he was not a professional chef? Chen Fei didn't ask for the reason. She just felt that Lu Chen was like a treasure buried deep in the ground. The deeper she dug, the more amazing treasures she could dig out. As the owner of the treasure, she was very proud and very proud. Tonight, she showed off a little in front of her best friend. Let them be envious and jealous. Lu Chen reached out and untied the apron around his waist. He picked up the red wine on the table and opened it. He poured it for the 2 beautiful ladies in a gentlemanly manner and said with a smile, "Well, if I lose my job in the future, I will open a restaurant in Hangzhou. You should bring more friends to support me. I will give you a 10% commission if you bring more friends." Chen Fei laughed. Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes, but her hands moved the chopsticks as if they were flying. Lu Chen sat down and picked up his wineglass with a smile. On the second, he returned to the capital with Chen Fei, and Tian followed them. The former beauty host of Zhedong Satellite TV was going to have a long vacation in Beijing. As a best friend, Chen Fei certainly couldn't let her stay in the hotel, so the guest room of Lu Chen's house in Purple Qingyuan temporarily belonged to her. After the national publicity tour, Chen Fei also gave himself a vacation. He accompanied Tian to play around Beijing, visiting the Forbidden City and the Great Wall. Lu Chen did not have time to accompany them. The filming of Full House of Romance was about to start, and there were still a lot of preparation work to be completed. It was not until today that he could finally relax and go home early. He simply bought the ingredients from the supermarket and cooked in the evening to comfort the 2 women at home. Lu Chen's own culinary skills were actually very poor. At most, he could only make an egg fried rice. It was pure wishful thinking to want to make a table of dishes that people could eat satisfactorily. Fortunately, he could cheat. Lu Chen's cheat was naturally the memory from the dream world. In her dream, Fang Mingbo was a true gourmet. Whenever he traveled, the first thing he would do was to look for local delicacies. Then, he would write an article about the delicacies and publish it in a magazine. It was very popular with the readers. In addition to eating, Fang Mingbo could also cook, and his craftsmanship was very good. It was with Fang Mingbo's memory knowledge that Lu Chen was able to show off his skills in front of Chen Fei and Tian. The 3 of them chatted and laughed and shared a bottle of red wine together. An intoxicating blush appeared on the pretty faces of Chen Fei and Tian. Under the light, they were really as beautiful as jade and pleasing to the eye. Lu Chen secretly sighed that his hard work had not been in vain. After dinner, the work of cleaning the table and washing the dishes was taken over by Chen Fei and Tian. When they finished and came to the small living room upstairs, Lu Chen had already prepared tea. "Sister Fei, you are so lucky." Tian sat on the sofa. She leaned lazily against Chen Fei and murmured, "I have such a good boyfriend." Chen Fei teased her. "Envious, right? Then you should hurry up and find one." Tian unhappily pushed away Chen Fei's hand that was on her chin and complained, "It's not that easy to find one. I don't like people in the circle. Those introduced by my family." She showed a disgusted expression and said, "All they talk about is how rich they are, or how they have such taste. Everyone looks at me lecherously. It's very annoying. I'm really tired of it." Chen Feier suddenly realized, so during the May Day holiday, you came here with me to be a third wheel? Tian had a look of you finally saw through me and said with a smile, who told you to be my good sister? If I don't blame you, who else can I blame? I want to hide in the capital and not go back. Chen Feier said with a smile, then your family will definitely send someone to take you back. Tian was not from an ordinary family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to become a host of Zhedong's satellite TV right after graduation. And in such a family, there are many things that are often beyond one's control. Tian said, I'm going to resign. Chen Feier was startled. Resign? You're not going to do it in the TV station? Then what are you going to do? After the last accident, my family didn't want me to stay in the station. Tian was distressed. They just want me to find someone to marry, and then have a few children to support my husband and teach my children. Chen Feier said with a smile, it sounds very good. Tian pinched her and said, fuck you, I don't want to marry. I think we women must have our own career, otherwise we will be looked down upon, so I decided to start my own company. The fan incident in Hangzhou not only almost caused great harm to Tian, but there were also a lot of rumors afterward, so her family had ideas. But Tian didn't want to marry herself off so early, not to mention that she didn't like any of the so-called young talents, and she was even more dissatisfied with the arrangement of her family. Chen Feier was curious. Then what company are you going to start? Tian was suddenly discouraged. I haven't thought about it yet. I thought about continuing to do media, but the problem is that I have no experience. Even if her family conditions were very good, it was not easy to open a media-related company. Tian didn't want to be the kind of second-hand trafficker who relied on relationships to attract business, so she was very confused in her heart. Let's start a media company, Lu Chen, who had been listening, suddenly said, do a variety show. Variety show? Tian was stunned, and then said with a wry smile, it's not easy to do variety shows now. Nowadays, the entertainment market is extremely prosperous. There are many private media companies. There are many companies that specialize in the production of variety shows and then resell them to TV stations. The famous ones are Superstar Media, Senmu Entertainment, and so on. However, because of the high ratings of variety shows, the competition is also extremely fierce. The phenomenon of imitation in the industry is extremely rampant, leading to the serious homogeneity of programs, and the audience has appeared aesthetic fatigue. For example, singing talent shows, such as Supergirl, Super Singer, Singing China, and so on. There is not much difference in the form, it is nothing more than the level of production. There are also star shows, which are nothing more than inviting some stars to interact in the show, play games, and tell jokes. At first, they were quite popular with the audience, but later, the ratings declined year by year, and many of the same shows were cut. Tian has worked at Zhedong TV station for several years and knows the current situation of variety shows very well. Domestic variety shows were just like the pop music industry. It was time for innovation and breakthroughs. Lu Chen nodded and said, it's not easy to do, but I have some ideas. Tian's eyes lit up, and she immediately straightened up and said, I want to hear it. There is no doubt about Lu Chen's talent. His talent in music is well known, and he can also write novels and screenplays. He plays the male lead, and his first step in a TV series has become popular all over the country. If he gives Tian an idea, it must be a good idea. Tian also knows that the crowdfunding website, which is currently very popular on the internet, was created by Lu Chen. So she can't wait to hear what advice Lu Chen will give her. Lu Chen said with a smile, my suggestion is to do a singing talent show. A singing talent show. Tian, who had high hopes for Lu Chen, didn't expect him to put forward such a suggestion. If Lu Chen wasn't her savior and best friend's boyfriend, she would have thrown a contemptuous look at him. You can't do this to your sister. Even so, Tian's expression was a little strange. Chen Feier couldn't stand it anymore. She said to Lu Chen coquettishly, can you still do a singing talent show now? Not only has she participated in Singing China, but she has also served as a judge for many talent shows before that. She deeply understands the current situation of talent variety shows in China. Especially in the most common singing talent show, the fight between TV stations is already in full swing. If Tian Tian's own media company is involved in it, I'm afraid that even her bones will not be left. Look at what kind of bad idea you came up with. Tian Tian hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, if you want to do it, you can give it a try. In fact, she didn't mean what she said. It was all to take care of Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen, of course, knew what the two people were thinking. He said with a smile, the people in charge of the show will change, and the routines will be different. The singing talent show has the widest audience, but in the form of the show, there is great potential to be tapped. Huh? The disappointed Tian Tian couldn't help but have a trace of interest again. Lu Chen is so confident. He must have a good idea. Chen Feier glared at him and said, tell me quickly. Don't keep me guessing anymore. Lu Chen chuckled. He thought carefully for a moment in his mind and said, the singing talent show I envisioned is divided into 4 stages in content production. First of all, the first stage is the blind selection of mentors. Tian Tian was stunned. Blind selection of mentors? Blind as in blind? That's right. Lu Chen replied, this is the selection stage of the talent show. The star mentors only choose the voice and are not affected by any other factors. We can design 4 high-back swivel chairs. The mentors can listen to the contestants with their backs facing the stage. If they like it, they can press a button to turn the chair around. If they don't like it, they can sit still until the singer finishes singing. Chen Feier's eyes lit up. That sounds interesting. This way, the contestants don't have to introduce themselves. They don't have to think of ways to make up a good story. They can rely on their own strength to speak for themselves. That's a good idea. Nowadays, many talent shows are almost reduced to story clubs. They can't survive without a good story. Moreover, there is no lack of people who play to the gallery before the performance, which makes the audience feel embarrassed. Chen Feier was very disgusted with this kind of intentional or unintentional show. Lu Chen's idea undoubtedly avoided these problems and made the talent show more professional. It was definitely a different approach. And turning the chair is much more interesting than pressing the light, Lu Chen continued. While this segment is a test of the students' singing skills, it's also a competition of judgment between the celebrity mentors. Of course, there is no need to worry even if you are not selected by the instructors at this stage. You can continue training in the training camp and wait for the next opportunity. A mentor can choose up to 14 contestants and students. That's a total of 56. Tian Tian listened and couldn't help but ask, what's next? Lu Chen said confidently, the next stage is the selection of mentors. After the 4-star mentors choose their disciples, they will undergo specialized training. In the end, the disciples will perform on the same stage. As for who will become an outstanding student, it will depend on who can fully tap into their potential during their time under the mentor's tutelage. At this stage, the top 16 contestants will be selected through one-on-one duels. Lu Chen's train of thought became clearer and clearer. Related memories kept emerging in his mind. The third stage is the battle between mentors. This is a test of the teaching ability of the 4 celebrity mentors. After the same amount of training, the results of whose students perform better will also be revealed on the stage. At this stage, 4 contestants under each mentor will participate in a grand competition, and the final 4 will be selected. Lu Chen said in one breath without the slightest hesitation. The last stage is the annual grand ceremony. All the mentors and students will have a large-scale concert. In this grand ceremony, the students will face the test of performing on a big stage for the first time. Their musical talent will also be tested by all the audience. The winner will be determined by the annual grand ceremony. Clap. 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 As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, crisp applause sounded immediately. The 2 charming women's eyes lit up as they applauded him, applauding for his creativity. As Lu Chen said just now, everyone can change their tricks, and their routines are different. A TV series may not be much different from the same genre in terms of story theme, but the story plot is enough to create a gap. There are as many singing talent shows as there are hairs on an ox, and the phenomenon of homogeneity is extremely serious. Precisely because of this, if you can create a different form of content within this theme and make it refreshing for the audience, then success is in sight, Lu Chen continued. For such a talent show, There is not a need for many contestants to enter the first stage after the audition, but the level of strength must be guaranteed. What we want is to take the route of quality. Tian couldn't help but say, and mentors, when the time comes, you two must be mentors. Lu Chen's idea gave Tian the hope of success, and if she could pull the two people in front of her, it would be difficult for her to fail, so she must hold on tightly. I will register the company when I go back to Hangzhou. You two must invest in it, or I would rather not do it. Tian's idea was very simple. This idea was Lu Chen's, so she couldn't let him waste his efforts. However, it was meaningless to give some small shares. If she wanted to do it, she should do it big. In the circle, it was very common for star artists to invest in film and television media or entertainment agencies. In most cases, it was a win-win cooperation. Investing in Tian's media company, Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other, and the latter nodded. She hugged Tian and said, "Okay, Chairman Tian." Tian rolled her eyes at her and reached out to grab Chen Feier's sensitive parts. "Then you can be the chairman's secretary and sleep with me at night." Chen Feier retorted, "Okay, let's see who's afraid of who." The two suddenly laughed, their jade arms and legs glistening, completely ignoring Lu Chen who was next to them. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only cough twice. Tian came to her senses and tidied up her dress with a blushing face. She quickly changed the topic and asked Lu Chen, "What should we call the singing talent show?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Let's call it China's Voice." China's Voice? Chen Feier and Tian's eyes lit up when they heard that. It was a very good name. After staying at Lu Chen and Chen Feier's home for 5 days, Tian left Beijing and returned to Hangzhou. When she came to Beijing, she came out to relax with the idea of avoiding trouble, and when she went back, she was determined to do a career with the dream of starting a business. With the suggestion of Lu Chen and the support of Chen Feier, Tian decided to open a media company in Hangzhou, mainly engaged in the production of variety and entertainment programs. The first project of the new company was The Voice of China. And Lu Chen and Chen Feier each invested a part of the capital and became shareholders of the media company. On May 7, the day before the start of Full House of Romance, Lu Chen was invited by Xianxia to visit the great director Zhang Wendian, who was recuperating in Beijing. Zhang Wendian is one of the representatives of the third generation of directors in China. He once directed 2 big dramas, Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin in the 1990s, which created a record for the ratings of TV series. The great director has also shot many costume blockbusters. He is good at historical and military-themed films and has won many awards. He is a respected senior in the industry and enjoys a high reputation. Last year, Zhang Wendian was preparing to shoot a historical blockbuster. At that time, Lu Chen met the great director through the introduction of Xianxia, and won the other party's recognition with the song "A Man Should Strengthen Himself" and a small supporting role. However, with the passage of time, things have changed. Now Lu Chen is no longer the small artist who just made his debut, and Zhang Wendian's debut work has been slow to move, until the recent news of a conflict with investors broke out, which led to the abortion of the new film. Zhang Wendian was also ill and stayed in the hospital for a few days, which made a lot of noise in the circle. After being discharged from the hospital, the great director refused all media interviews and recuperated in his old house. Qin Jianhao called Lu Chen and invited him to visit the old man. Of course, Lu Chen did not refuse. Zhang Wendian's old house is located in the old city. It is an independent courtyard house. Such a house has become an out-of-print existence in Beijing. The price is at least over 100 million yuan, and there is no market for it. When Qin Jianhao and Lu Chen came over, it was Qing who opened the door for them. Lu Chen haven't seen the campus belle of Jingyin for some time. Last year, he often went to Jingyin to attend classes and could see Qing and chat with her from time to time. But since he started shooting TV series, he basically didn't go to Jingyin, and now he can't find time to recharge. So when he saw Qing, Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed because his studies had been abandoned halfway. Qing greeted the two of them in a natural and unrestrained manner, then led them into the door to see the old man. The renovated and remodeled courtyard exuded a quaint and elegant taste everywhere. Several green bamboos were planted in the corner, and a rattan chair was placed on the grape rack in the courtyard. Zhang Wentian was lying on the rattan chair and drinking tea, with an ancient zither next to him. An obese middle-aged man was making tea. The old man's complexion looked pretty good. His face was ruddy and his expression was comfortable. There was a kind of leisurely and complacent taste of not caring about the affairs of the world. Seeing Lu Chen and Qin Jianhao, Zhang Wentian didn't get up. He nodded and said, "Sit down." Of course, the two of them had made an appointment to visit him. Now, this old man was basically in a state of retirement. Not only did he refuse to be interviewed by the media, he rarely even had visitors. Qin Jianhao could be considered to have gained a lot of face. Lu Chen only now learned that Qin Jianhao and Zhang Wentian are relatives. He used to work in the latter's crew, so he can get a bench in front of the great director. "Director Zhang, how are you recently?" As Lu Chen greeted him, he put the gift he brought on the tea table. Although the role of Zhang Wentian's new film was ruined, Lu Chen couldn't come to visit empty-handed. He brought an authentic Korean wild ginseng, worth more than 100,000 yuan. Zhang Wentian knew what was good. After glancing at it, he said half-jokingly and half-seriously, "Xiao Lu, you're slapping my face. I didn't do what I promised you, and you still sent such a valuable thing." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Director Zhang, don't joke with this junior. This junior can't afford it. I came here today just to see you. I really have no other meaning." Zhang Wentian laughed and said, "You probably don't like that small role now. The TV series starring you are all popular in South Korea, which has won a lot of face for domestic TV series. Sit down, sit down." He had accepted this gift out of respect for him. People in the industry know that Zhang Wentian rarely accepts gifts from others, especially star artists. If the new film hadn't been aborted, he definitely wouldn't have taken Lu Chen's things, but now it doesn't matter. Because he'll find an opportunity to return Lu Chen a favor. With Zhang Wentian's status in the circle, it's really easy to help Lu Chen. There's no problem of not being able to afford it. This is the integrity of the older generation of filmmakers. Lu Chen sat down and said modestly, "Director Zhang, I'm just lucky." He didn't expect Zhang Wentian to pay so much attention to him. "Luck is also part of strength," Zhang Wentian sighed and said, "I don't have such good luck. Today's film market. Alas." This time, Zhang Wentian had a conflict with the investors over the issue of the new film. The main reason was this market. The investors required his work to cater to the market. Not only did they modify the script and plot without authorization, but they also interfered in the replacement of the main actors, which was equivalent to depriving the former of a large part of his power as a director. Zhang Wentian is not the kind of person who sticks to tradition. He also recognizes the importance of the market. It's reasonable for investors to ask for huge returns, but he can't accept this kind of behavior of treating him as a puppet. If the two sides can't reach a compromise, then they have to leave. Zhang Wentian was hit hard. He had high hopes for this movie and did a lot of work. As a result, because of the problem of concept, all his hard work was ruined. Naturally, his heart was particularly upset. Nowadays, the domestic film market is growing larger and larger, and the size of the box office is comparable to that of the United States. The huge interests have led to the increasingly impetuous mentality of the practitioners. Everyone wants to make big money and fast money, ignoring the essence of film. Zhang Wentian's experience was accidental and inevitable. According to some people, he can't keep up with the times. After resting at home for a few days, Zhang Wentian finally thought it through, and his mind about the movie faded. He is very old now, and he is not short of money or fame. It's almost time for him to retire. Drinking tea and chatting with 3 or 5 friends at home is the right way to live out one's life. As soon as Lu Chen sat down, the fat man next to him poured him a cup of hot tea. Lu Chen quickly said, "Thank you." He thought the other party looked a little familiar. It seemed that he had seen him somewhere before. He was definitely not a nobody. Zhang Wentian noticed Lu Chen's eyes and said with a smile, "This is my student Wan Xiaoquan. You should have heard of him. He has just been released from prison recently." Wan Xiaoquan, Lu Chen suddenly realized. No wonder he felt familiar. It turned out to be this person. Wan Xiaoquan is also a director. He is regarded as a fifth-generation director in China. He graduated from the directing department of Beijing Film and Television Academy. He has shot many films and TV series such as Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, Legend of the White Snake, Shui Rengue, and so on. He enjoys a certain reputation in the industry. But what he is most famous for is his bad temper. Scolding actors, scolding producers, scolding screenwriters, scolding investors. When Wan Xiaoquan makes a movie, there are always topics. He often fights with the media, and his relationship with the media is very bad. The evaluation of him in the circle is talented and bad-tempered. At the end of 2014, Wan Xiaoquan had a fierce conflict with someone in the crew. He slapped the other party into a concussion and deafness in his left ear. As a result, he lost money and was sentenced to 1.5 years for intentional injury. This was undoubtedly a big blow to Wan Xiaoquan. His wife divorced him, the Directors Association removed him from the list, and his future was ruined. Last time Wang Ben was arrested for drug abuse, some people on the blog jokingly said that the Prison Storm blockbuster lineup had added another general. Among them, director Wan Xiaoquan was mentioned. He was still in prison at that time. However, compared with those stars and celebrities who were arrested for drug abuse, prostitution, and drunk driving, people in the circle have a much better evaluation of Wan Xiaoquan, because his bad temper is not against people. The guy who was slapped by him really deserved a beating, but no one expected that it would cause such serious consequences. Lu Chen has seen Wan Xiaoquan's Legend of the White Snake. The director has great strength and ideas in making this kind of strange film. He is very good at the use of camera and color. He is a really talented person. Lu Chen has also seen the news about him being in prison. He didn't expect that the protagonist of the story was sitting next to him. He immediately reached out to Wan Xiaoquan and said, "Director Wan, hello, nice to meet you." Wan Xiaoquan shook hands with Lu Chen and said with a wry smile, "Don't call me Director Wan. I am now a released person. I don't think I will be able to make a film in the future." There was a trace of bitterness in his expression, but his eyes were calm. Obviously, this rough experience taught him a big life lesson and taught him a lot of things. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Director Wan, with your talent, you don't have to worry about not having a film to shoot." He took out a business card from his bag and handed it over with both hands. "My name is Lu Chen. I have opened my own studio and am currently shooting a TV series. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with you." Wan Xiaoquan took the business card and said a little embarrassedly, "I don't have a business card. Can I give you my number?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Of course you can." He is now shooting a TV series, but his further goal is to make a movie. The status of a movie is not comparable to that of a TV series. The market scale is larger and the influence is higher. Therefore, Lu Chen is not being polite with Wan Xiaoquan. Maybe there will be a chance to cooperate with the latter in the future. He wrote down Wan Xiaoquan's contact information. Zhang Wentian watched from the side with a smile on his old face. "Lu Chen, this young man, is really good. There are few new generation stars like him in the circle. He is neither arrogant nor impetuous, neither servile nor overbearing. He is experienced and talented. He has all kinds of advantages." Looking at Lu Chen, director Zhang felt that he was really old. On May 8, the rankings of the China music chart for the first week of May were announced on time. Without any suspense, Chen Fei'er's new album Woman Flower took the top spot. All 10 works in the album were on the chart, including the title song Woman Flower, the second title song Come Across the Sea to See You, Hello Tomorrow and Meet, which occupied the 1st to 4th places on the chart. The Coronation of the Heavenly Queen, that was the first news title published by a well-known entertainment website after the chart was refreshed. Chen Fei'er's new album not only created the highest sales of domestic records in recent years, but also received widespread praise both inside and outside the circle. Her successful transformation has undoubtedly allowed her music career to climb to a new peak. Some people on the blog asserted that with this album, Chen Fei'er could continue to be brilliant in the pop music world for another 10 years. That night, in the banquet hall of the famous Regent Hotel in Beijing, many media reporters surrounded Chen Fei'er. Among them, there were reporters who got the news and asked her about the album. Chen Fei'er accompanied Lu Chen to attend the opening ceremony of Full House of Romance that night. When filming Autumn in My Heart, in order to save costs and because the project received very little attention, the crew did not hold a grand opening ceremony. This step was very simple. At that time, Autumn in My Heart was like an ugly duckling. Even with the addition of Xianxia, it did not attract much attention. Today's situation is completely different. Lu Chen and Xianxia became the best couple on the domestic screen with Autumn in My Heart. The start of the new drama Full House of Romance can be said to be the focus of attention. Under such circumstances, if they didn't hold a grand opening ceremony and didn't invite all kinds of media to visit, not only would their partners not agree, but others would also have doubts in their hearts. Is there a problem? In fact, the opening ceremony of the film and TV series is also an important strategy in the early stage of publicity. In the past, domestic film and TV series did not use this method, but after entering the new century, Hong Kong artists and directors have gone north, which also brought this trend. As a result, many domestic-related practitioners would not feel at ease if they did not light candles and offer incense before filming started. If something happened during the filming process, it would inevitably be attributed to the ritual not being done well. It was better to believe it than not. Nowadays, domestic film crews were very good at this. The location of the opening ceremony was either at the film city or the filming site of a scenic spot, or in a hotel. The partners of the new drama Full of Romance include Lu Chen Studio, Xianxia Studio, Beijing TV Station, Zhidong TV Station, SPG, Crown Pictures, Flying Stone Records, Chanda Brothers Pictures, Rainbow Agency, and so on. There are many filming locations, so the ceremony was held in a hotel in Beijing. The reason why they chose to start filming at night was that there was a night scene that would be filmed in the Regent Hotel. Since the ceremony was held in Beijing, it was very convenient to invite media reporters. There were more than 30 media outlets at the venue, including television stations, radio stations, websites, newspapers, magazines, etc. Including the main actors, directors, and producers who participated in the performance, it could be said that the venue was packed. And of course, the two protagonists, Lu Chen and Xianxia, received the most attention from the media. Miss Xianxia, congratulations on all the works of your new album on the latest issue of the original music chart. A reporter, holding a microphone with the logo of EasyNet Entertainment, said impatiently, 4 of the songs occupied the top 4 places on the list. What do you think of this? Xianxia was stunned, and immediately said with a smile, I don't know yet. Thank you for telling me this news. As for my feelings, I'm certainly very happy. After all, this is a very high honor. The entertainment reporter of EasyNet then asked, it is said that the rules of the original music chart are ready to be changed. In the future, only 3 songs of the same album can be on the chart at the same time. What do you think of this? Xianxia thought about it and replied very seriously, I very much agree with this. Very much agree? All the reporters present were stunned, and many people wondered if they had heard it wrong. How could Xianxia agree with it very much? Because when her new album's sales reached a record, such news was undoubtedly targeted. Even if it was not aimed at Xianxia, it was aimed at Lu Chen, who was standing behind her. This is obvious. In the past year, the most popular singer-songwriter in the domestic pop music world is none other than Lu Chen. All the works he wrote and sang have been on the original music list. As soon as he made a move, he swept the list and was unparalleled. Such talent made people jealous to the extent of powerlessness. The news of the change of the rules of the original music chart inevitably made people smell a hint of suppression. For this obvious trap question, Xianxia's answer was really unexpected. According to the experience of the reporters, it was normal for her to avoid the question or not to comment. It was even reasonable for her to express a little dissatisfaction. Xianxia was fully qualified. But what the hell was very much agree, was it irony? For the reporter's astonishment, Xianxia smiled and said, for me personally, I have received enough honors in the past 10 years, so I am very willing to give the opportunity to those musicians who work hard. At the same time, I sincerely hope that domestic original works can rise again and create more and better works for the music industry and fans. If the Chinese Music Association asks for my opinion on the change of the rules of the original music chart, then I will definitely vote in favor. The reporters finally realized that Xianxia was not saying beautiful words. She was telling the truth. A reporter did not give up and asked, "Does Mr. Luchan think so too? Although he came here tonight to take the red packet, it would not be satisfying if he did not dig up some news." The reporters were most happy to see Chen Feier scold the Chinese Music Association. Unfortunately, Chen Feier was a member of the Chinese Music Association. She said with a smile, "Yes." The reporters were speechless. They didn't expect Chen Feier to be Lu Chen's spokesperson. They didn't know that when Chen Feier heard the news, she mentioned it to Lu Chen, and Lu Chen had an indifferent attitude towards the change of the chart. Even if not all his works could be on the chart, what did it matter? As long as his songs were liked by a large number of fans, that was enough. Haggling over a little fame would only lower his own status. Chen Feier didn't care even more. Perhaps some people would say that the original music chart had an impact on record sales and could improve the singer's reputation. But in fact, the media information was extremely developed, and there were many ways of marketing and publicity. The influence of the original music chart had been declining. Therefore, if the reporters wanted to make some trouble on this issue, it would be wishful thinking. Chen Feier said, "Everyone, tonight is the start of the shooting of the new drama. Let's not choose another topic, shall we?" The reporters didn't agree. Someone asked, "Miss Chen Feier, when are you going to marry Mr. Lu Chen?" "I think there must be a lot of fans who are concerned about this question, right?" Chen Feier didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and it was not good to avoid answering. She said, "Mr. Lu Chen and I haven't thought about this question for the time being, because the two of us are focusing on our work at the moment. For other things, it's better to ask Mr. Lu Chen himself." She kicked the ball to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was just a few steps away, surrounded by another group of reporters asking questions. There were many media reporters in the evening. Everyone wanted to interview the two protagonists, so they had to deal with them separately. The questions asked by the reporters on Lu Chen's side weren't as off-topic as those on Chen Feier's side, but that didn't mean that their questions were easy to answer. For example, this reporter from Entertainment Weekly, "Mr. Lu Chen, Shonan TV has just announced the shooting of a new drama, Sea of Love. It is said that the plot content has a lot of similarities with Autumn in My Heart. What do you think of this?" This kind of question was obviously not well-intentioned. But the nature of entertainment reporters has always been like this. If you don't guide and create topics, how can you attract the attention of readers? Therefore, how to deal with entertainment reporters was a skill that a star must master. The question asked by the reporter of Entertainment Weekly to Lu Chen was certainly not malicious, nor was it fabricated out of thin air. Autumn in My Heart broke the ratings record in China and was successfully broadcast in South Korea. Its influence spread to Japan and Southeast Asian countries. Not only did it make the investors make a lot of money, but the people involved also benefited a lot. How could everyone not be envious when they saw this? People in the circle suddenly found that the original urban youth idol sadomasochistic drama also has a huge market. Therefore, after Autumn was broadcast in China, many film and television production companies immediately decided to shoot new dramas with similar themes, including Shonan TV. Shonan TV is very strong in variety shows, and it is also not weak in making TV dramas. They like to remake successful Japanese and Korean dramas. Strictly speaking, the youth idol style in the domestic TV market is brought up by Shonan TV. It's just that there are more TV dramas of the same type nowadays, and Shonan TV's original method can no longer be used. The last time their annual drama hit Autumn in My Heart, the result was a complete failure. But Shonan TV has a characteristic that is very admirable, that is, they are extremely thick-skinned and have a strong ability to imitate. They don't care about other people's criticism at all, and they quickly set their eyes on the market effect brought by Autumn in My Heart. In terms of imitation, there is really no one comparable to Shonan TV. Shonan TV's new drama Autumn in My Heart was released under such a background. It is simply to compete with Lu Chen, because this drama is very likely to collide with Lu Chen's Full House of Romance during the summer vacation. At that time, there will be a fierce collision, and even if Autumn in My Heart can't beat Full House of Romance, it will still make a profit. Because of the topic, Shonan TV's hype skills are very deep, and they are absolutely not afraid of a lawsuit. Their screenwriter is very clever. Of course, Lu Chen knows that this question is very difficult to answer. It is not good to be serious, but it is also wrong not to be serious. He thought about it and replied, I have no opinion, because I know nothing about this matter, so I can't answer. Lu Chen is not a stupid person, how can he fall for the reporter's trap? At this time, Tai Chi was the best choice. However, the reporter obviously wouldn't let Lu Chen go just like that. He continued, Shonan TV has invited Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang to play the leading roles. What do you think of this? Shonan TV played very cleverly. Not only did their new TV series follow the trend of Autumn in My Heart, but they also poached two important actors from Autumn in My Heart. People couldn't help but admire their ability to ride on the limelight. Lu Chen knew about this matter. In fact, Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang originally intended to continue to cooperate with him, but after careful consideration, he gave up. First of all, it was because Full of Romance was not a sequel or a sister show to Autumn in My Heart. Using too many of the original cast members would make the audience tired of watching the show, which was not conducive to the performance of the characters. In addition, the value of the two rookies was too high. The total investment of Full of Romance reached 50 million, several times more than Autumn in My Heart, but a large part of it was the salary of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er. Their salary together accounted for 1/3 of the budget. Under such circumstances, if they gave Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang a high salary, it would seriously squeeze the production cost, or increase the investment budget, which was not what Lu Chen and the investors wanted. Therefore, after discussing with the partners, Lu Chen used most of the new actors in this new TV series. Therefore, he could only apologize to Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang. Of course, it was understandable that Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang would go to Shonan TV's Sea of Love. Lu Chen smiled and said, Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang are both very good actors. I had a good time working with them before. I wish them success again. It was simply watertight. The reporter who asked Lu Chen suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. It was reasonable to say that a young artist like Lu Chen, who had just debuted, should be easy to provoke. However, he was so experienced as if he had been in the industry for decades. The reporter from Entertainment Weekly did not admit defeat. He immediately said, then what do you think of Hu Yang's new contract with Jiuxing Agency? Is it because of Jiuxing Agency that you don't want to continue working with him? After Hu Yang became famous overnight in Autumn in My Heart, he quickly terminated his contract with the original second-rate agency and changed his boss. He signed with Jin Hongwei's Jiuxing Agency, and many people in the industry knew about the grudge between Jin Hongwei and Lu Chen. However, the reporter did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he had reversed the relationship. Hu Yang signing with Jiuxing Agency was a recent matter, and it had nothing to do with Lu Chen's refusal to join Full House of Romance. Although Lu Chen's self-restraint was very high, he was still angered by the malicious question. He did not lose his temper. Instead, he glanced at the reporter and said, this is very irresponsible. I don't think Hu Yang will agree with it. Being glanced at by Lu Chen, the reporter from Entertainment Weekly could not help but feel nervous. Of course, he could hear the warning in Lu Chen's words, and he could not help but want to retreat. If he continued to ask like this, he would really offend someone, and it was a star artist with a promising future. Even if he succeeded for the time being, he was afraid that he would not be able to survive in this industry in the future. Because when he came, he had taken a red packet. There were rules in the industry. People who took benefits and still made things difficult for him were not welcome anywhere, unless they were completely shameless. The reporter from Entertainment Weekly was still shameless. He smiled awkwardly and said, I don't have any questions. Lu Chen nodded and calmly answered other people's questions. After a reporter's interview, he really felt more tired than fighting a war. None of these reporters were easy to deal with. The questions they asked were quite tricky. If he was not careful, he could fall into the trap. So, Lu Chen had to be fully focused to deal with them. Next time, I won't do this kind of opening ceremony. After it was over, Lu Chen said to Chen Fei-er half jokingly and half seriously, it's too tiring. Chen Fei-er smiled and said, it's good to get used to it. Lu Chen shook his head and said, I'd rather spend more time filming and singing. His new drama Full House of Romance would officially start shooting tonight. After shooting the scenes in Beijing, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er would fly to South Korea with the crew. The two of them would finish all the foreign scenes in Jeju Island, a tourist resort in South Korea. Jeju Island was the largest island in South Korea, under the jurisdiction of the Jeju Special Autonomous Province. It covered an area of nearly 2,000 square kilometers and had a population of more than 1 million, mainly concentrated in Jeju City. This typical volcanic island had a warm climate and beautiful scenery. Its volcanic landforms and lava caves were designated as World Natural Heritage by UNESCO and one of the 7 new wonders of nature in the world. Jeju Island not only had a unique island scenery, but also inherited the unique folk culture of the ancient kingdom of Jara. It was known as the Hawaii of South Korea. The island's tourism and aquaculture industry played an important role in South Korea. In addition, it was also the filming site of many South Korean movies, TV series, and reality shows. It was also one of the main destinations for domestic tourists to South Korea. Most of the Korean plot of Full House of Romance would be filmed in Jeju Island, with a small part in Seoul. Compared with the original work in the dream world, Lu Chen's new script had enriched the plot, expanded the length of the characters, and big foreign scenes. Filming abroad was actually a very troublesome thing because it involved local laws and regulations. It was not as simple as carrying a camera and finding a place to start filming immediately. It required coordination from all aspects. Fortunately, the crew had received strong assistance from the South Korean SPG, so the filming process was quite smooth. Except for a lot of small problems in the first 2 days after arriving at Jeju Island, there were not many twists and turns. This new TV series would no longer be filmed and broadcast at the same time. After all the filming was completed, it would be broadcast in China and South Korea at the same time. Lu Chen estimated that the filming and production period would be about 2.5 months. In this way, it could be broadcast during the summer vacation and compete for the ratings of young people. For a TV series with 25 episodes, the production period was not very short, but considering that there were a lot of foreign shooting content, the task was still very tight. Cut. Fang Hui shouted, stood up from the director's chair, and quickly walked in front of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er. She frowned and said, "Fei-er, your body movements are too stiff. It's right to be shy, but you can't be too nervous. Be natural, try to be as natural as possible." Chen Fei-er blushed and said, "I got it, director. I'll try again." Fang Hui smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, just like you usually do. Lu Chen did a good job." Lu Chen chuckled, causing Chen Fei-er to roll his eyes. The two of them were currently filming at a famous scenic spot in Jeju Island, Ocean View Terrace. They were filming a very romantic kissing scene. This was also Chen Fei-er and Lu Chen's first kiss in a TV series. In the last movie, Autumn in My Heart, until the death of the heroine, the intimacy between the two was limited to holding hands. After it was broadcasted, it was called by the audience as the purest love drama in history. Blue was a sadomasochistic drama, while Full of Romance was a heartwarming comedy, so there were more intimate scenes. Although Chen Fei-er and Lu Chen had been living together for a long time and had a very close relationship, Chen Fei-er still felt nervous when it was his first kiss scene. He had already failed 3 times in a row. As for the reason for the tension, it was mainly because there were a lot of tourists at the Sea View platform, and the area of clearance was very limited. Although there were many staff at the scene to maintain order, it still formed a crowd. Being stared at by so many people for a kiss scene in front of so many people, it was inevitable that Chen Fei-er would be a little nervous. She really lacked experience. Fang Hui had high requirements for details. If she felt that it was not good enough, she would ask for a retake. She would not compromise at all. On this point, Lu Chen was very supportive of Fang Hui. He said to Chen Fei-er, "Close your eyes and open them again. Don't look at others, just look at me." If in terms of singing, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's abilities were on par, then in terms of acting, Lu Chen, who had Mo Rant's memory, could completely be Chen Fei-er's mentor. Before filming Autumn in My Heart, Chen Fei-er had guest roles in several blockbusters, purely for fun. When filming Autumn in My Heart, the scenes between the two were basically filmed by Lu Chen. Therefore, Chen Fei-er trusted Lu Chen very much. She obediently closed her eyes, and after a while, she opened them again. Only Lu Chen's figure was left in her eyes. "All units, attention. Ready the camera." Action. Lu Chen's gaze at Chen Feier instantly became affectionate. He reached out his hand and placed it on Chen Feier's pretty face, and the tip of his thumb gently stroked the corner of the latter's lips. The male lead played by Lu Chen was a big star. He was kind-hearted but stubborn. When he realized his love for the female lead, he naturally showed his strong side. Under his slightly aggressive gaze, Chen Feier was like a rabbit being stared at by an eagle. She shyly didn't dare to look at him, and instinctively wanted to turn her head to avoid his gaze. However, Lu Chen didn't give her the chance to escape at all. He resolutely lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Faced with such an attack, Chen Feier suddenly opened her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. However, under Lu Chen's domineering invasion, she gave up resistance and closed her eyes. Her hands tightly hugged Lu Chen's waist, and she awkwardly catered to the latter. The two of them kissed passionately. The background was the boundless blue sea, and seagulls flew across the sky, forming a beautiful picture. Cut. Fang Hui suddenly clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Very good, we passed." She was really very satisfied with the set of scenes that had just been shot. Although Chen Feier was not a professional actress, and she had never studied acting before, the speed of her improvement in acting was very obvious. Most importantly, Chen Feier had a very high understanding of acting. With the guidance of Fang Hui or Lu Chen, she could easily master the tricks of acting and quickly correct her shortcomings. Tian, that's right, according to the saying in the circle, she was born to make a living in this bowl of rice, but Fang Hui admired Lu Chen the most. If in terms of acting, Chen Feier was always learning and improving, then Lu Chen's performance was like that of a veteran actor who had been filming for decades. His subtle expressions and movements were impeccable. He interpreted the role with both body and spirit, and he rarely mispronounced the lines. Shooting Lu Chen's scenes was the easiest. The number of NGs was very few. It saved time, effort, and money. No director would dislike such an actor. Of course, Fang Hui was no exception. However, what she couldn't figure out was that Lu Chen did not study acting, and the time of his debut was not comparable to that of Chen Feier at all. So where did he learn such excellent acting skills? Fang Hui really couldn't figure it out. She could only classify Lu Chen as a monster. Even if it was a monster, there was no one like him. In just a year after his debut, he made a record, opened a studio, wrote a script, and filmed a TV series, and he was a big success in everything. Perhaps some people were born to be looked up to by others. Fang Hui sighed in her heart, clapped her hands and said, "Let's take a break for 10 minutes and get ready for the next scene." The crew on the scene was like a tight string that had been loosened, but the staff of the crew, the photography team, the recording team, and so on still had to continue to prepare for the next scene. Lu Chen reluctantly let go of Chen Feier. The two looked at each other and smiled. They both saw the sweetness in each other's eyes. Even if they were filming, the two of them just now were acting for real. It felt wonderful and very good. Lu Chen, Lu Chen. At this time, there was a burst of shouting not far away. It turned out that several young female tourists were shouting Lu Chen's name outside the safety circle. If it weren't for the staff on the scene stopping them, they would have rushed over enthusiastically. Chen Feier pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Go and entertain your female fans. I'll go and touch up my makeup first." After that, she left. Lu Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had to walk towards the fans. There were many domestic tourists traveling in Jeju Island, among which there were many fans of Lu Chen and Chen Feier. Many tourists saw the two filming, and inevitably gathered to take photos, and then asked for autographs and photos. If the conditions allowed, Lu Chen would usually satisfy these fans' requests. Interestingly, he also had Korean fans here, and they were basically young Korean girls. As soon as Lu Chen went to deal with the fans, the cruise floor manager told his assistant, "Go over there and get a few bottles of water from the car. Remember to be quick." The little assistant answered and quickly ran to the parking lot. Along the long ramp, Jiang Fang ran down to the parking lot like a sprinting deer. Jiang Fang had just graduated from college last year. She studied at a third-rate college in Beijing. After graduation, she wanted to stay in Beijing, but she couldn't find a suitable job. Later, her uncle helped her get into a film company. Jiang Feng was now a small assistant on the set of Full House of Romance. The so-called stage supervisor, also known as crew service, was the person in charge of daily affairs during the filming process of a TV series. Their main job was to assist the program assistant in maintaining the on-site environment, cooperate with the on-site control of personnel and support of the site, and take care of clothing, food, housing, transportation, and other aspects under the direct leadership of the production director. In other words, a stage supervisor was equivalent to the management of the crew. A crew usually had multiple stage supervisors. Their authority wasn't high, but their role wasn't small. They were indispensable to the crew. As for the stage supervisor assistant, to put it bluntly, they helped the stage supervisor do odd jobs, but Jiang Feng was very satisfied with this odd job, because many people wanted to get into the film and television crew but couldn't. If she didn't have an uncle who was in the industry, she would probably be washing dishes like many other students, struggling to make a living. At least she could still have a dream, right? And when she told others that she was on the set of Full House of Romance, people's eyes turned red with envy. They could see a big star every day. It was precisely because she deeply understood the preciousness of opportunities that Jiang Feng usually worked hard in her work. Although she was thin and small, she was not much worse than her male colleagues in the crew when she worked. Moreover, she had the advantage of being a girl. In addition, her mouth was very sweet. She could even say a few words to Lu Chen and Chen Feier. Jiang Feng's dream wasn't big. She hoped that one day she could become a real stage supervisor. That way, her income would be much higher, and she would have the opportunity to go further. She ran to the parking lot and asked for a small box of mineral water from the cruise driver. Then she carried it back to the ramp that led to the Ocean View platform. Along the stairs, Jiang Feng sped up. In front of her was a group of people who didn't look like tourists. There was a cameraman carrying a camera bag, an assistant carrying a light pad, and 6 or 7 men in black suits and white shirts. These serious-looking men in suits were accompanying a tall and slender young man wearing a pair of big sunglasses. They occupied most of the space on the ramp. Jiang Feng didn't notice these details. She caught up from behind, and when she saw someone blocking the way, she ran along the edge of the drain. She ran a little too fast. As a result, just as she rushed to the small square below the Sea View platform, she staggered and lost her balance. She leaned to the left and almost collided with the slender young man who had also just come up. Whoa 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 whoa. The expression of a man in a suit next to the young man suddenly changed. While shouting, he stepped forward to block Jiang Feng and stretched out his hands to push the latter hard. Ah! Jiang Feng wasn't prepared at all. She was thin and small, and the other party's strength was very strong. She was immediately pushed away and fell heavily a few steps away, her head hitting the stone wall. The impact wasn't particularly serious. At least, Jiang Feng didn't faint on the spot. However, the area of impact was lacerated and dark red blood immediately flowed out. Under the intense pain, she couldn't help but scream. The man in the suit who pushed her clearly didn't expect such an outcome. He was obviously stunned. The slender young man stopped in his tracks, a little hesitant. The man in the suit who was with him said something and then walked toward Jiang Feng who had fallen to the ground. What are you guys doing? Jiang Feng has been beaten up. Go down and take a look. Jiang Feng's scream from being pushed was heard by the crew members who were still on the Sea View platform. A few colleagues looked down out of curiosity and happened to see the scene of Jiang Feng's head bleeding. These crew members instantly exploded. Most of them were hot-blooded young people who got along well with Jiang Feng. Now that they saw her being bullied, how could they remain indifferent? Therefore, a few crew members immediately rushed down. Seeing such a scene, the man in the suit who had just walked toward Jiang Feng immediately retreated and protected the slender young man with his companions. His face revealed a vigilant expression. A few colleagues quickly ran to the scene of the incident. One of them helped Jiang Feng up while the other two angrily demanded justice. More crew members rushed over when they heard the news. The atmosphere immediately became tense. 4 or 5 men in suits stood in front of the slender young man and extended their hands to stop the crew members who wanted to demand an explanation. They covered the latter as he tried to retreat. Japanese. It's the Mother King Japanese that beat up Xiaofeng. "Call the police, we can't let them escape." Knowing that the other party was Japanese, the crew members became even more furious and resolutely stopped them from leaving. And these men in suits weren't to be trifled with. Seeing that they were surrounded, they immediately took action. "Aya! Beat them up! Beat these bastards to death!" In the blink of an eye, both sides fell into a chaotic battle. The nearby tourists quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. There were also many onlookers who raised their phones and cameras to take pictures. The number of people on both sides was about the same, but the men in suits clearly had the upper hand. They were well trained and their attacks were fast and ruthless. In less than half a minute, they had defeated several crew members. The young people in the crew were hot-blooded, but their combat power was obviously lacking. They didn't have any technique when fighting, so they were at a disadvantage. However, as the saying goes, a random punch could kill an experienced master. One of the men in suits was careless and got punched in the face. The corner of his eye turned black on the spot. Feeling the pain, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He suddenly turned to the side and gave a roundhouse kick, landing heavily on the chest and abdomen of one of the crew members, sending the latter flying. After succeeding in one move, the man in suit's hostility didn't decrease. He kicked the crew member closest to him and raised his leg, aiming for his head. With the strength of his side kick, if the kick connected, the consequences would undoubtedly be very serious. The crew member noticed the danger, but it was too late for him to dodge. His body's awareness wasn't strong enough. Bang! At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared and inserted himself in between the two sides. He raised his arm and blocked the man in suit's side kick. The crew member who escaped death cried out in surprise, "Lu Chen." The person who saved him was Lu Chen. After filming the kissing scene on the ocean viewing platform, Lu Chen and Chen Feier still had to go to the 1,000-meter white beach to film their last scene in Jeju Island. After that, they would go to Seoul to film another scene. After that, their trip to Korea would come to an end. Jiang Feng's head was bleeding from being pushed down by someone. Lu Chen heard her scream immediately. However, when Lu Chen realized that something was wrong and rushed down, the crew members were being beaten up by the other party. A few of them were already lying on the ground, battered and exhausted. Seeing such a scene, Lu Chen did not hesitate. He immediately rushed over as fast as he could and saved a crew member who was endangered just in time. The other party's side kick from the man in the suit was blocked by Lu Chen's arm. A trace of surprise could not help but show on his face. However, he clearly did not intend to let the matter rest. He immediately twisted his body and his right leg flew up again. This time, the man in the suit did not hold back. He did not believe that Lu Chen could block his first kick again. However, Lu Chen's counterattack came even faster. Just as the man in the suit raised his leg, Lu Chen suddenly took a step forward. He raised both his arms and pushed them forward. With lightning speed, he slapped the man in the suit's body. This cloud-expelling style used all the strength in the arms, chest, and waist. It looked ordinary, but the strength of the two palms was very strong. With a bang sound, the man in the suit was sent flying a few steps away. He fell to the ground with all four legs facing the sky and cried out in pain. Actually, Lu Chen had held back. If he had changed his palm to a single punch, it would not have been a problem for him to break one of the man's ribs. However, if he had done that, the matter would have been blown out of proportion. Even so, Lu Chen did not let the man in the suit have an easy time. After the man in the suit fell to the ground, he could not get up. However, Lu Chen did not stop there. He continued to rush forward. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the collar of the other man in the suit. He suddenly exerted force and flung him backward. "Go to hell." A man in a suit noticed Lu Chen's movements and roared in shock and anger. He immediately abandoned his opponent and opened his arms to pounce on Lu Chen. What he used was a freestyle fighting style. He used his own strength, weight, and speed to pounce on his opponent. Once he pounced on his opponent, he would immediately use his arms to twist his opponent's neck. It was extremely fierce. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to dodge at such a close distance. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Chen. Facing the attack from his opponent, Lu Chen calmly turned sideways and grabbed the right arm of the man in the suit. Using the strength of the man in the suit, he deflected the direction of the man in the suit. Then, he took advantage of the situation and sent the man out. The man in the suit was so dizzy that he completely lost control of his body. He staggered and involuntarily bumped into his companion. As a result, the two of them rolled on the ground at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen consecutively dealt with 4 men in suits. He resolved the crisis faced by the crew and reversed the situation of the battle in one fell swoop. In front of him, there was only a slender young man who was guarded by 2 men in suits. The 2 bodyguards obviously didn't expect Lu Chen to be so fierce. Seeing Lu Chen approaching, they showed a trace of panic on their faces. However, because it was their duty, the 2 bodyguards didn't retreat. They rushed toward Lu Chen together. Lu Chen had long been prepared. He calmly shifted his position, and his right leg swept out, hitting the left calf of one of the bodyguards, causing the latter to instantly lose his balance and fall forward. Another bodyguard hurriedly turned around, but Lu Chen bumped into him sideways at this time, hit him hard in the chest with his shoulder, and immediately sent him flying. A perfect KO. This time, Lu Chen was directly facing the slender man with sunglasses. If he didn't guess wrong, the other party should be a key figure in this group of Japanese. He was most likely a celebrity like him. The reason was simple. In addition to the bodyguards that he had taken down, the other party also had many photographers and assistants. They must have come to the Seaview platform to take photos. Those people wanted to stop Lu Chen, but the crew members on Lu Chen's side were not fools. They blocked them all. Among them, those who had suffered a loss just now kicked the man in the suit who fell to the ground a few times with hatred. Lu Chen's side completely has the upper hand. The slender young man was probably afraid that Lu Chen would beat him up. Seeing Lu Chen continue to approach, he said something and retreated in panic. However, he didn't expect there to be stairs behind him. As a result, he missed a step and almost fell down. His hands flailed wildly and luckily grabbed the branches of a plant beside him. In the end, he sat on the edge of the drainage ditch beside the stairs. The slender young man was in an extremely sorry state. Even the sunglasses he was wearing had fallen off, revealing a pair of delicate eyes. "Sissy," Lu Chen smirked disdainfully. The other party was very thin, his skin was very white, and his chin was sharp. He obviously had makeup and eyeliner on his face. He had an earring in his left ear, giving off a very feminine and demonic feeling. This so-called new generation of idols was very popular in the Japanese entertainment industry. Perhaps he felt that Lu Chen was looking down on him, or perhaps he had suffered too much humiliation. The slender young man's face turned red, and his thin lips pursed in anger. "Stop hitting him, stop hitting him." At this moment, the Korean translator who had been following the crew ran over and shouted, "I've already called the police, I've called the police." This Korean translator had been sent by SPG to assist the crew. Now that the situation was under control, Lu Chen didn't want to continue making things worse. In fact, he had already noticed that there were many tourists nearby who were watching and taking photos. So, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, stop fighting." Not only was Lu Chen the male lead of Full House of Romance, but he was also the main investor. He had more authority in the crew than the director, so his words naturally carried more weight. Most importantly, it was because of Lu Chen's attack just now that he had defeated the other party's main force in one fell swoop and displayed his powerful combat power. Naturally, his prestige among the young people in the crew had increased exponentially. Therefore, after hearing his words, everyone stopped fighting with the other party and retreated. Everyone gathered together again and maintained their vigilance, ready to attack again at any time. The Japanese yelled and rushed over, lifting the slender young man who was sitting on the ground. The latter fiercely shook off their hands and shouted at them. The men in suits who had been knocked down by Lu Chen got up. A few of them could not even raise their heads after being scolded by the slender young man. They also looked at Lu Chen with resentment. However, they did not dare to attack again. Lu Chen's combat power had left a deep impression on them. If they attacked again, they would only be humiliating themselves. The crew members who had won the battle cheered. Someone shouted, "Brother Chen is mighty." "Lu Chen, are you okay?" More people came down from the Seaview platform, including Chen Feier. "I'm fine," Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Let's see if Xiaofeng is okay." should we call an ambulance? Jiang Feng had already been helped up by her colleagues. She looked quite miserable. Not only was her head bleeding, but there were also abrasions on her hands and feet. However, she was still conscious. Fortunately, her brain was not injured. A female colleague took out a handkerchief to help press on her wound to stop the bleeding. Chen Feier quickly went over to express his condolences. The crew members were filled with righteous indignation and scolded the culprit again. The South Korean police arrived quickly. The Seaview platform was a famous tourist attraction in Jeju Island. There were usually many tourists. To ensure safety, the South Koreans had deployed a lot of police to maintain law and order. Therefore, after receiving the call, patrolling police arrived at the scene very quickly. The alarm was very loud. The cruise translator and the people from SPG stood up to negotiate with the police. The other party also had a translator involved. After a few minutes of negotiation, the cruise translator and a South Korean police officer came to Lu Chen. The translator said apologetically, "Mr. Liu, this is Officer Park Ji-sung Park. Because you were involved in this battle, he needs you to go to the police station to make a statement. We're very sorry." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Lu Chen. The person from SPG came over with a phone and said, "Mr. Liu, I've already informed the company. The company will send a lawyer over as soon as possible. Don't worry." SPG had a direct interest in Lu Chen's new drama, Full House of Romance. Therefore, the crew had received their strong support when they were filming in South Korea. Now that something like this had happened, of course, SPG would not just stand by and watch. Although this was Jeju Island, with SPG's strength and resources, it would definitely not be a problem to protect Lu Chen. Most importantly, the cause of this incident was not Lu Chen's side. It was the Japanese who started it. Lu Chen had expected this. Since he had chosen to make a move, he had to accept the consequences. Of course, he would not regret it. If he did it again, he might be even more ruthless. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Sure." Chen Fei-er, who was standing at the side, suddenly became anxious. "I'll go with you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "What are you going to the police station for?" "I'm just going to make a statement. The crew needs people too." Chen Feier insisted, "No, I'm worried." Her attitude was so firm that Lu Chen had no choice but to agree. "Then you go with the translator." Other than Lu Chen, all the other crew members who were involved in the battle had to go with him. They were in a foreign country, and everyone was worried that their colleagues would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, many people wanted to go with them. It was the producer and director Feng Hui who stopped them. Although they could not continue filming here, the crew could not be left alone. Moreover, it would not be good if too many people went. As for the Japanese, the participants were also brought to the nearest police station. Just as Lu Chen arrived at the police station to make a statement, the domestic online media exploded. Wanghai Terrace was one of the must-see attractions for tourists visiting Jeju Island, so there were a lot of tourists there. Therefore, the scene of Lu Chen going to the police station with the Korean police to make a statement was not only seen by many tourists, but it was also photographed at the same time, including a few tourists from China. One of the tourists posted the photo on her blog. This tourist with the ID Annie Love on Waves knew Lu Chen. When she took the photo, she happened to be in the parking lot below Wanghai Terrace, and the photo she captured was of Lu Chen getting into the police car. Annie Love was not a fan of Lu Chen, so she did not have the awareness of keeping a secret for her idol. Instead, she was excited to get hold of big news, and she could not wait to post a blog post on her phone. Although she did not know the ins and outs of the matter, it did not stop her from giving her blog post a very eye-catching title, "There Are Pictures and the Truth, Lu Chen was taken away by the Korean police at Wanghai Terrace in Jeju Island." Annie Love did not have many fans, only a few hundred. However, Lu Chen had always been a hot celebrity on Waves' blog, and with the recent filming of the new drama Full House of Romance, there were many netizens who searched for his latest news on the blog. This blog post was quickly found by others and then reposted. If it was 20 or 30 years ago, when there was no internet, ordinary people would not be able to know about a celebrity being taken away by the police, and as the main media, television, radio, and newspapers might not report it. However, in such an era of the internet, the transmission of news was too fast and convenient. Unless the government controlled public opinion, the slightest movement from thousands of miles away could appear on the internet in the shortest time possible. In just half an hour, Annie Love's blog post was reposted thousands of times, and the speed at which it spread on the blog was extremely fast. Many people could not believe it when they first saw the news. Why would the perfectly fine Lu Chen be taken away by the Korean police? Was there a mistake or a misunderstanding? There were also people who scoffed. Hype, 100% hype. Wasn't Lu Chen filming in Korea? They must have deliberately found someone to use the stills to hype up the topic. This kind of hype was very common in the film and television industry, and anyone with a bit of intelligence would not fall for it. Lu Chen's fans were also skeptical. First, they didn't believe it, and then they agreed with the speculation of the publicity. However, the situation developed very quickly. Another piece of news was revealed on the blog. It was true that Lu Chen had been taken away by the Korean police, not for filming, but because he was involved in a fight with someone. This time, it wasn't an ordinary blogger like Annie Love who broke the news, but a famous vlogger with more than 1 million fans. He even included a few photos. These photos weren't very clear, but they could clearly see Lu Chen in the midst of the chaotic battle. It was clearly not a scene from a movie, so the authenticity of the photos was very high. The public was in an uproar. Lu Chen was arrested for brawling in Korea. This was a disgrace that would spread overseas. Nowadays, the domestic entertainment industry had always been full of scandals. Among the celebrities, there were drug addicts, prostitutes, cheating, drunk driving, and so on. In the eyes of the public, their overall image was not good. And as a rising star of the new generation, Lu Chen's image had always been very good since his debut. Many fans praised him as the positive energy of the entertainment industry, and he was even recognized by the official media. Who would have thought that he would cause a scandal abroad? Many online media outlets have reposted this new blog post, and titled it with different titles. Suspected of brawling, new star Lu Chen has just been arrested by the police in Korea. Lu Chen was taken away by the Korean police. Why are there so many scandals among entertainment stars? Latest news, Lu Chen was arrested in Jeju Island, Korea, in connection with a brawl. What's wrong with Lu Chen? There were also many so-called people in the industry who took the opportunity to jump out. Some expressed shock, some expressed condemnation, and some felt sorry. There was no lack of speculation and embellishment. Even entertainment aspects, who had been severely slapped in the face last time, jumped out and expressed their schadenfreude in a cynical manner. The entertainment industry was a big circle. As the saying goes, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. It was very common for people to be in the red and white. It was normal to hit someone when he was down. The key was that Lu Chen had been in the limelight recently and had unknowingly offended a lot of people. It was fine if nothing happened to Lu Chen, but once something happened, there would naturally be people jumping out to belittle him. For a time, the blog was full of demons. Many ordinary netizens who did not know the truth expressed their disgust in the comments. They thought that Lu Chen had not only embarrassed himself, but he had also embarrassed the country. There were even people who shouted the slogan "Lu Chen, get out of the entertainment industry." Things like this suddenly caused an uproar among the fans. Many fans expressed their disappointment in Lu Chen, but most of the fans did not believe the so-called truth and wanted to wait for the follow-up news. There were also a few fans who defended Lu Chen regardless of the consequences, believing that there must be a reason for it. Countless fans ran to Lu Chen and Lu Chen Studio, and even Xianxia's blog to ask for the truth. There were already media outlets who directly called for interviews, wanting to get conclusive information. However, first of all, the two studios did not know the truth of the matter, and they had no time to pay attention to the media's inquiries. It was impossible for them to immediately announce the news. This inevitably intensified the speculation on the internet, and all kinds of strange rumors were flying everywhere. It also involved Xianxia. Some people said that Lu Chen was angry because of Xianxia. In a very short period of time, Lu Chen was arrested in Korea, quickly became a hot search term on the blog. It was on the top search list on the home page, causing even greater influence. In short, during the time when Lu Chen made a statement in the Jeju Island police station, the domestic public opinion was in an uproar. There were even people who called the consulate in Korea to inquire. However, at that time, there were more than 1 or 2 domestic tourists at Jeju Island's Hwanghaetai, and there were also more than 1 or 2 people who witnessed the incident. Someone posted on the blog that Lu Chen beat up the Japanese, and that it was the Japanese who started it. He also posted a short video that he took at the scene. In the video, the men in suits who were knocked down by Lu Chen were shouting in Japanese, "Lu Chen beat up the Japanese." When this latest news came out, the public opinion on the internet suddenly changed strangely. The direction of the wind was reversed in an instant, as if a huge tornado had swept in a lot of other things. Countless netizens, including but not limited to Lu Chen's fans, were shouting, well done," even if the truth of the matter had not been fully revealed, they would unconditionally support Lu Chen. The domestic entertainment industry had developed tremendously in the past 20 years. The market was getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, it had also driven the influence of stars and artists among the public to increase. Especially with the rise of the internet, the speed of information transmission was far faster than before. Blogs, forums, Tieba, and other online spaces had become information gathering points, allowing ordinary people to understand all kinds of things happening in the entertainment industry. Many stars and entertainment agencies used the internet to promote and hype. Similarly, many people used this important entertainment position to attack and discredit their opponents. Lu Chen's encounter in Jeju Island, South Korea, could cause such a big impact in such a short time. There was no doubt that someone was behind it. Nowadays, the entertainment industry could be said to be a mixture of good and bad people. The industry competition was extremely fierce. Actors and singers could become famous overnight, but they could also disappear quickly. Many artists lost themselves after becoming famous. They took drugs, cheated, drove drunk, got into fights. It caused a bad impact on the public. And the relevant departments of the country also had targeted punishment for stars and artists who violated the law. That was an industry ban. For an artist, the consequences of being banned in the industry were extremely serious. Once they encountered such a punishment, they would not be able to make movies or TV shows, hold concerts, or receive advertisements, endorsements, or notices. Although it could not be said that their path to stardom was completely destroyed, it was really difficult to rise again. Especially for the new generation of stars and idols, even if the ban was only for a year and a half, it would be a devastating blow to their popularity, because there were plenty of substitutes in the industry waiting to take over. It was precisely because of this that it was very common to hype up public opinion against competitors on the internet. Originally, it was not a big matter, but after repeated hype, or even malicious rumors and smears, it often made the public develop a serious sense of disgust. For example, when Lu Chen was taken away by the South Korean police, under the circumstances that the truth was not clear, a dense number of offensive comments quickly appeared on the internet. The intention was self-evident. First of all, Lu Chen's crime could not be hidden. Once the waves of public opinion were set off, the difficulty and cost of covering up public relations would increase a big. In the end, if Lu Chen was really banned from the industry, it was estimated that many people would laugh crookedly. Lu Chen had only been in the industry for a year, but the speed at which he rose was astonishing. Although he paid attention to sharing benefits in many aspects and had a certain amount of connections in the industry, he had also provoked many opponents at the same time. No star artist can please everyone, especially an independent studio like him. While enjoying freedom, he will inevitably face more pressure. Once he was banned, the new drama that was being filmed was bound to face the danger of premature termination. Even if the male lead was replaced at the last minute, it would not be able to erase the serious negative impact. How could the competitors of the new drama, which was also going to be aired during the summer, not be happy? They definitely wouldn't mind giving him a push in the dark. Therefore, even when the new news came out and changed the direction of public opinion, there were still people who spared no effort to criticize Lu Chen, wishing that they could trample him into a pit. On the Waves blog, there was an internet celebrity named Everything is 3. He had posted 3 blog posts in a row, severely criticizing Lu Chen's behavior, arguing that the relevant authorities should ban Lu Chen. The entertainment industry is imperative. There should be stricter punishment for banned artists. Society needs positive energy, and as a public figure, celebrities should be an example, not the other way around. The tolerance and partiality of fans is precisely the root cause of celebrities repeatedly breaking the law. Beating people is beating people. Whether it's a Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, it's an unforgivable bad behavior, especially when the incident happened abroad. It's a disgrace to the Chinese people. I suggest, in the blog post, Everything is 3 had become the embodiment of justice and the law. He couldn't wait to put a big hat on Lu Chen, and his words were stern and aggressive. This internet celebrity had more than 8 million fans on the Waves blog. His blog posts were mainly comments on current affairs, and he was a self-styled social critic. He often posted some chicken soup articles, and he had a lot of fans on the internet. His blog post received the support and approval of many people and was reposted in large numbers. The reposted included a large number of internet celebrities, so it formed a lot of momentum. However, many netizens and Lu Chen's fans were very disgusted with his remarks, especially after it was revealed that Lu Chen had beaten up a Japanese. More and more people went to the Everything is 3 comment section to fight back for Lu Chen. There were also countless netizens on Lu Chen's blog to support him. Most of these netizens were originally not Lu Chen's fans, but they were now Lu Chen's fans. As a result, two factions appeared on the internet, supporting Lu Chen and opposing Lu Chen. They started a fierce debate and quarrel on blogs, forums, and Tieba, causing a lot of noise. While the domestic public opinion was in an uproar, Lu Chen was still being questioned by the Korean police in the police station of the Wonghaitai tourist area in Jeju Island, South Korea. Due to the large number of people involved in the fight and the fact that it involved people from two different countries, the Korean police were very cautious in handling the incident. The lawyer hired by SPG also rushed to the police station and accompanied Lu Chen to answer the police's questions. Lu Chen had a clear conscience in his heart and told the whole thing from beginning to end. Because of the lawyer's involvement, it took a long time. Interestingly, when Lu Chen told the police officer in charge of the questioning that he had single-handedly taken care of 6 bodyguards, the Korean police officer's expression was quite interesting. "You really know how to brag." Obviously, he did not believe it and asked many times. Actually, Lu Chen was able to single-handedly take down 6 well-trained bodyguards not because he was a Superman who wore his underwear on the outside, but because he had used a trick, using speed, strength, and skill to take them down one by one. If he had to face 6 such opponents at the same time, Lu Chen could only run away. After the interrogation, the matter was not over yet. Under the auspices of the Korean police, both parties sat down at the police station and had a face-to-face mediation. The Japanese also had an interpreter, and they actually invited a lawyer to the scene. Although there were many people involved in the group fight at the Ocean View platform, the consequences were not serious. The one who was most injured was Jiang Feng. Her forehead was bruised, but it was only a superficial injury. As for the others, there were quite a few who were beaten black and blue, with only minor injuries at most. Therefore, in such a situation, the Korean police wanted to keep the peace and hope that both sides could reach a mutual understanding. Otherwise, if the matter blew up, it would be troublesome for them. However, Lu Chen could not agree to the terms proposed by the Japanese. The Japanese did not admit that they had attacked first, but that Lu Chen's side had provoked them maliciously. Jiang Feng's injury was a complete accident. She had first collided with the bodyguard's target, which was why she had been stopped. The Japanese demanded that Lu Chen's side must apologize and take the main responsibility for this incident. This kind of reversal of right and wrong made even Lu Chen angry. "I will never agree to such shameless conditions. I repeat, the responsibility is not on our side," he retorted without hesitation. "I demand that you apologize and compensate the victims for all their losses. Otherwise, I will see you in court." At this point, Lu Chen was not afraid of a lawsuit. He would rather bring a lot of trouble and even losses to seek justice. Otherwise, he would not be able to live with himself. The interpreter repeated Lu Chen's response. When the Japanese heard it, they all shouted. One of them even jumped up and shouted at Lu Chen. His expression was ferocious, as if Lu Chen had killed his father. The interpreter told Lu Chen, "He said he wants to duel with you." Lu Chen recognized that the other party was one of the bodyguards in the suit who had been knocked down by him. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Duel with me? Can he afford my appearance fee?" Lu Chen's current market value for a commercial performance had risen to 500,000 to 700,000 yuan, and the endorsement cost about 5 million yuan. As for the appearance fee for a duel, there was really no way to say it would at least be 10 times more, right? That Japanese bodyguard was probably a small boss. He actually took it seriously. How much do you want? He even looked at Lu Chen with disdain. Then, before Lu Chen could answer himself, someone from SPG answered on his behalf. If you want Mr. Lu Chen to duel with you, ask your company to prepare 100 million yen, 100 million yen. The other party's face instantly turned red. He did not believe the words of the SPG representative at all and thought it was an insult. The person from SPG sneered and said, Mr. Lu Chen is a famous artist in China. The TV series he created and starred in not only set a record in the viewership ratings in China, but also achieved great success in Korea. He can't even afford 100 million yen. What right do you have to ask him to fight? The people of China did not like the Japanese, and the Koreans did not like them either. Therefore, with such an opportunity, the representative from SPG did not mind mocking the other party and letting them know how ridiculous they were. 100 million yen was equivalent to 5 million yuan. It was really not much to ask Lu Chen to officially duel with someone. The Japanese had never imagined that Lu Chen was actually a celebrity. They wanted to refute but had nothing to say. Their arrogance was immediately suppressed. Right at this moment, a Korean police officer came into the conference room with a laptop. He whispered a few words to his superior who was in charge of mediation, then turned on the laptop for him to see. The Korean police officer watched for a full 4 to 5 minutes. Then, he pushed the laptop in front of the Japanese's lawyer and played a video to him. After watching the video, the Japanese were stunned. As a famous tourist attraction in Jeju Island, there were many tourists at the Ocean View Terrace. Therefore, when the conflict happened, many of the onlookers used their phones or cameras to record the scene. When Lu Chen and the others went to the police station for investigation, the Korean police also collected evidence at the scene according to procedure. Among them, a Korean tourist provided a long video. At that time, the female tourist was in the small square below the sea view platform. She was the first to see the group of Japanese people coming up the stairs. She felt that the slender young man wearing sunglasses looked like a celebrity, so she turned on the camera mode of her mobile phone and secretly took pictures. As a result, he managed to record the entire incident, in the video that was more than 10 minutes long, from Jiang Fang being pushed up to the scene, to the conflict between the crew members and the bodyguards, to Lu Chen turning the situation around and taking control of the situation, to the end when the police appeared and took the person in question away. Not a single detail was left out. The rarest thing was that the female tourist was probably very experienced in filming videos. In addition, the phone was a high-end product. Not only was the video stable and clear, it actually felt like a movie. But that was not important. What was important was that the video strongly proved Lu Chen's testimony. It also gave the Japanese a loud slap in the face. It was obvious who was lying. In fact, there were many videos and photos taken by the tourists at the scene, but this video was the most powerful. As the saying goes, irrefutable evidence. Now that the Korean police had revealed it after the investigation, even the Japanese's lawyer was speechless. Not only the Japanese have seen it, but also Lu Chen's people have seen it. The crew members at the scene immediately went into an uproar. What else do they have to say now? Are they stupid? Do they really think they can lie so easily? The evidence is here. Pay up. Apologize. This is too much, we can't let them off so easily. Faced with the agitated Chinese people, the Japanese had nothing to say. The most arrogant guy just now also shut his mouth and pretended to be a dead dog. He was the one who pushed Jiang Fang. Only the lawyer took out his phone and made a few calls. It was unknown who he was talking to for a long time. In the end, he restated the terms of the settlement. In the face of undeniable evidence, the Japanese chose to compromise. They apologized to Lu Chen and paid a total of 12 million won to Jiang Fang and the other crew members who were beaten, which was equivalent to 70,000 renminbi. In the end, under the auspices of the Korean police, the two sides signed a mediation agreement. By the time Lu Chen and the others came out and reunited with Chen Feier and the others who were waiting in the reception room of the police station, the sky was already dark. "Are you guys okay?" Chen Feier, who had been waiting outside for several hours, asked with concern. "Did they make things difficult for you?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. The Japanese have apologized." "That's good." Chen Feier breathed a big sigh of relief and said, "I was worried to death. There were many calls from home. Lu Shi also called several times. Everyone is very concerned about you. Now the internet is abuzz. Let's make a statement together." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat and he said, "There's no hurry." He pulled the people from SPG over and asked, "Mr. Choi, can you make a copy of the video from the police station?" SPG's representative in the Full House of Romance was surnamed Choi. He was an agent under SPG and was also a native of Jeju Island. He was in charge of the local filming and liaison matters. Representative Choi was in his 40s. Not only was he sophisticated, but he could also speak Chinese. As soon as he heard Lu Chen's words, he understood and replied without hesitation, "I'll try." If it was a criminal case, asking the police for evidence would result in a lawsuit. However, as it was a small civil dispute that had been successfully mediated, it was much easier to make a copy of the video. As the representative of SPG, if he could not even do this, he could only go home and eat kimchi. Representative Choi pulled his lawyer over and negotiated with the police for a few minutes before getting the video as he wished. With the evidence in hand, Lu Chen immediately called his sister in China. At the same time, he sent the copy of the video to her. Lu Chen had not expected this matter to appear on the domestic online media so quickly. However, he knew very well that someone would definitely take the opportunity to stir up trouble. In the past year since his debut, Lu Chen had experienced a few storms and deeply understood the complexity of the entertainment industry. There were definitely more than one or two people in the industry who were looking forward to something happening to him and waiting to hit him when he was down. Therefore, it was very necessary to clarify the truth of the matter and protect his own reputation. However, Lu Chen decided not to make a statement for the time being because he had a better choice. Although the unexpected conflict had calmed down, the cruise afternoon had also been wasted. The scenes that could have been filmed today could only be delayed until tomorrow. Everyone returned to the hotel in Jeju City. Lu Chen and Chen Feier specially arranged a sumptuous banquet to comfort the crew. Although the young men had suffered in the conflict, their courage was worthy of encouragement and praise. There was also Jiang Feng. In addition to the necessary comfort, the crew would also pay for it as a work-related injury. At around 7 p.m., the Lu Chen arrested in Korea incident on Waves' blog continued to ferment. While Lu Chen and Chen Feier's studio remained silent, the well-known blogger Stray Cats posted a blog post on his blog. The truth behind Lu Chen's fight in Korea. In this blog post, Stray Cats released a video that claimed to have been transferred from Korea's largest community website, Cyworld, revealing the truth of the incident. Whether or not Lu Chen maliciously injured people, whether or not he participated in the fight, and what was the cause of the incident, all of these questions were answered in this 7-minute video. Stray Cats also had 1 or 2 million fans on Waves' blog. In addition, the content of the blog post was related to the current hot topic, and with the support of the power behind the scenes, this blog post and video were quickly forwarded and passed on. At 8:30 p.m., Lu Chen Studio, Chen Feier's studio, Crown Pictures, and the official Chinese blog of SPG published an official statement at the same time, explaining the cause and effect of the incident in detail to the public, as well as the results of the Korean police's mediation. Due to the previous irrefutable video evidence, the reliability of these statements was beyond doubt. The public opinion on the internet immediately leaned towards Lu Chen's side. The "everything is 3" that had previously attacked Lu Chen was now silent. Faced with the ridicule of countless netizens, he deleted the previous blog post, closed the comment section, and retracted his head to pretend to be a tortoise. As for those who followed the trend, waving flags and shouting, they disappeared in an instant. The public opinion on the internet seemed to be like a storm in summer, full of unpredictable uncertainty. One moment it was a storm, the next moment it may be a sunny day after the rain. The speed of the reversal often caught people off guard. In the afternoon, the incident of Lu Chen's arrest in South Korea broke out on blogs. In the evening, netizens overwhelmingly supported Lu Chen, which made his popularity rise to another level. It could be regarded as a blessing in disguise. And the change in this situation was indispensable to the help of Lu Chen's friends and partners. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to clarify the truth. After all, the forces that opposed him before were very strong. This was thanks to Lu Chen's consistent benefit-sharing strategy, because he always believed that, when his own foundation was very weak, holding quality resources and eating alone was a way to bring disaster. For example, in the new drama Full House of Romance currently being filmed, Lu Chen has roped in big shots in the industry such as Beijing Television, Zhejiang Satellite TV, Crown Pictures, Flying Stone Records, SPG, and so on. While ensuring his own core interests, he shared part of the cake to consolidate his foundation in the entertainment industry. As soon as Lu Chen had an accident, of course, these partners would not stand by and watch, because it involved their interests. So when Lu Chen issued an official statement, it quickly reversed the passive situation on the internet. The undercurrent that wanted to throw him into the abyss was naturally helpless. On the way to the top, Lu Chen was no longer alone, and no one dared to underestimate him. Of course, his biggest supporters were still his thousands of fans. When the incident first came to light, most fans believed in Lu Chen and supported Lu Chen. They were not confused by the rumors on the internet and insisted on waiting for the truth to come. A small number of fans wavered and talked about it skeptically. A very small number of people turned from fans to haters, expressing their dissatisfaction and disgust with Lu Chen in blogs, forums, and Tieba. After the truth came out, these fans realized their mistakes. Some were silent, and some apologized to Lu Chen. As for those fans who had always supported Lu Chen, it was as if they had won a huge victory. They laughed at those guys who attacked Lu Chen, including many big V's and small V's in the Waves blog. It was just that the pleasure brought about by a one-sided victory could not last long, and the opponents who had been slapped in the face all pretended to be dead dogs, so the dissatisfied fans quickly shifted their focus. The new focus was on Lu Chen's martial arts skills. The video, which was shot by a South Korean tourist, had already been circulated on the internet in both China and South Korea. It was a very good video, showing the process of Lu Chen charging into the chaotic crowd and taking down the 6 Japanese bodyguards. In fact, the time that Lu Chen made his move was very short. From the time he intervened in the battle to the time he ended the battle, the whole process lasted less than a minute. Not only did he defeat many opponents in a row, but his tactical movements were like flowing water, so smooth that it was dazzling. It was really amazing. Fans who were familiar with Lu Chen knew that Lu Chen practiced martial arts. Last year, when he participated in a performance in Hangzhou, he once saved Tian Tian, who was attacked by crazy fans. The video of that time was also recorded, and it caused quite a stir on the internet. However, the situation at that time was very different from this time. At that time, Lu Chen's opponent was only one person, and it was just an ordinary person. The difference in strength was not strong. This time, Lu Chen was facing 6 well-trained bodyguards. These bodyguards were suppressing the crew members who outnumbered them. Lu Chen turned the tide with his own strength, undoubtedly highlighting big strength. My chin is mighty. Guys, what do you think Lu Chen used Big's Kung Fu? Kickboxing? Sanda? I don't know what Kung Fu it is, but it's very powerful. To be honest, when I first saw the video, I thought it was a martial arts film. Even martial arts films are not as powerful as Lu Chen. This is real Kung Fu. Watching it makes me want to learn Kung Fu. Not only Lu Chen's fans, but many celebrities in the circle also joined in the fun. While reposting the video, they praised Lu Chen's extraordinary skills. Some even said that they wanted to worship Lu Chen as a teacher. Of course, this was just a joke, or to ride on the popularity. One of the famous actors, Tang Chong, after watching the video, specially quoted a poem from Li Bai's Ode to the Gallant on his blog, praising Lu Chen for having the chivalrous spirit of ancient times, helping the weak and fighting the bully. I know Teacher Tang, in the business suite of the Hilton Hotel in Jeju City, South Korea, Chen Feier, who was leaning on Lu Chen's arms and looking at her phone blog, said, he once starred in the movie The 3 Heroes and 5 Righteous, and his Tai Chi is very good. He definitely admires you. The words of the heavenly queen of the music industry were full of pride, because her sweetheart was so brave and strong. To be honest, when Xianxia saw the video for the first time, she was also shocked. She knew that Lu Chen had always been practicing kung fu, but she did not expect Lu Chen to be so strong that he could easily win against 6 people. As she said that, Xianxia could not help but love Lu Chen in her heart, so she leaned over and gave Lu Chen a kiss on the cheek. She said with a smile, "I think if you go and shoot a martial arts film, it will definitely be a big hit." Martial arts film? Xianxia was actually just joking, but Lu Chen revealed a thoughtful look. "I can think about it." Xianxia was surprised. "You can't be serious, right?" Martial arts film was a type of film and TV series derived from martial arts novels. In the 1980s and 1990s, it was quite popular in Xianxia and the mainland, but with the impact of foreign action films, it quickly declined. Now, martial arts films had basically disappeared, and at present, the more popular genre in China was the mythical Xianxia film that was adapted from popular online novels, and there were many movies and TV series. In the hearts of young people, martial arts novels and martial arts films were antiques of the last century. Even if Lu Chen had a strong market appeal, it was estimated that it would not bring a high box office if he were to shoot a retro martial arts film. Lu Chen said seriously, "What if I'm serious?" Martial arts films had been on the decline for a long time, but this did not mean that this genre was dead. In Lu Chen's impression, the martial arts films he had seen, whether it was the storyline or the action design, were far from comparable to the works of the same genre in the dream world. The martial arts films and martial arts dramas in the dream world were created countless brilliant, and the martial arts films derived from them even had a world-class influence. This was a huge gold mine. If he took out the classic martial arts works in the dream world, would it be liked by young people today? Lu Chen was not 100% sure, but through this accident, he saw a suitable opportunity. Of course, times were changing, and many things had to conform to the development of the times in order to shine the light they should. Lu Chen's idea was that if he wanted to shoot a martial arts film, then he would first create a popular martial arts IP. "You want to write a martial arts novel?" When Xianxia understood Lu Chen's idea, she felt a little confused. She knew that Lu Chen was very talented. Not only could he write songs, but he could also write novels and screenplays. Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance were both written by Lu Chen. But to change from an urban romance novel to a martial arts novel, wasn't the style change a little too big? Was Lu Chen really not fantasizing? Lu Chen smiled and said, "Why not try?" He suddenly had a very good idea. That was, during the filming of Full House of Romance, he would write a long martial arts novel, create a pen name, and serialize it on the internet to test the market's response. If the market's response was good, then he would use this martial arts novel as a basis to shoot a TV series or even a movie. As his own strength continued to grow, Lu Chen's ambition was no longer satisfied with shooting TV series. He set his eyes on the higher end of the movie market. That was where the highest level of fame lay. And with his current fame and status in the circle, if he wanted to be the protagonist in a movie, as long as it was not a super big production, it would not be a big problem. He would definitely be able to find a partner. But the competition in the conventional movie genre was extremely fierce. No matter how competent Lu Chen was, he did not dare to say that he would be successful if he went in, not to mention that he wanted to be in control of it. To make a name for himself in today's movie market, he must have a magic weapon to win. Lu Chen's magic weapon was the memories in the dream world, whether it was a martial arts film or a kung fu film. If he wanted to achieve his ambition, it was not something that could be done overnight. Whether his idea could be achieved or not also needed to be verified by the market, and a popular IP also needed time to ferment. Lu Chen originally planned to start implementing his plan in 1 or 2 years, but the opportunity that appeared now made him feel that it might be a good choice to do it in advance. "You mean not to use your own name, but to use a newcomer's pen name to write an online martial arts novel?" Xianxia was shocked by Lu Chen's bold idea. "Will that work?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's right. If we can form an IP, then the studio will come forward and buy the copyright. At that time, whether it is a movie or a TV series, I will be the male lead, and you will be the female lead." Xianxia was amused by him. "Isn't this the same as the left hand turning to the right hand? What are you thinking? Isn't it better to use your own name to write it? Also, it has always been the two of us as the main leads. Aren't you afraid that the audience will be sick of it? Lu Chen touched his chin and thought, this is a problem. Then who do you think should be the female lead? No one. Chen Feier's attention was suddenly diverted. Even the Heavenly Queen could be jealous. But before she could finish her words, she was blocked by Lu Chen's mouth. It was a good night. How could they waste their precious time on such a discussion? Lu Chen pressed Chen Feier under his body, and suddenly the room was full of spring. Beijing, late at night. Dragging heavy steps, Wan Xiaoquan returned to his home on the 5th Ring Road. This 70-square-meter two-bedroom apartment is not only Wan Xiaoquan's current residence, but also his only valuable property. It was originally rented to others. After he was released from prison, it was his only home. Wan Xiaoquan originally had a large well-decorated house in the 3rd Ring Road. When he divorced, he divided his property to his ex-wife. For his ex-wife, Wan Xiaoquan admitted that he owed a lot. And this home was very simple and crude, without even decent furniture. The ground was covered with cheap composite floors, which glowed with cold light under the light of the ceiling lamp, as if it was silently laughing at him. As soon as he closed the door, a strong feeling of vomiting arose from his stomach, making the former director couldn't help but run to the bathroom, throw himself on the toilet and vomit. After vomiting all the food and wine he had eaten in the evening, he vomited until his stomach acid came out. He finally felt a little better, flushed the toilet, washed his face, and staggered to make himself a cup of strong tea. After swallowing a few pieces of stomach medicine with tea, Wan Xiaoquan sat down on the dirty and dusty sofa, his face twitching slightly. It's been some time since he was released from prison, and he hasn't found a suitable job. Originally, with Wan Xiaoquan's qualifications and fame in the film and television industry, there were many investors who wanted to find him to cooperate. But what happened last time when he made a new film not only put him in prison, but also ruined his future. No one will ask Wan Xiaoquan to be a director at this time. Because his reputation in the circle is bad, and he is also listed on it. Everyone is afraid to avoid him. With great difficulty, he found a film and television company. He gritted his teeth and took out his few savings in the bank to entertain the person in charge of the other party, asking for only a position as an assistant director. As a result, he spent the money and drank until he vomited, but he didn't get a clear response. Wan Xiaoquan knew that there was no hope. But if he doesn't shoot, what can he do? Go to the construction site to move bricks. A bitter smile appeared on Wan Xiaoquan's lips, as well as deep regret. If he wasn't so impulsive, if he could listen to his friend's advice, if he could, it's useless to say anything now. Wan Xiaoquan really doesn't want to bother his retired teacher anymore. Although relying on Zhang Wentian's face, he can get a job somewhere and linger on in the strange eyes of others. What little pride he had left would not allow him to do such a thing. After sitting on the sofa for a long time, Wan Xiaoquan returned to his bedroom and lay on the bed, but he was not sleepy at all. His stomach ached convulsively. After enduring for a while, he sat up again, got out of bed, and turned on his computer. It was a long night. Let's use this to pass the time of insomnia. Wan Xiaoquan slowly browsed through the information on the internet. He was especially attentive when it came to movies. In the Waves blog, he saw Lu Chen's name. It was the headline on the front page of the blog. Wan Xiaoquan remembered Lu Chen. The only time he saw Lu Chen was at Zhang Wentian's house. The tall, handsome and polite young man left a deep impression on him. Wan Xiaoquan only knew that Lu Chen was a singer and an actor who had just shot a very popular TV series. So now that he saw Lu Chen's headline name on the Waves blog, he couldn't help but feel curious and clicked on the search. He quickly learned what happened to Lu Chen, and at the same time, he saw the video that had been forwarded millions of times. Wan Xiaoquan watched this video of a few minutes for more than half an hour, repeatedly watching it, dragging the progress bar back and forth, and focusing on Lu Chen. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter, as if he had found a treasure, different from what others were paying attention to. Wan Xiaoquan was indifferent to the superb skills and fighting ability shown by Lu Chen in the video. What he saw was a kind of momentum, or aura, that Lu Chen had. Unruffled, confident, and powerful, if this kind of aura appeared on an artiste, it meant that he had the potential to become a superstar. Real superstars all have the same or similar temperament. Wan Xiaoquan didn't expect that such a young Lu Chen would have such a temperament. All kinds of thoughts in his mind grew wildly like weeds after the rain. Xiaoquan suddenly remembered that when he met Lu Chen at Zhang Wentian's house, Lu Chen once gave him a business card. Where did this business card go? Xiaoquan instinctively fumbled in his pocket and took out his wallet, but it was not there at all. He couldn't help but become anxious, rummaging through the drawers and bedside cabinets, and even running to the tea machine in the living room to look for his bag. A strong intuition was telling the former director that he had made too many mistakes, and he mustn't make them again this time. He must find this business card. South Korea, Jeju Island. Although there were unexpected twists and turns, the filming work of the Full House of Romance crew in this tourist resort was not affected much, and the rest of the scenes were successfully shot the next morning. In the afternoon, the crew left Jeju Island for Seoul to continue filming in South Korea. The impact of the Wang Haitai incident did not disappear with the departure of the Full House of Romance crew. Instead, it exploded into a new hot topic on the internet. The Japanese man who had a conflict with Lu Chen was there to take promotional photos of the artiste, and this artiste, who was protected by multiple bodyguards, was Japan's Kitagawa Koji. Kitagawa Koji was a star idol who had risen rapidly in Japan in recent years. He was 1 year younger than Lu Chen. Since his debut, his path to stardom had been smooth. He was well-rounded in singing and acting. Not only did he have a large number of fans in China, but he also had a certain influence in South Korea. He came to Jeju Island to shoot a photo shoot, mainly for the endorsement of a South Korean clothing brand. As a result, the video of the conflict between Kitagawa Koji and Lu Chen was posted on South Korea's largest community website, Cyworld. Someone immediately recognized the star, which then caused a heated discussion among South Korean netizens, especially Kitagawa Koji's fans. Interestingly, there were also many South Korean fans of Lu Chen in Cyworld. However, Lu Chen's fans had the upper hand in the debate. It was not only because Kitagawa Koji was Japanese, but also because his performance in front of Lu Chen was a little unsightly. His pathetic appearance made people shudder. South Koreans and Japanese had a common ethnic trait, which was that outsiders respected the strong. Therefore, the number of fans of Lu Chen on the Korean internet increased exponentially. In the end, there was soon news that the South Korean clothing brand had the intention to give up on Kitagawa Koji and let Lu Chen be the endorsement. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, Lu Chen was once again popular in South Korea. As the news and rumors spread into China, it had a positive impact on his image. However, nothing was perfect in this world. There were also negative consequences. Kitagawa Koji's Japanese fans would definitely see Lu Chen as an enemy. Beijing, Capital International Airport. The flight arrival announcement had been broadcasted twice in a row. Many people were gathered outside the exit of Terminal T2. More than a dozen airport security personnel were guarding the crowd outside the cordon. Other than the reporters with cameras or video cameras, there were more young people holding welcome signs. The nearby passengers could not help but cast curious or surprised looks, guessing which big shot had come from abroad. "They're here! They're here!" Accompanied by shouts from the crowd, a group of people carrying large and small bags and pushing luggage carts appeared in the corridor. At the front of the group was a tall man wearing sunglasses and a woman in a white dress and mask. The two were holding hands, looking very intimate. Click! Click! The next moment, flashes lit up one after another, and many long and short guns were aimed at the couple. Lu Chen. Chen Fei-er. The people gathered outside immediately let out loud cheers, mixed with confessions such as "I love you" and so on. Pieces of well-made signboards were raised high, making the atmosphere of the scene exceptionally warm. Many people tried to push forward, causing a small disturbance. Fortunately, the airport security personnel were experienced and controlled the situation in time, not causing a real riot. Lu Chen was shocked by the scene in front of him and could not help but stop in his tracks. The crew of Full of Romance had filmed in Seoul for 2 days and returned to Beijing today, May 20th. At this point, the new drama's foreign plot had been completely filmed, and there was already a local subcrew in Beijing filming related scenes for supporting roles. After the two crews reunited, they would move to Jinling Film City. Lu Chen did not expect that he and Chen Fei-er would receive such a grand welcome at the airport. There were at least hundreds of fans present, and there were also many media reporters. It was Chen Feier who was experienced and said softly, "Don't worry about these reporters. Let's go straight away. Don't stay here. The transport should be waiting outside." Lu Chen nodded and pulled Chen Feier to speed up their pace towards the exit. "Lu Chen, what do you think of the conflict with Kitagawa Koji?" "Miss Chen Feier, can you talk about your thoughts when Lu Chen was taken away by the Korean police?" "Lu Chen, at that time on Jeju Island, what was your motive for doing it yourself?" Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry in the face of these reporters' messy questions. No wonder Chen Feier told him to ignore them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain them clearly even if he talked for a long time. He didn't expect that the impact of this incident would be so big. When he was in Seoul, not only did the local Korean TV station interview him, but there were also several domestic media reporters who came to interview him. However, Lu Chen had already said what he needed to say, and he had even made a statement on his blog. He had no intention of using this incident to create hype, even though the internet was abuzz. "Lu Chen, can I have your autograph?" A young female fan struggled to get past the security guards and tried her best to hand a notebook and autograph pen to Lu Chen. Her delicate face was red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Lu Chen didn't want to pay attention to the reporters, but seeing this teenage girl ignore the security guard scolding and push and desperately try to get an autograph, he really couldn't be indifferent anymore. Lu Chen quickly let go of Chen Feier and walked over quickly. He took the pen from the other party and quickly signed his name on the book. After signing, Lu Chen apologized to the two airport security guards who looked unfriendly. "I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble." He didn't expect this situation. The crew didn't know that there would be so many fans coming to the airport today. Otherwise, they could just go through the VIP channel and there would be no problem. He had caused a lot of trouble for the airport for no reason. The two security guards looked at each other, and one of them said, "It doesn't matter. You go quickly. I'll ask my colleagues to clear the way for you. Don't block the door." In fact, they had encountered this kind of situation many times. Lu Chen was the first star artist to apologize to them. Usually, big stars didn't pay attention to small security guards like them. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Seeing a fan get Lu Chen's autograph, the other fans became more and more excited, and they also wanted to have a close contact with their idol. Lu Chen knew that if he didn't leave now, something might really happen. He quickly waved to these fans and said, "Thank you." However, he pulled Chen Feier and quickly left the exit under the protection of the security guards. They boarded the business car waiting outside the reception area. After the car drove forward for a distance, Lu Chen finally breathed a big sigh of relief. Chen Feier said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have your own fan." The term star chaser first appeared in the 1990s. As the name suggested, it referred to some people or groups of people who admired stars. Star chasers were basically young people with a fashionable mentality and a strong sense of motivation. Fans belonged to fans, but they were different from ordinary fans. The social evaluation of them was not very high. There were often reports in the news about some people who were so crazy about stars that they forgot to eat and sleep, and some even went to the extreme. It was a piece of cake to go to the airport to pick up stars. In order to meet their idols, some fans even followed their idols from thousands of miles away, persevering to get close to their idols. From a certain point of view, if an idol didn't have fanatical fans, he wouldn't be considered a success. As a result, some professional fans were born. They were secretly hired by the agencies of the idols and stars to act as the leaders of the fan group, or to seize the right to speak, and constantly create hype for the idols and stars. Lu Chen has opened his own studio. Although he has budget investment in media publicity, he has never hired half a professional fan. Therefore, these star chasers are undoubtedly his true love fans, which is enough to show how popular he is now. Lu Chen knew a little about this group, so he was more helpless about Chen Feier's teasing. It was not necessarily a good thing to have a lot of fans. They might face all kinds of harassment in ordinary times. In contrast, those fans who were active in live broadcasting platforms, blogs, and forums were really much more lovely. Ring ring ring. Lu Chen was about to discuss a few words with Chen Feier when his cell phone, which had just been turned on, suddenly rang. It was Sister Li who called him. "Lu Chen, have you arrived in Beijing?" Lu Chen said with a smile, just arrived. We are in the car now. Sisterly, do you have any instructions? Sisterly said angrily, what instructions? I have booked a seat in Dihao. Come with Fei. It's a welcome dinner for you. Lu Chen said straightforwardly, okay, Fei and I will arrive around 6 o'clock. How about that? Sisterly said happily, okay, then I will go and wait for you. See you there. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen said to Chen Fei, Sisterly will treat us to a meal. Chen Fei said with a smile, you will be busy. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Although Sisterly did not say it clearly, both Lu Chen and Chen Fei knew that her invitation to dinner was not as simple as welcoming them. Zhang Juanji's Tiger Cubs were about to debut. The Tiger Cubs were a boy group proposed by Lu Chen. Its members included Zhang Juanji, Hu Yiran, and Yu Yang, who were only in their teens. They mainly targeted the market of people under the age of 17. As the saying goes, parents love their children the most. Sisterly had put a lot of effort into the little tiger clan. Not only did she find 2 young men suitable for her sons, but she also spent a lot of money to send the 3 of them to the most famous Star Fate art gallery in the capital for comprehensive training. The 3 young lads were also quite hardworking. Originally, they were expected to spend a year to complete the training course. But after half a year of hard work, they met the requirements for their debut and successfully graduated from Star Fate art gallery. For any artist, their debut was undoubtedly a major event in their life. Although Zhang Juanji had already made a name for himself in the entertainment industry through Autumn in My Heart, for Sisterly, this was Zhang Juanji's real debut. She could not tolerate the Tiger Cubs' debut in public with any flaws. Therefore, even though she knew it was not appropriate, she still invited Lu Chen and Chen Fei, who had just returned to China. Without Lu Chen, there would be no Tiger Cubs. Without Lu Chen, there would be no glory for the Tiger Cubs' debut. Hello, Teacher Lu. Hello, Teacher Chen. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in the Golden Rose Hall of the Dihao Hotel, 3 handsome young men greeted Lu Chen and Chen Fei, who had just arrived in the box. Lu Chen smiled and said, hello, I haven't seen you for a long time. The last time he saw the Tiger Cubs was half a year ago in Star Fate Art Gallery. After half a year, the 3 boys were still immature, but they already had a unique temperament of artists. Moreover, their words and actions were full of stars. Star Fate Art Gallery's ability to train new artists was recognized by the industry. Chen Fei deliberately put on a straight face. Why do you call me teacher? Am I very old? The 3 teenagers looked at each other in dismay at the Heavenly Queen's unreasonable behavior. Did they call her teacher wrongly? Zhang Juanji was quick-witted and quickly corrected himself. Sister Fei Hu Yiran and Yu Yang hurriedly followed. Good. Chen Fei's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. Here's a present for you. Knowing that the 3 members of the Little Tigers would be present, she had prepared 3 gifts as souvenirs from Korea. Thank you, Sister Fei. After the greetings and the meeting gifts were given, it was time to talk business. Sisterly wasn't in a hurry. She first invited the 2 of them to take a seat, then started praising Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you've won glory for our country in Korea this time. Everyone is giving you a thumbs up now. You're really awesome. Zhang Juanji nodded. That's right. My classmates have seen the video and they all want to learn martial arts. Hu Yiran and Yu Yang both looked at Lu Chen with shining eyes. In their hearts, Lu Chen is undoubtedly a real idol. He can write, sing, act, and know martial arts. He is extremely powerful in both literature and martial arts. Which teenager hasn't dreamed of being a hero? Lu Chen said with a smile. Sisterly, don't flatter me anymore. When will Juanji and the others make their debut? Sisterly said with a smile. On the 28th, Beijing TV Channel 2's Rising Star show is preparing to participate in Singing China in June. Lu Chen understood as soon as he heard it. An artist's debut is a very broad concept. The first release of a single, acting in a movie or TV play, appearing on a variety show, and even making an announcement, as long as it is the first time to appear in public and promote, it can be classified as a debut. However, different artists and different entertainment agencies had completely different strategies for their debut. Ordinary new artists and key training rookies are 2 completely different concepts. Sister Li only has one precious son, Xianxia. She has also opened an agency and has a wide network in Beijing's circle. Naturally, she has to rack her brains and spare no expense. The Rising Star Show on Beijing TV station's second variety channel is a variety show with high ratings. It mainly promotes new artists in the entertainment industry, with a dual nature of interviews and performances. The show is broadcast in prime time on Saturday, with one episode a week. Generally speaking, those who can appear on Rising Star Show are young artists who have emerged in the circle, and those who can appear on the show are not simple. For a brand new group like the Little Tiger Group, even if their captain, Zhang Juanji, has a little fame, if Sister Li doesn't have a good public relations, it is estimated that even if she can appear on the show, there may not be a suitable schedule. Making their official debut in Rising Star Show, their starting point and level are not low, and then appearing on Singing China, Sister Li's road to fame for the Little Tiger Group is very clear. As for Lu Chen, he can stand for the Little Tiger Group on Rising Star Show. Sister Li does not shy away from this, nor is she afraid of owing Lu Chen a favor. She even has ideas about Chen Feier. In this year's second season of Singing China, Chen Feier is still one of the 4 judges. Singing China had good ratings in the first season last year, and even beat Shonan TV's Super Singer. The first reality show was a great success, and Beijing Television, which has tasted the sweetness, couldn't stop. Therefore, this year's Singing China has a higher publicity intensity than last year. Originally, Beijing Television invited Lu Chen to be a judge in the audition. At that time, it was a lot of face for Lu Chen, but now this identity is no longer appropriate and unworthy of Lu Chen's position. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 judges had signed a contract in advance, it would have been entirely possible for Lu Chen and Chen Feier to appear on the judging panel at the same time. In response to Sister Li's request, Lu Chen agreed without hesitation. Sister Li had been helping the two of them manage the Chen Fei Charity Foundation. She had been working diligently to make a name for herself. At present, the foundation had established cooperative relationships with many Class 3 Grade A hospitals in the country to help those leukemia patients who needed help, so that the donations could be used reasonably and effectively. For this, Lu Chen is also duty-bound. The dinner was enjoyed by both the guests and the host. Back at his home in Xianxia, Lu Chen closed the door and held Chen Feier in his arms. Chen Feier's eyes were like silk, and she said with a smile, "Take a bath first." Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and asked, "Do you know what day it is today?" Chen Feier was stunned. "What day?" Lu Chen sighed. "What day is it today?" Chen Feier, May 20th? She finally woke up. 5:20, Internet Valentine's Day. That's right. Lu Chen said with a smile, "There's a prize." As if by magic, he produced a small jewelry box, purple velvet. Chen Feier's pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were full of intoxicating charm. Infinite tenderness. On May 20th, the same night that the crew of Full House of Romance returned to Beijing from South Korea, many fans discovered that Chen Feier had updated his blog on Waves. The content of the blog post was very simple. There were only 2 sentences. 520 is a gift from someone. Do you think it looks good? There was a picture below the text. A delicate hand was pressed on the keyboard of a laptop. There was a ruby ring on her middle finger. The ring was as red as pigeon's blood, and the diamonds around it were dazzling under the light. Her skin was as white as snow, luxurious and exquisite. Chen Feier's fans were suddenly fired up. What day is it today? May 20th, Cyber Valentine's Day. Countless single fans immediately suffered a ton of damage, crying and wailing in the comments. The blogger has made a fatal blow. Singles HP 10,000. Another crazy public display of affection. I can't stand it. I'm going to turn from a fan to a hater. Ha ha ha, someone must be Lu Chen. He even gave her a ring. Did he succeed in his proposal? Don't guess blindly. You should give a diamond ring when you propose, and it's on the ring finger. I'm so envious. Rubies are very beautiful. If anyone can give me one, I'll marry him immediately. Lu Chen is very considerate. Rubies were known as the stone of love. The hot red color made people always associate them with passion and love. It symbolized passion like fire, representing the beauty, eternity, and steadfastness of love. Lu Chen bought this ring in Seoul. He chose this special day to give Xianxia a romantic surprise. As for the damage caused by the latter showing off on his blog, it could only be regarded as an accident. Many fans, after reading Xianxia's blog, went to Lu Chen's blog. To show affection, they must show the whole set. After Xianxia showed it, Lu Chen must show it next. Those single fans who had suffered a blow no longer cared about being hurt again. If they were going to be abused, they might as well abuse them to the end. However, Lu Chen did not post pictures of his gifts on his blog. Instead, he posted a song, a work that he had just recorded. The title of the song was the name of the title, I Have You in My Life. Because I dreamed that you were gone. I awoke from crying watching the night wind blowing through the window. Can you feel my love? Until the day I grow old, are you still by my side? Look at those oaths and lies. The past slowly drifted away. How many have loved thy youthful countenance who would be willing to endure the ruthless vicissitudes of time? How many people have come and gone in your life? Do you know that I will always be by your side in this lifetime? Since the shooting of Autumn in My Heart last year, Lu Chen has focused on films and TV plays, giving people the feeling that he has temporarily bid farewell to the pop music world. But he still existed in the pop music world and his story. It's just that for many fans, they love Lu Chen more as a singer than as a star idol actor. They like Lu Chen's songs and hope that Lu Chen can create more and better works. From time to time, fans ask on Lu Chen's blog when he will release a new album, when he will hold a solo concert, when he will let everyone hear You Who Sat Next to Me, Those Flowers, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky again. Now, those eagerly anticipating fans have finally gotten a little satisfaction. Even if this song is sung for someone. When everything seems calm, whether there is a kind of persistence still in my heart. This song I Have You in My Life is an impromptu work by Lu Chen. It is sung with pure piano accompaniment. The lyrics and music continue his usual style. The lyrics are vivid, concise, and appropriate, and the melody is smooth, soothing and natural, and full of affection. Although there is no gorgeous arrangement and no deliberately sensational interpretation, it is precisely this kind of heartfelt emotion expressed through music, so that no one can remain indifferent. Listening to this original Lu Chen's new work, everyone seems to see him sitting in front of the piano, playing the piano while singing to Xianxia. What a romantic confession, especially a few of the lyrics. How many people have loved your appearance when you were young? Do you know who is willing to bear the ruthless changes of time? How many people have come and gone in your life? Do you know that I will always be by your side in this lifetime? It is even more moving and sentimental. What moves people's hearts is true feelings, not just the lyrics and music in the work. Lyrics and music can't carry the deep true feelings, they can only help to express the feelings in the heart. If love is action, then love is dedication rather than taking. Love is giving yourself for the needs of the other party without complaint or regret. Love is the sincere happiness when the other party needs you. Everyone can hear that Lu Chen used this song to confess to Xianxia. Although the fans have gradually become used to the love and romance between the two, today hearing this song, I Have You in My Life, still has an indescribable feeling. Do you know that I will always be by your side in this lifetime? Lu Chen's 520 blog post has only been published for half an hour, but it has been forwarded more than 10,000 times, and the number of comments has doubled. Moreover, many musicians in the circle have liked and left comments after listening to this song. I think Xianxia should be the luckiest woman in the world today. It's a very nice song, with the style characteristics of lyrical ballads and love songs, romantic and warm. Maybe a little sad, but it is precisely this sadness that more reflects the beauty of love. I sincerely hope that Lu Chen will stop filming TV dramas. He belongs to the pop music industry. It is a kind of happiness to be able to hear this song on such a special day. The influence of Waves's blog was so great that Xianxia's photos and Lu Chen's song quickly appeared on the homepage of major entertainment websites the next day. The latter was even praised as the most romantic confession of 520. There was even an internationally famous jewelry company that contacted the two studios, hoping that Lu Chen and Xianxia could endorse their brand together. At this time, Lu Chen and Xianxia had already left Beijing and were heading to Jinling Film City to continue the filming of Full House of Romance. As the saying goes, a flower planted intentionally does not bloom, but a willow planted unintentionally grows. After the Jeju Island incident and 520 confession, Full of Romance became more and more popular on the internet and in the media without any deliberate marketing and promotion. It was regarded as the most anticipated TV series of the summer. Many media reporters simply ran to Jinling Film City to follow the crew of Full House of Romance to grab information. Although it caused a little disruption to the normal work of the crew, the partners were smiling from ear to ear. Under normal circumstances, such media popularity might not be able to be hyped up even if they spent millions of yuan on publicity. It was believed that the premiere of Full House of Romance would definitely have extremely high ratings. Everyone would get rich together. Cooperating with Lu Chen was indeed the right choice. However, at the same time, Full House of Romance and the male and female leads frequently appeared in the media entertainment film and television version, constantly attracting the attention of fans and audiences, and also putting pressure on competitors. Last year, Autumn in My Heart became an instant hit, causing many film and television production companies and entertainment agencies to set their eyes on the same theme. They all started to invest and follow the trend. At least 7 new TV series of the same type in the industry started shooting at the same time, including Shonan TV's Sea of Love. Not only did it invite Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang, who became famous because of Autumn in My Heart, to play the male and female leads, but the cast and investment scale were very large. It was very likely to collide head-on with Full House of Romance during the summer. Shonan TV had always paid attention to marketing and publicity. In the face of the rising popularity of Full House of Romance, how could they hold back? They immediately turned on the publicity machine to hype up their new TV series. Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang, who played the male and female leads, constantly released all kinds of information. Rumors that they were in a relationship, and then there were all kinds of gossip from the crew, changing ways to attract the attention of the audience. Although other new TV series were lacking in strength, they could not stay silent. They also spent money to promote it. For a time, the gossip in the industry soared, dazzling people. On May 27, Lu Chen quietly returned to Beijing alone to participate in the recording of Rising Star Show on Beijing TV Variety Channel. Note, lyricist/composer of With You in a Lifetime, Lu Bingxiu. Rising Star Show is an interview program launched in 2010 by the second variety channel of Beijing TV station, which mainly invites new rising stars in literature and art, performing arts and entertainment industry. Beijing is famous all over the world. The capital is the cultural center of the country, a real gathering place of talents. There are new forces emerging all the time, and new artists belonging to the entertainment industry are of course emerging one after another. Therefore, the program of Beijing TV Variety Channel will never lack protagonists who can make people's eyes light up. Since it started broadcasting, hundreds of newcomers in the industry have been invited, and the ratings have been very good. It is precisely because of this that it is not easy to get on the stage of Rising Star Show. There is only one episode broadcast a week, which is really too many monks and not enough gruel. Sisterly also spent a lot of effort to make the Little Tiger Group debut in Rising Star Show. Like most variety shows, Rising Star Show is not a live broadcast. It is recorded one day in advance. This week's broadcast time is on the 28th, so Lu Chen, as a special guest of the show, returned to Beijing on the 27th. In fact, the Little Tiger Group was able to get on Rising Star Show smoothly, and Sisterly was able to invite Lu Chen to appear. Now Lu Chen has a very good relationship with Beijing TV. The recording of the show began at 1:00 p.m. on the 27th, in Beijing TV's T2 studio. The T2 studio of Beijing TV is not as big as the T1 studio, which was just built last year. It can only accommodate 700 live audiences, and the stage background is much smaller, but it is most suitable for this kind of talk show. For the Little Tiger Group headed by Zhang Juanji, going from the T2 studio to the T1 studio is their road to rise. Because according to convention, the T1 studio will be the live broadcast venue for the final of Singing China Beijing division. Next, let's welcome 3 handsome boys. They are the Little Tiger Group. With the sound of the host's voice falling, cheerful music sounded, and 3 teenagers in t-shirts and jeans appeared on the stage at the same time, receiving warm applause from the audience. For this kind of interview or other kinds of variety shows, the previous live audience was basically the support of the TV station, and even many of them were simply the staff of the TV station. Therefore, there was no problem with the atmosphere. The live audience's questions and answers were prearranged, and even the audience's expressions and movements had a fixed routine. But the audience in front of the television weren't fools. At first, they couldn't tell. But after playing the same trick many times, the audience felt that something was wrong. No matter how they looked at it, it was fake. Then, there were a lot of comparisons on the internet, and a lot of people were found to be acting on the set of variety shows, which caused a lot of TV viewers to be disgusted. As a result, most TV stations didn't dare to play this game anymore. The audience they invited for their programs had become much more complicated. Although there were still people who supported them, it was much less than before. Today, there were hundreds of fans of the Little Tigers at the scene. Even though the Little Tigers had yet to officially debut, an official blog and fan club had already been established. Sister Lee's management company had people in charge of publicity for the group. Since the leader of the Little Tigers, Xianxia, already had a lot of fans, and the image of the three-member juvenile group was quite perfect, they still managed to gain a lot of fans on the blog by posting pictures of their daily life and training. These fans were mainly from the 2000s, so those who came to the scene to cheer were mostly teenage boys and girls, but most of them were young girls. Seeing the handsome members of the Little Tigers, they immediately raised their signs and cheered. Of course, most of them were shouting Xianxia's name. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became lively, and it was filled with the aura of youth. After Xianxia and the other two sat down, the host smiled and said, "It seems that our Little Tigers are very popular, but I think there must be a lot of people who don't know you. Can you introduce yourselves first?" Xianxia: "Hello, host, hello everyone, I'm Little Handsome Tiger, Xianxia." Hui Ran: "Hello everyone, I'm Little Flying Tiger, Hui Ran." Yu Yang: "Hello everyone, I'm Little Obedient Tiger, Yu Yang." The three of them said in unison, "We are the Little Tigers." Applause, laughter, and screams rang out in the audience at the same time. Regardless of whether they could become real stars in the future, at least their first appearance on the screen would leave a deep impression on the audience. The Rising Star show began with a conversation. The host's questions and the answers of the three members of the Little Tigers must have been carefully planned in advance. However, because it was not a live broadcast, for the effect of the show, some of the questions asked by the host were improvised, so they had to consider the adaptability of the rising stars. Of course, if they performed poorly or had any problems, they would definitely be cut in the post-production, but the negative impact was inevitable. There were many fans in the audience. Fortunately, Xianxia and the other two's performances were remarkable. Although they were not amazing or outstanding, it was already very commendable for their age. The host asked again, "You have chosen this path, and at least for now, it seems to be a success. So, who do you want to thank the most?" She looked at Xianxia. Xianxia thought for a while and answered seriously, "The first person I want to thank is my mother. It was my mother who supported and encouraged me to walk on this path, so that I can choose to do what I like. Here, I want to say to my mother, Mom, I love you." This question and answer was not prepared in advance, so the host was stunned. Then he smiled and applauded, "Well said. The one I want to thank the most is my mother." In fact, at this moment, Sister Lee was standing with Lu Chen backstage. Hearing her son's words, her eyes suddenly turned red, but she was smiling happily. Lu Chen put his hands on Sister Lee's shoulders to comfort her. Her story was a legend in the circle. The host continued to ask, "The one you want to thank the most is your mother. Is there anyone else you want to thank?" Xianxia nodded and said, "There is one more, and that is Teacher Lu Chen. Without him, there would be no Little Tigers." The host exclaimed in a slightly exaggerated tone, "So Lu Chen is your teacher?" The three of them answered in unison, "Yes." The host smiled and said, "Today we are very lucky to have invited this teacher to the scene. Let's welcome Lu Chen." With the accompaniment of Yu who sat next to me, Lu Chen walked from backstage to the front. The cheers and applause from the audience suddenly became enthusiastic. "Welcome, Lu Chen." Mu Dan, the host of Rising Star Show, and the three members of the Little Tigers stood up and applauded to welcome Lu Chen. "Hello, Mu Dan, Jiwenji, Iran, Xiaoyang, good evening everyone." Lu Chen smiled and nodded to Mu Dan, the host of Rising Star Show, and Zhang Jiwenji, then waved to the hundreds of audience at the scene, which immediately attracted a burst of cheers. Rising Star Show was different from Star Interview, another interview program on Beijing television variety channel. Star Interview invited new artists who had just emerged in the circle, so the real big names usually did not appear here. Lu Chen had been on Star Interview and appeared on Rising Star Show, which was the first time. He sat down in the seat reserved for him. Mu Dan explained to the audience, "It's really not easy to invite Lu Chen to participate in our Rising Star Show today, because he is currently filming the new TV series Full House of Romance and is really busy with work." She asked Lu Chen, "You came here today, right?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, the new TV series is being filmed in Jinling. I came here by high-speed train this morning." The audience applauded. That was really giving them face. Mu Dan introduced, Full House of Romance is a new TV series starring teacher Lu Chen. It will also premiere on our Beijing television during the summer vacation. Remember to support it then. Lu Chen's new TV series not only premiered on Beijing television, but also Beijing television was involved in the production. So even though it had little to do with Rising Star Show, the host still vigorously promoted it. Lu Chen said, "Thank you, Mu Dan. I won't talk about the new TV series today. Let's talk about the little tigers." Everyone laughed. Mu Dan smiled and said, "No wonder the little tigers say you are their teacher, one of the people they want to thank the most." Lu Chen said modestly, "Actually, I didn't teach them much." Mu Dan asked, "I heard that you came up with the names Little Tigers, Little Handsome Tiger, Little Flying Tiger, and Little Cute Tiger, ? Lu Chen nodded. "Yes." Mu Dan smiled. "I also know that you have composed a few excellent works for the little tigers. Does anyone want to listen to them?" "Yes." The audience cheered, especially the fans of the little tigers, who were even more excited and shouted with all their might. Today was the day that the Little Tiger Group officially debuted. However, before their debut, they had already started their promotional activities. On Waves's blog, there were already their official vans and support group vans. There were new blog posts every day. Relying on Zhang Juanji's popularity in Autumn in My Heart and the handsome looks of the three youths, the Little Tigers became popular on the internet before they even debuted and gained a large number of fans. It was just that this unusually young boy group had yet to produce any works. Although everyone knew that they were still learning and training, the patience of the fans was limited. Nowadays, there were many newcomers in the entertainment industry. If they wanted to stand out, they had to rely on their works. The Little Tigers had a good foundation, but without solid works, they were destined to be short-lived. Therefore, seeing that the promotion was almost done, they announced their official debut and used the platform of Rising Star to complete their debut. Mu Dan smiled at Lu Chen. "Let teacher Lu Chen test the results of your studies." Zhang Juanji and the other two stood up and bowed to Lu Chen. "Teacher, please give us some pointers." Lu Chen smiled and nodded. He had already accepted the title of teacher, or more accurately, mentor. The relationship between master and disciple was very common in the entertainment industry. Sister Li had originally planned to hold a formal ceremony to become his disciple, but Lu Chen declined. He had only debuted for a year and did not have enough experience in the entertainment industry. If he were to become someone else's real master, he might become a joke. Of course, rejection was rejection. With his friendship with Chen Feier and Sister Li, the Little Tigers would definitely see it through to the end. That was why Lu Chen was here today. White cloud crossed the hill, trying hard to find its home. The light rain woke up the sleeping lotus from its dream and opened its smiling face. "I made a kite of my youth and climbed up to the sky." The shell climbed up the beach and saw how big the world was. The caterpillar looked forward to a pair of beautiful wings tomorrow. The river lay in the arms of the forest and sang a song written in spring. I slowly weave the years into a picture. The little tigers sang Butterflies Fly, which was tailor-made for them by Lu Chen. The song has a light melody and positive lyrics. While maintaining a popular style, it is also very suitable for teenage boys and girls. According to the scheduled plan, after participating in Singing China, the Little Tigers will release their first album. The title song is Butterflies Fly, which can be regarded as a copy of Lu Chen's successful route. But the Little Tigers are completely different from Lu Chen. They are not only a team but also a singing and dancing performance. Dance is a very important part of the training that Zhang Juanji and the other two have received in Starfate Art Museum. Their dance teacher is a professional coach from South Korea. The dance steps have been formally choreographed, accompanied by loud and clear singing, showing the youthful vitality unique to teenagers. Although it was their first time appearing on TV, whether it was Zhang Juanji, Hu Yiran, or Yu Yang, they were inevitably a little nervous, and their reaction was slightly stiff and unnatural in their dance. However, after singing half of the song, the results of their usual strict and harsh training came out. The three of them danced more and more easily, their movements became more and more natural and skillful, and their cooperation with each other was very tacit. Such a Little Tigers brought to the hundreds of audience at the scene an absolutely refreshing feeling. Although there is no lack of boy and girl groups in the entertainment industry, such a young juvenile group is really refreshing and fresh. Needless to say, the fans of the Little Tigers were even more excited. When the Little Tigers finished their performance, many girls clapped desperately with stars in their eyes, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Such a scene made Zhang Juanji and the other two very excited. They gasped slightly and their faces were full of happy smiles. The host Mudan applauded and said, "It's very nice and the dance is very good. Do you want another song?" "Yes." The audience responded in unison, and a few female fans even screamed. So Zhang Juanji and the other two continued to perform Whispers of Youth. This song was not Lu Chen's work, but a song that Sister Lee invited other famous artists to customize for the Little Tigers. Its style and content were consistent with Butterfly Flight. Whispers of Youth was also a good work, but it was obviously inferior to Butterfly Flight. In fact, with the wealth of memory that Lu Chen had, it was not a problem to take out 10 works to fill up the Little Tigers' debut album, but he would not do that. Good things would depreciate when there were too many of them, and a steady stream was the way to go. Now that even the original music chart was going to introduce new rules to limit the number of works on the chart, it was not a bad thing to keep a low profile. Not to mention the Little Tigers, even if it was Chen Feier's album in the future, Lu Chen was only going to write 3 or 4 songs. That was enough. "Thank you for the wonderful performance of the Little Tigers," Mudan said. She turned to look at Lu Chen and asked, "So, Mr. Lu Chen, are you satisfied with the performance of your 3 students?" Lu Chen replied, 10 points out of 10, I give them 9 points. There was a sudden sound of wow in the audience. They probably did not expect that Lu Chen would give such a high score. Mudan was not satisfied. She pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why not 10 points? Where was the point deducted?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "I gave them 1 point less, so that they would not be too proud." His answer was unexpected. Everyone was stunned at first, but after they reacted, there was a burst of laughter. In fact, Lu Chen meant to give full marks, but such a joke would not make people feel disgusted at all, and there was no suspicion of deliberately bragging. Mudan smiled and said, "Well, the Little Tigers have just performed, and it was very wonderful. So, as the teacher of the Little Tigers, shouldn't you also show your skills? What do you think, everyone?" Naturally, the audience cheered loudly and clapped their sticks loudly. For them, today's episode of New Star Show was undoubtedly very cool. Lu Chen was not pretentious and said straightforwardly, "Then I will sing a song for everyone." Lu Chen took the guitar sent by the staff of the TV station and tried to sound it in his arms. He felt a little rusty. Recently, he had been busy with the studio and the TV show. Most of the time he had for daydreaming was spent on romance with Chen Feier, so he rarely played the guitar. Now that he picked up the guitar again, Lu Chen couldn't help thinking of the simple and happy times in the past. At that time, he was still struggling to make a living, playing the piano and singing in front of the computer or in the bar every day. It seemed like it was yesterday. Everything had changed so quickly. After calming himself down, Lu Chen said to the microphone that had just been placed in front of him, "Before going on New Star, the staff told me that you need to prepare a song. I'm surprised. I'm a guest on the show. Why should I sing?" He said, "Yes, because you are a singer. When a singer goes on the show, he must sing. Everyone must want to hear it." Then I wonder, what song should I sing for everyone today? He looked like he was thinking. "You who sat next to me. Those flowers. My brother who slept on the upper bunk." The audience responded enthusiastically, and all the songs they ordered were Lu Chen's famous works, ballads played on the guitar. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Everyone has heard these songs. Today is a special day, so I'd better sing a new song." "A new song?" "Of course, a new song is the best," everyone applauded. Lu Chen enjoyed the applause for a moment and continued, "In fact, there will be a very special day in a few days. It should be called a festival. I think everyone here has celebrated this festival, or at least you are the main characters of this festival." "Children's Day!" someone shouted at once, and many people in the audience laughed. Lu Chen also laughed. "Yes, it's Children's Day. I still remember when I was a child, celebrating Children's Day was very happy. So, students who are still qualified to celebrate this festival, you must cherish it." Laughter rang out again. Lu Chen casually plucked the strings and said, "Childhood is the most unforgettable thing. It will never be forgotten. The name of this song is Childhood. I will give it to the little tigers and everyone here. I hope that you will. I hope that when you hear this song, you will remember your childhood just like me." The next moment, he played the prelude. Beijing television station's T2 broadcasting studio quickly quietened down. Even the most noisy boys and girls shut their mouths tightly as they stared at Lu Chen on stage with wide eyes. Because Lu Chen's songs required one to listen to them attentively. On the banyan tree by the pond, the cicadas were calling for summer. On the swing by the playground, only butterflies were perched on it. The teacher's chalk on the blackboard. He was still writing nonstop. Waiting for the class to end. Waiting for school to end. A childhood of waiting for games. The catchy melody and the somewhat heartless lyrics captured the hearts of the listeners in an instant. The rhythm of this song Childhood was very cheerful. It immediately made people recall the relaxed, happy, and carefree childhood life. It reminded them of the most brilliant, happiest, and most beautiful period of time in their memories. It gave people hope and made them look forward to it. It gave people desire and made them reminisce endlessly. Always have to wait until before going to bed, only then know that little homework has been done. Always have to wait until after the exam, only then know that the books that should have been studied have not been studied. An inch of time is an inch of gold. The teacher said that an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. Day after day, year after year, a blurry childhood. These lyrics could not help but make people smile. Perhaps it was a slightly bitter smile. Those who were slightly older could not help but feel a little sad and a little emotional when they heard it. However, they also missed the time when they were young, the years that had passed, and the ignorant childhood. In Lu Chen's dream world, this song Childhood was incomparably classic. It had deeply influenced several generations of people. In fact, it was a little critical in nature. However, putting aside the background of the creator's era, it still had infinite charm. There were a few lyrics that were not appropriate. Lu Chen made some small changes himself, but it did not affect its classic status. It was just a simple song, but how could it not bring out the memories and emotions that he had hidden deep within? Day after day, year after year, the childhood that I look forward to growing up. As his hands rose and fell, Lu Chen finished singing the song. Thunderous applause sounded in the studio, because the audience heard a good song that could touch their hearts. Thank you everyone." Lu Chen stood up with his guitar and bowed to the audience who cheered for him. He had completed his mission. Next, he would return the stage to the real protagonist. After the recording of Rising Star Show, Lu Chen could not resist Sister Li's insistence. He agreed to let her treat him to dinner that night. But before that, Lu Chen hurried back to his studio. Because his sister had something important to tell him. It has been some time since Lu Chen's studio moved to its new home in the art park. At present, the development of various businesses is on track. The scale is much larger than before, and the number of employees has doubled. Of course, the recording studio, which was built with millions of dollars of investment, will not be empty. Because of the very advanced equipment and the increasing status of Lu Chen in the pop music world, many small and medium-sized record companies and entertainment agencies have recommended their singers and artists to come here to record songs. In the pop music world, top singer-songwriters like Lu Chen have the highest status, and his works have proved their strong market recognition countless times. Therefore, even if they can't buy songs from him for the time being or can't afford to buy songs from him, they are willing to form a good relationship with him. In addition to the arrangement and accompaniment of recording, Nirvana's work is full, and the studio has more and more formal company structure temperament. But Lucy called Lu Chen over, not to talk about the studio's business, but an invitation from the Jeju City Culture and Tourism Department of Jeju Island, South Korea. The Jeju City government intends to hire Lu Chen as a travel ambassador. This invitation is very not simple, because generally speaking, tourism ambassadors are local stars or celebrities. Lu Chen, as a foreigner, can get an invitation from Jeju City, which undoubtedly breaks the precedent. The reason is that Jeju Island is vigorously expanding its tourism industry, aiming at the huge tourist resources of the mainland. As a rapidly popular star artist in the domestic entertainment industry, Lu Chen's image and popularity fully meet the requirements. In addition, Lu Chen's Full of Romance has a large number of scenes in Jeju Island. Once it is broadcast, it will inevitably promote the tourism of Jeju Island, just in time to take advantage of it. Therefore, this honor fell on his head. Note, lyrics/composer of childhood, Luo Dio. 5 days ago, the official accounts of Lu Chen Studio and Xianxia Studio launched a lucky draw for Korean games at the same time. This lucky draw came from the promise made by Lu Chen to all his fans on Wave's blog. As long as the ratings of Autumn in My Heart in Korea exceeded 10%, then he would draw the same proportion of fans based on the actual ratings and give them a 3-day, 2-night happy package. Then, Xianxia directly changed the happy package into a 2-person tour. As a result, after Autumn in My Heart was broadcasted on Korea's KGS TV station, the average ratings reached 22.31%. This not only slapped the faces of those who were complaining about it on the blog, but also meant that 2,231 fans would enjoy this surprise gift. The official lucky draw started on May 22nd. Every day, the official VIPs of the two studios would draw 100 winners from their respective support groups until all the winners were drawn. Although this kind of lucky draw could draw all the winners on the same day through computer ranking, the publicity effect was not as good as drawing for more than 10 days in a row. Now, in Lu Chen and Xianxia's support group, as well as the official forums of the two, lucky fans showing off the news of winning the prize had become a daily flaunt activity. Not only did it attract the envy of those who did not win, but passers-by were also jealous. The lowest price for a 3-day, 2-night, 2-person tour in Korea was more than 5,000, which meant that Lu Chen and Xianxia had to pay more than 10 million in real money, so the publicity effect was naturally excellent. And it was precisely because of its great influence that it attracted the attention of Korea. In the past 10 years, the number of domestic tourists in Korea had been increasing, bringing a large amount of income to Korea. At the same time, it was facing competition from Japan and Southeast Asian countries, so it paid great attention to domestic publicity. The Korean lucky draw organized by the two studios was undoubtedly an excellent publicity opportunity, so there was an endorsement invitation from the Jeju City Culture and Tourism Department. Regarding this invitation, Lu Chen had no reason to refuse. Although there was no high endorsement fee to be paid for a 1-year tourism ambassador endorsement, compared to a real advertising endorsement, it was like heaven and earth. However, this honor was very beneficial for Lu Chen to expand into the South Korean market. Especially with the great success of Blue, it could avoid a lot of trouble. Because Koreans were quite xenophobic, it wouldn't be a big deal if Blue suffered a setback in Korea's viewership ratings. However, it was precisely because of its huge success that some Koreans or their competitors would be extremely resistant to it. KGS's Autumn in My Heart had defeated MBC's Queen's Power in terms of ratings. The latter was MBC's blockbuster drama of the year. It could be said that it was a big loss of face. When KGS introduces Full House of Romance, it would be strange if MBC did not stir up some controversy. Such examples were not uncommon. In the past, many Japanese celebrities had suffered losses when they tried to enter the Korean market. They had a good start, but in the end, they ended up with a gloomy ending. Back then, SPG and KGS had made many requests for the collaboration of the new drama Full House of Romance. Apart from asking for benefits, it was also because of the pressure in this area that Lu Chen finally added a Korean storyline and added a few Korean celebrities to the cast. The purpose was to reduce the resistance that they might face in the future. Now that Lu Chen had the endorsement of the tourism ambassador, SPG and KGS could make a big deal out of the publicity. It was nothing more than an exchange of benefits. After dealing with the accumulated business in the studio, Lu Chen and Lu Shi went to the hotel that Sister Li had booked for a banquet. At night, he returned to his home in Xianxia alone. Chen Feier was still in Jinling. The huge house seemed very quiet. Originally, Lu Chen had wanted to ask Lu Shi to move in as well, but his sister had rejected him outright. She did not want to be a third wheel. Fortunately, after taking a shower, Chen Feier called him. After being lovey-dovey for more than half an hour, the two ended the call. Although he was a little tired and had to return to Jinling early the next morning, Lu Chen did not rest immediately. Instead, he turned on his computer and logged on to Waves Reading. Waves Reading was one of the largest original online literature websites in China. With more than 50 million registered members and more than 100,000 contracted and resident authors, it had a great influence in the industry. Domestic online literature arose at the beginning of the new century. It was a new type of literature that flourished with the internet industry. After more than 10 years of development, it had formed a huge market scale. Fantasy, Xianxia, urban, military, history, and supernatural. Although online literature had problems of good and bad, with the rich imagination and diligent writing ability of thousands of authors, it had firmly attracted the attention of a large number of young people, and in many ways had surpassed the traditional field. Waves Reading, QQ Literature, Hanmo Academy, NetEase Chinese. Many domestic internet giants had divided the market in online literature and competed for the rich profits of literary IP. Such as Wen Tianji, Tomb Explorer, The Immortals Rise and Storm, Love in the Harem, and other films and TV series adapted from online novels have achieved great success in the market. While filming Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, Lu Chen also turned his attention to this emerging hot land, with the intention of making achievements on big IP. His goals and ambitions were very big, but a popular IP was not something that could be easily created. Cutting in from online novels was undoubtedly the best choice, but today's online literature market had long been divided, and it had entered an era where the winner takes all. Excellent resources are basically in the hands of several big websites. These websites have many great God-level authors, whose works are widely praised by readers, and it is easy to create popular IP. And for the later newcomers, whether it is the website or the author, it is undoubtedly difficult to get a piece of the pie. Lu Chen has an understanding of today's online literature. He deeply understands that his big IP plan faces many tests, and it is not easy to succeed. Because the core of his big IP is wuxia, in Lu Chen's dream world, wuxia literature once flourished, and many famous masters appeared. There are countless films and TV series based on wuxia literature, and it still has a great influence even when his memory is broken. But in his own world, wuxia literature and wuxia films and TV series have appeared, but they declined very quickly. Now that the field of online literature has established a pattern, will there still be wuxia themes? Lu Chen also did not know. In a sense, wuxia is a low-level version of xuanhuan novels. Online readers are used to high martial or even immortal martial level of xuanhuan novels. They are familiar with battle energy, soul power, beast soul, and other dazzling terms of power. Will they like low martial wuxia novels? Lu Chen has taken time to read a few popular online xuanhuan novels, and there is a big difference with the online xuanhuan novels in his dream world. The latter was originally born out of wuxia novels, while the former is a mixture of Western fantasy literature and Japanese fantasy literature, and then localized works. If you compare it with the wuxia novels that he wants to write, then the difference is even greater, but no matter the result, since Lu Chen has made up his mind, then he will work hard to do it. At the worst, if this path does not work, he will choose another one. On the home page of Waves, Lu Chen did not set up an author account with his blog account, but registered a new ID, remembering now and now. This ID has a specific meaning, and in this world, only Lu Chen himself can understand it. After registering an account and registering a simple personal information, the author area of remembering now and now was established. According to the system prompt, he can publish his work. Lu Chen opened the document stored in the USB drive, first copied a paragraph of 3,000 words to fill in the text. Then he typed in the title of the book. Lu Chen clicked Upload for review. This is the first step of uploading a new book. As long as it passes the review of the website administrator, it will be officially published. The moment he clicked the mouse, Lu Chen did not know whether this is the beginning of his failure or the beginning of his big IP plan. Everything will wait for the test of time and the market. The day after the recording of Rising Star Show, Lu Chen returned to Jinling Film and Television City and re-immersed himself in the intense shooting process of Full House of Romance. Because this TV series involved many parties, and all of them were powerful, the shooting went very smoothly, whether in South Korea or China. If there were no twists and turns, it could be seen to the TV audience in the summer. For Lu Chen, the shooting work was busy, but his big IP plan was equally important. Therefore, he took a lot of time every day to write, and then insisted on uploading to Waves for publication. It was just that this new book with the pen name Remembering Modern and Ancient was not very good. Strictly speaking, it was a flop. On the evening of May 27, Lu Chen uploaded the book. Until June 5, a total of 10 days, he uploaded a total of 60,000 words of text content. He updated 2 chapters of 6,000 words a day. According to the number of updates, Lu Chen's new book fully met the requirements of online literature. Usually, the author would not update too much during the period of a new book, and would only increase the number of words after it was put on sale. But the data of the new book was really terrible. Hits, 420, recommendations, 79, favorites, 22, comments, 58, Waves was one of the largest original literature websites in China. Because the associated blog was conducive to publicity, there were many authors stationed on the website. Among them, there were many great authors who had published several popular works that were made into big IP. The website claimed to have 10+ authors, but the real number was certainly not that many. Even so, the competition was extremely fierce, and it was very difficult for new authors to stand out. However, the website had a recommendation mechanism, and the signed works would be recommended. As long as the quality of the book was not too bad, it was still possible to stand out. The editor in the website would also pay attention to new books. A new book would be read by the editor when it had 10,000 to 20,000 words, and when it reached 50,000 to 60,000 words, it would be reviewed again. If the requirements were met, a signing letter would be sent to the author, and the author would enter the formal signing process. Lu Chen's new book didn't receive any replies from the site when it was 20 to 30,000 words. Now that it has reached 60,000 words, there was still no news. According to the words of the circle, it was cut by the editor. There was no future and no hope. During the period when Lu Chen posted on the internet, he also opened a QQ account and joined several new authors groups. He had a preliminary understanding of the online literature circle and knew a lot of rules of online literature. This made Lu Chen rather depressed. His ambitious big IP plan had only just begun, but he had already suffered a heavy blow. Let's not talk about the dismal click-through statistics. Out of the 58 comments, 49 of them were from other authors advertising and recommending their books to each other. Only 9 comments were from real readers, and most of them were negative. What kind of lousy book is this? It's boring to read. I'm leaving. The author's writing style is not bad. It's a pity that the plot is not attractive enough, and the beginning is abusive. I felt bored after reading a few chapters, so I gave up. I suggest that the author read more books by the gods and learn from them. F***C Kami, only one reader gave a positive review. It's a good novel. It feels like a traditional wuxia novel, right? Nowadays, there really aren't many people who write such books. If the author has an idea, I'll support him. This reader supported Lu Chen by tipping him 100 book coins. How much is 100 book coins? Chen Feier asked curiously. This heavenly queen of the music industry was lying on her bed in the hotel room, browsing through the comments of Lu Chen's new book on her laptop. She had no interest in online literature. In the past, she had only watched a few movies and TV series that were adapted from popular novels. Therefore, she basically had no understanding of online literature. It was only after Lu Chen used a sock puppet to open a book on Waves that her interest was piqued. Actually, Chen Feier did not like the genre of novels written by Lu Chen. She liked novels that were about emotions, and she had no love for such things. If it wasn't for Lu Chen's new work, she wouldn't even bother to pay attention to it. Cough. Lu Chen coughed and explained, it's equivalent to 1 renminbi. 1 renminbi? Chen Feier's pretty eyes widened, and her face was filled with disbelief. I thought it was 100 renminbi. In other words, you spent so much time writing 60,000 words and only earned 1 renminbi? Cough, cough. Lu Chen coughed even more violently. Actually, according to the rules of the website, I can only get 50 renminbi. He Chen Feier finally could not hold it in anymore. She patted the blanket and laughed hysterically. 50 renminbi, just 2 days ago, she and Lu Chen had taken out a total of more than 10 million renminbi to give to their fans. Now, Lu Chen had worked so hard and spent so much of their romantic time, but he only earned 50 renminbi. She was not mocking him, but she really could not hold it in. While laughing, Chen Feier said, "Who told you to not use your own name and use that newbie sock puppet? Now you've tasted the bitterness, haven't you? Serves you right for what you did." If Lu Chen had used his own name to start a new book, he could have casually announced it on his blog, and it was guaranteed that countless fans would come to support him. The gifts would definitely be like a downpour, and it would definitely not be such a miserable situation. Therefore, Chen Feier could not understand Lu Chen's behavior. In her opinion, the direction of Lu Chen's big IP plan was right, but why not use the popularity resources that he had accumulated? There was a ready-made shortcut, but he chose to climb a cliff. Therefore, she did not sympathize at all. In fact, the results of the new book were so bad that Lu Chen also felt a little regretful and thought about republishing it under his own name. However, the original intention of using a newbie sock puppet to start a book was to first test whether the theme of wuxia could be liked by the readers, rather than relying on fans to accumulate popularity and attention. There was a big difference between the two. If he could make the book popular using a newbie sock puppet, the data would be real and reliable, and then the big wuxia IP plan would really have a bright future. Moreover, Lu Chen also wanted to keep a low profile. In the end, the new book was a flop. He stubbornly said, "Let's do it. I have saved a lot of manuscripts. No matter what, I have to finish this book first. If I can't do it, then I will do it myself." This was the last choice, and it felt a little embarrassing. Chen Feier said coquettishly, "Then when are you going to stop writing? You haven't been with me recently, and only care about playing computer games. Be careful that I kick you out and find someone else." Lu Chen pressed her under his body and said fiercely, "Stop dreaming. Don't even think about getting out of my palm in this life." Chen Feier suddenly cried out in alarm, "Help!" However, her mouth was immediately gagged, and she could only let out soft moans from her nose. The atmosphere in the room became incomparably charming. The laptop was thrown aside, and on the display area, the 4 big black characters of "The Smiling, Proud Wanderer" were particularly eye-catching. "Give me a bottle of Snow Power and a pack of Red 5. In the West District of Jiang City, in the Flying Dragon Internet Cafe hidden deep in the alley, Wang Pu put a 10 yuan note and his ID card on the counter. He looked around the smoke-filled room, and when he saw that his usual seat was still empty, he let out a sigh of relief and whistled at the girl at the bar counter. The girl at the counter glared at Wang Pu and threw the cigarette, drink, and ID card back to him. "You only have 15 yuan left in your card. Do you want to top it up?" Wang Pu grabbed it and laughed, "No hurry. I will use it later. There is no discount now." The girl at the counter rolled her eyes and turned her head away, ignoring him. Wang Pu didn't care. He sat down in his seat and turned on the computer skillfully. There were at least hundreds of big and small internet cafes in Jiang City. The Flying Dragon Internet Cafe was one of the most inconspicuous ones. It had a long history and backward conditions. The computers were all used for 4 or 5 years, almost to the point of obsolescence. The place was small. If he farted in his seat, half of the people in the internet cafe could smell it. Because of this, although there was a no smoking sign, no one cared about smoking. The most important thing was that the Flying Dragon Internet Cafe was very cheap. It only cost 2 yuan an hour. Moreover, there would be a charge 100 for free event from time to time. Young people like Wang Pu, who lived at the bottom of the city, could also find their own cheap happiness here. The machine started slowly. Wang Pu was not in a hurry. He put the drink aside and tore open the pack of cigarettes. "Lao Wang, give me one." Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice came from the side, making people who heard it shudder. F***CK. Wang Pu, who was unprepared, was shocked. He turned his head and saw the guy next to him asking for a cigarette. Wang Pu knew this guy. "Guru, are you trying to scare me to death?" The guru was definitely a legend in the Flying Dragon Internet Cafe. Everyone who came to the Internet Cafe often knew him. He was about the same age as Wang Pu. He was unkempt and skinny. He always looked like he didn't have enough sleep. There were many stories about the Almighty. The most famous one was that he once fought continuously for 7 days and 7 nights in an online game that had just been released. He didn't even sleep for a day. His boss was so scared that he almost called the police, fearing that he would suddenly die in front of the computer. However, the Almighty's vitality was even more tenacious than a cockroach's. Wang Pu still looked the same as when he first came to Flying Dragon Internet Cafe a few years ago. Other than that, the Almighty never went to work and relied on playing games to earn money for his internet and meals. Towards Wang Pu's complaints, the Almighty didn't feel guilty at all. He continued to extend his hand. "Give me a cigarette, you win." Wang Pu took out half a pack of cigarettes and gave it to him. "I'll give you half. I'm a good friend, right?" The Almighty had played a game with Wang Pu before, so the two of them had some friendship. As for Wang Pu's generosity, the Almighty snorted disdainfully. "Half a bag of Hongwu is considered loyal? Bullshit." Wang Pu was fuming. He wanted to take the cigarette back, but the Almighty had already slipped it into his pocket. He even had one in his mouth. F***ck. Wang Pu retracted his hand resentfully. He held the mouse pad and opened the browser. At the same time, he logged into his QQ. The QQ avatar kept jumping. Wang Pu clicked on it one by one. He blacklisted those who swindled, borrowed money, and harassed him. He replied to a few messages from his friends. Finally, he opened the group chat of Lao Bai Group. Lao Bai Group was a large group of thousands of people. The composition of the hundreds of group members was very complicated. They ranged from doctors and professors to brick-moving workers. The only thing they had in common was that, like Wang Pu, they were all lovers of online novels, and they had a long reading age. Wang Pu was 25 years old this year. He had been reading online novels for 10 years. When he was in junior high school, he began to rent pirated books. He could read a book for 50 cents for a few days. Later, he found books online. It could be said that he had read countless books. For the current Wang Pu, reading online novels was the greatest joy he could obtain with the least amount of money. What he read on the internet was genuine, and he was a VIP subscriber that he could be proud of. However, most of his subscription coins were obtained through various activities on the book website, as well as the red packets sent by rich readers. It was just that recently, Wang Pu found that this happiness was becoming more and more difficult to obtain. It wasn't a matter of money. He still had a lot of subscription coins in his accounts on several big websites. It was just that there were fewer and fewer books that he could read, and his appetite. This was the greatest sorrow of a Lao Bai reader like Wang Pu. The more books he read, the higher his requirements would be. He could not accept those novels with rough writing, excessive fantasies, and serious routines. However, most of the websites were filled with such books. Wang Pu was helpless. He even thought about writing one himself. As a result, after writing thousands of words, he realized that writing a book was a very difficult thing. There were a lot of ideas in his head, but the text that came out through the keyboard was extremely awkward. He felt very embarrassed when he looked at it, so he could only give up. The problem of the lack of books couldn't be solved. "Everyone, please recommend some books. It's best if it's new. I basically read all the old books." Wang Pu shouted in the group, "There's no more books to read. 10,000 tons of copper balls." "Me too. I've been reading old books recently, and they're all wonderful ones." "What the hell are they now?" 8 Wilderness Demon Slayer is not bad. I strongly recommend it. I've just read it. It's not bad in Xianxia. I'm keeping it. I'm reading Midnight Tomb Watcher. It's very scary. The group members were all talking at once, recommending more than 10 books. However, Wang Pu was very disappointed, because these books were either ones he had already read or ones he didn't like. Wang Pu liked fantasy, Xianxia, and historical online novels. Just as he was about to close the chat box and search on the website, a member with the ID Old Bookworm said, "I'm reading The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. It's very interesting. I recommend it to everyone." He also attached an address link. Wang Pu clicked on the address and opened the new book recommended by Old Bookworm. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The title was not bad. At least it wasn't some demon god emperor tyrannical dragon. Hopefully there would be a surprise. There were quite a few people in the Old White group, and there were many like Wang Pu who clicked on the address link. Everyone was lacking in books. Soon, someone complained in the group, "Oh my god, wuxia? Isn't that an antique? Only 70,000 words. How can we bear to destroy such a young seedling? It hasn't even signed a contract yet, and the numbers are too low. Is it really a good book? Old Bookworm, are you recommending yourself?" "Recommending myself +1. To be honest, Wang Pu also suspected that Old Bookworm was recommending himself or a friend. The book he recommended was not only not signed a contract, but also had a low word count and poor results. If it was really a good book, then wouldn't the editor of Waves Books have made a mistake? Hundreds of clicks, dozens of bookmarks, on a big website like Waves Books, he really couldn't fail again. Wang Pu had been in an author's group before, so he had some understanding of the online literature circle. And this wuxia theme was really out of the mainstream. The works in Waves Books were divided into fantasy, Xianxia, urban, history, online games, sports, military, science fiction, supernatural, and so on. There was also a custom genre. The so-called custom genre allowed the author to define their own works, such as fantasy, sadomasochism, superscience, and so on. Basically, they were all niche and imaginative works. The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer recommended by Old Bookworm was in the custom genre, and the author defined it as wuxia. Wuxia, in Wang Pu's impression, was really an antique novel. He vaguely remembered that when he was a child, he seemed to have read a book about a sword. It seemed to be written by a Xianxia author. Would this kind of book be the food that Old White liked? He subconsciously gave The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer a negative score in his heart. Old Bookworm explained in the group, "It's really not recommending myself. I'm the food, you can read it yourself." Wang Pu thought that since he didn't have any books to read, it didn't matter if he contributed a few clicks to others. He would just consider it as supporting the newcomer. So he clicked to read the first chapter. It was the spring season of the Southern Kingdom. The bluestone road stretched straight to the west gate. In front of a magnificent mansion, there was a flagpole about 20 feet high on both sides of the stone altar, with green flags fluttering at the top. In front of a magnificent mansion, there was a flagpole about 20 feet high on both sides of the stone altar, with green flags fluttering at the top. On the flag on the right, there was a majestic lion embroidered with yellow silk thread. The flag fluttered in the wind, making the lion look even more lively. Wang Pu habitually lit a cigarette and glanced at the text displayed on the screen. Unlike many web readers who were used to reading 10 lines at a glance, Wang Pu often read books in detail, especially the opening chapters of new books, which he would read very seriously. Because he believed that the beginning of a book could reflect the skill of an author. If the beginning was good enough, he would have the confidence to keep reading. If the beginning was not good enough, there was no need to waste time. This was the tragedy of Lao Bai. If he was an amateur reader, he wouldn't care at all. He could eat anything if he had a good appetite. Different from Lao Bai, who had a sense of superiority, Wang Pu wouldn't sneer at the amateur readers, because Lao Bai used to be an amateur. Instead, he envied the latter for having so many books to read. And without the support of a large number of amateur readers, web novels wouldn't have developed to such a scale today. The beginning of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer gave Wang Pu a good feeling. It didn't have the plot of destroying heaven and earth, transmigration, reincarnation, or a very traditional style. The writing was excellent, and the words could catch people's attention. The most important thing was that there were no typos. This made Wang Pu feel very comfortable and gave him a reason to continue reading. As he read deeper, Wang Pu found that the Jianghu described in the book was very fresh to him. Although there was no dynasty background, it was completely different from the empires and dynasties in the popular fantasy novels. It gave him the feeling of reading an unofficial historical novel. Unconsciously, Wang Pu was drawn in. His mood fluctuated with the experiences of the protagonist, Lin Pingji, until the appearance of Brother Linghu in the mouth of the little nun, Yi Lin. This was not the style. This very long narration vividly showed the image of a brave and resourceful chivalrous man, which was exciting and made people clap the table and applaud. It was exactly the style of the protagonist. In comparison, the previous protagonist, Lin Pingji, was a far cry. It was a big taboo for a supporting role to be more outstanding than the main character. Wang Pu couldn't help but worry. He didn't know what would happen next. However, just as he was about to reach the itch, he was shocked to find that it was gone. No more? How could it be gone? It just hadn't been updated yet. Holy sh**t. Wang Pu couldn't help but curse out loud. As a result, the cigarette in his mouth fell down along with the long ash, falling right onto his pants. Holy sh**t. F*** me. Wang Pu patted it a few times in a flurry. Fortunately, the cigarette had already been extinguished and did not burn his pants. What are you looking at? Why are you so excited? Almighty, who was sitting next to him, peeked over and asked curiously. Wang Pu shook his pants and said with a smile, "It's a novel written by a real god. Do you want to read it?" Almighty shrugged, looking disinterested. He only liked to play games. Reading novels is so boring. Come and play fairy and devil with me. It's fun. I'll carry you. Wang Pu glanced at his screen in disdain and said, "It's this kind of scam money-free online game again. I won't fall for it. I don't have that much energy." Wang Pu had played a few online games before. They were all said to be free, but in reality, it was impossible to play without spending money. He wasn't like Almighty who relied on playing games to earn money. Where would he have the time and energy to be tortured? Wang Pu didn't bother with Almighty anymore. He put his attention back on the new book. He left a comment in the comment section, "Good book. Work hard to update it. I'll definitely subscribe to all of it after it's published." He thought for a while, then clenched his teeth and selected a reward of 588 book coins. Although this amount of book coins wasn't much, it was really not easy for Wang Pu, a veteran reader. He came from an ordinary family. He worked in Xianxia and had to send money back every month. Subscribing to all of the original books was the greatest support Wang Pu could give to an author. Normally, he wouldn't donate much unless it was a work that he really liked. He liked the first few tens of thousands of words of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Other than leaving a reward, Wang Pu also went to the group to promote the book. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer recommended by Old Bookworm is really good. I personally recommend it. The replies from the group members were very quick. Give me a link. I'll read it. If I don't like it, I'll slap old Wang to death. I read it just now. It's not bad. I feel like the style is more towards physical publishing. I don't like this theme. I gave up after reading a bit. Little White is not a white. It's a bit too traditional. I don't like it either. I have high hopes for this book. The author is very capable. Recommend it too. Many people in the group had read The Smiling, Proud Wanderer because of Old Bookworm's recommendation. Some liked it, some didn't, but overall, the positive comments overwhelmed the negative ones. For the veteran readers, who were difficult to please, this was already very good, but Wang Pu was not satisfied. He thought this book should be strongly supported. So he went to other readers' groups and reading forums to recommend this book to other readers. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was not good in waves. It didn't even have 60,000 to 70,000 words. The editor must have made a mistake. Wang Pu didn't want such a good book to be buried. Many capable authors gave up because of the poor performance in the first few chapters. Wang Pu didn't want to see the author named Memory of Present and Past to suffer the same fate. He even wanted to persuade the author to change to another website. If the East was not bright, the West was bright, and with Wang Pu's efforts to recommend, the data of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer in Inspur books has increased significantly. The number of clicks, recommendations, and collections all climbed, especially the number of collections, which quickly rose from dozens to more than 200. Correspondingly, the comments in the book review section also increased. Several readers gave their support and rewards. Compared to the popular new books on the website, this result was not worth mentioning. But compared to the previous dismal results, it was undoubtedly a little better. But at this moment, Lu Chen hadn't tasted this feeling yet. He was secretly with Chen Fei to a local movie theater in Jinling to watch his first movie. The name of the movie was The Great Han Emperor. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was a historical period drama that started shooting last year. Many top domestic stars were invited to join the cast. Lu Jiong was also a famous director, so it was considered an influential blockbuster. At that time, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was filmed in Jinling Film City. Lu Chen had just finished filming Autumn in My Heart. Under the introduction of Zhang De, the boss of Chanda Film Company, he played a small role in the film. He played a small soldier under the command of General Hu Xubing. He only had a few lines. The film took more than a year from pre-shooting to post-production. It was released before the summer holidays mainly to avoid the competition with Hollywood blockbusters. When Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty premiered, Lu Chen was invited to attend the ceremony. However, Lu Chen couldn't spare time to go there. Secondly, he didn't have many scenes. It was inevitable that he would feel awkward being squeezed into a group of main characters, so he politely declined. However, as it was his first film to be electrocuted, he was very willing to contribute to the box office. Even Chen Fei went with him. For a normal couple, eating, shopping and watching a movie together was a very common way of entertainment. However, for Lu Chen and Chen Fei, it wasn't easy. Not only did they have to disguise themselves, but they also had to ask their assistant to buy the movie tickets in advance to avoid being seen by others. The two chose a cinema not far from the hotel. The screening would start at 8 p.m. They entered the cinema at 7:50 p.m. and sat down in the couple seats in the last row. Because it was prime time and the stars involved were big names, the occupancy rate was very high, at least 90%. Chen Fei gently leaned her head on Lu Chen's shoulder and whispered, "The last time I came to the cinema to watch a movie was about 10 years ago." Lu Chen smiled and said, "If you like, I can often accompany you to watch it." Chen Fei said seriously, "Sometimes I think it's better to be an ordinary person. There's not so much right and wrong, and it's not so tiring to live. When I meet someone I like, I can be happy and be with them again." Lu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. If she could really be an ordinary person, she probably wouldn't want to. It was nothing more than an outbreak of hipsterism. Sensing Lu Chen's smile, Chen Fei pinched him and said, "When was the last time you watched a movie with your girlfriend?" This question. Lu Chen could only change the topic. "Ahem, are you thirsty? I'll open a bottle of water for you." No matter how he answered such a question, it would be wrong. He couldn't possibly lie through his teeth, right? Humph. Chen Fei snorted in dissatisfaction, but still hugged his arm tightly to his chest. After a few minutes, the movie started. Lu Jiong's directing skills were quite profound, especially when it came to such historical themes. He was able to handle it with ease. The scenes were grand, the props were well researched, and the special effects were top-notch in the country. If there was a flaw, it would be that the great emperor of the Han Dynasty had a common problem with many domestic blockbusters. That was, the storyline was obviously weak, and there were some unreasonable aspects. When Lu Chen watched a movie now, he was completely used to watching it from a professional point of view. He even put himself in the shoes of the main character, thinking about how he would act better if he were in the main character's shoes. Of course, this wasn't a habit he originally had. Ever since he stepped into the film and television industry, Mo Ran's life memories had dominated Lu Chen's mind. In the dream world, Mo Ran was a taciturn person, but he was also a very talented actor. He liked to quietly figure out the roles in the script alone, and he also liked to watch excellent films, dramas, and novels at home and abroad, gaining the experience and knowledge he needed from them. His memories undoubtedly had a great impact on Lu Chen. When he wrote Full House of Romance, Lu Chen made major changes based on the foundation of the original work. He kept the framework of the original story, added more characters, and made up for many of the shortcomings of the original work. Now, when watching The Great Emperor of the Han Dynasty, he still thought about professional problems, all because of the subtle influence of Mo Ran's memories. Halfway through the movie, Lu Chen finally made his appearance. Last year, in order to promote the Great Emperor of the Han Dynasty, the crew of the Great Emperor of the Han Dynasty had released some highlights of the movie on their official website. Among them was a video of Lu Chen's performance. At that time, it had caused quite a stir among his fans. But at that time, the scenes were still relatively crude. Without special effects and post-editing, the effect couldn't be compared to the movie that was officially released now. Lu Chen's appearance was undoubtedly very shocking. Facing the thousands of Xiongnu soldiers, he brazenly charged forward alone. He was really like a tiger, and his horse was like a dragon. Coupled with the vigorous and impassioned soundtrack, it made the audience's blood boil. The reaction of the audience in the theater was a strong proof of the outstanding effect of the movie. That looks like Lu Chen, right? It's Lu Chen. This is the first time I've seen him act in a historical film. It's quite interesting. So handsome. I almost didn't recognize him. Yes. The whispers of the audience was undoubtedly the best compliment. And when Lu Chen's character started fighting with the Xiongnu generals, it was even more exciting. Every move, every strike, the sound of the spear and hammer colliding, the shouts of thousands of soldiers, the neighing of the war horses. Through the high-fidelity sound system that was set up around the theater, it was like a surging tide that slammed into the hearts of the audience. At this time, no one spoke. Everyone was focused on the screen, afraid that they would miss a single scene. On the screen, Lu Chen's expression was cold, his eyes sharp, and his spear was unstoppable. From the moment he appeared to the moment he charged into the battle, Lu Chen had acted completely by himself. He did not use any stunt doubles, so the cameraman had a lot of freedom in choosing the lens. The close-ups were excellent, and the character's image was perfectly highlighted. In fact, it even surpassed Hu Xubing's earlier performance. Chen Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she watched. She could not help but whisper in his ear, "Hubby, you're so handsome." The beauty's voice was as sweet as orchids, and Lu Chen could not help but be moved. He held her hand. This was the first time Chen Fei had called him hubby. Although it was mushy, he liked it. It was a great sense of achievement. Unfortunately, Lu Chen himself was not handsome for more than a minute on the screen. As a minor character, his character was surrounded by the Xiongnu army and died heroically. Soon, he received his bento box. The theater was filled with regret. The audience reacted strongly to his character's death. In fact, Lu Chen could only live for so long in the movies. If history was strictly followed, his character would definitely be shot into a hornet's nest on the spot. Too little. Chen Fei was still not satisfied. I should have given you more room to perform. This character has all the potential to be unearthed. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. When he was filming The Great Emperor of the Han Dynasty, he had just made a name for himself in the film industry. If it was not for coincidence, he would not even be a supporting character in this historical blockbuster. What was there to be picky about? Moreover, there were many characters in this blockbuster. Hu Xubing was only a supporting character. For a minor character like him, being able to show his face for more than half a minute was already a great deal of treatment. The movie continued to play. Chen Fei held Lu Chen's hand and used her finger to draw circles on his palm. "Let's go back to the hotel." Her voice was very soft and seductive. It made Lu Chen's heart itch, as if there were ants crawling on it. Although he had originally planned to watch the entire movie, Lu Chen was not stupid. He immediately left the theater with Chen Fei and rushed back to the hotel for real time. The Great Emperor of the Han Dynasty had grossed more than 100 million yuan in the first 7 days. The industry estimated that the final box office of this blockbuster would be around 250 million yuan. Compared to the investment, it should not be a problem to break even. As Lu Chen's first movie, The Great Emperor of the Han Dynasty also caused a great reaction among his fans. Many of them bought tickets to support his character. In the end, the fans realized that in this 2-hour-long movie, Lu Chen only appeared for slightly more than half a minute. This made everyone feel like they had not seen enough and that the movie was over. Therefore, many fans strongly urged Lu Chen to star in a movie in the future. Let everyone enjoy watching it. The entertainment industry is a bizarre vanity fair, and people in it can never escape the word fame and fortune. It's just that there are many kinds of people in the circle. Some people, in order to pursue fame and fortune, desperately brush up their sense of existence, do all kinds of hype and publicity, and do their best to attract attention, but often have little effect, or succeed for a while but not for long. There are also some people who don't make a fuss and do things down to earth, but always stand firmly in the public sight. On June 12, the original music chart announced the new chart for the second week of June. The title song of Xianxia's new album, Woman Flower, which had occupied the top spot for 6 consecutive weeks, was finally defeated and retreated to the third place, replaced by 2 new songs. With You in a Lifetime, ranked second on the original music chart. Childhood topped the list. Both songs are Lu Chen's works, so that some people jokingly say that the original music chart has become a couples infighting chart. What makes people in the industry very speechless is that With You in a Lifetime is a 520 love song given by Lu Chen to Xianxia, and Childhood is a new song he played and sang on the new Star show. Without any publicity and promotion, relying entirely on the recommendation and support of fans, it easily stood at the top of the domestic original music chart. How can this be tolerated? Many people really feel very unconvinced, especially the singers hovering at the bottom of the list. In their view, losing to Xianxia's Woman Flower, an album that has sold more than 2 million, everyone is convinced, but losing to Lu Chen's playful work is nothing. Many singers have worked hard to produce their first works, made singles and albums, begged grandpa and grandma for publicity and promotion, and showed their faces everywhere, but in the end, they couldn't even stand a position on the original music chart. Lu Chen's works on the original music chart is just like a game. How can they be convinced? Isn't there an original pop music writer in China who can compete with Lu Chen on an equal footing? In fact, it is fair to say that because of Lu Chen, the original power of domestic pop music has become active again since last year. It is his success that has made many star artists and entertainment agencies begin to pay attention to the value of original works, and then improve the treatment of original writers. Now Lu Chen's song is quoted at 500,000 to 700,000 yuan, and there is no market, far exceeding the price of the previous top writers, raising the status of original works. With him as a benchmark, the income of domestic original writers has increased a lot, which is absolutely a good thing for the pop music world. Money is not everything, and it is absolutely impossible without money, well-known music critic Wang Bo wrote in his blog. The original folk style brought about by Lu Chen is undoubtedly the biggest highlight of domestic original music in the past 2 years. The campus folk songs he opened up are undoubtedly a clear stream blowing into the music world, letting us see the hope and future of the pop music world. Tien, that's right. Back to this song, Fairy Tale, which has just reached the top of the original music chart. The author thinks it is one of Lu Chen's best works. Hearing this song, I can't help but feel a little sad. I miss the past years and the ignorant childhood. As we grow up, we have to compromise with growth. The memory of the times will also cover up the past, but childhood will always remain in our hearts and indispensable. This song is to call back our memories. This song was a mature man's fantasy about his childhood. It was approachable, cute, and a little sad. It was the kind of sadness that made you smile at the reluctance to part with your childhood. The author dares to assert that the song Childhood is extremely inclusive and has almost no limitations of the times. It will be spread among everyone who has childhood in their hearts and has a childlike heart. It is destined to become a real classic. Wang Bo is not an ordinary person. In addition to his identity as a music critic, he is also a director of the Chinese Musicians Association, and the original music chart is led by the Alto Music Association. Because the news that the original music chart has changed the rules on the chart has been confirmed, there are rumors in the industry that the rules change is against Lu Chen. Wang Bo's blog post is quite thought-provoking. After this music review was published in the Waves blog, it was quickly forwarded in large numbers with thousands of comments. Lu Chen's position in the pop music world has quietly risen to a higher level. Because Wang Bo is likely to represent the official attitude, even if Lu Chen has not yet joined the Alto Music Association. Considering that this year's Asian Chinese Music Chart and China Original Music Chart have been merged and upgraded to Global Chinese Music Chart, it is even more interesting. Lu Chen will undoubtedly be a strong competitor for important awards such as Best Lyrics, Best Composition, and Best Male Singer on the Chinese Music Chart. His second TV series is also ready to meet the audience during the summer vacation. People are really looking forward to what kind of wonderful performance this talented star will perform in the second half of this year, while everyone's attention is on Lu Chen's songs and TV series. The book The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, written by him under a pseudonym, is silently being updated on the internet. After the number of words published in the Waves book exceeded 120,000, Wang Pu has become a die-hard fan of this book. After he finishes work every day, the first thing he does when he goes to the internet cafe is to log on to Waves to read the latest chapter of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer and share his reading experience with his book friends who also like this book. As a die-hard fan, Wang Pu wants to know the author of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Yi Jinggu. He hopes to add the other party's QQ message through the book review and SMS messages on the site to talk about the plot. However, Wang Pu's message has never received a response. The author is too low-key. Apart from the main text of the story, he never asks for recommendation or collection. The book review area is not managed at all, and the updates are obviously regular. The 2 chapters are updated at exactly the same time every day. Under such circumstances, Wang Pu simply created his own QQ group, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and pulled in all the group members in Lao Bai's group who also liked this book. Through his efforts, the data of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer has increased a lot. It has more than 10,000 clicks, and more than 500 collections. The useful comments have surpassed the advertising utility, still a flop. Wang Pu is very unconvinced. He stubbornly believes that this book should be seen by more readers and not buried in so many new works. Therefore, he mobilizes the group to advertise The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Advertising is very simple. You just need to write a few advertising words and book review in advance, and then use different IDs to go to the popular book review area, novel forum, and postbar to post. This kind of behavior is called brushing cowhide, which is what Wang Pu hates. But for The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, he is willing to put down his pride, because he is a true fan of the book. June 18th, 14th day of the 5th lunar month, Saturday, Chongyou, Ichou, Shashi. Suitable, marriage, sacrifice, prayer, seeking heirs, travel. Taking the latest high-speed train, Lu Chen and Chen Fei are rushed from Jinling to Hangzhou, which took them 1 hour and 05 minutes. Thanks to the world's first high-speed railway system, the distance between the 2 provincial capital cities has never been so close, and the convenience of travel was unimaginable more than a decade ago. It was Tian who came to the Hangzhou high-speed railway station to pick them up. This time, the 2 of them took time out from their intense filming work to come to Hangzhou. Of course, they did not come to sightsee. The first thing was that Tian's media company had been officially established. As the 2 major shareholders, Lu Chen and Chen Fei had to come over to sign several important documents and discuss the company's future development plans and so on. The establishment of this Yedong Media Limited Liability Company originated from Lu Chen's advice, focusing on the production and promotion of variety entertainment programs. The first production project was China's Voice proposed by Lu Chen. The second thing was that today was the wedding day of Lu Chen's college classmate Gao He and Wang Xiaoling. As early as last month, Gao He called Lu Chen to invite him to their wedding. Lu Chen and Gao He were roommates and friends. He couldn't refuse this invitation, and he had to come over no matter how busy he was. Let's go to our new company first. Tian drove a red BMW in person and said in high spirits, then we'll have lunch together. The last time Lu Chen saw Tian was at the beginning of last month. At that time, the former host of Zhejiang Satellite TV was not in a very good state of mind. Her career was not going well and she had a lot of troubles. She stayed in their home in Beijing and had a tendency to be an otaku. However, after a month and a half, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She talked and laughed, her face was glowing, and she looked younger and more beautiful. She came and went with confidence and more charm. This made Lu Chen secretly sigh that career could also make a woman so beautiful. Tian's new company was near Zhejiang TV station, on the 15th floor of a high-rise office building. Although the area was not very large, the decoration was very stylish. At present, there were a total of more than a dozen employees. In this new company, Lu Chen and Chen Fei each invested 5 million. Although everyone had a good relationship, Tian also had to calculate the accounts clearly and let the 2 know the use of funds. So she insisted on inviting the two to Hangzhou for an inspection. Hello, President Tian. Seeing Tian with people, the front desk, 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 and the front desk. Then, he was dumbfounded. Ah. She was stunned. Tian, and year, and year, Tian, and Tian of the Zhou. Year. Tian chuckled. After entering the door, she clapped her hands hard and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please stop your work for a while. Let me introduce the two directors of our company to you." The employees sitting in front of the desk stood up one after another, and the people in the office also came out. Tian said with a smile, "This is Mr. Lu Chen, and this is Miss Xianxia. I don't think I need to say more about their identities. Everyone must know them. Let's applaud and welcome the two big star directors to visit the new company in their busy schedule." Clap. 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 Warm applause exploded, and all the employees of Yadong Media showed excitement. They didn't expect that the new company they had just joined would have two real top-level directors. One was a well-known heavenly queen of the music industry, and the other was a newly rising idol artist. They were heavyweight figures wherever they went. This was Hangzhou, not the capital. Tian, the young and beautiful chairman, was so powerful that it made people look at her with admiration, and it also made them full of confidence in the future of the company. If the trust and loyalty of these new employees to the new company were originally 50, then now it had increased to 100 in an instant, directly exploding. If anyone dared to say that Yadong Media wasn't good enough, everyone would definitely beat him up. Lu Chen and Xianxia smiled and said, "Thank you." Tian continued, "The two directors are not involved in the daily business of the company, so everyone just needs to know. Don't talk about it outside, and don't post it on WeChat moments or blogs. Do you understand?" Yadong Media had just been established, and the first project hadn't even started yet. It was necessary to keep a low profile for now. In the future, when they gained a foothold in the industry, it wouldn't matter anymore. The employees replied in unison, "Understood." Someone added, "Can I get 2 autographs?" Everyone couldn't help but laugh. These employees were basically young people, and many of them had just graduated from college. They were all very courageous. Tian also laughed. "Autographs are no problem. You guys go back to work." After introducing the employees, Tian introduced a man in his 30s to Lu Chen and Xianxia. "My senior, Xiao Haichao, used to be a program director at Hangzhou TV2, and I pulled him over to work with me." Lu Chen took the initiative to reach out to the other party. "Hello, brother Xiao." Hello. Xiao Haichao was a little bewildered and hurriedly shook Lu Chen's hand. I know you." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Tian Sr. was a little funny. Xiao Haichao was tall and thin, wearing glasses, and looked gentle. He was obviously the kind of honest person who was not good at communication. It was estimated that when he saw Xianxia and Lu Chen, such a big shot in the circle, he panicked in his heart and couldn't express his meaning in his speech. Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes and said to Xianxia, "My senior is a top student at Zhongyuan Media. After graduation, he entered Hangzhou TV station. After working there for 7 or 8 years, he still hasn't made any progress. He just doesn't know how to talk and flatter. All the credit has been taken by the leaders. He can't get anything, not even a formal establishment. I really couldn't stand it, so I pulled him and his wife into the company and made him the production director." Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Xiao Haichao in a different light. A graduate from Zhongyuan Media who had worked at the TV station for 7 or 8 years without getting a formal establishment was either incompetent or an honest person who was bullied. Tian obviously wouldn't pull an incompetent person into a new company and entrust him with the heavy responsibility of production director. Xiao Haichao definitely had real skills. Xiao Haichao could only smile helplessly at Tian's mockery. As expected, he looked like a pushover. Tian then said to Lu Chen, "I told my senior about the idea of China's voice. He made a detailed proposal and has already sent it for copyright and related patents. Once it's approved, we'll start the production process." At the mention of China's voice, Xiao Haichao suddenly became spirited. He stared at Lu Chen and said, Teacher Lu Chen, Tian said that this idea was provided by you. It's really amazing. I feel that once it's done, it'll definitely be a hit. Lu Chen smiled and said, thank you for your kind words. Let's work hard together. Xiao Haichao is capable. This is the conclusion Lu Chen came to after reading the program plan he wrote. Lu Chen is not an expert in making variety shows. The program idea he provided to Tian came from the memory of the dream world. What he told the latter was the general idea and stage process of The Voice of China, mainly a framework. Lu Chen is like building a skeleton, and Xiao Haichao added flesh and blood to the skeleton, forming a complete character, as long as it is produced and filmed according to the plan. Only in some details are different from what Lu Chen remembers, but this difference does not affect the program at all, and taking into account the actual situation, at least Lu Chen is impeccable. A director who can do this can't even be an official staff member in Hangzhou TV station. It's really a joke that people can't laugh even if they want to. Of course, for Yidong Media, this is a good thing. With this talented person joining as the production director, Lu Chen can rest assured and let Tian do it freely, and produce the reality show that has been popular in the dream world for a while. After visiting the company, getting to know the employees, and signing the documents, the lunch was set at Egret Restaurant by Westlake. Lu Chen is very familiar with Egret Restaurant. He also has a VIP card. The last time Hangzhou Singing China tour, he also invited Mu Xiaochu and others to eat here. In addition to Chen Fei and the host Tian, Xiao Haichao and his wife also accompanied them. Xiao Haichao's wife's name is Julie. She is a high school classmate of Xiao Haichao. She has an above-average appearance and a bit shrewish personality. She also works as a temporary accountant and cashier in Yidong Media, and is in charge of the new company's financial power. When they arrived at Egret Restaurant, Tian took Lu Chen and Chen Fei to the reserved box. When Xiao Haichao followed, he was stopped by Julie. He was stunned. What's wrong? Julie simply hated her husband for not living up to her expectations. Are you stupid? Go and order. Tian is the boss, and Lu Chen and Chen Fei are guests and big stars. How can they do the work of ordering? Anyone with a little bit of insight should consciously take on this task. Xiao Haichao suddenly said, oh, then I'll order. Julie pinched her useless husband. It's better, but not too much. I'll go in first. Xiao Haichao was a yes man. When he used to work at the TV station, he often went to eat and drink with his leader. After Julie left, Xiao Haichao called the waiter and began to order. Hey! Isn't this Xiao? However, he had just ordered 5 or 6 dishes when he suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him, an annoyingly familiar voice. Xiao Haichao turned his head and saw a fatty with an oily face standing a few steps away. He asked with a smile, what's wrong? Are you also eating here at noon? Xiao Haichao was stunned. He forced a smile and said, Director Gao. Fatty Gao was Xiao Haichao's immediate superior at the Hangzhou TV station. They were colleagues of the same rank, but Fatty Gao knew how to behave better than Xiao Haichao. He knew how to flatter his superiors, so he easily stepped on Xiao Haichao to get his position. Xiao Haichao had suffered a lot when he was working under him. How could he show a good face now? I think I saw your Xiaoli just now, but the tall fatty didn't seem to notice Xiao Haichao's expression at all. He walked over and looked at the menu in the waiter's hand. Which room are we eating in? Yo! Plum Orchid Hall. His small eyes widened as he patted Xiao Haichao's shoulder and said, wow, you can even make a living in the Plum Orchid Hall now. No wonder people say that you've climbed up the social ladder. Xiao Haichao's resignation from the station made Fatty Gao very unhappy. This was because he had lost a target that he could exploit, and this target was very capable in his profession. Most importantly, Xiao Haichao, who had just resigned, seemed to be doing quite well. He could even bump into him at Egret Restaurant. Egret Restaurant's Plum Orchid Hall was a top-notch VIP hall. His private room was still a bit lacking. Xiao Haichao frowned and moved away from Fatty Gao. He continued to order the dishes from the waiter, then turned around and left. He didn't pretend to be courteous with Fatty Gao. He was honest and easy to bully, but he wasn't a coward. Moreover, he was no longer working at Hangzhou TV, so he naturally didn't need to have any scruples with Fatty Gao. He was disgusted and simply ignored him. Honest people can also get angry. Fatty Gao probably didn't expect Xiao Haichao to give him a cold shoulder. The fake smile on his face instantly froze. After a while, he snorted and turned around to return to his private room. The private room was bustling with drinks. Fatty Gao's colleagues from the station, his superiors, and a director from Zhejiang TV were present. Compared to Zhejiang TV, Hangzhou TV's rice bowl was really too small. Usually, it was not easy to get some advertisements. They could only rely on the leftovers from Zhejiang TV to fill their stomachs. Therefore, they often invited their superiors out to eat and drink with them to strengthen their relationship. Seeing that Fatty Gao came back with a very unhappy expression, his colleague asked, "Old Gao, what happened? Could it be that you got scolded for not accompanying your mistress out to play today?" This joke made everyone burst into laughter. Fatty Gao smiled bitterly and said, "Old Zhang, please be careful with your words. It would be terrible if my old woman heard it. I bumped into Xiao Haichao and his wife outside just now." "Xiao Haichao?" His colleague was surprised. "He also ate here?" Fatty Gao said sourly, "He even booked Plum Orchid Hall." Plum Orchid Hall? The few of them looked at each other. They all knew what Plum Orchid Hall represented. That was a private room that ordinary people couldn't even get. Xiao Haichao really climbed up a high branch. Fatty Gao's colleague choked for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, "Since we met, let's go to Plum Orchid Hall together to have a look. Let him come over and toast to Director Chang. It's also giving him face. After all, we're colleagues." His suggestion was obviously ill-intentioned. Director Chang, who was invited to the banquet today, was a senior figure from Zhejiang TV. Unless Xiao Haichao changed his profession, as long as he was still in this circle, offending Director Chang would be equivalent to destroying his own rice bowl. If he didn't want to offend him, then obediently come over and let everyone step on him. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you found a better job. That Director Chang smiled reservedly. Fatty Gao suddenly became interested and said with a smile, "Then let's go over together and call Xiao Haichao over. He's really lucky today. At least he has to drink 3 cups." Therefore, the two of them left their private room and ran excitedly to Plum Orchid Hall. Fatty Gao didn't wait for the waiter at the door to do anything. He went forward and pushed open the door of the private room. He laughed loudly and said, "Little Xiao, who are you entertaining here? Our Director Chang wants to see you." As colleagues for many years, Fatty Gao never put Xiao Haichao in his eyes. In his opinion, Xiao Haichao was nothing more than a stupid graduate of a famous university who didn't understand the ways of the world and always had some ridiculous ideas. He would never be able to get along in this society. Therefore, Fatty Gao had always felt comfortable stepping on Xiao Haichao. However, seeing Xiao Haichao at the egret restaurant today, Fatty Gao couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He speculated that after Xiao Haichao resigned, he must have gotten a good position in a good company. Otherwise, how could he get a position in Plum Orchid Hall? No matter how much he looked down on Xiao Haichao's professional ability was recognized. Now that he had found a good job with a high salary, Fatty Gao felt warm when he thought about it, so he wanted to give him some gambling. It was best to make Xiao Haichao lose face in front of his new boss, so that Fatty Gao could feel comfortable. The most important thing was that Fatty Gao was backed by Director Chang of Zhejiang TV, so he was unscrupulous. Breaking into Plum Orchid Hall, he saw Xiao Haichao and Julie at a glance, and a smug smile appeared on his face. His mother, Xiao Haichao's luck with women was not shallow. His wife was so beautiful, but compared with the one next to him, it was obviously a lot worse. This stunning beauty seemed very familiar. Fatty Gao's expression suddenly froze. And his colleagues' very rude behavior inevitably attracted the attention of everyone present. Seeing this guy, Xiao Haichao couldn't help but be angry and immediately stood up. Sitting in the main seat, Tian frowned and asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" Her dissatisfied scolding brought the tall fatty back to his senses, and he instinctively looked at her. The tall fatty's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Tian, of course, Fatty Gao knew this former beautiful host of Zhejiang TV station. If she was just an ordinary host, or if she had already left, Fatty Gao certainly wouldn't care. But not long ago, he learned from others that Tian's family background was very great, and that she was a person who must not be easily offended. He never expected that Xiao Haichao would climb up to Tian Tian. Only then did the tall fatty realize that the beautiful woman he found familiar was actually Chen Fei'er, and the person sitting between Chen Fei'er and Tian Tian was none other than Lu Chen. When did these two masters come to Hangzhou? The tall fatty was dumbfounded. The colleague who came in with Fatty Gao was cunning. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately left the private room and threw the blame to Fatty Gao. What kind of joke was this? Xiao Haichao was eating with Tian Tian, Chen Fei'er, and Lu Chen. They still wanted to make Xiao Haichao lose face. They were simply asking for a slap. Tian Tian alone could easily take care of the few of them. As for Chen Fei'er and Lu Chen, they were big celebrities that even Zhejiang Television wanted to curry favor with. The new drama that the two of them were working on, full of romance, was a project that Zhejiang Television had spent a lot of effort to obtain. If he didn't run, was he going to embarrass himself? Julie sneered. Aya, isn't this Director Gao? Did you drink too much and come to the wrong door? She hated Xiao Haichao's former boss very much. When Xiao Haichao left Hangzhou Television to join Yadong Media, she was 100% in favor of it. One of the reasons was to disgust Fatty Gao. Now that Fatty Gao asked for it, she slapped him in the face without hesitation. Fatty Gao, who was standing at the door, was so embarrassed that his face turned purple. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. Tian Tian didn't know Fatty Gao, but she knew him, so she understood Zhu Li's sarcasm. Tian Tian waved her hand without hesitation. What, Director Gao? Get out. Waiter, she said to the waiter, be careful. Don't let anyone come in and disturb us. The waiter was actually also wronged. He opened the door and said to Fatty Gao with a sullen face, Sir. Fatty Gao was extremely embarrassed. He probably had never been so embarrassed in his life. He quickly turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, his face would be shaved off. Fatty Gao's colleague returned to his private room first with an embarrassed look on his face. A deputy director of Hangzhou Television asked curiously, Old Zhang, why are you back? Where is Director Gao? Old Zhang said with a wry smile, don't mention it. We wanted to find Xiao Haichao, but Tian Tian, Chen Fei'er, and Lu Chen were sitting in the Plum Orchid Hall, so I came back to report to the leader first. Tian Tian, Chen Fei'er, and Lu Chen, several leaders looked at each other. Director Chang, who had always been very reserved, was even more shocked. Tian Tian is accompanying these two in the Plum Orchid Hall? Then I have to go over. He was very clear about the weight of these three people, especially Tian Tian. He was even a little nervous. That Director Gao went there under his banner. Maybe he had offended him. Director Chang was not afraid of what Tian Tian would do to him. He was also a person with a background. However, if he inexplicably offended these people, a few words from others could put him in a passive position. The deputy director of Hangzhou Television said resolutely, I'll go with you. So the two leaders left the box together. On the corridor to the Plum Orchid Hall, the two bumped into the tall fatty with a resentful look on his face. Director Chang directly ignored him as if he was air, while the deputy director of Hangzhou Television glanced at him coldly. The tall fatty's unspoken greeting was stuck in his throat, and he was sweating. He originally wanted to step on people, but as a result, he sprained his foot. He wanted to die. Hello, who are you looking for? Director Chang and the deputy director came to the Plum Orchid Hall and were stopped by the waitress who had just learned her lesson. Her eyes were full of vigilance. The two looked at each other and knew that it must be the tall fatty who caused the trouble. The deputy director of Hangzhou Television scolded the other party half to death in his heart, but on the surface, he was still polite. Please say that Director Chang Yiming of our Zhejiang TV station wants to see Miss Tian. The waitress of the Plum Orchid Hall was used to seeing leaders. She didn't feel that the director of Zhejiang Television was very powerful, but she still went in to inform Tian Tian and asked if they could let the guests in. After getting permission, Director Chang and the deputy director of Hangzhou Television were able to enter the box. Brother Chang, long time no see. Tian Tian knew Director Chang. She got up and greeted him with a smile, and no longer acted like a young lady. Although her family background was extraordinary, since she had opened a media company, she would inevitably have to deal with Zhejiang Television in the future. She naturally had to consolidate her relationship with the acquaintances in the old company. More friends, more roads, more enemies, more walls. Director Chang and Director Gao were two completely different things. Director Chang laughed and said, Tian Tian is getting more and more beautiful? I heard that you have your own company now? Tian Tian said with a smile, I'm just making a living. I'll have to rely on Brother Chang to take care of me in the future. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Chen. In fact, there was no need for her to introduce them. How could Director Chang not recognize Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er? He said that he had heard a lot about them. But he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The people sitting at this table were either young talents or dragons and phoenixes, which made him feel too old. End of chapter 384. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.